Bai Qiandao, an ordinary commoner, was chosen by the fates to embark upon a path of extraordinary cultivation. Slaying demons and extinguishing malevolence, he sought to incinerate the celestial and vanquish the divine. The mysteries of life, the essence of nature, and the Tao that leaves no trace, all intertwined in an infinite expanse. As Bai Qiandao opened his eyes, awakening from unconsciousness, he found himself surrounded by dazzling, crystalline reflections, a cascade of radiant hues that dazzled his gaze. He was within a resplendent crystal abode, its magnificence reminiscent of the Golden Crown Star, a place abundant with natural crystals, agates, and gems, resulting in an architectural style that was both opulent and unique. A sharp pain coursed through him as he groaned, glancing down at his abdomen where a wound still lingered, healing yet perilously close to costing him his life. The fragrant air enveloped him as he rose from a bed of soft, supple animal fur, turning his gaze towards the crystal lattice window, now bathed in daylight. A fleeting memory surfaced in his minda, flash of white light. What could have been? Why had he found himself on the Golden Crown Star? He approached the crystal door, adorned with dozens of jewels, its beauty captivating. Grasping the handle, he pushed, yet it did not budge. A second, more forceful attempt yielded the same result. This was a door resistant to opening. He was certain it was not merely a matter of fingerprints, passwords, or genetic access. Could it be a prison cell? His mind raced with fear, contemplating many possibilities, the most daunting being that he had been captured by nefarious individuals intent on usurping his genetic heritage. Though merely a humble human, he hailed from the esteemed Tuzong star, one of the 5 major planets and a member of the 5 Elements Alliance, possessing a genetic lineage far superior to those from lesser celestial bodies. In these dark times, there existed malevolent criminals who would commit heinous acts, using advanced technology to strip away genes, trading them to inferior beings for vast fortunes. The more he pondered, the greater his terror grew. He cried out for help, yet the silence around him remained unbroken. Exhausted, he gazed at the crystal lattice window, towering over 3 meters high. Attempting to jump, but falling short, his nearly 2-meter stature afforded him little leaping ability. After a moment's thought, he dragged a crystal chair over, standing atop it to leap once more, only to lose his grip and crash to the ground with a painful thud. Lying there, clutching his abdomen and enduring the pain, he looked up, his expression tinged with bitterness. Was the window truly set so high? The crystal walls were smooth and treacherous to grasp. It seemed he could only hold onto the lowest lattice to achieve his goal. Time and again he attempted, each fall jarring his body, until finally he secured a grip on the lattice and peered outside. What a familiar street! It was wide and bright, bustling with pedestrians, framed by towering structures exceeding 100 stories, while flying vehicles darted through the air like birds. He could now ascertain that he was indeed still on Tuzong Star. The inhabitants of the Golden Crown Star predominantly donned flowing robes, their surroundings adorned with ethereal architecture reminiscent of ancient times, starkly contrasting the modern edifices before him. The Crystal House had bewildered him, for only the affluent could afford such a lavish residence. One could not simply purchase high-class property without wealth. Trapped in the heart of a bustling city, he felt the audacity of the criminals who dared to confine him here. Surely, the police of Tuzong Star were not to be trifled with, as capture would lead to severe consequences. Through the crystal glass, he shouted for assistance, drawing the attention of a few passers-by who paused, bewildered, before departing with expressions of surprise and fear. How cold-hearted! Bai Qiandao felt a deep sense of disappointment at humanity's indifference. Why were people so disparate in their responses? "What are you doing?" A woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see a woman clad in a white trench coat entering as the door swung open, her brow furrowed as she regarded him. "Ah!" Bai Qiandao gasped, his strength waning. He could no longer maintain his grip, slipping down and landing clumsily on the floor with a grunt of pain. He sprang to his feet, rushing to the door, opening and closing it several times before pausing in a daze, feeling rather foolish and dim-witted. The door had to be pulled from the inside, not pushed out. Had he not realized this sooner? "Who are you?" Bai Qiandao inquired, eyeing the woman whose icy demeanor contrasted sharply with her stunning beauty and commanding presence. The woman, exuding an air of cold authority, settled herself upon a crystal chair, fixing her gaze upon him with an intensity that radiated dominance. Bai Qiandao, 27 years of age, orphaned in childhood, raising your sister alone, living in mutual dependence until now. 2 years ago, after your sister's marriage, you worked 3 jobs to support her. As she spoke, she scrutinized him, her gaze revealing a hint of peculiarity. Your love for your sister is selfless, to the extent that you have not considered your own life or future. Your IQ is a mere 95 within the normal range, yet you are just an utterly ordinary individual. Why, then, do you find yourself in my presence? Bai Qiandao stared at her, astonished by her knowledge of him, bewildered by his current surroundings. He had merely intervened in a dispute between 2 men, received a stab wound, and after a flash of white light before losing consciousness, he awoke in this realm. What could he possibly say to explain it? The woman continued, from a young age, I have possessed an acute sensitivity to people and events. Your presence here, in my bed, no less, grants me the authority to end your life. Yet, a voice within me whispers that this is not normal, that there exists some inexplicable connection between us. I have investigated your background and remain perplexed. What could a person like you possibly have in common with me to evoke such feelings? Bai Qiandao glanced at the bed, realizing it was indeed her bedroom, and her bed, no wonder it bore such a delightful scent. But why had he ended up here, sleeping in her bed? The situation was far too bizarre by all logic. He should have awakened in a hospital, not this unfamiliar place, encountering this strange woman. He lifted his shirt to inspect the wound on his abdomen, now nearly healed, a faint scar marking his skin. What time is it? He asked, confusion evident in his voice. The woman furrowed her brow once more at his unrefined behavior. It is the 21st day of the 7th month in the year 562 of the 5 elements calendar. You have been unconscious for 2 days. Bai Qiandao was taken aback, further perplexed. 2 days prior, he had been stabbed and now found himself here, with his wound nearly mended. What was happening? Cough, cough. He cleared his throat and moved to reposition the crystal chair he had knocked aside, sitting down. Am I allowed to say that I am equally baffled by this situation? Her gaze remained fixed on him, penetrating. To speak candidly, your sudden appearance is extraordinary. I require a detailed understanding of the circumstances. 2 days ago, I was heartbroken. My first venture into a bar led me to witness 2 men drugging a woman. I intervened, and one of them stabbed me, causing me to lose consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in this bed. That is the truth. Beyond that, I know nothing else. The woman inquired, which bar? Randy's bar. She pulled out a device and began searching, soon looking up. Indeed, there was a news report. You mysteriously vanished while unconscious, leading to suspicions that you are a concealed entity of unique significance. She fixed her gaze upon him, asking, is that true? Bai Qiandao offered a wry smile. I am nothing more than an ordinary person, caught in an inexplicable situation that I cannot clarify. The woman pondered, saying, I have verified that you exhibit no abnormalities. However, this is exceedingly strange. Demons cannot enter my realm, and those with spiritual powers find it difficult to do so without my consent. Yet you appear to possess no such powers. Bai Qiandao felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of the bizarre enveloping him. If even demons could not breach this place, and those endowed with spiritual energy found it challenging to enter, what on earth was this realm? It was all too frightening. Who are you? He asked again, curiosity tinged with trepidation. I am a mistress of the Red Dust Pavilion. Lan Danyan. Bai Qiandao had never heard of her, but it was evident she was formidable. Individuals of such caliber typically wielded considerable influence. As an ordinary commoner, he could hardly be expected to know such prominent figures, having only glimpsed celebrities in films or on television. Public figures seen in scant visuals of impeccably dressed officials and affluent individuals. Are you also a wielder of spiritual power? He ventured to ask. Lan Danyan's eyes glinted coldly. Do not pry too deeply. Though you may perceive yourself as mundane, your ability to enter the Red Dust Pavilion suggests otherwise. I shall uncover the truth. Whatever you may be, I will ensure your obliteration. In the realm of the eternal divine emperor. Bai Qiandao found himself momentarily taken aback as he inquired, have you always been this domineering? Lan Danyan, with a slight curl at the corner of her mouth that hinted at a smile, yet remained icy, replied, Lan Danyan is synonymous with tyranny. Bai Qiandao, with a tone laced with distress, retorted, Regardless of who you are or how tyrannical you may be, you cannot disregard the law, can you? With a chilling laugh, Lan Danyan responded, "You trespassed into the red dust pavilion, infringing upon my domain of freedom. I possess the right to end your life." Bai Qiandao stood in a daze, pondering the grim reality that should she choose to take his life, he would have no recourse for justice, and once deceased, who would advocate for him? "Please do not kill me. I shall leave this very moment." Bai Qiandao, thoroughly frightened, hastened towards the door, for he had no desire to meet his demise at the hands of this terrifying woman. At that moment, a voice echoed within his mind. Ding dong. Grand lottery event. Buy one, get one free. Seize your fortune. Who? Who is it? Bai Qiandao trembled, scanning his surroundings before glancing back at Lan Danyan. It could not possibly be her voice who was speaking. Ding dong. The shape-shifting personality system. Grand lottery event. Buy one, get one free. Seize your fortune. The voice resonated again in his mind. Who is speaking? Bai Qiandao looked around, his fear mounting as he shouted. The shape-shifting personality system? What on earth is this? Why is this voice resonating in my head? Am I truly cursed to encounter such bizarre occurrences in succession? Is this merely an auditory hallucination? Am I losing my sanity? Have you lost your mind? Lan Danyan rose, gazing at him in astonishment. Chapter 2. The unapproachable. Please follow me to understand the grand system of transformative personalities. The voice echoed again, as if under a spell. Bai Qiandao stood motionless, absorbing the information, becoming aware of the eccentricities of the grand system of transformative personalities. He was to fulfill tasks assigned sporadically by the system, each task requiring adherence to a specific trait, akin to various personalities, until completion. Failure to complete a task or to comply with the system's regulations would result in a deduction of specified points. A lack of points could lead to the harshest of consequences, death. Starting with an initial 200 points, one could select the necessary skills and knowledge to accomplish tasks, yet points could not be exchanged for wealth. Only for skill and knowledge. The wealth earned from skill and knowledge could be randomly confiscated, with a high probability and an unforgiving nature. A lottery-style grand prize offered a special reward, with a chance to draw peculiar skills and knowledge, which would only manifest upon accumulating sufficient points. It was akin to experiencing a bizarre dream. Upon awakening, Bai Qiandao found himself staring at the icy blue eyes of Lan Danyan, causing him to shudder in fright. Lan Danyan's dual pupils radiated an eerie blue light, emitting layers of icy shards that were somewhat terrifying. This is the rare eye of insight, he thought. Not only was Lan Danyan a wielder of spiritual power, but she was also a mysterious anomaly master. Wielders of spiritual power are those born with innate strength, capable of cultivating their abilities, historically known as spiritual energy, absorbing the concentrated essence of the universe, thus becoming increasingly formidable. Anomaly masters are a rare breed, possessing extraordinary powers that allow them to manifest the eye of insight, revealing the true forms of demons and monsters, often equipped with various unique attributes to exorcise and vanquish malevolent spirits. The likelihood of a wielder of spiritual power being born is minimal. Those who can cultivate must awaken their spiritual energy, marking them as individuals of immense power, capable of looking down upon the world. Anomaly masters are even rarer, enjoying a status of great reverence, serving as the nemesis of demons. Bai Qiandao finally comprehended why Lan Danyan referred to herself as the epitome of dominance. Anomaly masters hold numerous privileges, including a lesser penalty for homicide. At least, that was the prevailing belief. Enough with the idle chatter. Speak. What is wrong with you? Lan Danyan demanded sternly. Bai Qiandao stammered, startled, just as the voice resounded again. Do not let any living being know of the existence of the grand system of transformative personalities, or face death. Bai Qiandao stared blankly at the ominous word death that loomed before him. Feeling threatened, he defiantly shouted, I don't believe you. How will you kill me? Lan Danyan's expression shifted abruptly, perceiving his words as a challenge. Just as she was about to impose punishment, she saw him clutching his chest and collapsing, his breath short, as if on the verge of death. Her demeanor changed again. She rushed forward, a stream of white energy emanating from her hands, enveloping Bai Qiandao's entire being. She was channeling her spiritual power to save him. Yet, she soon felt her strength being swiftly siphoned away, pouring into Bai Qiandao's body, even as her very soul seemed to be drawn away with it, causing her immense alarm. Instinctively, she formed a lotus hand seal, chanting incantations as her body radiated brilliance, an invisible pressure surging forth, compelling her soul back into her body. Yet she felt an emptiness within, as though something precious had been lost. Unable to contain herself, she spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering onto Bai Qiandao, which instantly seeped into him, coursing through his veins. Bai Qiandao's capillaries expanded, writhing like countless tiny earthworms. His blood boiling as if on fire, eliciting a pained roar from him as he knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "You bastard!" Lan Danyan's eyes widened in fury, her head spinning as she collapsed to the ground. Bai Qiandao, enduring the excruciating sensation of his blood vessels threatening to burst, screamed, pounding the earth with force, causing the crystal floor to crack and spread outward with a Bai Qiandao suppressed his fury and stated, "I will go, but you have erased yourself from my heart. We can never be friends. Fine, let it be. I won't be home, so just leave the key." Huang Ru replied coldly before hanging up. Bai Qiandao gripped the qianlatong tightly. His face flushed with anger as he struggled to contain his urge to curse aloud. The phone rang again, and he answered it swiftly, roaring in indignation, "Huang Ru, what more do you want? Brother, it's me. Have you two quarreled again? Little girl. No, we didn't quarrel. We have broken up." Bai Qiandao's voice faltered. It was his sister, Bai Yunny. "Breaking up is good. I've never liked that woman. She looks at me as if I were a thorn in her side." With her head held high and her nostrils flaring, "Little girl, I'm in a bad mood. Spare me your strange remarks," Bai Qiandao replied, troubled. "All right, I won't say anything. Brother, you have to scold him for me. He's been bullying me again." "Shao Jie, have you been acting foolishly again?" Bai Qiandao shook his head. This sister was his only family, albeit an eccentric one, often engaging in peculiar antics that required him to clean up her mess. Ever since she married Chu Jie, whenever she felt wronged, she would call him to vent, though it was often her own doing. "I'm not being foolish. He's the one acting foolish. You tell me. Marrying him was no blessing. And I'm constantly berated by him. Is it easy for me? Okay, tell me, what is this time about?" Bai Qiandao asked, exasperated. "Yesterday I got into a fight, and he didn't help me. He even scolded me. You don't know how miserable I am. You must scold him for me, right now." "You got into a fight. Were you hurt?" Bai Qiandao inquired anxiously. "No, I'm quite capable. I never lose in a fight." Bai Qiandao chuckled at the thought of his fragile sister. She could only boast. "Who did you fight with?" "Why, a child. I saw him enjoying an ice cream cone, and it looked so delicious that I took a bite. The little brat went all out against me. How could I let that slide? That's how the fight started." "Wait, you snatched an ice cream. How old was the child?" 7 or 8, I think. The key point is that he called me embarrassing, and he even went to apologize to the child's parents." "Do I need him to apologize? That is so humiliating." Bai Qiandao felt a headache coming on and said, "Little girl, don't bother me with this. It's really too embarrassing. Shao Jie is right to scold you. You're siding with him. Are you my real brother or his?" "I am your brother, but one must be reasonable." "Fine. I know I can't make you understand. Just endure the scolding. You're a bad brother." "I'm not talking to you anymore." Bai Yunny angrily hung up. Bai Qiandao listened to the dead air, involuntarily rubbing his forehead. This sister was a source of constant frustration, yet he genuinely cared for her. Providing half of his earnings to support her, this frequently displeased Huang Ru, leading to numerous arguments between them. Perhaps this was a reason she betrayed him, getting involved with that wealthy man. In the past, despite their quarrels, he would always apologize, and Huang Ru would accept it. At least he thought they loved each other. Now, he realized reality dealt a harsh blow, leaving him heartbroken. Bai Qiandao rose to walk. Not wishing for more people to witness his despair and sorrow. He regretted hastily uttering that statement, and could only seek a corner to silently lick his wounds, though the imperial capital was vast. The cloud vehicles were swift. 10 minutes later, in a daze, he stood up and walked out, descending the cloud ladder to the civilian district. The civilian district was filled with tall buildings, albeit aged, some even centuries old. Due to quality materials and sound construction, many had not succumbed to decay, although numerous dangerous structures remained. It was evident that the flying vehicles had diminished significantly, as most civilians could not afford them and had to rely on the cheaper cloud vehicles to travel. This had a silver lining. The sky appeared considerably clearer, with more sunlight streaming down. Entering the tall building, he found the walls marred by countless yellow stains, rust spots scattered everywhere. This was typical of the civilian district, lacking proper maintenance. However, there were dedicated cleaners who came to clear the rubbish and tidy the outdoor spaces of each floor. He rode the cloud ladder up to the 63rd floor, opened a door, and surveyed the familiar surroundings, lost in thought for a moment before silently organizing his belongings. There wasn't much, just a few articles of clothing, shoes, and a toothbrush. After tidying up, he sat in silence for a while. The beautiful life he once envisioned would vanish with his departure. Perhaps they would never meet again, becoming eternal strangers. Leaving the key behind, he departed with a heavy heart, fighting back tears, unwilling to shed a single drop for his broken heart. This was the last shred of his dignity. With a yellowed backpack slung over his shoulder, he walked 3 kilometers to his home, which was even smaller, yet it was his parents' legacy, having not returned in half a year. It felt both familiar and strange. Suddenly, the sound of incoming messages broke the silence. He opened them, feeling despondent, leaning back on the worn-out sofa, his gaze vacant. Life was brutally indifferent. After 2 days of absence from work, 3 bosses sent him messages, terminating his employment. Now, he had lost his source of livelihood. In a vast government like the one in Tuchong Dynasty, finding a formal job was no easy feat for civilians. With his low education and lack of skills, he could only take on temporary jobs to make ends meet, working 16 hours a day. Perhaps this neglect in nurturing his relationship with Huang Ru was another reason for her departure. He chuckled nervously, searching for reasons in his heart, attempting to prove that it was his fault that led to Huang Ru's betrayal. Subconsciously, he sought to absolve her, yet the truth was starkly cruel. Poverty made it impossible to fulfill her material needs. In his stupor, he recalled the versatile character system, gazing ahead as numerous small boxes materialized, each labeled with various skill names: alchemy skill, god of food skill, medical skill, technological skill, skyward journey skill, treasure appraisal skill, unique skill. There were as many as 100 categories, each seemingly immensely useful. He focused on the unique skill, realizing he possessed extraordinary powers, eagerly anticipating its acquisition. Legend spoke of such powers as innate. But one needed to cultivate unique skills to truly counteract demons. Unique masters were revered figures in the world, being exceedingly rare and held in high esteem. While the power of spiritual beings was formidable, capable of slaying certain demons, specialized techniques were essential. When faced with particularly bizarre and powerful spiritual entities, only unique masters could save the day. With this thought, he leapt up in excitement. Heaven had not forsaken him. This might be a turning point in his destiny, transforming him from an ordinary individual into something extraordinary, granting him wealth and status. Yet, recalling the system's stipulations regarding the confiscation of wealth obtained through knowledge of skills, he instantly felt deflated. A mountain of gold lay before him, yet he could not touch it. Was this a cruel joke? He had no desire to relive that excruciating feeling from 3 hours prior, nearly having his heart leap out of his chest, his consciousness muddled, as if his soul had left his body. In this world, what use was life without money? Even spiritual beings and unique masters needed to survive. Despondently, he collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, his emotions fluctuating, overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss. Half an hour later, he forced himself to regain composure. No matter what, even as an ant, he now had the opportunity to step into the ranks of the powerful. His life would undergo a significant transformation, promising an extraordinary future. Gazing once more at the small boxes, each skill priced at 100 points, and with an initial allocation of 200 points, he decided to acquire the unique skill first. Spending 100 points, he opened the box, revealing a tome with an ancient bronze hue. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the book, which swiftly vanished from sight, flooding his mind with astonishing unique techniques. All without the need for cultivation: revival technique, demon slayer, universal spell, demon refinement technique. Goodness, being a unique master is no easy feat. It requires cultivation. Each technique is incredibly intricate, even obscure and difficult to comprehend. One could spend a lifetime without grasping its essence. Yet here he was, obtaining all the knowledge effortlessly. Bai Qiandao briefly fainted from sheer excitement, then trembled with exhilaration. He couldn't fathom how arduous it would be to truly enter this realm, although he was essentially cheating. Effortlessly peering into the intricacies of a technique, he understood that in terms of comprehension, he rightfully claimed the top spot. He was eager to showcase his abilities, contemplating whether there were any demons lurking at home. Ready to drive them away, he activated his unique power, manifesting a third eye, his pupils glowing a chilling blue, emitting layers of icy rings. The objects surrounding him instantly transformed, revealing layers of illusions as if reality had morphed into a virtual realm. With him now in a different space, wandering about the house, he found no signs of abnormality. After all, the number of demons concealed within the human realm is quite limited. It would be unlikely for them to easily infiltrate his home. He opened the door and peered outside, observing no irregularities. It seemed there were no otherworldly beings in the vicinity of his residence. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he grasped the doorframe to avoid collapsing to the ground. Hastily, he conjured a spying eye, realizing that the otherworldly force required the accompaniment of spiritual energy. The stronger the spiritual energy, the longer one could maintain the manifestation. Returning to the sofa, he rested for a moment, forcing a wry smile. Lacking spiritual energy himself, perhaps he could only drive away or eliminate those demons that were feeble in power. Chapter 4. True insight of life. Spiritual energy is innate, said to require awakening, yet he was born without a spiritual root. How could he cultivate it? Gathering his thoughts, he recalled the lottery promotion, wondering if he might be fortunate enough to acquire an extraordinary skill. In his view, the otherworldly arts were already sufficiently bizarre. How much more bizarre could they become? A profound curiosity welled up within him. With a mere thought, 2 bamboo tubes, one large, one small, floated before him. The small tube represented the ordinary, while the large one symbolized the divine. An ordinary draw required 100 points, whereas a divine draw demanded 1,000 points. Currently, during this grand promotion, spending 100 points could potentially yield the extraordinary skills housed within the large tube. Contingent upon luck. 1,000 points? How might one obtain such a sum? What tasks were available? Could they lead to death? With these questions swirling in his mind, he expended 100 points. The 2 bamboo tubes trembled, and from the large tube emerged an array of ancient bronze tomes, swirling and flashing back one by one over the span of several seconds, until the large tube vanished, leaving only one tome suspended in the air. True insight of life. What could this mean? It appeared to be quite significant. Was it truly extraordinary? As he grasped the tome, a torrent of knowledge surged into him, enlightening him about the spiritual cultivation techniques contained within. It opened a wondrous new world to him. Every life is a manifestation of energy within the universe, some as diminutive as a grain of sand, others as formidable as a mountain, determined by the choices of fortune. Fortune is an intangible, unseen force. No one can precisely define it, yet it subtly influences everything. True insight of life is indeed a defiance of fate, capable of influencing and depriving fortune. Each fragment of fortune could transform into pure spiritual energy, distinct from other forms of spiritual energy and exceedingly refined. Spiritual practitioners absorb the spiritual energy of the cosmos for cultivation, but the impurities present in the air complicate this process, necessitating purification within their bodies. As the amount absorbed each time is limited, the practice of true insight of life involves seizing the most refined energy in the universe, thus accelerating one's cultivation progress. However, this method is fraught with peril. It carries various side effects and may lead to delusions, potentially resulting in madness. Bai Qiandao sat in a daze. Although he had acquired the method of spiritual cultivation, he feared that the actual practice might plunge him into despair. Lacking a spiritual root, the true insight of life offered him a path to cultivate spiritual energy without needing one, and it seemed so straightforward, accelerating his progress significantly. Yet the potential side effects were daunting. He did not wish to become a demon, only to be exterminated by otherworldly practitioners. Though madness would only manifest in severe cases, the unpredictability of life left him apprehensive if he lost control. Such a fate was indeed possible. Contemplating this, his gaze hardened with resolve. He was determined not to abandon this fortuitous opportunity and to step into the extraordinary world. He was inherently unremarkable. Yet now a door had opened before him. Whether he emerged as a hero or a villain was significant, but more importantly, he had gained the ability to explore the mysteries of the unknown, potentially altering his destiny. He understood that spiritual practitioners traverse 5 realms of cultivation, ascending from the lowest to the highest: spirit entry, true pulse, yuan dan, aperture body, and profound ascendance. Particularly at the profound ascendant stage, one could traverse the heavens and the earth, commanding extraordinary power. Now, he must first achieve spirit entry, which required him to absorb fortune. Yet, possessing a strong sense of justice, he would never act recklessly. It seemed he needed to seek out some wrongdoers, or demons, as the abilities of otherworldly practitioners could aid him greatly. With this decision in mind, he felt a surge of determination for the first time, guided by fate down this path. No matter how arduous it may be. Gurgle, his stomach rumbled several times, abruptly halting his fervor. He was still human and required sustenance. If he starved, nothing could be accomplished. He did not immediately seek food. Instead, he gazed at the small bamboo tube, recalling the grand promotion: buy one, get one free, allowing him to draw another skill. With a mere thought, the small bamboo tube trembled, and once again, ancient bronze tomes burst forth until only one remained. Cloud walking skill. The name intrigued him, and with curiosity, he retrieved it, closing his eyes to absorb the surging knowledge, his face lighting up with surprise. This was indeed a skill related to agility. When mastered, it would allow him to soar through the skies. In other words, as long as his spiritual energy was sufficiently strong, he could ascend to the heavens without needing to reach the profound ascendant stage, flying without pause. He grasped all the intricacies. However, His current power was far too weak to achieve flight. Yet, remarkably, his dodging, jumping, and overall speed had improved significantly, his body feeling light and unburdened, devoid of the previous heaviness. He attempted a leap, but with a loud crash, he fell rapidly, landing awkwardly on the ground, disoriented and dizzy. Having miscalculated his strength and struck the 3-meter-high ceiling. Moaning as he rose, he seemed to hear curses from above, gingerly touching the bump on his head, grimacing in pain. This was entirely self-inflicted. Why act so impulsively? He felt a tinge of frustration as he sought food, ultimately finding a pack of instant noodles that had expired a month ago. It would have to suffice, with water and gas services cut off. He had no choice but to eat them dry, consuming the entire pack while still feeling hungry. At least his stomach no longer growled. He fished out the little money he had left, considered it, then put it back, exiting his home and descending the ladder to a small eatery. By now, night had fallen, and the world outside was illuminated by countless lights. The small restaurant glowed dimly. With few patrons inside, Bai Qiandao caught the glance of the owner, who returned a smile. He remained silent, occasionally glancing at the only other table occupied. The man was named Wang Ju, and the woman was Song Hui. They were a couple and his former classmates. This couple had opened a modest eatery downstairs, catering primarily to the impoverished residents nearby, which made business difficult. They struggled to make ends meet, living frugally. He had come here to mooch off leftovers. Whenever customers left food uneaten, he would collect it to sustain himself. Given their past friendship, Wang Ju and Song Hui tolerated his behavior, though they could not afford to support him. This had been a habit of his. He would occasionally dine here, but only came now due to lack of funds. After meeting Huang Ru, he had visited less frequently, and after moving, no restaurants would allow him to scrounge for food. In essence, he was shamelessly begging for scraps. Wang Ju had always treated him well, sometimes sharing a bottle of beer or a few dishes for them to enjoy together, although Song Hui regarded him with some disdain. She never spoke overly harshly. They were all common folk, struggling through life, and they were classmates after all. As he consumed the leftover food, Wang Ju brought a plate of dishes over along with a bottle of liquor, sitting down across from him to share a drink, neither caring that some of the plates contained remnants from other customers. Song Hui, however, avoided such fare and went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of rice. Thinking about how to reprimand the wild children at home after closing, as they had caused trouble at school, prompting the teacher to call home in a huff, the couple had married young. A case of premarital pregnancy, and their child was now in the 1st grade. Bai Qiandao, at 27, had not pursued a relationship due to his sister, who was now married to a man named Chu Jie. While he had once dated the beautiful Huang Ru, after a year of courtship, he was met with betrayal, and in his heartbreak, he resolved to change his fate, determined to cultivate the true insight of life. In this era, genetic evolution had extended human lifespans, with many living to 110 years or even 120. Some still sought work at 90, while those in their 50s were considered youthful. It was rumored that women faced high-risk pregnancies at 60, with tales of 70-year-olds giving birth. Wang Ju's family had to support 4 elderly relatives in their 90s, although the parents and grandparents also worked. Life remained arduous. The couple regretted having children so early, but once born, they could not neglect the child. Modern society increasingly favored late marriages and childbearing, resulting in a declining birth rate. Many couples had only one child throughout their lives unless they could afford in vitro fertilization. Some experts suggested this rapid human evolution was a side effect of genetic mutation. A century ago, the lifespan limit was around 100 years, and centenarians were exceedingly rare. Bai Qiandao chatted with Wang Ju, drinking and eating until Song Hui emerged, casting an irritated glance at them, prompting him to take his leave. Stepping outside the eatery, he gazed at the twinkling lights surrounding him, the vibrant neon colors illuminating the night. After consuming a few drinks, his low tolerance left him feeling as if he were ablaze, rekindling his spirit. Since my birth, Bai Qiandao has endured a life of poverty, but I have finally encountered a turning point in my fate. I must seize this opportunity. I do not seek wealth and nobility, but merely the means to sustain myself. How can I harbor such modest aspirations? I am already an extraordinary practitioner, a wielder of spiritual power destined to grow ever stronger and reach the pinnacle of my existence. Even my humble meals can now be savored at fine dining establishments. Well then, despite my lofty ambitions, I remain accustomed to hardship. My mindset constrains my vision, rendering my aspirations rather limited. The goal I have set for myself is merely to dine at upscale restaurants. As the alcohol coursed through my veins, igniting my blood, I stood beneath the towering edifice of my apartment building and, with a sudden leap, soared 5 meters high to grasp the edge of a second-floor balcony. In a state of contentment, I realized my leaping ability had indeed increased, bolstering my confidence further. With a powerful push, I launched myself upward once more. On the 8th floor, a couple was engaged in intimate activities, their drawn curtains obscuring my view, leaving me somewhat disappointed. On the 12th floor, a young girl was diligently working on her homework. Before she could lift her gaze, I sprang up again. On the 15th floor, a family was enjoying a meal, the enticing aroma wafting to me, though I had already eaten and was immune to its allure. On the 21st floor, I witnessed a man being violent towards a woman. Callously unrestrained. I recognized this man. He is generally a decent fellow, though his wife often attracts unwanted attention. Chapter 5, the first task. On the 28th floor, a group of men were indulging in drugs, and I cast a disdainful glance their way, thinking, let them self-destruct. As I reached the 35th floor, I instinctively recoiled. Someone had carelessly opened a window, nearly trapping my hand and sending me tumbling down, causing a cold sweat to break out as the alcohol's effects began to subside. Fortunately, the individual did not look down and retreated, while I peered downwards, feeling a tightening in my abdomen from fear. Over 100 meters high, how could I have been so reckless? As I contemplated descending, my calves trembled slightly. With 4 floors still to go, I decided to muster my courage and leap again. I was certain the balcony windows were open to alleviate moisture in the house. Otherwise, I would have to break in. On the 37th floor, I clung to the balcony's edge and peered inside, chuckling to myself. Inside, an elderly man, resembling a middle-aged figure despite his 70-plus years, was kneeling on the floor, tugging at his ears. His wife stood before him, admonishing him, and he persistently assured her that he would no longer look at other women. Despite my amusement, I could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. In today's society, where divorce rates soar, this couple's ability to coexist for decades is a testament to their tolerance and respect for one another, a vital ingredient in maintaining their marriage amidst the stark contrasts of life. Today, not only do ordinary citizens struggle to conceive, but the divorce rate is alarmingly high, and many individuals remain single. The government of the Tuzong dynasty seems insufficiently concerned, allowing this detrimental cycle to fester. With hundreds of billions of people in the Tuzong star, this is perhaps why the dynasty's policymakers remain untroubled. They focus primarily on the reproductive conditions of the affluent elite and the top 1% of the middle class. Those who have received a good education are regarded as elite individuals, believed to contribute immensely to the dynasty's governance. Naturally, the common folk must exist as well, as they hold significant utilitarian value. Living is not overly difficult. The crux lies in the disparity of life quality. The poor have their own ways of living, while the wealthy enjoy a more enviable existence, at least in terms of material comforts. Returning to my home on the 39th floor, my legs felt slightly weak, not from a fear of heights, but from the novelty of my daring actions, with no safety net in place, naturally inducing a sense of trepidation. After a while, as I lay resting on my bed, I felt invigorated. Under the stimulation of the residual alcohol, my mind raced, contemplating what I should pursue next. Becoming an extraordinary practitioner, traveling to vanquish demons and monsters, emerged as my primary aspiration. Yet, as I pondered this course of action, I realized it would likely yield no financial gain, and the system would probably confiscate my rewards, leading to further frustration. Was it truly impossible for me to lead a life of affluence? Thus, I unknowingly drifted into slumber until awakened by an unexpected voice. Secondary mission: do not reveal your true identity. Become a driver for my family for 2 months. Characteristic: domineering. Failure to adhere to the stipulated characteristics will result in a deduction of 3,000 points. Completion of the task will yield a reward of 200 points. You must arrive at 111 Lonley Street by 11 o'clock in the morning. Failure to comply will result in a deduction of 1,000 points. Upon hearing this bizarre and abrupt announcement, Bai Qiandao mumbled in confusion and drowsily turned over, attempting to return to sleep. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sound echoed in my mind, like a warning bell ringing in my soul. What the hell? Can't a person get some sleep? Bai Qiandao abruptly sat up, irately demanding, "What do you want?" Failure to complete the task will lead to death. The 6 words floated ominously, particularly the word death, which was disproportionately large, occupying half the bedroom space and emanating a chilling gray hue. Was such theatrics truly necessary? As the capital, the city of Fragrant City exhibits a stark social hierarchy. To the east lie the affluent and powerful, while the west and north are populated by commoners, and the south is home to the middle class. This division is a mere human construct. There are commoners everywhere, as the upper class requires nearby services. Even luxurious neighborhoods have their share of commoners, albeit those residing there enjoy a comparatively better quality of life than those in the west and north. The imperial palace stands at the very center, and both cloud cars and flying vehicles will navigate around it. A misstep can result in fines or imprisonment, with the most severe consequences leading to execution. Although the royal authority of the Tuzong dynasty has been significantly diminished, it remains an entity not to be disrespected or insulted. At least in the eyes of the dynasty's populace, it still symbolizes a spiritual presence. As I descended from the cloud ladder near Lanli Street, I gazed at the surrounding opulent residences constructed of gold, crystal, and jade, overwhelmed by their splendor. In stark contrast to the drab buildings of the commoner districts, this area felt like a different world altogether. The red dust pavilion of Lan Danyan is situated in a bustling commercial zone, yet this is where the true upper class congregates, merely shadows of the towering buildings visible from afar. Lakes abound, forests flourish, and flowers bloom in abundance, with luxurious homes intricately woven throughout, creating a picturesque scene. Were it not for the numerous flying vehicles obstructing the sunlight, it would indeed resemble a paradise on earth. This does not hinder the inhabitants of each mansion from basking in the sunlight. The law stipulates that, without the owner's permission, flying vehicles must not traverse the airspace above residences and must maintain a distance of at least 1 mile. Automated flying routes are meticulously planned, forming designated air corridors, eliminating concerns of errant flights. The current technology is sophisticated, with errors being rare. This was my first visit to Lanli Street. As I gazed at the distant mansions, I found myself momentarily dumbfounded. With only 10 minutes until 11 o'clock, how could I possibly reach 111? With no alternative, I pinpointed my location and sprinted forward, as swift as a galloping steed, yet still unable to match the flying vehicle's normal speed. Thus, I dashed for 3 minutes when a flying vehicle closely pursued me. I glanced up, puzzled by their intentions, then lowered my gaze and continued to run with all my might. Hey, are you a spiritual practitioner? The window of the flying vehicle slid open, revealing a young man's face, who asked curiously. Don't talk to me. I don't have time, Bai Qiandao replied impatiently, not breaking stride. If you're in a hurry, I can give you a ride. The young man offered. Bai Qiandao abruptly halted, eagerly nodding and waving him down. The flying vehicle came to a stop beside me, the door swung open, and I leaped inside, exclaiming, "Take me to 111, hurry up." "Are you heading to my house?" the young man inquired, astonished. Your house? Bai Qiandao mirrored his surprise, realizing he must be a descendant of the illustrious my family. "Indeed. Who are you looking for?" the young man pressed. "Just fly. I must arrive by 11. Bai Qiandao glanced at the time. It was now 10:55. I would be late if I delayed any further. As the flying vehicle ascended, the young man remarked, "You're quite peculiar for trespassing on my territory. Even as a spiritual practitioner, it's not permitted. I understand. I'm here to be a driver for your family," I stammered, hesitating before adding, "I must insist. A driver." "Haha. Are you joking?" The young man laughed incredulously. And no, I'm serious about being a driver, I insisted, forcing the words out. That's a profession that hasn't existed for a century. Do you think this flying vehicle needs a driver? I glanced at the electronic dashboard ahead. While there was a manual steering wheel, the vehicle operated autonomously, equipped with laser detection. The young man sat comfortably inside, sans the need for manual control. Stop wasting time. I really need to be a driver. You must not let me do this, I implored, recalling the domineering characteristic, trying to assert myself despite my anxiousness, my palms sweating slightly. The young man stared at me for a moment, then managed a weak smile. "All right, I'll ask when we get back, but do you realize, in my household resides a practitioner of spiritual power. Should you harbor intentions of malice, you must first contend with him. The officers of the police station are not to be trifled with." Bai Qiandao was well aware that my family was a renowned commercial dynasty on Tuzong Star, occupying a prestigious position within high society and likely to expend vast sums to engage a spiritual practitioner. Moreover, despite the formidable abilities of these practitioners, they must adhere to the law. Setting aside the imposing deterrent of a powerful military, the special police, armed with laser firearms, could very well eliminate one on the spot. Longevity. Beginning with the fortune attribute. In this era of advanced technology, personal martial prowess is insufficient to withstand a mighty armament, unless one attains the chi body realm, which would enable them to confront an army of thousands. Yet, even those at the Xianqing realm cannot contend with the military might of an entire planet. Countless laser cannons could undoubtedly annihilate even the most powerful of practitioners. Furthermore, Xianqing masters are exceedingly rare. Bai Qiandao was unsure if any existed at all. Perhaps they reside solely in legend. Ahem, I can only assure you that I harbor no ill intent. I simply wish to serve as a driver. For your convenience, Bai Qiandao's tone faltered. Chapter 6. The one summoned from the grasp of darkness. You're rather peculiar. May I inquire as to why? The young man scrutinized him, posing the question. Because I enjoy it. Is that a problem? Bai Qiandao shot him a glare, yet a twinge of guilt compelled him to divert his gaze. Ha. We've arrived. This is number 111 Lonley Street, my family residence, the young man exclaimed with mirth. Bai Qiandao hastily checked the time on his device. Only 10 seconds remained. A slight delay could spell doom for him. All members of my family, heed this. Who has hired a driver? A trumpet-like voice suddenly boomed. Bai Qiandao glanced at the young man, who seemed to be shouting at a black object. Had he installed a loudspeaker on the flying vehicle? This was a violation of the law. The young man winked at him, and then a voice echoed from below. My Tianlang, come down here. Bai Qiandao looked down at the white marble structures. Atop one building was a magnificent sky garden, where a slender woman, strikingly beautiful with features that resembled a painting, stood gazing upward, her expression one of fury. She is my sister, my Tianxue. She has always disapproved of me. My Tianlang chuckled at Bai Qiandao. The flying vehicle alighted on a spacious rooftop, where another vehicle was already parked, and my family's mansion was surrounded by dozens of high-end flying cars. As my Tianlang disembarked, Bai Qiandao found himself momentarily paralyzed. Engulfed in confusion, uncertain of how to proceed, the siblings argued outside, while he remained inside, restless, trying to gather his thoughts. The mission stipulated that he must not reveal his true identity, nor could he use his own name. Yet uncovering his background would be a simple task. How could he maintain secrecy, and how could he persuade my family to accept him as their driver? As he pondered these matters, a voice pierced through. Lu Sandao, come out. Bai Qiandao hesitated. I am not Lu Sandao. Is she addressing me? Come forth, my driver. You are required to fulfill a 2-month contract. Bai Qiandao was astonished. She truly was speaking to him. This must be the system altering his name, and he wondered if he could deceive her. He stepped out of the vehicle, and my Tianxue scrutinized him, furrowing her brow as she inquired. I did not expect you to be so young. How old are you? 27. You are 27. I assumed you were 18, my Tianlang exclaimed. Bai Qiandao felt slightly dizzy, although he did appear younger. He hardly resembled an 18-year-old. 23 would have been a more fitting description. I am not a woman. There is no need for such flattery. I cannot bear it. Follow me, my Tianxue instructed in a calm tone. Bai Qiandao, feeling somewhat intimidated, trailed behind her. He was not accustomed to interacting with individuals of high status, the only exception being Lan Danyan. While he was unfamiliar with my Tianlang, he had some knowledge of my Tianxue. She was the new head of my family, a business prodigy, and the family was a commercial giant primarily engaged in mineral trading. When she remarked upon his youth, it was from her perspective. She was already 40 years old, thanks to modern genetic advancements, making her age appear youthful. People nowadays have become adept at discerning ages through subtle cues, although proper care can obscure them, as was the case with her, who seemed to be in her 20s. My Tianlang was likely in his 30s. Wealthy individuals often invest in their appearance, allowing them to maintain a youthful visage. Bai Qiandao's youthful appearance was not due to maintenance, but rather his natural disposition. It was said that my Tianxue devoted herself entirely to the family business, remaining unmarried and having never even dated. Bai Qiandao was somewhat skeptical of this. People of her stature generally prioritize privacy, and what journalists uncover is not always the truth. A man approached, appearing to be between 30 and 50 years old. Bai Qiandao could not ascertain his exact age, yet he sensed a unique aura about him, suggesting he might be a practitioner of spiritual power. Uncle Zhang, my Tianxue greeted warmly. Uncle Zhang smiled kindly at her, leaving Bai Qiandao astonished. Addressing him as uncle indicated that this man was at least nearing 60. He had not expected a practitioner of spiritual power to possess such an indeterminate age. He had only encountered Lan Danyan as a practitioner, leading him to speculate that she, too, might not appear as her true age. Uncle Zhang then turned his gaze to Bai Qiandao, scrutinizing him with a hint of wariness, and inquired, Miss, who is this? He is Lu Sandao, the driver I have hired. I require his assistance, she explained. Uncle Zhang's vigilance did not wane as he asked, Miss, are you aware? He is rather special, my Tianxue assessed Bai Qiandao. Smiling as she responded, I acquired him from the grasp of darkness. The information relayed to me indicates he possesses unique abilities, though I am unsure of their nature. From the grasp of darkness? Miss, you are playing with fire, Uncle Zhang exclaimed in alarm. Do not worry. I have signed a confidentiality agreement with the grasp of darkness. You must not disclose this to my father. Uncle Zhang sighed, seemingly refraining from elaborating in Bai Qiandao's presence. Yet his gaze bore a sharp intensity, as if it could pierce Bai Qiandao's very heart. Bai Qiandao's heart sank. a wave of unease washing over him. Was the gaze of a practitioner truly this formidable? He maintained an outward composure and replied coolly, "I harbor no hostile intentions. It is your young lady who has summoned me to assist her." Mai Tianxue interjected with a smile. "Uncle Zhang. He is my hired aide." Uncle Zhang's gaze softened, and he nodded before departing. An ordinary person would be rendered unconscious by Uncle Zhang's gaze. "You seem unaffected. It appears you to follow me." Mai Tianxue's words trailed off as she turned away to by the heavens. "You are unaware that I was nearly overwhelmed by fear. I cannot fathom how I managed to endure it. How dare this Uncle Zhang treat me in such a manner?" Continuing to follow Mai Tianxue, they entered a vacant, soundproof chamber, devoid of furnishings. Mai Tianxue halted, turned, and fixed her gaze upon Bai Qiandao. Her expression suddenly shrouded in mystery as she queried, "Are you a practitioner of spiritual power?" Bai Qiandao found her scrutinizing gaze unsettling, as if she were probing, cautious, and tinged with a hint of malice. "I am not," he replied softly. "Not. How is it that you can withstand Uncle Zhang's gaze? I can assure you that I am still unfamiliar with my current condition, yet I do not appreciate his gaze, nor do I appreciate yours at this moment," Bai Qiandao retorted coldly. Mai Tianxue offered a slight smile, her gaze softening as she inquired, "What special abilities do you possess?" "Ahem. I have certain unique abilities that must be exercised according to the situation. Did the grasp of darkness not inform you?" Mai Tianxue asked, her brow furrowed in mild surprise. How was I to know anything about the grasp of darkness? A clandestine organization? Or perhaps an insidious one that should not be approached? I did not. "Miss Mai, please refrain from further inquiries." Bai Qiandao felt a growing sense of urgency. The more she questioned, the less he knew himself. "You are rather spirited. You cannot adopt such an attitude towards your employer." Mai Tianxue remarked with a cold laugh. "You are my employer, yet our relationship is one of equality. For the next 2 months, I shall fulfill my duties as an exemplary driver, and beyond that, you have no authority to command me." Bai Qiandao was displeased with Mai Tianxue's demeanor. He could sometimes be quite obstinate, especially given the domineering nature of his mission, which compelled him to speak bluntly. "Ha ha ha." Mai Tianxue laughed heartily, saying, "Antique cars have long been obsolete, and the law prohibits their operation. The profession of a driver has vanished for a century, perhaps existing only on select planets. You do not genuinely believe you have come here to be a driver, do you? Miss Mai, I hope you will treat me with respect, just as I am treating you with respect." Bai Qiandao replied earnestly. "Mutual respect. Very well." Mai Tianxue replied calmly, waving her hand, causing a transformation in their surroundings. Bai Qiandao suddenly felt as if he were suspended in midair, surrounded by thick mist, clouds swirling around him, his feet not touching the ground, prompting him to let out a startled scream. "Is your courage so feeble?" A mocking voice from beside her pierced the air, belonging to Mai Tianxue. Bai Qiandao, feeling his legs turn to jelly, turned to see her regarding him with a hint of disdain. "What is going on?" Bai Qiandao inquired, his voice trembling slightly. "Haven't you experienced virtual restoration before?" Mai Tianxue smirked. "Goodness, this is the much-rumored high-tech virtual restoration. They say the scenes are incredibly lifelike, so realistic that one must experience it to truly grasp its authenticity." "Can we even experience high altitudes?" Bai Qiandao asked, astonished. "This is satellite sensor imaging, focusing on a single point with trillion-fold restoration technology. So, of course, we can experience high altitudes. As Bai Qiandao was about to ask further, Mai Tianxue glanced downward and said, "Shh, don't speak. It's coming." Bai Qiandao peered down and saw a vast expanse of greenery below, a giant flying vehicle approaching. The colossal flying vehicle was typically employed for cargo transport, boasting greater power and replacing the archaic cargo planes. Generally, passenger flying vehicles must operate at low altitudes, while long-distance flying vehicles are permitted to fly slightly higher, typically no more than a few hundred meters above the rooftops. In contrast, these larger cargo flying vehicles can declare high-altitude flights, albeit restricted to below 8,000 meters. Suddenly, a small black that appeared in the distance, resembling a person. A Xiancheng realm spirit energy user. Bai Qiandao exclaimed in surprise. "You know that Xiancheng realm users can fly?" Mai Tianxue looked at him with mild astonishment, then shook her head, saying, "No, that's a person equipped with flying gear." Without her explanation, Bai Qiandao had already discerned that the individual wearing a metallic mask had a metal-style flying propulsion device on their back. Although Xiancheng realm spirit users can traverse the heavens and the earth, technology has advanced significantly, especially in aerospace technology, which has developed flying equipment allowing ordinary individuals to soar. However, such gear is exceedingly costly and prohibited for private ownership. Only certain military flight units are equipped with them. Yet, the black market is omnipotent. With sufficient funds, one might acquire them, provided they avoid detection by the police and military. Chapter 7. The My Family under attack again, a piercing beam shot forth, obliterating the giant flying vehicle, scattering numerous dark fragments like flowers falling from the heavens. This was a concentrated laser fired by the airborne individual, possessing considerable power capable of destroying a giant flying vehicle. The assailant spun mid-air before darting off into the distance. My Tianxue remarked, "That was the 8th transport vehicle carrying, or that has been destroyed, specifically targeting the My group, inflicting us with substantial losses. The police have been inept, unable to trace this individual. I have used my connections to seek assistance from the military, but to no avail." She turned to Bai Qiandao and said, "I have signed a contract with the Demon Hand, engaging you to help me uncover this person's identity and reveal the truth." Bai Qiandao stared at her in a daze. If both the police and military have failed, how could he possibly succeed? "Can you truly accomplish this?" My Tianxue fixed her gaze upon him, questioning. "Don't rush me. Let me think," Bai Qiandao said, his brow furrowed in concentration. After 10 seconds, he steeled himself and declared, "I will find this individual for you. Using my methods. I need to know the details surrounding the attack, who you suspect, in order to formulate a plan." "Can you genuinely do it?" My Tianxue asked skeptically. "What do you mean by that?" "I said I can. And I will. Can't you extend a modicum of trust?" Bai Qiandao feigned impatience, adopting a domineering tone to mask his own insecurity. "That you're feeling insecure. I don't have high hopes for you," my Tianxue said, her gaze tinged with disappointment as she shook her head. "Ahem. I simply lack absolute certainty. Since we have signed a contract, I will do my utmost to resolve this, and that I must fulfill the contract for at least 2 months. Not a day less," Bai Qiandao thought to himself, recognizing my Tianxue's astuteness, a testament to her prowess in business. "You are somewhat overbearing, but does your strength truly match your arrogance?" My Tianxue expressed her displeasure at his tone, glaring at him. "Strength breeds arrogance. By the way, I'm famished. This should cover meals and accommodation, right?" My Tianxue glared at him, then suddenly laughed, saying, "Even true pulse spirit energy users must address me with respect. I hope you genuinely possess the requisite strength." As Bai Qiandao indulged in food and drink, he stole glances at the beautiful woman beside him, seemingly attempting to decipher something. It possesses only an attractive exterior. The interior consists of titanium alloy and circuit boards. My Tianxue remarked leisurely while sipping her coffee from a distance. "Coffee, originally a product of a distant planet, has diuretic properties, stimulates the central nervous and respiratory systems, dilates blood vessels, accelerates heart rate, enhances the strength of striated muscles, and alleviates fatigue in both the brain and muscles." Following its discovery, the Five Elements Alliance popularized its cultivation and extraction, allowing the general populace to afford it. However, the coffee consumed by the wealthy elite is of a far superior grade. It's wonderful to have wealth, with intelligent robots serving, though the cost is exorbitant. It is said that a century ago, many commoners possessed such robots, yet they were all reclaimed. I was born a century too late. Bai Qiandao lamented as he gazed at the beautiful robots serving him. The robots that were reclaimed had numerous defects. Malfunctions could be fatal. This was for the well-being of the common people. While they are not perfect, they are significantly more intelligent. "Are you a commoner?" "Ahem. I am indeed a commoner." "Does this elevate your sense of superiority?" My Tianxue replied with a calm smile. My grandfather was once a commoner. He often taught us that tides rise and fall, and one must not belittle the impoverished. I remember his teachings well. Things are not as dire as you may think. Bai Qiandao was aware of reports regarding the My Family head, My Jew, an exceptionally clever individual who built the My business empire from the ground up, but he had passed away 2 years prior. Fortunately, the My Family produced another business prodigy, My Tianxue, who has sustained the family business, expanding the My commercial empire over the past 20 years. Bai Qiandao glanced at My Tianxue, his expression softening. She was a capable woman, and he hoped, as she claimed, that she did not despise the impoverished. The business world is incredibly ruthless. It has been a great challenge for the My Family to survive until now. After reviewing the materials, Bai Qiandao remarked with a sense of reflection, "Indeed, my grandfather, with a resolute determination, struck against the Qin and Wang factions, establishing the foundation of the My Family. After he passed, remnants of the Qin faction rallied 5 families to challenge me once more. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to obtain royal authorization and annihilate them. Now, the My Family stands as the foremost mineral tycoon on Tucheng Star. The Qin and Wang factions no longer exist, and those weaker families dare not provoke our might. I am now deeply concerned, suspecting that other industry tycoons wished to target us and seize our mineral operating rights. Bai Qiandao pondered aloud. When I was in high school, there was a bully in the upper grades who enjoyed tormenting others. After I gave him a thorough beating, he was sufficiently intimidated and became quite docile, even resembling a well-behaved child. One night, I was ambushed from behind and severely beaten. I suspected it was orchestrated by another student who was angered by the weaker students surrounding me. Under my protection, once I had healed, I confronted him, and we fought. It was then I realized he was not the culprit. He had suffered domestic abuse, making his right leg unresponsive, while the assailant who kicked me that night used his right leg extensively. It wasn't until some days later that I understood the bully had harbored resentment toward me for a long time, and he seized the opportunity to exact revenge. Such occurrences are rare. The imperial government enforces strict measures against smuggling, particularly concerning such specialized military supplies. At this moment, I cannot say for certain. It is merely a suggestion to begin inquiries with the descendants of the Chun and Wang factions. My Tianxue replied, I am meticulous in my endeavors. Although I do not believe those individuals are responsible, I have dispatched people to investigate, and there were no suspicious leads. Why are these details absent from the materials you provided me? Bai Qiandao inquired, frowning that I deemed them irrelevant, so I did not include them for you to peruse. Miss Mai, I wish to be accountable to you, yet you seem to disregard my earnest efforts in this matter. Bai Qiandao expressed, a hint of anger rising within him. This was a matter of life and death for him, and he had invested himself wholeheartedly. Yet my Tianxue still withheld information. You wish to be accountable to me? My Tianxue regarded him with a bemused expression. No, that is not what I meant. We have no such relationship. I meant I am doing my utmost to assist you. Bai Qiandao stammered, realizing the ambiguous nature of his words and hastily clarifying. I was simply indicating your dedication. What have you concluded? My Tianxue asked with a playful smile. Bai Qiandao felt his face flush. He thought to himself that her expressions were too vivid, leaving him uncertain of her interpretation. Ahem, please provide me with all the materials, right now, Bai Qiandao said, his nervousness resurfacing as he spoke in a stern tone. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, causing the ground to tremble, and both individuals sprang to their feet in shock. As I gazed upon the crumbling corner of the opulent mansion, amidst the shattered white jade lay the lifeless body of a servant. An elderly man, over 80 years of age, hopped in fury and bellowed. Who dares commit such a heinous act in the capital? Who is targeting my family? The chaotic circumstances were akin to a novel devoid of interruptions. The furious elder, known as my Shui, was the father of my Tianxue and my Tianlang. Although his name suggested diligence, he was, in truth, a scion lacking the capability to inherit the family business, fortunate only to have a daughter with exceptional commercial acumen. Cease your shouting, father, and take a rest, my Tianxue replied with a grim expression. My Shui's wrath simmered, yet he heeded his daughter's words, allowing 2 of his concubines to assist him in departing. His excessive indulgence with women had long since drained his vitality. Even a brief outburst left him fatigued. His legitimate wife, the mother of my Tianxue and my Tianlang, had passed away long ago. Although medical advancements had significantly improved, certain ailments remained incurable, merely prolonging the agony until death. In this tumultuous era, the 5 great stars did not prohibit the taking of concubines, as long as one could afford them. One could marry as many as desired. My Shui had taken 8 concubines, showing little interest in managing affairs, instead preferring a life of ease and indulgence. Legally, wives and concubines could seek divorce, yet the status of a concubine rendered them vulnerable in legal matters, often resulting in their inability to claim any property. Thus few chose to enter such a role. My Shui's legitimate wife was a formidable woman who forbade him from marrying again, but silently permitted him to take concubines. As a member of the affluent My family, he attracted women willing to become his concubines. Within mere minutes, a fleet of blue hovercars descended from all directions. These were police vehicles, responding with remarkable swiftness. Such rapid response was a rarity in the common districts, where it often took time for authorities to arrive. Dozens of bodyguards stood vigilant in the vicinity, with layers of police and patrol cars forming a perimeter. Fully armed special forces, equipped with laser firearms, had also arrived. This area had been struck by a rocket attack, and regardless of the firearms used, the situation was grave, especially given the prominence of the My family, one of the empire's most formidable business conglomerates, warranting utmost attention from law enforcement. Indeed, attention was paramount. A high-ranking official from the police department had also arrived, appearing relatively youthful, likely only in his 40s. The official, named Gao Sini, served as the deputy minister of the police department, marked by his youthful prowess, wielding considerable authority, and possessing a rather handsome visage. Gao Sini spoke to Mai Tianque with warmth akin to spring, while she responded with the politeness of flowing water, their interactions revealing an unreciprocated affection, where the man admired the woman, and she remained notably reserved, oblivious to the underlying sentiments. Tianque, rest assured, I shall treat this matter as my own, and capture the audacious assailant, Gao Sini proclaimed, nearly thumping his chest to emphasize his seriousness. Thank you, Mai Tianque replied with a smile and a nod that we are family. There is no need for thanks. Gao Sini responded with a gentle smile. Continuing, I am certain the assailant escaped through the sewers at that moment. A police officer rushed in from outside, stating, Deputy Minister Gao, we have reviewed the surveillance footage, and the suspect fled in an unregistered hovercar. We are currently pursuing it. Gao Sini paused, his expression slightly embarrassed, forcing a chuckle as he remarked, in such circumstances, surveillance plays a minimal role. He must have concealed his true identity. Deputy Minister Gao. The suspect was not masked. He is a young man in his 30s, with large eyes, a broad mouth, and a black mole on his nose, the officer added. Gao Sini's face flushed with a hint of anger as he shot a fierce glare at the officer, followed by another forced laugh. This individual will surely make a swift exit from Piaoxiang City. There are many blind spots outside the city. Tianque, rest assured, I will dispatch the finest tracking team. The ring of a phone interrupted his discourse, and the officer answered, reporting, we have located the unregistered hovercar. The suspect was found dead inside, initially presumed to have succumbed to poisoning. Gao Sini's complexion deepened in hue, his expression turning sinister as he inquired. Who are you? The officer, grinning ingratiatingly, replied, Wang Fulin, Deputy Chief of the Investigation Unit at the East City Police Station. Effective immediately, you are no longer a chief. Return to being an ordinary officer. Gao Sini declared coldly. Why? Wang Fulin, still bewildered, asked in astonishment. Do you even need to ask? How did you become the Deputy Chief of the Investigation Unit? Gao Sini demanded angrily. I am the eldest son of my grandmother's husband's brother, who is the Deputy Director of the East City Police Station. He promoted me. Wang Fulin stammered, still in shock. Gao Sini too was momentarily taken aback. What sort of relationship was this? Fool, idiot, insignificant scum. Get out of my sight. Gao Sini shouted in a fit of rage, momentarily confused by the convoluted connections. Wang Fulin, frightened, trembled and left, feeling aggrieved. He could not comprehend how he had offended the powerful deputy minister, having only intended to make a good impression, yet found himself demoted. The current imperial government is rife with convoluted interpersonal relationships, allowing such fools to rise through nepotism. They are nothing but a cancer within the police force, Gao Sini remarked, turning his attention back to Mai Tianque, offering a few more forced laughs. Mai Tianque smiled back, pondering that he too had risen through special connections. Albeit not a fool, he was indeed a genuine waste. What are you laughing at? At this moment, the sensitive Gao Sini turned to Bai Qiandao, his voice cold. Did I laugh? You must be mistaken. Bai Qiandao, unable to suppress a grin, had only managed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, which the highly sensitive Gao Sini had detected, prompting his inquiry. Who are you? Gao Sini asked in confusion. My family's cargo hovercars were destroyed, 8 in total. He is a specialist I specifically invited to assist in resolving this matter. Mai Tianque explained. Can he be of any help? Gao Sini replied with evident disdain. Moreover, he added, Tianque, you must trust in the capabilities of the police. I have already dispatched a competent team to investigate the case. But it will take time. I understand. Deputy Minister Gao, I appreciate your goodwill. He has been brought in to assist with the investigation, which does not conflict with the police's efforts, she clarified. Very well, Gao Sini nodded. Casting a glance at the expressionless Bai Qiandao, furrowing his brow, Gao Sini harbored an aversion towards Bai Qiandao, resenting his proximity to Mai Tianque, having harbored feelings for her for 20 years. He was particularly concerned about the presence of this unfamiliar man beside her. Brother Gao, Mai Tianlang entered the scene. Tianlang, Gao Sini acknowledged, offering a gentle smile. Brother Gao, you are a rare presence. It's quite hard to find you. Since you're here, why not join us for some fun? Mai Tianlang jested. Not today. The situation is quite extraordinary, Gao Sini replied with exasperation, as Tianlang, a third-generation heir, fancied himself an elite in the police force, envisioning a bright future. In truth, he wished to avoid mingling with such individuals. Had it not been for Mai Tianque, he would have preferred to ignore them altogether. Tianlang, do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Mai Tianque scolded. What does it matter? A room has collapsed, and a servant has died. What's the big deal? Mai Tianlang retorted nonchalantly. We are all in danger. You must not venture out, and under special circumstances, you are to be accompanied by no less than 10 bodyguards. Mai Tianxue stated firmly. Mai Tianxue, are you restricting my freedom? Mai Tianlang's eyes widened in disbelief. I am doing this for your safety. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Mai Tianxue shot back, equally defiant. Frustrated, Mai Tianlang turned and stormed off. Despite being the head of the household, he dared to argue with her, yet he could not disregard her warning, as she genuinely had his best interests at heart. Gao Sini couldn't help but grin. This was typical of a third-generation heir. Such individuals existed in the capital, lacking any real ability, had it not been for powerful figures within their families. They would have long been devoured by wolves. News soon arrived confirming that the assailant had indeed died from poisoning. He was a commoner, untrained in the use of rockets, and there were no immediate leads connecting him to any particular individuals. The hovercar was an outdated relic, traced back to an old vehicle lot, reported stolen previously, but the trail went cold thereafter. To commend the police's efficiency, they had conducted extensive investigations within a single afternoon, primarily due to the incident involving the elite class and the rocket attack occurring in the capital, which was a matter of considerable significance. Had it been a commoner's issue, one would typically wait 10 days to a month without receiving any updates. Unless one pressed for information, the case could easily be shelved indefinitely. In truth, Gao Sini didn't need to remain on site. However, he had ulterior motives, naturally seeking to be near Mai Tianxue, thus lingering. Mai Tianxue treated him as a distinguished guest, exhibiting no signs of discomfort until after dinner. When he finally took his leave, in an instant, her expression shifted, revealing a trace of distaste and fatigue. Mai Tianxue approached Bai Qiandao, who was engrossed in his work elsewhere. Her demeanor solemn as she remarked, "Your instincts were correct. Although I still do not believe the remnants of Qin and Wang are responsible, it is quite likely that the major tycoons are not behind this." What prompted this change in perspective? Bai Qiandao inquired. Those individuals do not operate on such a petty scale. They would target my lifeblood, employing far more ruthless methods. An attack on my family residence in the capital is child's play. It would merely attract heightened scrutiny from the police, yielding more harm than benefit at this juncture. Mai Tianxue asked, "What will you do to help me identify the mastermind behind this?" I took a moment to peruse the new information you sent over and have narrowed it down to 3 individuals. I must say, your understanding of the descendants of former adversaries is quite thorough. Chen Ruahai is currently studying at Tuchong University and possesses a notably high IQ. Wang Ruoding works as an employee at a small information company, where she has access to shipping information, and Wang Letian is currently associated with a gang, giving him insight into the black market. These 3 individuals are the most likely suspects. The others are too ordinary, even destitute, and pose no real threat to you. Mai Tianxue smiled and replied, "Just as I anticipated, you selected these 3. Chen Ruahai is inherently timid and lacks ambition. Wang Ruoding's son is about to marry, and she has exhausted her savings, leaving her financially constrained. Wang Letian is merely a petty thug, a fringe member of the gang, incapable of undertaking significant endeavors, while these 3 possess certain conditions. I am acutely aware of their vulnerabilities. They are simply not qualified to orchestrate a scheme against my family." Bai Qiandao furrowed his brow and remarked, "If that is the case, it complicates matters. Are there any members of the Qin or Wang families that you are unaware of?" "None. Their newborns have been under the surveillance of my people since birth. It was quite a feat to suppress Qin Ruoqing when he attempted to unite several smaller families to retaliate after his grandfather's passing. They suffered a devastating defeat, and all participants subsequently took their own lives. His son, Qin Ruahai, lacks the courage, and the descendants of the Chun and Wang families pose no threat to my family." Bai Qiandao observed her with a glint in his eyes, exclaiming, "You are truly formidable." Mai Tianxue replied coolly, "If you were in my position, you would act similarly. One must prepare for the worst to safeguard their family legacy." Bai Qiandao chuckled bitterly and said, "Very well. For now, we will need to peel back the layers. I will begin by investigating the unregistered drivers and assailants. Perhaps we will uncover a flaw." Mai Tianxue nodded, stating, "The adversary made an ill-considered move by attacking recklessly. I believe it is wise to start from this point." Bai Qiandao felt a sense of helplessness. In reality, he was reluctantly thrust into this situation. Lacking the intellectual prowess of Mai Tianxue, who likely had devised a strategy for several steps ahead, he pondered the purpose of the system's task that had embroiled him in such affairs. Without him, Mai Tianxue would undoubtedly be more capable of resolving the situation. Having arrived at the opulent Mai estate, Bai Qiandao found himself envious of the various amenities: sunlit lawns, azure swimming pools, a state-of-the-art cinema, and a virtual gaming room. The room allocated to him alone exceeded 100 square meters, complete with a living room, kitchen, and all necessary appliances. The luxurious fur bed measured an impressive 3 meters in width. Affording him a taste of the wealthy lifestyle, the air purification system continuously provided fresh oxygen, enhancing the longevity of those who resided there. Yet, despite his desires, Bai Qiandao was acutely aware that he could not indulge in such luxuries. Unless he resolved the crisis facing the Mai family, Bai Qiandao would terminate their contract, resulting in his failure. On the following morning, Bai Qiandao ventured into the northern civilian district. His brow furrowed as he frequently glanced at the casually dressed Mai Qiandao beside him. He had intended to investigate alone, yet Mai Qiandao was equally eager to participate, leaving him uncertain of her motives. The critical issue was that her presence was accompanied by at least 20 bodyguards dispersed around her for protection. I seldom visit the civilian district. It should be quite enlightening to experience life here, Mai Qiandao remarked with a bright smile. Bai Qiandao was perplexed by her true intentions. Sensing that her presence felt akin to surveillance. Given your considerable wealth, you could easily send others to do this for you. We are heading to that building. It would be best if your people do not accompany us. Of course, Mai Qiandao replied with a smile. She communicated with her bodyguards via wireless communication, wearing an earpiece that allowed her to speak simply by pressing a button. As they entered and ascended in the elevator, Bai Qiandao noticed her pinching her nose. He chuckled, not accustomed to it. I presume the elevators in the civilian district lack disinfection and odor filtration, and years of being sealed can lead to a faint, unpleasant odor. Do you not feel anything? Mai Qiandao inquired. I am of the common folk. I have grown accustomed to such scents. Even more unpleasant odors I find quite palatable. Mai Qiandao lowered her hand and remarked. I find it difficult to fathom that someone recommended by the magic hand would be a commoner. The elevator door opened, and 4 individuals squeezed in, their loud chatter filling the space. 2 men and 2 women cast envious glances at Mai Qiandao, causing her to unconsciously inch closer to Bai Qiandao. Once they exited on the first floor, Mai Qiandao stepped back slightly, prompting Bai Qiandao to comment. You possess a remarkable aura. Your beauty is striking, making you stand out in this environment. Your compliment is quite pleasing to me. It seems the unpleasant odor has faded somewhat, she replied. Bai Qiandao chuckled. You also have the gift of humor. I am certain your social skills are exceptional. I have been trained by my grandfather since childhood. He often asserts that the qualities I possess can be harnessed to expand my family's commercial empire. Mai Qiandao smiled. He is indeed extraordinary. Possessing a discerning vision, Bai Qiandao nodded in agreement. The ability of my Jew to build such a vast empire from scratch certainly speaks to his unique insights. The elevator doors opened once more, revealing the 66th floor. The two stepped out and headed directly to the easternmost unit. Just as Bai Qiandao was about to ring the doorbell, his expression changed suddenly, and he whispered, "Step back a few paces. Do not advance." "What is it?" Mai Qiandao asked in surprise. "Something feels amiss. Retreat." Mai Qiandao hesitantly stepped back as Bai Qiandao fixed his gaze on the door, his brow furrowing deeply. The sudden sense of alertness surged through him, accompanied by an unfamiliar energy that reacted negatively to the door. He was unaware that this sensation stemmed from the power of the lawn and smoke he had inhaled, which contained a unique lotus energy that heightened his sensitivity to low-level demons. Prompting his unease, extending his hand, he pressed the doorbell, and the chime echoed, followed by movement within. The door swung open to reveal a woman standing in the doorway. "Who are you looking for?" she inquired. Bai Qiandao studied her carefully, his instincts screaming caution. His eyes suddenly glazed over with an icy blue hue, emanating concentric rings of frost, revealing a pale-faced mother tiger demon with ferocious eyes. The woman was the tiger demon. And upon seeing his ice-blue gaze, she gasped. "And you are in an instant." She transformed into her true form, a fierce tiger, baring her teeth as she lunged at him. Bai Qiandao, encountering a demon for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. As the tiger demon charged toward him, his mind blanked, rendering him unable to recall any spells. Reacting instinctively, he utilized the skill of cloud travel, spinning to evade her attack as the tiger demon barreled past him, narrowly missing the stunned Mai Qiandao and sprinting toward the stairwell. How could I, a distinguished, be frightened by a mere low-level demon? Bai Qiandao thought, feeling embarrassed. Regaining his composure, he swiftly pursued her, employing his agility to close the distance. Lacking experience, the sight of the demon had startled his heart nearly out of his chest. Had the tiger demon not fled, he might have met a humiliating end. Do not run, Bai Qiandao shouted, gathering his courage and unleashing powerful bursts of, akin to laser beams, which left dents in the walls and sparked off the iron railings. He plummeted downwards, crying out in panic as he grasped a metal railing, his head colliding with the steps with a resounding thud that nearly knocked him unconscious. Still conscious, he dared not loosen his grip, hanging on as he caught his breath for 10 seconds before mustering the strength to pull himself up. Collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, peering down into the abyss below, he felt a surge of fear. Had he not grasped the railing, he could have easily met his demise. In a moment of urgency, he leaped down, utilizing the Demon Slayer technique, and fortunately managed to seize the railing once more. His had been significantly drained, and as he rested, he heard Bai Qiandao's voice calling to him from above, prompting him to sit up. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously. "I am fine," Bai Qiandao replied, rubbing the bump on his forehead with a wry smile, having sustained 2 more lumps recently. Rising to his feet, he ascended the 4 flights of stairs, discovering the injured tiger demon lying there, gravely wounded and in agony, yet glaring at him with fierce eyes. "You little demon, I almost fell victim to you. Tell me, why are you targeting my family? Who is the mastermind behind this?" Bai Qiandao demanded. The tiger demon howled, "Your has wounded me. I am nearing death. Do you think I would divulge anything to you?" With that, the tiger demon's eyelids drooped, slipping into the brink of death. Upon witnessing this, Bai Qiandao pressed down on the tiger's head and shouted, "You cannot die. Tell me, tell me. She is already dead," came the voice of Bai Qiandao. Bai Qiandao sighed and rose, leaning against the wall for support. He could utilize the soul recalling technique to temporarily pull back the spirit of the otherworldly being. But this would consume an excessive amount of otherworldly energy. Even if he had not depleted his energy at present, he lacked sufficient reserves to perform such a feat. He still needed to cultivate his spiritual power. He gazed at the corpse of the tiger demon and slapped his forehead, hastening forward to wave his hands over it to seize its fortune. Although it was dead, its fortune had dissipated somewhat. Yet it would take time for it to completely fade away, time during which he could fully absorb it. The imperceptible aura entered his body, transforming into a torrential flow that surged through his meridians, creating a cacophony akin to firecrackers, as if his channels were being opened. Accompanying this was a wave of pain, intensifying and causing beads of sweat to break out on his forehead, cascading down like rain, quickly soaking his garments. "What is wrong with you?" Bai Qiandao inquired, astonished by his unusual state. "It's nothing. I am a tiger of the mountains, having cultivated for over 2 centuries, transforming into human form." Before Bai Qiandao, visions materialized, and he seemed to transform into the tiger demon, enduring solitude as he practiced for years, seeking flesh when hunger struck. As the years rolled by, the brutality within his heart only intensified. Bai Qiandao gazed at him in terror, continually retreating, as he bared his teeth and roared, echoing the earlier cries of the tiger demon. The earlier commotion would undoubtedly have roused the residents nearby. A head peeked out, witnessing Bai Qiandao, neck arched as he roared, alongside the bloodied corpse of the tiger, prompting it to withdraw in fright. In that moment, Bai Qiandao suddenly felt white lotus flowers rising within him, purifying his thoughts, as the illusions wrought by the demon's affliction receded like a tide, until they ceased to exist. Awakening from his trance, he formed the lotus hand seal, standing in a daze, his gaze landing on Bai Qiandao, who was watching him intently from the corner. What happened just now?" Bai Qiandao asked, noticing his complexion returning to normal. "It's nothing, just a fleeting illusion that has dissipated." Bai Qiandao, sensing the spiritual energy within his body, felt a wave of joy. He had finally acquired spiritual power and stepped into the realm of spiritual awakening. As long as he cultivated his spiritual energy, it would be a continuous cycle. With each session, it would grow more abundant, and his meridians would expand, solidifying into true meridians, at which point he would enter the realm of true meridians. According to common understanding, there existed a chasm of disparity between each realm. And as one ascended, the gap widened. Many spiritual practitioners spent their entire lives barely reaching the Yuandan realm. As he delved deeper into understanding, he was puzzled. Were there any spiritual practitioners who had reached the Qi realm? However, he was cultivating fortune, and spiritual power was even more refined. At the very least, he felt that he could reach the Qi realm. Yet, aspiring to attain the Xianqing realm felt exceedingly daunting. As the chasm of disparity could be utterly despairing. He pondered that he had slain the tiger demon as part of a system task. If the imperial government intervened, it was highly likely his true identity would be exposed. The current situation called for utmost discretion. He could not allow more individuals to become aware. Turning to the deeply scrutinizing Bai Qiandao, he carefully proposed, "Please assist me with a favor. I wish for my act of slaying the tiger demon to remain undisclosed." Can you erase all traces of it? Mai Tianshui contemplated for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden roar echoed, "Imperial government, no one is allowed to descend." Footsteps were heard from above. Pausing briefly before hastily receding, Bai Qiandao felt compelled to intimidate. He did not want more people to learn of this, as it pertained to his very life. Mai Tianshui chuckled, asking, "Are all otherworldly practitioners so secretive?" "I cannot speak for others, but I must maintain this secrecy at certain times," Bai Qiandao stated with earnestness. "Very well, I will conceal all traces for you and handle the aftermath." "You owe me a favor." Bai Qiandao nodded, replying, "Yes, I owe you a favor." Upon seeing an inexplicable smile from Mai Tianshui, he felt a sense of unease. How would he repay this favor? Chapter 10. I am cursed. Mai Tianshui nodded, saying, "I trust you." Clearly, you were frightened, as it was evident you faced such a situation for the first time. I am honored to be with an otherworldly practitioner and to have such an exhilarating experience. I have a question. How did Zhang Yadong discern my uniqueness? Zhang Yadong was the spiritual practitioner, Uncle Zhang, from the Mai family, who had raised his guard against him yesterday, leaving him puzzled. Uncle Zhang practices the Mingguan Fa, which grants him a special ability to perceive auras that ordinary people cannot detect. Perhaps it was the unique aura you inadvertently exuded that alerted him. Bai Qiandao reflected, acknowledging his ignorance of the various cultivation methods among spiritual practitioners. The Mingguan Fa that Zhang Yudong practiced seemed rather peculiar, suggesting he needed to remain vigilant in concealing any unique auras. This was also a consequence of his newfound power. Being utterly unaware of the otherworldly figures and peculiarities in this realm, he had carelessly revealed himself, allowing Zhang Yudong to sense it. This matter involves demonic entities and should be even more perilous. "Miss Mai, you should not accompany me to the old junkyard. It would be best for you to return," Mai Tianshui insisted. "I must go. This concerns the survival of the Mai family, and I believe you can protect me." Bai Qiandao, perplexed, urged, "I cannot make any guarantees. If you insist on following, stay close to me, no more than 3 steps away." Mai Tianshui smiled, agreeing. "All right." Bai Qiandao downed the remaining drink, only to be presented with another bottle, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful smile. Hesitating for a moment, he accepted it. The sound of the long-distance phone rang, and Bai Qiandao glanced at it, coldly hanging up, only for it to ring again. Fuming, he answered, shouting, "Huang Ru, what do you want? I just remembered something. You borrowed 5,000 yuan from me last time and have yet to repay it." Huang Ru's indifferent voice came through. Over the past year, I have spent more than 5,000 on you, haven't I? Do you still have the audacity to ask for it? Bai Qiandao recalled that 2 months prior, Bai Yun and I had fallen ill and required surgery. He simply did not have that much money at hand. In desperation, he had borrowed 5,000 from Huang Ru, promising to repay her in 3 months, only to find her fickle when it came to money. Bai Qiandao, that is a separate matter. I have spent over a year of my youth with you. It is only right you spend on me, and you willingly did so. The money I lent you must be returned. You are truly shameless. Fine, I will repay you, but not now. I remind you, there are 26 days left until your repayment deadline. Do not push me. That was merely verbal. Where am I supposed to find the money to repay you in these 20-some days? Bai Qiandao yelled in anger. I do not care. You have always prided yourself on being upright. I trust you will not default. Listening to the dead air after the call ended, Bai Qiandao felt furious and vexed. Raising the long-distance phone, but refrained from smashing it. He had no funds to buy another. "Do you owe someone money?" Mai Tianshui asked. "This does not concern you. Do not bother me." His mood soured, and Bai Qiandao's tone was impatient. "If you urgently need to repay, I can lend you the money, and you need not return it." Bai Qiandao was taken aback, replying, "Very well, please lend me 5,000. I promise to repay you, and I can write an IOU." Mai Tianshui smiled. "So it's indeed 5,000. I thought it might be 50 million. You are an otherworldly practitioner and yet owe 5,000. Unable to repay, I have mentioned before that I have not possessed otherworldly power for long, and moreover, demons are deeply concealed in the human realm. I cannot simply find them all." Bai Qiandao admitted awkwardly. "I suggest you join the Royal Guard. I have heard they are in dire need of otherworldly practitioners, offering exorbitant rewards, yet have not recruited a single one in 100 years." After a while, a notification pinged on his phone. Bai Qiandao glanced at it in shock, as Mai Tianshui had transferred 1 million. So much. "This amount is beyond my means to repay. This is to cover your expenses during this time. You are assisting me with matters that require funds. Out of that, 5,000 is the money I am lending you. It is up to you whether you repay it. No, you do not understand. I cannot have that much money on my card. Why not? Bai Qiandao asked, astonished. Bai Qiandao, due to the system's warning, dared not accept such a sum, fearing it might be confiscated, but he could not disclose that. At that moment, his mind raced, and he blurted, I am cursed. Cursed? What curse? Bai Qiandao inquired, increasingly intrigued. That becoming an otherworldly practitioner comes at a price. I have an innate understanding that I cannot possess more money, lest it lead to my demise. Bai Qiandao could only fabricate this tale, though there was a semblance of truth to it. He genuinely might face life-threatening danger due to the system's unpredictable nature. Is there truly such a thing? The other master I know is quite affluent and does not bear this curse. Questioned Bai Qiandao with a furrowed brow. I am different. Cough. In any case, that is how it is. So do not pry further, Bai Qiandao replied, feeling at a loss for how to continue fabricating his story, silently cursing the system's cruelty. You are indeed peculiar, Bai Qiandao observed him with an odd expression. Bai Qiandao managed a wry smile. Yes, he must continue to be so strange. Having acquired a rather unique ability that bestowed upon him great power, it would undoubtedly alter the course of his life, albeit with corresponding side effects. This, he mused, must be the curse inflicted by the system. Bai Qiandao then turned back, retaining 5,000, which he transferred to Huang Ru. Before long, the phone rang, and upon answering, he was met with Huang Ru's accusatory voice. How did you come by this sum of money? Does it concern you? I have repaid my debts, and from henceforth, we owe each other nothing and shall have no further dealings, he retorted. After a moment of silence, Huang Ru said, Bai Qiandao, based on my understanding of you, your acquaintances are all impoverished. Borrowing 5,000 yuan would be infeasible. Have you perhaps engaged in unlawful activities? Huang Ru, you insult me. I, Bai Qiandao, lead an upright life and would never commit wrongdoing, he replied. Irate. Then enlighten me. How did you acquire this money in such a short span? Very well. I encountered a wealthy individual, and she lent it to me. Who is she, a man or a woman? Must I disclose that? Farewell, never to meet again. Bai Qiandao pressed the end call button. Huang Ru is a woman's name. You must be angry and saddened by her. Haven't you two parted ways? Bai Qiandao queried. Bai Qiandao frowned, striving to mask his emotions and feigning nonchalance as he said, I prefer not to speak of my affairs. The used car lot has arrived. The proprietor of the used car lot was a middle-class individual with a modest fortune, living off the profits from trading old flying cars. According to him, the facts aligned with what the police understood, yet the origins of that tiger demon were under investigation by several parties. Presently, it seemed a daunting task, and Bai Qiandao was left with no clues, feeling as though he had hit a dead end. Returning to my residence, Bai Qiandao suggested, you should rest for a while. Bai Qiandao nodded and headed straight to the guest room, took a shower, and lay on the bed contemplating, feeling his intellect was utterly insufficient for the challenges at hand. A knock on the door interrupted him as the robot Ascent entered, bringing a sumptuous meal along with 3 cans of beer. Remembering his request from the previous day, Ascent had brought him another set, showcasing a remarkable degree of personalization. Ascent, are you in good spirits today? Bai Qiandao inquired. Not really. Old Wang's dog passed away, and I am quite saddened, Ascent replied with a touch of sorrow on her face. Who is Old Wang? Chef Old Wang. He had a dog that often played with me, and I cannot bear to see it go. Every living being has its destined cycle. It has surely gone to another place to live well. Bai Qiandao consoled her. Thank you. No one else would share such words with me. You are truly kind. Ascent smiled at him and bowed as she departed. Bai Qiandao watched her retreating figure with a sense of admiration for her intelligence. Despite being merely a programmed entity, she possessed more warmth than many humans, with no pressing matters at hand. Bai Qiandao finished his meal and took a nap until the light of day broke anew. As he stretched, basking in the gentle sunlight filtering through the window and inhaling the faint fragrance of blooming flowers, he felt the luxuriousness of the wealthy life and the joys of living. Outside, a flying car zipped by, obscuring the identities within. He could not ascertain whether it belonged to the Mai family. The Mai family was small in number. After the passing of Mai Ju, there was only one son, a pair of grandchildren, and a few concubines of Mai Shud. Apart from them, there was Zhang Yadong, over 100 bodyguards, 2 service robots, and several servants. The price of service robots was exorbitant, strictly regulated to prevent unauthorized sales. Only affluent families like the Mays could afford them. Moreover, specialized agencies frequently conducted inspections. According to online sources, this was to prevent robots from developing overly strong autonomous consciousness, which could pose a societal threat. There were past instances where overly humanized robots developed self-awareness, going rogue and causing havoc, leading to widespread power grid failures. Some even eerily replaced their owners, cohabiting with humans for extended periods until their true nature was discovered. Bai Qiandao could not discern the truth behind these rumors. Yet Akin's sentience made him genuinely consider the emotional capacity of robots, pondering the possibility of them attaining self-awareness. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts as Akin re-entered, her face adorned with a smile. Had he not known she was a robot, he might have found it difficult to distinguish her from a human. Akin delivered breakfast, her gentle smile lingering as she bowed and exited. Shortly thereafter, she returned to inform him that Bai Qiandao had summoned him. Bai Qiandao possessed a specialized communicator that allowed her to command Akin from afar, while another service robot, Azu, was dedicated to serving Mai Shui and his concubines. Arriving at a room, Bai Qiandao stood and said, "Please accompany me to the Mai Group headquarters. I have a meeting to attend. Am I now your bodyguard?" Bai Qiandao responded with a hint of displeasure, as he had not come for such a role, particularly when she had ample protection surrounding her. "Indeed, you are now my bodyguard. Should you refuse, I shall terminate our contract," she asserted. Bai Qiandao paused, managing a wry smile. "You are quite astute, having seized my vulnerability to leverage against me." With a smile, Bai Qiandao replied, "Let us be off." Inside the flying car, Bai Qiandao contemplated, "There is something I must clarify. I am unaware of the specifics of this contract. May I inquire why I have been designated as an ancient profession driver?" "You are not aware?" Bai Qiandao inquired, astonished. Indeed, this was a question Bai Qiandao had long wished to pose. Bai Qiandao furrowed her brow and said, "A member of the evil hand informed me it was your request that I, too, find it curious that you would be a driver. Who among you is lying?" Bai Qiandao paused for a moment, managing a wry smile. "Perhaps that was merely a misremembering on my part. Is that so?" "Indeed, I occasionally experience transient amnesia, misremembering certain events, since it was a member of the evil hand who conveyed this to you." "It must be correct." Faced with Bai Qiandao's skeptical gaze, Bai Qiandao averted his eyes, wanting to curse the system for failing to explain anything to him. What a predicament, as he gazed out the window. The flying car sped swiftly, the scenery blurring by like fleeting shadows. In this sparsely populated airspace, the car moved swiftly. Upon entering busier zones, it would naturally slow down to avoid collisions. Ultimately, the flying car's sensory system required a certain response time. If it traveled too fast, it could not react in time to the presence of numerous vehicles. However, it was highly intelligent, aware of congested areas, and would decelerate in advance. Ru, a clerk at a small advertising firm, earns $3,500 per month. A year ago, she met Bai Qiandao, and they lived together. Lured by financial temptation, she became involved with a wealthy client and broke up with Bai Qiandao. Bai Qiandao suddenly turned his head, anger igniting within him as he fixed his gaze on Bai Qiandao, demanding, "You have investigated me?" "No, I did not investigate you. I merely looked into Huang Ru," Bai Qiandao replied calmly. Bai Qiandao glared at her coldly, stating, "Bai Qiandao, your actions infringe upon my privacy. Wealth does not grant you such authority. You must understand, I have my own reasons. The Evil Hand is a nefarious intelligence organization, and I was compelled to collaborate with them. They recommended you to me. Your origins are shrouded in mystery, and since you are affiliated with the Evil Hand, I need to fully grasp the situation to feel secure. I assure you, I have no ties to the Evil Hand. As for why they recommended me to my family, it is not for me to say that I harbor no ill intentions towards you or my family. In 2 months, I shall depart." Bai Qiandao regarded him steadily, stating, upon delving deeper, "It is evident that Bai Qiandao has always been an ordinary individual, laboring diligently at 3 jobs due to heartbreak. 5 days ago, he sought solace in the Randy bar, became embroiled in a dispute, was stabbed, and subsequently vanished, leading to suspicions of him being a demon." Bai Qiandao ceased to provoke my ire. Bai Qiandao rose, filled with fury. "I do not wish to agitate you, yet I must understand. Your sudden disappearance may well be the result of your wielding of otherworldly powers. Where did you go afterward? Why has your wound healed so swiftly?" Bai Qiandao also stood, her gaze icy as she questioned him. This moment, the flying car came to a halt, and as the door opened, Bai Qiandao saw armed personnel surrounding them, guns aimed directly at him. You are plotting something? You suspect me?" Bai Qiandao exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, I merely sought to procure intelligence. Yet the Evil Hand recommended you to assist me. To my knowledge, the Evil Hand never endorses individuals for such tasks, which is quite peculiar. I have been observing you. Your performance appears impeccable, and there are no suspicious elements concerning your background. However, the whereabouts of your disappearance post-injury remained the greatest enigma. Wei Chun and Xia Ruoshua's work directory. Bai Qiandao composed himself and said, "If I intended to harm you, do you think you could escape from this vehicle?" My Tianxue replied with a faint smile, "I have no need to flee. I would counterattack, although I am not a spiritual power user. My grandfather has trained me since childhood. My abilities are quite formidable in all respects, including over 30 years of practice in ancient martial arts. Dealing with an initial level spiritual power user or a newly emerged poses no challenge for me. Ancient martial arts are the strength cultivated by ordinary individuals, and when honed to a certain level, they can even surpass those in the initial stages of the spiritual realm. However, when faced with a practitioner who has entered the true meridian realm, the chances of victory are nearly non-existent." Bai Qiandao paused for a moment and conceded, "Ancient martial arts. Very well. I admit our strengths are equal. Cough, cough. You are slightly stronger than I am." Bai Qiandao sat down again and said, "In that case, let them leave, and let us converse. There, I encountered a woman with a unique experience, one who possesses extraordinary abilities that I hope you can believe me. Ever since that day, I have been endowed with power." An astonishing sensation. My arrival at my family was not for any nefarious scheme. I merely came as a driver and will depart after 2 months. My Tianxue regarded him and also took a seat, inquiring, "Why did you choose to be a driver?" "I do not know. I truly do not understand why I came to my family as a driver. You may consider it fate's arrangement. I am merely experiencing life, intervening in my family's incident, and doing my utmost to assist you." My Tianxue frowned and said, "Your words are rather vague. How am I to trust you? Who is that woman?" The scene shifted as the phone rang unexpectedly, prompting my Tianxue to glance at it, hesitating before answering. "You are Lan Danyan, that I did not expect your call. That I visited Hongqin Pavilion twice. Yet regrettably, I did not encounter you." "What? He was with you at that time?" My Tianxue shot a surprised glance at Bai Qiandao, then listened quietly. After a moment, she asked, "How did you know I was with him? Did you overhear our conversation?" Soon, her gaze returned to the irate Bai Qiandao, and she laughed. "Is that so? I comprehend now. His encounter with you is indeed fortunate. Well, when can I meet you? Such a pity." "Very well, goodbye." "Wait, I wish to speak with her," Bai Qiandao exclaimed angrily. However, my Tianxue hung up the call, smiling. "You cannot blame me. She hung up first. That despicable woman. She must be employing some strange technique to control my whereabouts. How curious. Why do I feel no trace of her presence?" Bai Qiandao mused in confusion. "This I cannot fathom. She claims it is known only to your kind," my Tianxue replied with a teasing smile. "You'd seem unfazed by her eavesdropping on our conversation?" Bai Qiandao questioned. "Why should I be concerned? She is neither my enemy nor a threat to my family. Rather, she looks down upon my family." Bai Qiandao frowned and asked, "What is her identity?" "She is the Grand Princess of the Water Mother Empire." Bai Qiandao was taken aback. "One of the 5 stars of the 5 Elements Alliance. The Water Mother Star harbors a powerful Water Mother Empire that governs the planet with absolute authority, unlike the waning royal family of the Earth Concealment Dynasty. As the Grand Princess of the Water Mother Empire, she is indeed showered with affection and possesses significant power, not to mention she is both a spiritual power user and how formidable a woman she is. Why would she come to Earth Concealment Star with nothing better to do?" Bai Qiandao asked in astonishment. "That I do not know. Given her concern for you, perhaps you should inquire with her directly. That I would rather not." "Lan Danyan, I know you can hear me. Regardless of the strange techniques you employed, although I am currently unaware, I will certainly find a way to dispel them. In a certain place, enveloped in a haze of mist, Lan Danyan revealed a faint cold smile. "Bai Qiandao, you do not comprehend the uniqueness of my soul. Regardless of where you are, what you do, or what you say, I can perceive it clearly through my." However, Lan Danyan furrowed her brow and continued, "You are quite peculiar. As your spiritual power grows stronger, there will come a day when you can shield me from sensing you. That I must regain my strength quickly to seek you out." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qiandao resolved to remain discreet, silently reminding himself to be cautious with his words until he fully comprehended Lan Danyan's secret surveillance. "Now that you know everything, can you trust me?" Bai Qiandao asked coldly. "You have not revealed everything to me." Upon witnessing Bai Qiandao's immediate surge of fury, my Tianxue covered her mouth and laughed. "But I choose to believe you. Your temper is truly formidable. If you can act in such a manner." "Do not blame me for my temper," Bai Qiandao replied, his anger subsiding slightly. "Very well. It is only right for you to express your displeasure." My Tianxue chuckled. "Take me back." Bai Qiandao said, feeling the warmth of her smile soften his demeanor considerably. Actually, I truly need to attend a meeting. Would you accompany me? Bai Qiandao was inclined to refuse, but seeing her gentle demeanor and lowly tone, he found himself unable to voice his objection and reluctantly nodded. Arriving at the headquarters of the Mai Group, they were greeted by 3 towering skyscrapers, with the central building soaring to 100 stories. It is said that the headquarters employs over 50,000 staff, with total employees numbering in the millions. Surrounding it is a botanical paradise, replete with vibrant flowers blooming in abundance, interspersed with lush green trees, while numerous birds flit about, chirping merrily. Chapter 12. Expelling him. The headquarters is situated to the south, where the majority of medium to large-scale commercial enterprises are located, facilitating easy access for the middle class, who constitute the primary elite. To the east lies a purely affluent residential area, along with various leisure, shopping, and entertainment districts, as well as several neighborhoods where commoners reside, typically serving the wealthy families. Similarly, the southern region features some residential areas for commoners, who generally serve the middle class, or reside in humble abodes as clerks and other minor roles, with their numbers significantly exceeding those in the eastern sector. The western and northern sections are predominantly commoner districts, albeit dotted with an abundance of small businesses, thus forming some middle-class residential areas. In summary, the residences of these 3 classes in the imperial capital delineate a distinct outline, with clear barriers, though not entirely absolute. Mai Qiandao's office is located on the topmost floor of the central building, while the conference room resides on the 99th floor. Bai Qiandao found himself in one of the reception rooms on this level, idly playing with his phone. Bai Qiandao observed a man in his 20s, dressed quite smartly, with slicked back hair that gleamed, appearing somewhat familiar yet elusive in his recollection. Bai Qiandao, how did you get in here? Leave at once, the man barked. Who are you? On what grounds do you expel me? Bai Qiandao retorted, grimacing as he struggled to recall the man's identity. Do you not recognize me? The man seemed taken aback, feeling insulted, his expression darkening. Should I know you? Bai Qiandao scoffed. Scoundrel, are you insulting me? Bai Qiandao sprang to his feet, rolling up his sleeves, thoroughly displeased and itching for a fight. The man instinctively stepped back a few paces before turning and rushing out. Bai Qiandao felt utterly perplexed. Who was this person to treat him so harshly? It was evident that this man recognized him, yet Bai Qiandao could not recall any interaction they had, suggesting a rather unfriendly history. Approaching the door, he peeked outside but saw no sign of the man. He returned to his seat and resumed scrolling through his phone. Moments later, the door to the reception room swung open, and the man re-entered. Flanked by 3 security guards, he barged in here. Throw him out. The man shouted furiously. Why are you shouting? Bai Qiandao stood up once more, and as the 3 security guards approached, he quickly asserted, I am here to serve Miss Mai. You cannot do this. The 3 security guards hesitated. Glancing at each other, the man shouted again. Nonsense, you, a poor fool with a low education. How could the boss have hired you? Expel him at once, Secretary Liu. Should we consult the boss? One security guard asked. There's no need to ask. This person is deceitful and somehow managed to sneak in. He must be here to steal something. Beat him up and throw him out, Secretary Liu accused, clamoring. Wait, you are Lu Neng. Bai Qiandao finally recognized him. Lu Neng was a former middle school classmate of his, the very same petty tyrant he had once mentioned to Mai Qiandaao. Now, he appeared well-dressed and slick-haired, so much so that Bai Yichun and Xia Ruoxue without pop-ups. Tiske, your words remain as venomous as ever. You ought to be grateful to me. If it weren't for that time I thoroughly thrashed you, how could you have risen to the position of secretary at the Maisha Group? You bastard, the pain from that encounter is still vividly etched in my memory. I loathe you to the core that you're cursing me again. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Bai Qiandao rolled up his sleeves once more. Hit him, hit him. Lu Neng, evidently haunted by past shadows, retreated 2 steps while shouting frantically. What are you shouting for? Bai Qiandao shook his head, as 3 security guards shielded Lu Neng, rendering him incapable of retaliating. The security personnel displayed a degree of professionalism, not wholly adhering to Lu Neng's demands. Primarily due to his nonchalant demeanor, they hesitated. Questioning whether he truly represented the boss. One of the guards retrieved a walkie-talkie, notifying the head of security about the situation. Soon, the head of security arrived, accompanied by 2 guards, and Lu Neng again began to holler, demanding Bai Qiandao's expulsion, and even a beating. Upon observing Bai Qiandao's remarkably ordinary attire and the absence of an air befitting a high-status individual, the head of security ordered his men to seize Bai Qiandao, who sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "Don't lay a hand on me. I'm calling Miss Mai right now." The guards were momentarily intimidated, glancing at their supervisor as if to signal for a pause. However, to their surprise, Mai Tianxue hung up, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. "That I told you he's a fraud, right? Supervisor Wu, I Ascent at your responsibility to ensure no unknown individuals enter here?" Lu Ning fumed, still aware of his status as a mere secretary. Otherwise, would these guards repeatedly hesitate to act against him? Supervisor Wu cast a cold glance his way, fully aware of the gravity of his responsibilities. He commanded the guards to act, but they were unable to apprehend Bai Qiandao. Bai Qiandao exhibited an agile grace, weaving through them like a fish, leaving the guards, including Supervisor Wu, panting in exhaustion, wondering how he could be so slippery. Unbeknownst to them, this was the technique of a spiritual practitioner, executed to perfection, soaring through the skies like a celestial being, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Bai Qiandao took a few steps and, in an instant, appeared beside the astonished Lu Ning, delivering a few slaps that left one side of Lu Ning's face swollen, causing him to cry out in agony. At that moment, the door swung open again, and several guards rushed in, wielding their batons, lunging towards him. This was far from over. Bai Qiandao dodged past them and dashed towards the conference room. Along the way, he evaded the guards' attempts to intercept him and arrived at his destination. The guards halted, unwilling to advance any further, as the bodyguards there raised their guns in unison, aiming at them. The bodyguards were perplexed. Had the security personnel revolted? Why were they pursuing him? Regardless, their duty was to protect Mai Tianxue, and none could breach that line, except for him, who was accompanying her and held the responsibility of her protection. At this moment, Bai Qiandao pushed open the conference room door and angrily inquired, "Mai Tianxue, why didn't you answer the call?" Inside, 10 individuals turned to look, while Mai Tianxue, seated at the head of the table, furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "I was in an important meeting. It was inconvenient to answer." "What's the matter?" Bai Qiandao scanned the upper echelon of the Meisher group and asked, "Whose secretary is Lu Ning?" An elderly man frowned and asked Mai Tianxue, "Boss, who is this person?" Mai Tianxue replied calmly, "He is my subordinate." "What has happened to Lu Ning? What has happened to him?" "He is abusing his power, urging the security to beat me and throw me out." "Miss Mai, I don't wish to escalate this matter, but I refuse to be bullied." Mai Tianxue nodded and said, "Vice President Qin, please step out and resolve this matter. Lu Ning should be dismissed." The elder, Vice President Qin, hesitated momentarily and said, "Boss, shouldn't we first ascertain the details? No need. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Ning must be dismissed." Mai Tianxue's tone turned cold. "Understood." Vice President Qin stood up, casting a surprised glance at Bai Qiandao before walking out with a serious expression. "All right, you may leave as well," Mai Tianxue said gently. Bai Qiandao nodded and followed Vice President Qin out, amidst a multitude of curious gazes. Vice President Qin, he is a fraud, a thief, a scoundrel. Lu Ning could no longer contain himself, as Bai Qiandao rushed forward and delivered a sound thrashing. This time, Vice President Qin remained silent, with no guards to intervene. Vice President Qin glared darkly and shouted, "That person, please cease at once." Bai Qiandao halted, clapping his hands, and chuckled, "Lu Ning, I intended to render you utterly helpless, but your forthcoming fate will be dire. Consider this a reprieve. I shan't beat you further." Lu Ning lay on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his face resembling that of a swollen pig, and he lamented in despair. "Vice President Qin, why don't you stop him?" Vice President Qin's expression remained grim as he declared, "Lu Ning, that you are dismissed." "Why am I being dismissed?" Lu Ning stood in shock, questioning. "Lu Ning, it's time to pack up and leave." Vice President Qin glanced at Bai Qiandao and said, "No, I have served at the Meisher Group for 8 years, working diligently. You cannot simply dismiss me like this. Vice President Qin, I implore you. My wife is pregnant, and we have 2 elderly relatives to support. I cannot lose this job." Lu Ning finally grasped that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have, and, in panic, knelt down, pleading. Vice President Qin paused, gazing at the kneeling Lu Ning, sighed softly, and said, "I will request 3 months' salary as compensation for you. Now leave." As Vice President Qin turned to head back into the conference room, Lu Ning attempted to follow but was restrained by the guards, who, under Supervisor Wu's orders, dragged him out, his cries echoing in the distance. Bai Qiandao felt a pang of compassion. Though Lu Ning's actions were indeed despicable, was it not a bit excessive to treat him so harshly? He contemplated whether he should speak to Mai Tianxue, suggesting leniency towards Lu Ning, perhaps a minor punishment, such as a salary deduction. As he approached the reception room, Supervisor Wu hurried past him, casting a complex glance in his direction. Leaning against the sofa, Bai Qiandao sensed some commotion outside, stood up, and opened the door, only to see Supervisor Wu rushing back. Chapter 13. Triumvirate joint investigation. At this moment, Vice President Qin strode over. Noticing Bai Qiandao and frowning, Lu Ning has jumped off a building. I just heard. How could he be so despondent? Bai Qiandao responded, somewhat dazed. He has been with me for 3 years. I understand his situation. He is the sole heir in his family, and the breadwinners have all passed away. That he has 2 elderly relatives over 100 years old who require his support. He has been burdened with high mortgage payments. His wife is unemployed and pregnant. Perhaps this overwhelming pressure led him to believe he had no way out, culminating in suicidal thoughts. Vice President Qin shook his head and continued walking, while Bai Qiandao stood behind with a solemn expression. Lu Ning earned a decent salary, but his mortgage likely consumed the majority of his expenses. Losing his job could have driven him to such despair. Bai Qiandao never anticipated Lu Ning's psyche would be so fragile. Once a schoolyard bully, now he seemed less resilient than Bai Qiandao, who had managed to survive like a tenacious blade of grass. Troubled, he returned to the reception room, lying on the sofa like a lifeless fish. His gaze vacant and his mind a blank slate. Only when a bodyguard entered to inform him that Mai Tianxue was leaving did he stand up, somewhat listlessly. Miss Mai, what will Lu Ning's severance package be? Bai Qiandao inquired during the car ride. That has already been dismissed. There is no severance pay. Mai Tianxue replied coolly, I am aware of the circumstances. This individual generally performed adequately, but he was far too arrogant towards you. The Maisher group has no need for such individuals. Let him face his fate. Given how he treated you, why would you act this way? Mai Tianxue gazed deeply at him and asked, his wife is unemployed, pregnant, and he has 2 elderly relatives to care for, not to mention the mortgage. Today's unexpected encounter stirred his long-held resentment towards me, which is why he targeted me. That I simply did not foresee that it would lead him to suicide. And it weighs heavily on my conscience. Mai Tianxue pondered for a moment and said, very well, I will provide compensation to his family. She then looked at Bai Qiandao and added, you possess a kind-hearted side. I advise you, in this world, kindness can easily be exploited and may ultimately harm oneself. Bai Qiandao responded, perhaps so. At the very least, my conscience will feel somewhat relieved that I'll write you an IOU for the 5,000 I borrowed last time. You need not repay it. She replied, no, I must return it. It is my debt. Mai Tianxue smiled and said, I have faith in your character. There is no need for an IOU. Bai Qiandao paused, then said, thank you. I now make a solemn promise to diligently resolve the crisis facing the Mai family. Mai Tianxue nodded and said, this promise is more significant than anything else. I believe in you. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Qiandao was resolute in his determination to assist Mai Tianxue in overcoming the current crisis of the Mai family. Even after his task's completion, he would continue his efforts. For he was a man of great integrity who held promises in high regard. The life of the Mai family was affluent and leisurely, devoid of turbulence. Bai Qiandao awaited the results from Mai Tianxue's contacts regarding the origins of the tiger demon. 2 days had passed without incident, and he found himself languishing on the rooftop, basking in the sun. As he gazed into the distance, a flying vehicle approached, granted permission to land. It appeared to be Gao Sini disembarking. The Mai family villa complex was quite expansive. The flying vehicle docked on a different rooftop, several dozen meters away, leaving Bai Qiandao unable to discern the details clearly. That area was the residence of Mai Shui. Bai Qiandao was indifferent to the presence of the individual resembling Gao Sini and did not dwell on it. After some time, he received a call from Mai Tianxue, summoning him to her. Upon entering a room, he found Gao Sini, Mai Tianxue, and Mai Shui seated, accompanied by a graceful young concubine, a testament to the second-generation heir's penchant for female companionship. Mai Tianxue bore a slight frown, indicating her displeasure, while Gao Sini cast a hostile glance at Bai Qiandao. Mai Shui appeared somewhat dejected, his head bowed with a hint of sorrow, seemingly still regretting recent events. Although I harbor a strong dislike for you, Tianxue has requested your presence. She values you, and I hope you will not cause any disruption, Gao Sini remarked. Upon hearing this as he entered, Bai Qiandao felt a twinge of discomfort but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Quietly taking a seat, the assailant's motives have been uncovered. He is my father's illegitimate son because, Mai Tianxue glanced at Mai Shui and continued, my father has not acknowledged him, which has bred resentment. Somehow, he acquired a rocket launcher and committed this act that he intended to kill my father. But due to his inexperience, he miscalculated. Bai Qiandao was taken aback. Reflecting on it, he realized that Mai Shui's residence was indeed in close proximity to the targeted room. A slight deviation could have resulted in significant consequences. He had not anticipated the situation to unfold in this manner. Mai Tianxue continued, I have already informed Deputy Minister Gao that regarding the tiger demon I killed. The police will be involved in the investigation. Bai Qiandao furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain as to why Mai Tianxue would disclose this information, which also served to protect his secret. Moreover, given her exceptional skills in ancient martial arts, there was no doubt she could eliminate a mere tiger demon. What are your thoughts? Mai Tianxue inquired. At present, I have none. Bai Qiandao perceived Mai Tianxue's subtle signals and withheld his own thoughts. Tianxue, he appears to lack any ability. Why invite him? Gao Sini sneered dismissively. Mai Tianxue replied, I would not summon someone lacking capability. Turning to Bai Qiandao, she added, because in the imperial capital, the use of firearms has prompted the Lan Danyan Bureau to deploy elite forces. Currently, the situation involves a joint investigation by the Lan Danyan Bureau and the police that I just suggested to Deputy Minister Gao that my people should participate, and I would like you to join. Absolutely not. Tianxue, you can send anyone but him. Gao Sini immediately objected. Deputy Minister Gao, he is the professional who will assist me in resolving this matter. He is the best candidate, and I trust him. It is imperative that he participates. Gao Sini furrowed his brow and regarded Bai Qiandao once more. After a moment's contemplation, he conceded with a nod, realizing that it was perhaps advantageous for this individual to remain close to Mai Tianxue. Bai Qiandao also frowned slightly as he observed Gao Sini's unfriendliness towards him, as a high-ranking official of the imperial government. Did he believe he could treat him with such disrespect? Indeed, the Five Elements Alliance professed equality among all. Yet this was merely a facade. Class distinctions were starkly pronounced, while the wealthy and powerful were subject to certain legal constraints. They still wielded their influence to oppress the common folk. It was commonplace for the upper echelons to disdain those below them, particularly given that Gao Sini was a high-ranking official. Though not every official behaved in such a manner, many did. Gao Sini seemed to have other matters to attend to and did not linger long before departing, leaving Bai Qiandao alone with Mai Tianxue. What are your thoughts? She asked, genuinely seeking his opinion. I can ascertain that the assailant was motivated by manipulation. The fact that he knew he was the Mai family's illegitimate son suggests he possesses considerable knowledge about the Mai family. We should thoroughly investigate individuals with ties to the Mai family. Mai Tianxue frowned and replied, I share your perspective. I will conduct a thorough screening. I called you here to assist in the investigation, partly to appease Gao Sini. This individual may be lacking in ability, but he is certainly not foolish and is quite cunning. Attaining the position of deputy minister is no small feat. I must emphasize my regard for you to mitigate any interference he may attempt. While he may not act against you openly, we must remain vigilant against his potential plots. Wait a moment. I am confused. Why would he target me? Bai Qiandao queried in astonishment. He has pursued me for years. Yet I have consistently kept my distance. He understands that the only time I might consider accepting him is if the Mai family is in decline. Otherwise, he has no hope. Thus, he will not assist the Mai family. Instead, he will engage in sabotage and will inevitably take action against you. Observing Mai Tianxue's calm demeanor, Bai Qiandao offered a wry smile. This is rather complicated. It involves personal grievances as well that I had always thought he was genuinely trying to help the Mai family. If that is the case, I might be in danger. Indeed, Uncle Zhang must remain at home, and my subordinates lack spiritual practitioners. You are both a spiritual practitioner and a skilled outsider, making you the only one capable of assisting in this investigation. Bai Qiandao sighed. But I, as a spiritual practitioner, am not even a match for you. I am hardly formidable. However, you will continue to grow stronger. That date at your unique cultivation method astonished me. I have never encountered anything like it before. I believe that with your abilities, you can excel in this task. Very well, leave it to me. I have made a promise to you, and regardless of the danger, I will fulfill it. Mai Tianxue looked at Bai Qiandao, a hint of tenderness gleaming in her eyes. Upholding one's promises is a commendable virtue. That evening, Bai Qiandao arrived at a location to meet Mai Shui. Accompanying Mai Shui was the same concubine he had seen earlier. Indicating her favorable status in his eyes, the concubine appeared gentle and refined, preparing coffee in the background. Mai Shui regarded Bai Qiandao and said, I summoned you here because I have a request. I hope you will agree. Bai Qiandao glanced at the robot named Xiao Zhu in the corner and replied, Please, go ahead. With a sigh, my Shui continued, I do not blame him for the attack. I understand he lacks the ability to act on his own. There must be a mastermind behind it, which involves the demon realm. The thought of him being controlled by demons, suffering who knows how much, only to meet a tragic end, weighs heavily on my heart. Now that Tianxue is in charge, she has forbidden me from intervening, yet my anger remains unresolved. I wish to ask you to uncover the true mastermind and inform me at once. I will ensure that person suffers a fate worse than death, to appease my rage. Bai Qiandao pondered for a moment before responding, I cannot act without Miss Mai's knowledge. I am sorry. My Shui glanced at his concubine, who entered another room and quickly returned with a check in hand. If you agree, you will receive 10 million immediately. Despite his age, my Shui's gaze remained sharp as he scrutinized Bai Qiandao. Apologies, but I will only assist you if Miss Mai consents. Is 10 million not enough? My Shui inquired, visibly displeased, while the concubine looked at Bai Qiandao in astonishment. 10 million was indeed a substantial sum. Enough to purchase a large house in the south, acquire a mid-range flying vehicle, and still have money left over. With careful spending, one could live comfortably for the rest of their life. In the west or north, one could buy multiple properties and easily become a landlord, enjoying a life of leisure. That is not the issue. I have principles and do not wish to deceive Miss Mai. Bai Qiandao felt a pang of bitterness. Even if he accepted the money, it would likely be confiscated by the system, rendering his acceptance pointless. My Shui scrutinized Bai Qiandao before breaking into a smile. At the very least, I feel reassured. You are genuinely working for the Mai family. Tianxue has placed her trust in you, and her judgment has always been sound. Bai Qiandao's heart raced. Did my Tianxue still harbor doubts about him? Was this a test of his loyalty? He felt troubled. The system prohibited the revelation of his true identity, yet even this old man knew he hailed from a humble background. Would he face punishment from the system? Currently, there seemed to be no repercussions, suggesting that as long as he did not expose himself, he might remain outside the system's punitive scope. Accepting the coffee cup handed by the concubine, he took a sip, savoring the exquisite flavor, a testament to her brewing skills. Mai Shui seemed intent on continuing his discourse with Bai Qiandao, speaking for a while longer. However, upon observing Bai Qiandao's unwavering stance, he reluctantly conceded defeat. After emerging from the chaos of the demon-wielding era, Bai Qiandao felt a bit fatigued. The Mai family was quite extensive, and after several minutes of walking, he finally returned to his guest room. He took a shower and lay down on the bed to rest. A notification chimed, prompting him to check his Qianli Tong. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number. Upon opening it, he was confronted with an explicit image of a woman clad in revealing and provocative attire. He promptly deleted it, as he had no particular inclination towards such content. Nowadays, spam messages abound. Simply leaving one's Qianli number somewhere could easily result in an influx of advertisements and deceptive solicitations. Including this kind of explicit temptation, these types of messages typically lure the recipient into clicking a link, leading them to a certain adult website and encouraging membership. While not outright deceitful, they often carry the risk of malware infection. Moments later, another message chimed in, revealing yet another explicit image which he hastily deleted. This became a relentless barrage, with the sender continuously changing numbers. Bai Qiandao suspected that his Qianli had been compromised by malware. Yet, even attempts to eradicate it proved futile, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. It is worth noting that current malware removal software is quite powerful and generally effective. Ultimately, he realized this was merely a prank. Who would be so bored as to toy with him? Was it amusing to them? What was their intention? Bai Qiandao seethed with anger, yet found himself powerless. His Qianli possessed a number-blocking feature, but with the constant number changes, he could not block them all individually. With no other option, he resigned himself to keeping the new messages, conceding that he would not delete them after all. Next time, I must acquire hacking skills. This is utterly intolerable. In a fit of irritation, he decided to take a long nap. Fortunate that the incessant messages ceased, sparing him from further harassment. Bai Qiandao found himself seated in a temporary flying vehicle, heading towards a location in the east designated for the Spirit Shield Bureau, where a tri-party investigation was set to converge. The Spirit Shield Bureau is an intelligence organization tasked with maintaining the safety of the royal dynasty and society. Shrouded in mystery from the perspective of ordinary citizens, rumors suggest that its operatives are exceptionally skilled, and perhaps a few possess spiritual abilities. Each of the 5 major planets within the 5 Elements Alliance hosts a similar intelligence organization, serving as the 5 principal intelligence agencies of the Alliance. Although the 5 major planets have not engaged in warfare for a considerable time and have formed an alliance, they remain vigilant, with covert conflicts between spies never truly abating. In other cities, incidents involving firearms would not typically alarm the Spirit Shield Bureau. However, an attack within the capital, the bastion of safety and order, warranted the dispatch of operatives for investigation. To be frank, Bai Qiandao felt a sense of intrigue regarding these enigmatic operatives. They seemed like characters plucked from films and television, existing solely within the realms of imagination and limited understanding, with very few ever having encountered them in reality. As he drew nearer to the tower-like structure, a thrill coursed through him. Only the tower's apex could accommodate flying vehicles, and several were already parked there, leaving limited space. Typically, flying vehicles autonomously dock, but as his vehicle sought a vacant spot, another flying vehicle accelerated to occupy a space, nearly resulting in a collision. Bai Qiandao could only watch helplessly as he maneuvered to park on a narrow strip of space, leaving part of his vehicle suspended precariously. He disembarked several dozen meters above the ground. A chill of trepidation washed over him. Yo, check it out. A figure emerged from the vehicle that had snatched the parking spot. A girl who sang and danced as she approached. This girl had heavily applied eyeshadow, her face obscured beneath layers of makeup that rendered her complexion ghostly pale. Her lips were painted a vivid crimson, and her silver-white hair was styled in a striking fashion. She wore a cloak adorned with runes, beneath which lay a bodysuit intricately depicting the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, all while performing a bizarre dance that resembled a devilish revelry. Initially brimming with indignation, intending to confront the vehicle's owner, Bai Qiandao was taken aback by her eccentric appearance, nearly compelled to use his powers to discern her true nature. You took my parking spot. Bai Qiandao stammered, suddenly feeling his confidence waver in her presence. Did I take your spot? Do you think this is a joke? If I got it first, it's mine. If you were a moment too slow. Don't seek excuses, she retorted dismissively, disregarding traffic rules and behaving so rudely. Go ahead, report me if you can. If not, just be quiet. Her tone remained brash, causing Bai Qiandao to tremble with barely contained fury. You're neither human nor ghost. If I were to peel your skin off, it would merely be a ghastly illustration. Why hasn't anyone dealt with you, this monster, to spare the world from your mischief? Bai Qiandao decided to cast aside his restraint. Better than your sour demeanor. You're clearly a pitiful creature who has yet to weather the storms of life, naively assuming you're clever, with a foul mouth that could be heard from 1,000 miles away, and you shameless and devoid of any decency. You're either a little demon or a genetic failure that defies human imagination. I find it perplexing that a bizarre being like you, with a mouth as foul as a cesspool, hasn't choked on a sip of cold water. You may die, but I won tea. You're just a fool pretending to be wise. Counting 1 to 7 and forgetting 8. The two engaged in a heated exchange, their verbal sparring escalating as they pointed fingers at one another, nearly hopping in agitation. Just then, a ringtone interrupted, and the girl pulled out her kiamlatong, shouting, "Who is it?" Uncertain of the response on the other end, she abruptly hung up and pointed at Bai Qiandao, exclaiming, "Bai Qiandao, I will not rest until we settle this." "Do I care?" Bai Qiandao scoffed, watching her storm off, utterly astonished that she had called him by name. "You little demon, how do you know my name?" Bai Qiandao pursued her, inquiring, "Why does my Tianxue trust you, a mere speck of dust? So unremarkable that you could be overlooked, to partake in a tri-party investigation." The girl smirked disdainfully. "Who are you?" Bai Qiandao was troubled. How could everyone know who he was? What kind of ridiculous mission was this that forbade identity exposure? "I am Lan Danyan of the Spirit Shield Bureau." Bai Qiandao was momentarily taken aback. This girl was an operative. The Spirit Shield Bureau cannot arbitrarily investigate my identity. Pitiful creature, are you truly this Navi? Do you think you are someone of significance? The Spirit Shield Bureau possesses the files of most individuals from the 5 Elements Alliance's 5 major planets. A mere commoner. What could you possibly do if they chose to investigate you? This is an abuse of power and an invasion of my privacy. Fool, you are merely a waste of resources in this world. Humph, little demons don't consume resources. They skin people, devour flesh, and drink blood. Far from human. Have you ever seen a demon? Are you not one? A soulless little demon. Foolish, pitiful creature, pretending to be a big shot, wasting food. Scum like you shouldn't even exist in this world. The two continued to exchange barbs. They entered a grand hall and simultaneously fell silent. Inside the hall sat 2 individuals. One was Gao Sini, occupying the main seat, while the other, a stern-looking man, sat beside him, gazing with surprise at Long Yeyu's peculiar attire. Gao Sini rose, inquiring with a smile, "Are you Long Yeyu of the Spirit Shield Bureau?" "Yes, Vice Minister Gao," Long Yeyu acknowledged with a nod. "Please, take a seat that I have long admired your esteemed reputation." Gao Sini warmly welcomed her. Bai Qiandao couldn't help but glance at Long Yeyu again, pondering what great reputation she possessed, just a sharp-tongued little demon. "Hey, you have no right to be so close. Sit in the back." Gao Sini glared at Bai Qiandao. The disparity in treatment stark. Bai Qiandao ignored him and directly seated himself in the front, next to the stern man. "You brat, did you not hear me? Sit in the back," Gao Sini exclaimed angrily. With a resounding smack, Bai Qiandao slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Gao Sini. "Try saying that again." "You." Bai Qiandao's pent-up fury erupted, leaving Gao Sini momentarily speechless. "Do not show disrespect to Vice Minister Gao." The stern man stood, pointing a fingered eye. In an instant, Bai Qiandao's figure vanished, and he struck out with a punch towards the stern man. He had not mastered the combat skills of a spiritual practitioner, but his ordinary punch contained an underlying force of spiritual energy. The stern man quickly shifted his stance, countering with a palm strike. Their fists and palms collided, both parties retreating a step. Spiritual energy. The stern man's expression shifted. "Ancient martial arts. Your skills are lacking," Bai Qiandao retorted with a cold smile. Gao Sini was taken aback, realizing that Bai Qiandao was indeed a practitioner of spiritual energy, a revelation he had never anticipated. Possessing a spiritual root and awakening spiritual power is an exceedingly rare phenomenon. It is universally acknowledged that such individuals will inevitably grow stronger. In contrast, ancient martial arts demand relentless practice of various combat techniques that blend both ancient and modern styles, which fundamentally cannot compare to the prowess of a spiritual power wielder. Only by training to a certain level of mastery, akin to my Tianxue, can one stand a chance against a spiritual power user. At the pinnacle of skill, perhaps one could contend with a novice in the true Vein realm. Gao Sini could hardly fathom that Bai Qiandao was among the scarce spiritual power users. Even a practitioner in the spiritual realm would invoke a flicker of fear within him. Such formidable beings command respect from all, and one would not dare provoke them lightly, for one never knows when they might strike like a thief in the night. A profound silence enveloped the scene as Long Yeyu fixed her piercing gaze upon Bai Qiandao and spoke in a measured tone. "Pitiful creature, your dossier contains significant discrepancies. It seems we must rectify that." "You little demon, you cannot possibly rectify it," Bai Qiandao replied coldly. His reasoning was sound. By completing task after task, one could acquire additional skills, something the Spiritual Shield Bureau would never manage to amend unless he failed a mission and perished. Naturally, he would exert every effort to fulfill his tasks, for who would desire death? This is Long Yeyu, a special agent of the Spiritual Shield Bureau, currently the director of the Security Department. Bai Qiandao was taken aback. Agents were classified into 4 tiers: special, first, second, and third, with special agents possessing significantly greater capabilities. The position of director conferred authority, and being both a special agent and the head of the security department for the imperial government indicated that Long Yeyu wielded both power and skill, making her a formidable figure. Gao Sini glanced at Bai Qiandao, his expression still dark, and after a moment's hesitation, he continued, "This is Lu Sandao, the representative of the Mai family. I must clarify, his true name is Bai Qiandao, though you may refer to him as the pitiful creature," Long Yeyu interjected, raising an eyebrow in Bai Qiandao's direction. "You little demon, that name suits you perfectly," Bai Qiandao retorted defiantly. Gao Sini observed the tension between the two, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips as he declared, "I will lead a triad team to investigate the attack on the Mai family. I hope we can collaborate effectively to resolve this significant case." Now, let Zheng Naijin elaborate on the progress of the investigation. Zheng Naijin provided details regarding the case that Bai Qiandao and Long Yeyu were already privy to, including the latest developments, though these were of little use in solving the mystery. Since hearing my Tianxue's words yesterday, Gao Sini had grown increasingly skeptical of the police's intentions, suspecting that he was not genuinely inclined to assist the Mai family, but rather to sabotage their efforts. Bai Qiandao had lost faith in the police and did not expect any groundbreaking advancements. Bai Qiandao was particularly concerned about the intelligence concerning Long Yeyu, feeling that the enigmatic Spiritual Shield Bureau must have ulterior motives for their involvement. Although the firearm attack in the imperial capital was indeed a significant incident, the presence of the director of the security department fell amiss, suggesting that the bureau had obtained intelligence of a critical nature. Prompting their heightened interest, hence Long Yeyu's personal involvement, that in truth, he remained astonished. Despite her youthful appearance, Long Yeyu's position as the director of the security department indicated a level of maturity and capability far beyond her years. Moreover, as a special agent, her prowess was formidable. He hoped she would not become a new obstacle for him, though it appeared that their interests were currently at odds, while he wished for Long Yeyu not to impede his progress. A surge of indignation welled within him. He could just as easily pursue the investigation alone, dismissing any collaboration as a farce. As he pondered this, Long Yeyu addressed the assembly. This case is of utmost importance to the Spiritual Shield Bureau. If the police uncover any new leads, you must inform me immediately. The gravity of this situation does not permit negligence. Gao Sini, unperturbed, allowed a flicker of intrigue to cross his features as he inquired. Do you possess any additional findings? Long Yeyu nodded, stating, demons and monsters are a focal point of the Spiritual Shield Bureau's attention. Within the fragrant imperial capital, a myriad of unidentified entities has long been concealed. A faction of these beings has formed an organization. The Tiger Demon, for instance, was already on our radar. It is merely a minor demon, temporarily left unaddressed while we maintain surveillance to unearth the more powerful entities lurking behind it. Unexpectedly, it became involved in the attack on my family and met its demise at the hands of my Tianxua. Allow me to divulge that this Tiger Demon is quite significant. It serves as a liaison among several demon factions that we have confirmed 2 of these factions, and its death has severed that line of inquiry. Why not capture the Tiger Demon to extract information? Bai Qiandao queried. Do you believe we are as foolish as you? Such actions would only alert the others. Long Yeyu replied dismissively. Ahem. Well, it's merely a difference in approach. Capturing her could lead us to other demons and perhaps reveal more of their kind. Bai Qiandao insisted, frustrated by Long Yeyu's condescending tone and Gao Sini's mocking demeanor. This organization operates in a decentralized manner. The demons are largely unaware of each other's identities and rely on liaisons for communication. Do you understand? With your intellect, I doubt you grasp the concept, Long Yeyu explained, her words laced with sarcasm. Bai Qiandao felt a surge of anger and retorted, You little demon, don't presume the matter is so absolute. Your incompetence necessitates this approach. Incompetent, are we? Long Yeyu laughed, challenging him. Pray tell, what can you accomplish? I simply refuse to tell you. Bai Qiandao shot back with a scornful expression. Strangely enough, he found satisfaction in belittling others. It was a feeling he had rarely experienced due to his previously mundane and challenging existence. As if anyone would care to know your thoughts. How childish. Long Yeyu scoffed further. Bai Qiandao found himself momentarily stunned. He had finally experienced this gratifying sensation, and he could not allow her to belittle him. He immediately lifted his chin, squinted his eyes, glancing at her sideways, and adopted a thoroughly disdainful demeanor. With that crooked gaze. Have you suffered a stroke? Long Yeyu inquired. Bai Qiandao's expression instantly morphed into one of dismay as he envisioned his current appearance, realizing it did resemble a stroke victim's countenance. His attempt at disdain had failed miserably. He straightened his posture, irked. You're the one who had a stroke. Who are you to question me? Long Yeyu seemed to harbor a flicker of amusement, albeit barely perceptible beneath her ghostly makeup. As she remarked, if you believe yourself capable, I can provide you with the information on the 2 demons I know of. Let us see if you can achieve a breakthrough. Do you dare accept? Bai Qiandao found himself momentarily at a loss, and Gao Sini interjected with a chuckle. Is this a wager? Quite intriguing. What would the stakes be? Bai Qiandao regarded him, thinking what a sly individual he was. It was no simple task to engage with demons and otherworldly beings. It seemed he was being led into a trap. Long Yeyu continued. This is indeed a wager, but I do not impose specific stakes if you succeed. It will demonstrate your capabilities. If you fail, it will merely reveal your bluster. I suspect the taste of being proven wrong would be quite unpleasant, wouldn't it? I refuse. Why on earth would I? My sole focus is on assisting Miss Mai. I am committed to resolving this case and will not engage in irrelevant matters. Bai Qiandao declined firmly. Incorrect. The involvement of the Tiger Demon likely indicates that other entities are also implicated in this case. Pursuing that angle may yield a breakthrough for the investigation. Furthermore, pitiful creature, you wouldn't wish for me to label you a coward or a braggart, would you? Long Yeyu seemed intent on prodding him. Bai Qiandao was not swayed by her taunts. Rather, he contemplated Long Yeyu's words seriously, recognizing that she might be right. Perhaps valuable leads could indeed be uncovered from the demons. You little demon, I will proceed. But understand this. Your provocations have not succeeded. My motives are solely to resolve this case, Bai Qiandao asserted, unwilling to appear weak that as soon as he voiced this. Both Gao Sini and Zheng Naijin exchanged astonished glances, while Long Yeyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue that in truth, aside from those who sought to become demon hunters for various reasons, ordinary individuals, including spiritual power users, generally preferred to avoid contact with demons, as many among them were exceedingly sinister. Gao Sini and Zheng Naijin assumed he was merely boasting, while Long Yeyu's thoughts remained inscrutable. She appeared to share that doubt, clearly not anticipating his genuine acceptance of the challenge. "Will you not regret your decision?" Long Yeyu inquired. "Regret? That word does not exist in my vocabulary," Bai Qiandao retorted, unconsciously adopting a disdainful demeanor once more. However, upon realizing it resembled the countenance of a stroke victim, his expression drooped immediately. Chapter 16. Mobilization against demons. Bai Qiandao examined the dossiers on the two demons. One was a deer demon, a menial worker at a small company, while the other was rather formidable. A mimikyu, who owned a small grocery store. The deer demon, like the tiger demon, belonged to the lowest tier of demonkind, whereas the mimikyu was inherently a step above, capable of releasing a suffocating adhesive substance. This demon organization was known as the Demon Circle, its existence shrouded in mystery for countless years, with the number of demons and their true intentions unknown. Years prior, the Spiritual Shield Bureau had initiated surveillance on them. Yet the meticulous nature of the Demon Circle's organization had impeded significant progress. Bai Qiandao felt confident in dealing with the deer demon, yet the mimikyu posed a considerable nuisance, despite being a minor demon. Its powers could potentially ensnare him, rendering him immobile. "What will you do?" Long Yeyu inquired. "You simply won't tell me. Cut it out, you pitiful child." Two flying vehicles glided to a halt before a commercial building in the north. Bai Qiandao disembarked and, upon seeing Long Yeyu approaching from the other vehicle, remarked, "I'm going in. Don't follow me. You cannot act alone. That I have already notified the special team. They will arrive shortly. They possess extensive experience in dealing with otherworldly beings and have advanced instruments and weaponry that can assist you in capturing the deer demon and the Mimi bug. I do not require assistance. That if they arrive, do not enter. Just wait for my signal to wrap things up." As Bai Qiandao strode away, Long Yeyu's gaze reflected her uncertainty. She could not comprehend what this man intended to do. The individuals dispatched by Mai Tianxue were certainly not ordinary. She recognized this, yet his confidence intrigued her, compelling her to test him, though she would never have guessed he was an otherworldly master. Practitioners of spiritual power were scarce, and otherworldly masters were even more rare, with only a handful existing in the world, none of whom were documented in the archives of the Spirit Shield Bureau, including Bai Qiandao. Ascending the cloud ladder to the 36th floor, Bai Qiandao stepped out, where the deer demon worked as a janitor in a seemingly unremarkable company, standing before a man of stout appearance. Bai Qiandao reflected with a sense of wonder. In the past, he would never have sensed this demon. Much like the tiger demon, the deer demon concealed itself among humans, appearing as a normal person to anyone who was not an otherworldly master. This was still a lower-tier demon, perceivable by an otherworldly master, while more advanced ones understood the necessity of concealing their aura, requiring the use of special vision to reveal their true forms. The deer demon regarded him warily but inquired politely, "Sir, what brings you here?" "Deer demon, I have come specifically to find you," Bai Qiandao replied with a gentle smile. The deer demon's expression shifted dramatically, and it spoke in a grave tone. "Sir, please do not jest. I do not comprehend what you are saying. You should not have come to the human realm. Had you remained in the outer realms to cultivate, you would not have encountered me." Bai Qiandao shook his head, acknowledging that if the demon had not chosen to dwell among humans, he would have no interest in confronting it, though he dared not venture into the outer realms now. However, he harbored a vague notion that if his cultivation of the life judgment technique progressed significantly, perhaps he could venture into the outer realms to hunt down some malevolent demons. Such an endeavor would be perilous. Yet it would undoubtedly augment his power. The only question was whether he could muster the resolve to act. "Otherworldly master," the deer demon cried out in terror. "What a large one!" Bai Qiandao was equally startled. The deer demon's true form was indeed vast. In an instant, the deer demon transformed into its true shape, charging forward in panic. Caught momentarily off guard by the deer demon's formidable size, Bai Qiandao barely managed to touch its antler, avoiding a grievous wound, before being tossed into the air by a horn, crashing through the glass and plummeting downward. Fortunately, the thick glass mitigated the impact, and he descended along the edge, grasping onto something. With a groan, he felt as though his arm might tear apart, while his back and chest burned with pain. Utilizing this leverage, he steadied himself and sprang upward, re-entering through the broken opening. Below, Long Yeyu, initially taken aback, frowned as she watched him ascend again, pondering whether this man truly possessed the capability he claimed. Inside, chaos erupted. Some individuals, frightened, scrambled in disarray, the deer demon no longer visible, yet its heavy footsteps echoed ominously. Bai Qiandao pursued swiftly, navigating a corridor lined with deep scratch marks. A person lay sprawled on the ground, their fate uncertain. Furious, Bai Qiandao summoned his strength and chased down to the stairwell, where he observed that several iron railings had been bent and distorted by the force of impact. The deer demon's size had imparted tremendous force. "You bastard," Bai Qiandao seethed, leaping from the atrium and unleashing a demon-slaying strike. The blow struck the deer demon's body, causing it to crash against the wall, leaving a dent as it collapsed to the floor, blood pooling and flowing down the staircase. With only a modicum of spiritual power at his disposal, Bai Qiandao was not as beleaguered as when confronting the tiger demon. Seizing a nearby iron railing, he maneuvered closer to the deer demon, pressing against its head while silently reciting a spell. He invoked the mystical Baoi spell, capable of dispelling demonic ferocity and briefly clarifying the deer demon's thoughts before its demise. When contending with the tiger demon, he lacked the strength to cast the Baoi spell. Only after seizing its fortune and acquiring spiritual power could he momentarily chant the incantation to achieve his goal, albeit at a significant cost to his energy. "Where are your accomplices? Did you partake in the assault on my family?" To elicit these answers, Bai Qiandao's voice rang out with authority. The deer demon howled. "I will not tell you. Never." Bai Qiandao furrowed his brow, having already ceased his assault. In this moment, he comprehended the deer demon's thoughts. Despite feeling his body weaken, he did not hesitate, waving his hand to seize the deer demon's fortune. As the deer demon exhaled its last breath, Bai Qiandao succeeded, entering a trance where he envisioned himself transforming into the deer demon, born within a colossal cave surrounded by ferocious deer demons that roared and howled. In that instant, his heart raced, as though ensnared in a nightmare, unable to escape, as if he would be slain at any moment. At this juncture, white lotus flowers blossomed within him, purifying his consciousness, and the illusory, demonic visions receded, awakening him. Releasing his grip on the lotus hand gesture, he exhaled, feeling his spiritual power intensify. Although he still had a considerable distance to travel before reaching the true Vein realm, he held absolute confidence in his eventual success. Bai Qiandao dialed Long Yeyu. Bai Qiandao endeavored to adopt a fierce and menacing demeanor, shouting loudly. The proprietor, a man in his 30s, furrowed his brow and replied, "Fetch it yourself." "What? Do you look down on me?" "Today, I insist that you bring it to me," Bai Qiandao retorted obstinately, his gaze sweeping over a customer with an intimidating glare. The customer was taken aback, shrinking away as he hastily exited. "What do you think you're doing?" "I will call the police," the proprietor exclaimed, rising in anger. As the customer departed, Bai Qiandao's expression turned grim as he fixed his icy blue gaze upon the proprietor, his eyes emanating a chilling aura that seemed to shatter the very air around him. Chapter 17. Exhausting you to death, an abnormal master, the proprietor gasped in terror. Although Bai Qiandao was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. The Mimikyu's true form, though diminutive, was grotesquely shaped like a pupa, adorned with two antennae atop its head, small green eyes, and protruding fangs, its body oozing a repugnant viscous liquid. Having gained some experience, he immediately unleashed a barrage of psychic projectiles, relentlessly firing them at the creature. Despite the agony inflicted upon the Mimikyu, resulting in multiple bleeding wounds, it still transformed into its true form and expelled gobs of sticky substance from its mouth. Bai Qiandao attempted to evade, casting a spell to vanquish the demon. Only a sense of unease lingered within me. How could I have so brazenly entered a man's room, only to be discovered? It was an explanation I found difficult to articulate. He peered out, and not far away, a night guard cast a glance in our direction. Upon meeting his gaze, the guard quickly averted his eyes. Bai Qiandao frowned, pushed the door open, and returned, saying, "Your audacity in entering the room so recklessly may lead to misunderstandings." "No worries," she chuckled lightly. "Along the way, 8 bodyguards witnessed my arrival. No one would presume I am so brazenly stealing a man." The concubine smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, in the eyes of my family, I bear no blemish, and the master trusts me completely." Bai Qiandao observed her elegantly seated on the sofa, her face adorned with a regal smile. She was a woman of remarkable grace and substance, which surely explained why my shui was captivated by her and kept her close at hand. He settled into the opposite sofa, contemplating her intentions, and inquired, "What brings you here?" "My name is Bai Yuman." Bai Qiandao looked at her in astonishment, and she nodded, stating, "I am your paternal cousin. The descendants of the Bai family now consist solely of you. Me, and Bai Yuni, correct?" The name Bai Yuman resonated in Bai Qiandao's memory. It was said she had vanished from the Bai family over 40 years ago without a trace. Bai Yuman had attended the prestigious Tuchang University, an elite institution, and the Bai family had high hopes for her, believing she could restore their former glory. Indeed, the Bai family had once been a prominent clan on Tuchang Star a century ago, yet had declined over the last 100 years, with Bai Qiandao's generation facing the direst circumstances. Bai Yuman was exceptionally intelligent and headstrong. After graduating, she ventured into business, but the commercial realm proved harsh. Following 2 failed ventures, she disappeared from sight, leading many to believe she had perished. Bai Qiandao could never have anticipated a reunion with her at the Mai family, particularly as she had become a concubine of Mai Shui. Considering she was now over 60, it indeed fit the timeline. Bai Qiandao nodded, recalling that due to her disappearance, the Bai family had assumed she was dead and had even declared her missing. "Then why reveal yourself to me now?" he asked. I had long since lost hope. The idea of restoring the Bai family's past glory weighed heavily upon me, prompting me to distance myself. Initially, I paid little heed to your existence. For a commoner to achieve great things is daunting, and I was unprepared to acknowledge you. However, you are unique, a wielder of spiritual abilities. This rekindled a long-dormant desire within me. Perhaps you could indeed restore the Bai family. "Stop," Bai Qiandao interjected, gazing at her intently. "That I harbor no grand ambitions nor interest in such matters. As long as I can lead a decent life, I shall be content." Bai Yuman regarded him with a smile, saying, "I am your paternal cousin. According to the Bai family's ancestral teachings, one must heed the words of their elders. But you have defied those teachings by retreating." Bai Qiandao countered firmly, meeting her gaze. "No, I have not contravened our ancestral teachings. That I once heeded the counsel of my elders and endeavored to strive. But my efforts proved futile. That I did not wish to see the Bai family descend into greater calamity, which is why I departed. My 2 entrepreneurial attempts depleted the family's resources. Should I fail again, it would lead to destitution or worse for everyone." Bai Qiandao stared at her in a daze, realizing her words held truth. His father had often lamented how the Bai family had once possessed some semblance of wealth decades ago, at least not as destitute as they were now. Bai Yuman sighed. "I had to leave. Their relentless pursuit of the Bai family's former glory became a burden upon me." She then looked at Bai Qiandao and continued, "You are different. A wielder of spiritual abilities. You represent a formidable assurance. This is a stroke of fortune for the Bai family." Bai Qiandao fell silent for a moment before asking, "After all these years as a member of the Mai family, do you still care for the Bai family?" "I have not changed my surname. I still carry the Bai name. That I have no children, and it is unlikely I will bear any now that I am in the past. I wish to sever ties with the past and avoid contact with any of you. But now, things have changed. You have given me hope." Noticing the spark of passion in Bai Yuman's eyes, Bai Qiandao forced a bitter smile, saying, "Are you attempting to pressure me into repeating your path by virtue of your elder status?" Bai Yuman shook her head and replied, "You are a unique child of action. From the moment you rejected the Master's offer of 10 million, I recognized you would not be swayed by others. Our ancestral teachings hold little weight for you. Yet you possess a stroke of fortune. If you do not act, the ancestors of the Bai family will surely be disappointed from the depths of the underworld. Consider your father. Did he not yearn for the Bai family's past splendor and dream of revitalizing it?" Distant memories flooded his mind. As a child, his father often reminisced about the glory days of the Bai family, how wealthy they once were, how much power they wielded. Although his father had not been born in that era and had only heard it from his grandfather, he undoubtedly harbored deep regrets regarding it. Bai Qiandao remained silent for a moment before saying, "You do not understand. I have become a wielder of spiritual abilities, yet at a cost. I am cursed. And it is exceedingly difficult for me to acquire wealth. It is likely I shall live in poverty for the rest of my life, which is one reason I declined the 10 million. "What? A curse?" Bai Yuman exclaimed in surprise. "How do you know you are cursed?" Bai Qiandao spoke with a heavy heart. "I lack a spiritual root. Do you think I became a wielder of spiritual abilities by chance? The specifics that I cannot disclose. It is my secret." That a heavy silence enveloped them, and Bai Yumin wore a look of disappointment, her eyes reflecting anguish. Though she had lost hope in the past, Bai Qiandao had reignited that hope within her. But now it had morphed back into despair. She slowly rose, saying, "The glory of the Bai family is forever lost. The hopes of generations have gone to waste." She moved dejectedly toward the exit. Bai Qiandao asked, "Why are you all so fixated on restoring the Bai family's glory?" "Why not?" Bai Yumin paused, her voice tinged with melancholy. The Bai family was once one of the 5 great families of the Tuchang dynasty, with a glorious history, immense wealth, and tremendous power. Had it not been for the abhorrent upheaval a century ago, we would have remained among the elite, the aristocracy. Now, I am but a pitiful concubine, while you and Bai Yunni live as commoners. Why can we not ascend once more to the pinnacle and look down upon others?" Bai Qiandao was well aware of the cataclysmic upheaval that had transpired a century ago, which gradually eroded the royal power of the Tuchang dynasty. The Bai family, having risen through the royal auspices, failed to adapt to the changing times and consequently lost their wealth and influence, descending into decline. This pain had long resided in the hearts of the Bai family. As generations sought to reclaim their former glory, yet none had succeeded, resulting in a legacy of regret. "I thought hope resided within you, but it seems I was mistaken once more. Fate is capricious and will no longer favor the Bai family." Bai Yumin said sorrowfully as she departed. Bai Qiandao stood, gazing blankly at the now empty doorway. He held no desire to restore the Bai family's past glory, yet Bai Yumin's emotions had left an impression on him. Memories surfaced, layer by layer, the once vibrant face of his grandfather, who had passed away in sorrow, and his father, who often sighed deeply, likely due to the same burdens that had led to his illness and death. Having lived an ordinary life since childhood, he had grown accustomed to the simplicity of being a commoner. Yet, since his great-grandfather's era, they had struggled to revive the Bai family. Surely, they would not rest easy in the afterlife without seeing their ambitions fulfilled. For the first time, he contemplated this matter. Having lived a mundane life, his father had never harbored hopes for him. The responsibility of reviving the Bai family had always seemed distant. Now, with a flicker of fortune bestowed upon him by fate, could he not strive to make a difference? After pondering for a while, he rose to close the door and returned to bed, his thoughts still occupied by Bai Yumin's visit, which had robbed him of sleep. As dawn broke, he remained in a state of unrest, eventually drifting into a deep slumber. He was awakened by the ringing of a phone, groggily answering it to hear Long Yao's voice on the other end. "Pitiful creature, can you still muster the strength to rise?" Stung by her taunts, Bai Qiandao leapt up, declaring, "Little devil, do not underestimate me. I am brimming with energy and determination." "Is that so? Prove it. Just wait. I'll head to my next target right after I have a meal." "Very well. I shall await your arrival." Long Yao hung up, a smile gracing her lips. Bai Qiandao shared his lunch with Mai Tianxue, who inquired about his progress, upon learning he had slain several monsters. She was quite taken aback. After their meal, Bai Qiandao boarded a flying vehicle, heading westward, landing atop a building that housed a school with tens of thousands of students. As he disembarked, a woman in a dark uniform stared at him intently and called out, "It's him, the one who emerged from the cloud ladder yesterday." 2 other men, clad in dark uniforms, regarded him with a nod. Bai Qiandao recognized them, although they had merely brushed past each other. The distinctive uniforms left an impression. He had initially thought they were security personnel, but it turned out they were members of the Special Task Force, Tut Songqing, assigned to wrap up matters regarding him. Songqing was the name of a historical figure, a great hero from centuries ago, a demon hunter who dedicated his life to exterminating malevolent entities. This individual was neither a spiritual practitioner nor an extraordinary master, but rather a formidable ancient martial artist who scoured the land for demons to vanquish, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of a particularly powerful fiend. Chapter 19. The mysterious hand at play since the establishment of the 5 Elements Alliance. The 5 major stars had formed dedicated teams to combat demons, all named in honor of the hero Songqing. To differentiate them, a prefix was added. For instance, Tut Songqing referred to the Earth Songqing team. Spiritual practitioners were scarce in the world, and extraordinary masters were even rarer. While there may be spiritual practitioners among the Songqing members, extraordinary masters would never be under the control of any faction. Poor wretch. Allow me to introduce you. Long Yao introduced the 2 Songqing members. Due to her presence, Bai Qiandao felt indifferent towards the personnel from the Spiritual Shield Bureau, merely offering a faint nod. "You seem rather arrogant?" Huang Yu inquired coldly. "Arrogant? No, I am quite approachable. I simply harbor no fondness for the minions of little devils. Bai Qiandao glanced at Long Yahao as he spoke. Upon mentioning Long Yahao, Huang Yu found it difficult to retort and instead looked to her superior. Long Yahao smiled serenely and remarked, "Fool, let me remind you, this school has over 30,000 students. Do not mess this up. If too many perish, it will become a significant incident, and you might as well consider your own demise. Should I perish, will you survive? The Spiritual Shield Bureau possesses privileges. While I may not have it easy, I will not meet my end. Are you convinced?" Long Yahao queried with a smile. Very well. Bai Qiandao had no counterargument. Privileges existed everywhere, especially in the enigmatic Spiritual Shield Bureau, whose privileges were monumental. Was it not evident that even Gao Sini had to avoid involvement in the Bureau's operations? I possess a device that can temporarily influence the actions of demons. Perhaps I should assist you, Bai Qiandao remarked, looking at the eager Xuanzhou. Science cannot resolve metaphysical dilemmas. You need only focus on the cleanup and refrain from asking further questions. As Bai Qiandao proceeded, Huang Yu scoffed. He acts as if he possesses remarkable abilities. We can accomplish similar feats. We cannot unearth deeper secrets of the demon kind. But he possesses that capability, Xuanzhou retorted. Huang Yu glared at Xuanzhou before turning to Long Yahao and suggested, "Long, shall we accompany him to observe? Do not go. He is both foolish and obstinate. We still need to rely on him to uncover more about the demons. If he falters and decides to act independently, it could lead to societal upheaval. We should focus on executing the cleanup effectively." Long Yahao's gaze flickered with concern. Bai Qiandao entered a classroom directly. Smiling as he addressed the teacher and students, "Teacher Liu, I seek your assistance." A bespectacled man, appearing rather refined, frowned and inquired, "Who are you?" "From the Academic Affairs Office. I have a matter to convey to you." Seeing Bai Qiandao's radiant smile, the refined man nodded, acknowledging that in such a vast school, it was improbable to recognize every faculty member. "It is a confidential matter. Let us discuss it outside." Bai Qiandao continued to display his sunny disposition, endearing himself to the man. The refined man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed him outside in a secluded area. Bai Qiandao seized the fortune and refined it into spiritual power, gazing at the fallen python demon. Feeling a wave of nausea, he had just imagined himself in a snake's den, surrounded by countless slithering serpents, sticky and damp, quite terrifying and utterly revolting. Ugh, he genuinely retched, though it was not as vile as the Mi Chong. And he did not expel everything. "What are you staring at? Hurry and leave." Bai Qiandao straightened up, shouting at the few individuals who had rushed over to investigate the commotion. Upon seeing the disemboweled python, they fled in terror, and Bai Qiandao activated Long Yahao's long-distance communicator. Once more, he brushed past the trio of Guangxi, exchanging nods. After working together extensively yesterday, they were destined to collaborate again today. Upon reuniting with Long Yahao, Bai Qiandao shared his insights, adding, "This demon organization is quite extensive, with at least 20 different types of demons. What have you all been doing to allow so many demons to infiltrate the human realm? Standing there and criticizing does not alleviate your discomfort," Huang Yu retorted. "When demons transform into humans, distinguishing them becomes exceedingly difficult, making it impossible to guard against them. Isn't there a system for identity verification?" "In theory, yes, but with hundreds of billions of people in Tut Songxing, the numbers are staggering. Some demons usurp others' identities or employ unique demonic techniques to deceive the identification system and acquire new identification cards. We are utterly powerless." In truth, Bai Qiandao understood this well. He was deliberately provoking Long Yahao, finding satisfaction in the act. Despite being aware of his intentions, Long Yahao, pleased to have discovered the whereabouts of a high-ranking demon, chose to overlook his antics and patiently explained further. "Let us go and eliminate the Qi demon now." Having irritated someone, Bai Qiandao felt exceptionally pleased, brimming with enthusiasm. "That is unwise. Although the Qi demon is a lesser demon, its prowess is profound, posing significant danger. You cannot confront it alone." After some contemplation, Bai Qiandao acknowledged his lack of absolute certainty and replied, "This type of demon is a level above the Mi Chong. It is likely to hold a higher status in the demon community and may have insights into the attack on my family. I wish to take the chance." "What is your level of confidence?" "Approximately 50%. "You have 50% confidence?" Long Yahao expressed incredulity, questioning him. Had this been yesterday, Bai Qiandao would have had no confidence whatsoever in confronting demons, but now, with a significant increase in spiritual power and enhanced extraordinary abilities, he felt compelled to give it a try. "There is no necessity. If I cannot prevent the Qi demon from escaping, neither can they. Bai Qiandao dismissed the concern. You underestimate the special task force. They have previously exterminated and captured dozens of demons, possessing ample experience to serve as your invaluable allies. Dozens of demons. Bai Qiandao contemplated the immense power he would gain by seizing the fortunes of such a number of demons. Although reaching the true pulse realm remained far-fetched, it would surely enhance his strength twofold. What are you all doing? Stop. Long Yahao interrupted him, glaring. I am granting you a chance. Do not provoke further discord between us. Yet, I find great amusement in this. Bai Qiandao chuckled. Long Yahao was left speechless by him. This man was truly exasperating. Were it not for their reliance on him, she would have imprisoned him and subjected him to torment. Bai Qiandao did not leave immediately. He was reluctant to undertake a perilous task with only partial confidence. The Qi demon was formidable, and its fire-based techniques were terrifying. His extraordinary abilities were insufficient, and attempting to utilize transformation methods would not sustain him for long. However, he understood one critical point. He must never reveal his secret. The method of seizing fortunes for cultivation was too astonishing. It would incite fear among the world's powerful, potentially leading to his demise. After all, no one wishes to have their fortune usurped, becoming unfortunate. Even the mightiest could perish quickly, rendering this a method of cultivation that defies the heavens. The existence of the system and the cultivation techniques of the life-true mirror were secrets that must never be disclosed. Long Yahao disregarded him, and feeling bored, he wandered over to observe Guangxi and their work. Huang Yu, your method of purging blood is ineffective. Why not simply set the grass ablaze? Huang Yu rolled her eyes at him. What business is it of yours? Why speak nonsense? Can we set fire in this school and risk a widespread conflagration? Will you take responsibility? Hey, Xuanshou, what is this device you have in your hand? Oh, the blood-purging device. May I give it a try? Wait, why is this button so sensitive that do not blame me? Who told you to give it to me? Xuanshou was on the verge of tears. Boss, this is a rotating button. How could you not discern that? Bai Qiandao hastily distanced himself from the situation. He certainly did not possess the funds for such devices. Xuanshou wore a mournful expression. Boss, you are shamelessly avoiding responsibility. Humph. I genuinely wish to lock you up and let you suffer. Long Yahao gritted her teeth. Are you abusing your privileges? Are you dissatisfied? I possess this privilege. Thus I can utilize it. The Spiritual Shield Bureau cannot act without restraint. You cannot afford the damages for the blood-purging device, and I have the authority to detain you. But Xuanshou lent it to me. I refuse to acknowledge that. So what? I will apprehend you without reason. That is not an issue. Bai Qiandao shouted. Arrest me then. Why don't you grab it? The enigmatic lord spoke without a pop-up. Look at your shameless demeanor. Your neck is not long, yet you wish to stretch it, do you? You're on the verge of tearing it apart, yet no one is offering to take you for treatment. Long Yiruo expressed her deep disdain for him. Bai Qiandao shrank his neck a bit. As the tugging indeed caused him some pain, he huffed a couple of times and said, You know nothing about me. I am unafraid of power, threats, and oppression. I am a steadfast warrior of resistance. You wish to rebel? Huang Yu inquired. Huh? What? I spoke of resisting unreasonable and barbaric oppression, not of opposing the dynasty or the government. Are you all conspiring to unjustly label me with a baseless accusation? Bai Qiandao hastily clarified, for anyone burdened with the charge of rebellion would certainly feel their heart race with anxiety. Chapter 20. Borrowing gift money. Xianshou couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Be serious, Bai Qiandao said, his cheeks flushing that if he hadn't been startled by the notion of rebellion, he would still consider himself a resolute warrior of resistance. Xianshou immediately composed his face, but soon broke into laughter again, followed by Huang Yu's hearty chuckles, and even Long Yiruo revealed a hint of a smile. Xianshou could no longer contain himself and laughed uncontrollably, doubling over in mirth. Amidst the laughter, Bai Qiandao felt embarrassed, his face growing even redder, sensing a rather disheartened feeling. The sound of a long-distance call rang out. Providing him with a respite, he promptly answered, Brother, have you arrived? It was his brother-in-law Chu Jia on the line. What? Where to? Bai Qiandao asked, bewildered at my grandfather's birthday celebration. We invited you. Birthday celebration? No, I had no idea. No one told me. Bai Qiandao replied, astonished. Didn't he the little girl tell you just a couple of days ago? Chu Jia's voice was equally perplexed. No, we haven't spoken in days. Little girl, come here. Chu Jia called for Bai Yun and I. Did you mention it to brother? Chu Jie asked Bai Yun and I told him 2 days ago that Grandpa Chu Jie's birthday celebration was coming up and that he should come. Bai Qiandao understood. His normally scatterbrained sister must have forgotten or confused the details, which was a common occurrence. All right, just tell me where. I'll head over now. Bai Qiandao realized it was futile to argue with his sister. Come to Wangfu Grand Hotel. After ending the long-distance call, Bai Qiandao glanced at the four still wearing smiles and, with a flick of his head, turned to leave, upon alighting from the flying vehicle. He pondered. A birthday celebration would require a gift, yet he had only 98 yuan in his pocket. What was he to do? His sister was often scatterbrained and muddled, but truth be told, even if she remembered to inform him, he had no money. Perhaps he would have to think of a way to decline attending. It was all rather embarrassing that as he walked towards the cloud ladder with heavy steps, he contemplated whether to borrow some money from my Tianxue to get through this situation. Just then, a ringtone sounded. It was a call from Bai Yun and I. Brother, have you arrived yet? I'm almost there. Brother, I must tell you, you are my only family. We cannot lose face in front of our maternal family. The gift money must be ample. It reflects on my honor too, Bai Qiandao groaned. You've never cared about my feelings, all right. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Bai Qiandao stood in place, contemplating that for his sister's sake, he would need to muster the courage to approach my Tianxue for a loan. Just as he was about to dial my Tianxue, he heard a voice from behind. Oh, if it isn't Bai Yun's brother. What's his name again? Bai Qiandao turned to see a man in his 40s with thinning hair, accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed woman of similar age. Did he recognize the couple? They were relatives of Chu Jie, who had started a small company and purchased a low-grade flying vehicle, often flaunting it around. For commoners, owning such a vehicle was generally beyond reach, yet some aspired to save up to buy one for taxi services. To possess a personal flying vehicle, even if low-grade, was a source of pride and envy in the eyes of others. Hello, my name is Bai Qiandao, he said politely. The woman, Zhou Qian, held her head high, barely acknowledging him. The man, Chu Fengyin, wore a forced smile and asked, Why aren't you going in? Oh, I'm just about to make a long-distance call. You may go ahead, Bai Qiandao responded with a smile. Chu Fengyin remarked, The birthday banquet is about to start. Hurry up, Bai Qiandao nodded quickly, gesturing for them to enter. Just as the cloud ladder's door was about to close, Zhou Qian's voice rang out with a tone of complaint. Why are you talking to a pauper? You're only inviting misfortune upon yourself. Bai Qiandao stood there, staring at the closing door, feeling a surge of anger. Had he wronged them in any way? And to accuse him of bringing misfortune, he would show her what misfortune truly meant. He dialed my Tianxue, hesitantly expressing his need for a loan, his face slightly flushed. How much do you need? My Tianxue inquired. 2,000. Is that all? For commoners, that's hardly substantial gift money, my Tianxue remarked, clearly unaware of the struggles of ordinary life, having been born into wealth. Yes, Bai Qiandao chuckled bitterly. Miss Mai, 2,000 yuan is already a significant amount for me. How could it compare to your lifestyle? I'll transfer it to you right now. No, wait until I can pay you back before you transfer. You know I've been cursed. Having a large sum of money temporarily is well, it's complicated. Bai Qiandao was uncertain about the system's peculiarities. Although borrowing money didn't directly relate to his current abilities, why would my Tianxue lend money to him? It was still due to the system. He had become a spiritual practitioner and anomaly master, thus could be of service to her, which made it somewhat related. He feared potential repercussions. Are you really cursed? My Tianxue's voice reflected surprise, evidently still harboring some skepticism. Indeed, sigh. Bai Qiandao let out a long sigh. Who wouldn't want to be wealthy? To possess power yet be unable to utilize it for financial gain was utterly frustrating. The recipient of the gift money was a man in his 50s named Chu Yushan, Chu Jie's uncle. The other was Chu Jie's father, Chu Yushue. This branch of the Chu family consisted of just these two brothers, while Chu Fengyin was a cousin. The Chu family was not large. In modern times, the likelihood of having more than one child has significantly diminished, and it is only becoming more pronounced. Experts attribute this to evolutionary changes in genetics, where increased lifespans correlate with lower sperm viability, leading to declining birth rates. Bai Qiandao wasn't sure how scientifically accurate this claim was. The internet had many opinions on the matter, but he merely glanced at them without delving deeper. When Chu Yushan saw Bai Qiandao, he merely nodded absent-mindedly, not uttering a word, his eyelids drooping. Bai Qiandao recognized that this individual had a somewhat elitist disposition. Although not wealthy, he nonetheless looked down on those who were equally impoverished. 2,000. Chu Yushan's drooping eyelids widened in surprise. For commoners, The usual gift ranged from 200 to 500 yuan, and if one had a good relationship, it could reach up to 1,000. To offer 2,000 yuan seemed quite generous in his eyes. Xiao Bai, where have you struck it rich lately? Chu Yushan offered a cigarette, his demeanor noticeably friendlier. I've been doing business and made some money. Bai Qiandao fabricated, lacking confidence in his words. What sort of business? How much have you made? Chu Yushan inquired, evidently intrigued. Bai Qiandao hadn't anticipated such probing questions and hadn't prepared an answer, racking his brain for a response. All right, let us head inside. Chu Yushan's eyelids drooped again, a hint of rudeness in his demeanor, as if he deemed Bai Qiandao unworthy of his attention. Feeling a bit humiliated and still unsure of how to respond, Bai Qiandao sighed inwardly and proceeded inside. Brother, a little butterfly seemed to flutter towards him. Bai Yun, petite and delicate, with a charming visage, dashed towards him in a somewhat eccentric manner, clad in a vibrant butterfly-patterned blouse, radiating youthful exuberance. Though Bai Qiandao often scolded her, his eyes sparkled with affection. Seeing his sister lifted his spirits. You're talking about me again. Bai Yun pouted. Brother, a stout young man approached, beaming with a smile. Xiao Jia, Bai Qiandao nodded at Chu Jia, grinning. Although he was his sister's chosen partner, Bai Qiandao had scrutinized him and knew Chu Jia was kind-hearted, especially towards Bai Yun. Xiao Bai, come sit down. A man in his 50s warmly beckoned. He was Chu Yushui. Bai Qiandao greeted him as uncle and glanced around the table, relieved to see that he was seated at the main table rather than being relegated to another guest table. The Chu family wasn't entirely elitist. Chu Yushui and his son Chu Jia were genuinely decent people. Old man, I wish you a happy birthday. Chu Liqing appeared sprightly, giving a slight nod towards Bai Qiandao, saying, take a seat. After all, his sister had only married into the Chu family a little over a year ago, and Bai Qiandao was not well acquainted with Chu Liqing. Noting his somewhat indifferent attitude, he didn't mind and took his seat beside Chu Yushui at the table. There sat Chu Fengyin and Zhou Qian, along with Chu Yushui's wife, Dan Jingbai, Chu Yushan's wife, Li Jinghua, and Chu Jia's cousin, Chu Xiangqian. As for the other members of the Chu family, apart from Chu Fengyin's young son who was at school, all had passed away. Although the lifespan of modern individuals has indeed increased, various diseases and calamities still lead to untimely deaths, revealing the fragility of human existence. Dan Jingbai was rather reserved and spoke little, merely offering a smile to Bai Qiandao. Li Jinghua, much like Chu Yushan, exhibited a somewhat snobbish demeanor, regarding Bai Qiandao with disdain. Chapter 21. My brother is wealthy. Chu Xiangqian kept her head down, absorbed in her phone, paying no attention to anyone. According to Bai Yun, this cousin was rather materialistic, aspiring to marry a wealthy man, and she possessed some assets of her own, having an attractive appearance. Bai Qiandao ignored Zhou Qian's scornful glance directed at him as the head of the Bai family. He prioritized the decorum of the occasion, maintaining a serious expression while conversing with Chu Yushui, quite unlike his usual roguish self when in the company of Long Yayao and others. The birthday banquet was set with 3 tables. The other 2 hosted more distant relatives and friends of the Chu family, seemingly all in attendance. Second uncle, my Fengyin, earned $1 million last year, and we generously contributed to the gift money today. It's a festive occasion, after all, so we offered 888. Zhou Qian spoke with an air of pride, reveling in the envious glances cast her way. Among this generation of the Chu family, Chu Fengyin stood out the most, and Zhou Qian felt quite satisfied with her position. Chu Xiangqian lifted her gaze towards her uncle, filled with envy, before lowering her head again. Perhaps contemplating her quest for a golden turtle son-in-law, Chu Liqing felt somewhat awkward as he looked at his descendants, who lacked financial means. In today's society, a lack of wealth could diminish one's stature. Chu Liqing chuckled awkwardly and remarked, I long suspected Fengyin would achieve great things. When will you take them along? Chu Fengyin, brimming with pride, replied, Second uncle, I wish to take them, but my business is quite demanding. Processing ore is arduous work, and I fear they may not be able to endure it. Chu Liqing merely spoke for the sake of it, understanding that Fengyin's words were merely a polite excuse. Although he had a dozen workers processing or beneath him, he still needed people to assist him. Such is the harsh reality of modern society. Even if one's nephew were not born of one's own blood, a certain distance inevitably arises, making it difficult to lower oneself to ask for favors. That moment, Bai Yun bounced over, approaching her brother Bai Qiandao, exclaiming, Brother, you truly made me proud, contributing 2,000 in gift money. The nearest Chu Yushui overheard, exclaiming in astonishment, "Xiao Bai, 2000, that's far too generous. You shouldn't spend so much that it's nothing. It's grandfather's birthday, and this is my heartfelt gesture." Bai Qiandao replied, "Feigning wealth is truly exhausting. Do you have a plan for the next meal?" A sudden voice interjected. Bai Qiandao turned to see Zhou Qian, her face twisted in displeasure as she delivered her snide remarks. Evidently feeling embarrassed that her own contributions had been overshadowed. "What are you saying? My brother is wealthy. Are you envious?" Bai Yunyi retorted angrily before Bai Qiandao had a chance to respond. "Envious of him? How absurd. Can he afford a luxury car? Can he buy a large house?" Zhou Qian scoffed. "What of it? The money that slips through my brother's fingers is enough to buy one," Bai Yunyi shouted. The surrounding guests were taken aback, while Bai Qiandao felt his face flush. "Oh, my foolish sister. Could you refrain from being so indiscreet? I truly cannot afford such luxuries. Your words are only putting me in a precarious position." "Xiao Bai, do you truly possess such wealth?" Chu Foming scrutinized Bai Qiandao with a penetrating gaze. Bai Qiandao found himself at a loss for words. He was not as naive as his sister. "And one cannot pretend to be affluent without the means to back it up. What kind of business are you engaged in?" As the feast was about to commence, Zhu Yushan entered. Clearly having caught wind of Bai Yunyi's remarks and eager for some amusement, Bai Qiandao shot a glare at his sister, who was covering her mouth. Realizing her slip, Bai Yunyi stammered, that he could not continue the fabrication. His face was burning with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. His expression made it evident to everyone that something was amiss. "Let the feast begin." Chu Jia, knowing his brother-in-law well, hastily interjected to diffuse the situation. "This little girl of yours is quite the blabbermouth." Zhou Qian sneered, taking a jab at him. Chu Jia's face turned red, and Bai Yunyi, unwilling to back down, retorted, "You should first have that gemstone tooth of yours removed before you talk." Zhou Qian had a problematic tooth, which she had replaced with a gemstone, not visible during her usual expressions but glaringly obvious when she smiled. "How dare you speak like that?" Zhou Qian fumed. Rising to her feet, "Bai Yunyi, do you have any manners? Is this how you address your elders?" Angry, she gestured wildly, inadvertently colliding with a server carrying a tray, spilling soup all over herself. "Don't you have eyes?" Zhou Qian yelled furiously, while the server stood frozen in fear. But as Zhou Qian stomped in rage, she stepped on the wet vegetables on the floor, slipping and falling, exclaiming in pain. Chu Fengyin quickly rose to assist her. But as she regained her balance, she slipped again on the oil-stained floor, bringing Chu Fengyin down with her, both of them yelping in unison. Onlookers were dumbfounded. How could Zhou Qian be so unfortunate? Not only drenched, but also slipping twice? Bai Yunyi laughed heartily, and a hint of a smile appeared on Bai Qiandao's face. He couldn't help but appreciate the chaos his sister had concocted. Life truly has a way of not only claiming one's fortunes, but also orchestrating the diminishment of one's dignity, bit by bit. With Zhou Qian's humiliation, Chu Fengyin was also drawn into the embarrassment, leaving both with no face to show, eager to depart. However, it was Chu Liqing's grand celebration, making it imprudent to leave prematurely. They sat there in silence, visibly subdued. The banquet officially commenced, with guests toasting Chu Liqing. And Bai Qiandao also partook in a few drinks. Zhou Qian's mind began to whirl, plotting more insults towards Bai Qiandao, blaming her earlier embarrassment on him and his sister, even though it was indeed Bai Qiandao who had instigated the chaos. "Xiao Bai, your big-mouthed sister claims you are wealthy. What business are you in now?" Zhou Qian pressed. Bai Qiandao regarded her with a smile. Her bad luck had yet to dissipate, and she remained spiteful and malicious. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Qian snapped, feeling increasingly sensitive. "Perhaps you should just leave it be," Bai Qiandao replied calmly. "What do you mean by that? What are you implying?" Zhou Qian stood, demanding an answer. Chu Fengyin frowned and said, "Xiao Bai, be mindful of your tone." "Why? Why is it permissible for her to speak ill of us while my brother cannot respond?" Bai Yunyi retorted, standing up and shaking off Chu Jia's grip on her sleeve. The hall fell silent. Chu Liqing's birthday celebration had been turned into such a spectacle, leaving him displeased. Out of an innate respect for the wealthy, he did not target Zhou Qian, but said, "Xiao Bai, Zhou Qian is merely inquiring. Just answer her, grandfather." Bai Yunyi felt anxious. It was her sister's big mouth that had caused this, regretting that her brother was put in such an awkward position, and harboring resentment towards Zhou Qian for not letting it go. "Bai Qiandao, are you still drinking?" A melodious voice echoed from the entrance, startling everyone as they turned to see the unusual figure of Long Yao. Bai Qiandao frowned. How had she gotten in? With her presence, he could forget about saving face. Whether I drink or not is none of your concern. Bai Qiandao replied, don't forget, you have matters to attend to. Drinking will only hinder your responsibilities. Long Yao approached him directly to go away. Stop bothering me. Wait outside. Bai Qiandao snapped impatiently. How can you indulge yourself in feasting while I starve outside? Long Yao unceremoniously pulled up a chair and sat beside him. If you wish to perish, feel free to drink to your heart's content. Who are you to curse my brother's death? Bai Yunyi demanded angrily. Long Yao turned to her and said, Bai Yunyi, I am looking out for your brother. He needs to focus on his tasks, and drinking poses a danger to his life. Bai Yunyi blinked in confusion and asked, Brother, who is she? Just a friend, not a stranger. Both Bai Qiandao and Long Yao replied in unison, exchanging glances before simultaneously huffing. Brother, if she claims to be your friend, could it be that your new girlfriend? Bai Yunyi asked in surprise. Absolutely not. The pair responded in perfect harmony once more, sharing another knowing glance and huffing in unison yet again. How harmonious. Brother, if you found a new girlfriend, you should at least inform me. Bai Yunyi teased. No. How could I ever fancy her? You've misunderstood. Long Yao quickly interjected that I understand. You must be SHY.my brother has been with you these past few days. Right? Bai Yunyi remarked, then turned to Bai Qiandao, saying, Brother, although she looks frightening with her attire and makeup, she is much better than that scheming Huang Ru. Bai Qiandao, witnessing Long Yao staring blankly at Bai Yunyi, could not help but laugh. Little did she know the quirks of his sister, whose thought process could truly leave one exasperated. Little girl, it's enough that you understand. Refrain from speaking excessively. Sit down. Perceiving the turmoil within Long Yao's heart, Bai Qiandao seized the opportunity, delighting in her discomfort. People attract those who mirror them. You are well suited for this type of ghastly woman. Zhou Qian's voice, though not loud, resonated in the now quiet hall. Clearly audible to the table's occupants, Long Yao abruptly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Zhou Qian with a cold smirk, retorting, who dressed like some grotesque creature. At first glance, one might mistake you for a monster. Upon closer inspection, it hardly resembles a human. Who do you think you are? Leave, Zhou Qian spat angrily. She is my girlfriend, and I brought her here to celebrate a birthday. What's it to you? Bai Qiandao replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 22. Zhou Qian's deflation. Bai Qiandao, I am extending you some courtesy. Please refrain from being so crass. Long Yao lowered her voice, gritting her teeth. Thank you for the courtesy, but if I don't speak in a more affectionate manner, I would be remiss in honoring your generosity. Yao, this dish is delightful. Bai Qiandao chuckled softly, serving her some food. She glanced at the dish in her bowl, closed her eyes, and consumed it, the sound of her chewing echoing audibly. Zhou Qian was a restless spirit, narrow-minded and perpetually irked, her face darkening as she pressed on. Bai, we are waiting for you to tell us how you made your fortune. Zhou Qian, cease your inquiries. Chu Fengyin interjected, sensing the tense atmosphere and wishing to curtail her tirade. What is the harm in exposing their pretentious boasting? Why should I not call them out? Zhou Qian shot back at Chu Fengyin, her expression brimming with indignation. My brother is wealthy, Bai Yunyi muttered, yet her voice lacked conviction. Despite her eccentricity, she was aware that her loose tongue could lead to trouble. What wealth? A pauper, merely pretending. Zhou Qian's ears perked up. Having overheard, Bai Qiandao, stop drinking. Long Yao snatched the wine cup from Bai Qiandao's hand, casting a glance at Zhou Qian as she stated, let me tell you, once the task is complete, the 10 million will be nullified. Do not take it lightly. A stunned silence enveloped the table. All present were taken aback. Brother, what kind of business allows you to earn 10 million? Bai Yunyi asked in astonishment. That a substantial enterprise, a very large one. I merely fear he may drink too much and jeopardize it, but I cannot disclose the details. Long Yao replied calmly. Perhaps you simply can't articulate it. More boasting. Your entire family is full of hot air. Zhou Qian continued relentlessly. Shut your mouth. Long Yao retorted, pulling 3 gleaming items from her pocket and tossing them onto the table, declaring, this yen gold is abundant in my possession. How much do you have? The onlookers were left in disbelief, gazing at the 3 pieces of yen gold, clearly of high purity, shimmering with a blue hue, likely worth millions, while 5 elements coins facilitate transactions. Yen gold has been the authentic currency since ancient times. Albeit cumbersome to carry, yen gold is quite rare. My family possesses a yen gold mine, yet the extracted gold lacks the purity of these 3 pieces, requiring complex refinement to achieve such quality. Yen gold cannot be counterfeit. The flickering blue light contains a unique substance that no advanced technology can replicate. Long Yao tucked the gold away, casting a disdainful glance at the dazed Zhou Qian. Unwilling to engage further with such a woman, regretting her decision to come in, had she not seen Bai Qiandao drinking, his face flushed, she would not have bothered to appear. Unexpectedly embroiled in this tedious affair ignited her ire, and she revealed the 3 pieces of yen gold, stunning everyone present. Bai Qiandao was equally astonished. He had casually tossed out 3 pieces of yen gold, oblivious to Long Yao's wealth. Zhou Qian's demeanor wilted. Those 3 pieces of yen gold alone surpassed their collective assets. If Long Yao's claims were true, she was indeed the impoverished one. Most importantly, yen gold is tightly regulated, with limited opportunities for acquisition. Yet it is sufficient for preservation and appreciation. The law permits private ownership, yet commoners possess scant amounts, while the affluent and powerful hoard quality yen gold, far exceeding that of any imperial government. Long Yao's sudden display of 3 high-purity pieces was enough to intimidate the common folk, signifying her formidable background. Haha, I told you my brother is wealthy. Why didn't you believe me? Bai Yunni's laughter broke the silence. Little girl, enough with the chatter. Focus on your meal. Long Yao regained her composure, as Bai Qiandao wished for his sister to refrain from further embarrassing him. Thus, everyone resumed their meals in silence, while Bai Yunni surveyed the room. A look of smug satisfaction upon her face. Long Yao occasionally glanced at her, pondering her mindset. Though you truly believe those 3 pieces of yen gold belong to your brother? As they were about to leave, Bai Yunni approached her, saying, Sister-in-law, I acknowledge you as my sister-in-law that I am currently preparing for pregnancy and looking to buy a house, but I'm short on funds. Could you lend me some money? Even a small amount would suffice. Long Yao frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the title sister-in-law, and replied, Ask your brother for that. Do you think I'm foolish? My brother is not truly wealthy and lacks capability, yet he has found me a wonderful sister-in-law. Who is affluent? Long Yao regarded her, as well as the awkward Chu Jie beside her, and smiled. If you weren't foolish, how could you possibly think I am your brother's girlfriend? You are indeed. While my brother may lack the ability to earn significant wealth, he is a true man, charismatic to the core. Were I not his biological sister, I would surely wed him. Fine. Long Yao found herself convinced by her words. Her reasoning was truly extraordinary. Has she always been this way? Or is she simply obsessed with her brother? Long Yao asked Chu Jie. Exasperated, Chu Jie affectionately glanced at Bai Yunni, saying, The bond between them is profound. Since she was 3 years old, he has painstakingly raised her. And she regards him as the most handsome, charming man in existence, making me feel insignificant in comparison. You can't possibly compare to my brother. Bai Yunni shot Chu Jie an incredulous look, while Chu Jie chuckled sheepishly. At that moment, Bai Qiandao approached after bidding farewell to the Chu family. Bai Qiandao, your sister is asking me for money. Should I lend it to her or not? Long Yao inquired playfully. Bai Qiandao promptly replied, Do not lend. I will provide her with money. Brother, I have many expenses, Bai Yunni whined. Honestly, with a sister-in-law so wealthy, my brother won't let me borrow. Bai Yunni huffed in indignation. Little girl, we can all see she is not truly your brother's girlfriend. You cannot borrow money from her. Chu Jie commented, If I say she is, then she is. Even if she Ascent now, she will be in the future. What a perfect match they make. Why do you believe they are a match? If I say they are a match, then they are. Why do you insist on opposing me? Bai Yunni retorted stubbornly. Well then, I shall help mother pack the food. Chu Jie quickly excused himself, realizing that engaging in a debate with Bai Yunni at this moment could lead to trouble, as her temper could turn violent. Zhou Qian, seething with anger, remarked, That woman is so detestable, utterly humiliating us. How could she possibly be paired with that pauper? It certainly seems unlikely, but Xiaobai has such wealthy friends. Her connections are not to be underestimated. Chu Fengyin reflected, his business acumen revealing a deeper understanding than Zhou Qian's superficiality. That pauper, humph, he will never be wealthy. And his sister, so brainless, strutting about as if she owns the world. It infuriates me. Zhou Qian fumed, storming out through the cloud ladder door, only to stumble and fall backward, taking Chu Fengyin down with her. Ouch, who is so careless as to leave banana peels lying around? Zhou Qian exclaimed, wincing as she glanced at the offending peel on the ground. The two stared blankly as Bai Qiandao entered a luxurious flying car, followed by 2 other flying vehicles soaring into the northwestern sky. That is the latest model of the Shunfeng flying car, priced at 30 million. It seems we were mistaken. He is genuinely wealthy. Chu Fengyin chuckled bitterly. Zhou Qian trembled, her lips quivering from pain and frustration. Why should he possess such wealth? Today, she felt utterly humiliated. Are you still dizzy? As darkness enveloped the sky, the flying car hovered among the high-rise apartments. Long Yao inquired that I'm not drunk, so I'm fine. Are you all prepared? Bai Qiandao gazed at a towering building, knowing that the red demon resided there. The fire truck and ambulance are on standby, ready to launch at any moment. Xianshou has set up gravity shields around the vicinity to contain the flames. They will remain nearby, prepared to assist. All right, I'm heading in. Bai Qiandao halted the flying vehicle, disembarking and striding toward the building. The cloud ladder door at the 86th floor opened. Bai Qiandao stepped out, heading directly to Unit 8606, ringing the doorbell. Who is it? A sweet voice echoed from within. Bai Qiandao frowned. The red demon was supposed to live alone. Why was there a woman inside? I'm the building manager. Here to discuss something with the occupant of 8606, Bai Qiandao replied. Zhang Ming, the building manager is looking for you. The woman called out. Moments later, a deep voice responded. What is it? Sir, please allow me to enter. I require a moment of your undivided attention. Undivided attention? I apologize, but I am currently occupied. Bai Qiandao's expression turned cold. This crimson demon seemed to possess a heightened sense of caution. He continued, Sir, I can forego entering. Might I request that you step outside for a moment? This matter is urgent. Pray tell, what is it that requires such urgency? I need to speak with you in private. Please, step outside. It will not take much of your time. After a brief silence, the door creaked open to reveal a handsome young man clad in sleepwear, scrutinizing Bai Qiandao with a furrowed brow as he inquired, What is it? Completely unaware, Bai Qiandao regarded the young man as merely human. Each time he vanquished a demon, he would employ the eye of insight to ascertain their true form, for it was possible that the aura of demonic energy could taint a human, resulting in misjudgment. This was a precaution against error. However, with this crimson demon, he felt absolutely nothing. It was evidently not one of the weaker varieties, possessing the ability to obscure its aura. Bai Qiandao leaned in slightly to peer inside, catching sight of a graceful silhouette engaged in physical training, pondering whether this woman might also be a demon. What are you doing? The crimson demon pushed him away, irritation evident in his tone. Chapter 23. The love between human and demon. I was merely concerned about being overheard, Bai Qiandao replied with a smile, activating the eye of insight. Otherworldly master. The crimson demon's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in shock. Within Bai Qiandao's gaze, he discerned that the demon's true form was that of a humanoid demon, radiating fierce flames that caused discomfort to his eyes, reacting slightly slower than intended. The crimson demon waved his hands, igniting a raging inferno in the corridor. Bai Qiandao found himself engulfed in flames, his body searing with pain, prompting him to cry out in agony, gritting his teeth against the torment. Bai Qiandao shouted, Demon spawn, prepare to meet your end. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Demon Slayer strike, a blade-like form that cleaved through the air with remarkable speed. Crimson Flame Spear. The crimson demon conjured a spear ignited with flickering flames, thrusting it forward to shatter the blade of the Demon Slayer strike. Bai Qiandao was momentarily taken aback. The once unstoppable Demon Slayer strike had been obliterated as the crimson flame spear approached him. He could already feel the intense heat searing into his chest. In a desperate bid, Bai Qiandao employed the transformation of anomalies technique, dissipating half of the heat and transforming it into an icy shield. With a thunderous crash, the walls of the space fractured into countless fissures, the force above and below creating two gaping holes as the ground collapsed, sending both him and the crimson demon tumbling into the corridor below. Not only that, but the clash between the crimson flame spear and the icy shield resulted in a series of explosive detonations, causing them to continue plummeting through the layers. Upon reaching the 23rd level, Bai Qiandao sensed a decline in his strength. After all, he had only recently begun cultivating spiritual energy, while the crimson demon had likely undergone decades of refinement, its pure energy surpassing his own youthful vigor. However, it was precisely the anomaly of the otherworldly master that allowed him to restrain demons, for he wielded unusual powers and possessed arcane techniques. He fervently recited the 100 Arts incantation. The crimson demon's ferocity began to wane, its expression becoming dazed, and the flames surrounding it diminished considerably, the crimson flame spear flickering as if it might vanish at any moment. Before Bai Qiandao floated a translucent icy shield. He focused intently on the crimson demon, his lips moving in silent incantation, the intangible strength of the spell radiating outward. He exerted every ounce of his otherworldly energy, once more invoking the transformation of anomalies. The icy shield held firm, yet the depletion of his energy rendered his complexion pale as death. He dared not cease his recitation of the 100 Arts incantation, contemplating whether to employ other formidable techniques. Yet he found himself unable. Those were beyond his current capacity and would swiftly exhaust his remaining energy, leaving him vulnerable. It was a dire situation. Had it not been for the appearance of that woman, he would have undoubtedly slain the crimson demon. Now, he feared that she too might be a demon, which would spell his doom. Yet the woman remained still, paralyzed by fear as she observed the unfolding chaos. It seemed she was merely human. Why would the crimson demon care for a human? In this critical moment, Bai Qiandao felt an impending sense of mortality looming over him, and in his desperation, he recalled the true essence of life. Though invoking it now would not allow him to seize the entirety of the crimson demon's fortune, it could potentially weaken its luck, perhaps providing him with the means to turn the tide. With a gentle motion of his hand, he attempted to extract a thread of the demon's fortune, but the crimson demon, now diminished in ferocity, was significantly weakened in will, allowing Bai Qiandao to strip away a sliver of its luck. However, this endeavor was fraught with difficulty, inevitably requiring a portion of his spiritual energy, thus diminishing his otherworldly strength. The icy shield crackled ominously, threatening to shatter at any moment, and his anxiety mounted. Yet he had no further energy to draw upon. A door swung open, revealing a man who stared in shock at the crimson demon, exclaiming, "Demon!" The man swiftly retreated, only to return wielding a firearm, though the government of the Tuchong dynasty prohibited civilians from possessing firearms. Some individuals, particularly those involved in organized crime, managed to conceal weapons. This man was adorned with tattoos covering his arms. Bai Qiandao smiled, feeling the fortune he had stripped from the crimson demon taking effect, and it was now a matter of seizing the opportunity. Except for some particularly unique demons, most demons were corporeal beings who could not withstand the impact of bullets. However, they could employ demonic magic, such as the crimson demon, who could melt a gun and bullets, yet it was currently unable to muster such force. With trembling hands, the man fired at the crimson demon. The bullet penetrated its body, instantly transforming into molten iron, which still affected its ability to wield demonic power. The crimson demon sensed its power waning and roared in fury. Damn it! Distracted, it unleashed a burst of flame, igniting the man, who ran about in a panic, screaming in terror. Time was of the essence. Bai Qiandao summoned the last vestiges of his strength to execute the demon slayer's strike. Once more, a ghostly blade of azure light, imbued with otherworldly energy, cleaved through the crimson flame spear inch by inch until it struck the crimson demon's body, exploding into a gaping wound. At last, it collapsed, crimson blood gushing forth and igniting the ground beneath. Bai Qiandao too fell, utterly spent, gasping for breath. As the crimson demon's fiery blood threatened to spill onto him, he struggled to rise, casting a glance at the demon. The crimson demon's gaze was one of infatuation. Fixated on the entranced woman, its lips moving, yet no words escaped. Demons possess feelings as well. Bai Qiandao felt a flicker of strength returning to him. He approached, pressing his hand against the demon's forehead, enduring the searing pain, and commanded, "Where are your accomplices?" Gazing at Chu Lindam, Bai Qiandao frowned. Indeed, demons could feel emotions. Though the crimson demon was ferocious, it harbored a profound and unwavering love for her, remaining unrepentant even in death. The demon's fortune gradually dissipated, and Bai Qiandao did not tarry, waving his hand. Vision swirled in his mind. He found himself on the street, locking eyes with Chu Lindam, both sharing a smile, warmth blossoming in their hearts. This marked the first meeting between the crimson demon and Chu Lindam, a love at first sight that would entwine their fates forever. Scenes unfolded, intense as fire yet tender as water, as demon and human reveled in the ocean of love. Lacking vows yet bound by mutual thoughts and tides of affection, Bai Qiandao's expression shifted, at times soft, at times passionate, at times joyful, at times warm, until the white lotus within him stirred, purifying the demonic illusions, prompting him to awaken with the lotus hand sealed. As the illusions receded, he instinctively turned to Chu Lindam, only to be stunned, exclaiming, "Spiritual energy awakening!" He beheld Chu Lindam radiating layers of brilliance, emanating faint spiritual energy that swirled around her. surging into her being, "I will kill you." Chu Liandam's face was filled with sorrow as she lunged at Bai Qiandao, though she had merely awakened her spiritual energy and lacked the ability to wield it. Her training in ancient martial arts meant that even a feeble punch could prove lethal. Bai Qiandao, still enraptured by the warmth shared between the Crimson Demon and her, reacted sluggishly, failing to evade her attack. Instead shouting, "You must listen to me." Seeking death, a cold voice echoed, and another surge of spiritual energy struck toward Chu Liandam. "No," Bai Qiandao roared, inexplicably stepping forward to shield Chu Liandam from the blow. The impact of her spiritual energy fell short, yet he bore the brunt of a more potent attack. Grunting as he coughed up blood and collapsed, Long Yao appeared, staring in disbelief at the fallen Bai Qiandao. Struggling to comprehend his actions, Bai Qiandao had not perished. He had seized the Crimson Demon's fortune and cultivated spiritual energy, thus saving his own life. Yet the aftermath was grim as he lay on the ground, blood pouring from his wounds. Though Chu Liandam could not kill him, Long Yao, also a wielder of spiritual energy, unleashed a gravity attack that nearly claimed his life. "Are you foolish? She sought to kill you." Long Yao struggled to understand. She is not a demon. Bai Qiandao, too, could not fathom his own actions, possibly influenced by the illusions and the warmth he had shared with Chu Liandam, compelling him to spare her. Bai Qiandao looked at Chu Liandam, who met his gaze, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "You should not have saved me. You killed my beloved. He is not human. He is a demon." Bai Qiandao coughed blood, speaking with great difficulty, "I care not whether he is a human or a demon. All I know is that we are in love. You must die." Chu Liandam cried out frantically, mourning the death of the Crimson Demon. As she struck again with a powerful punch, Long Yaji swiftly darted to Chu Liandam's side and pointed a finger at her. Chu Liandam slowly collapsed, and Long Yaji regarded her with a furrowed brow, saying, "It is truly human, only now awakening spiritual power. The love between human and demon is astonishing and unprecedented, though I have encountered it twice before." Turning her gaze towards Bai Qiandao, she noticed blood trickling from his lips. He had succumbed to unconsciousness, his injuries too grave. "Had I not felt an unsettling foreboding and rushed to your aid? Had you not resisted, even an awakening spiritual practitioner could have slain you. What have you been through? Why did you shield her from my blow? Is it merely because she is human?" Long Yaji questioned, perplexed yet resolute. As she summoned medical personnel, Bai Qiandao awoke in the hospital. The moment his eyes opened, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The wounds had improved somewhat, yet the weight of Long Yaji's spiritual power was excruciating. Spiritual practitioners were scarce in the Five Elements Alliance, and even rarer on the soil of Tuzong Star, most concentrated among the affluent and powerful. Given Long Yaji's high rank within the Spiritual Shield Bureau, it was no surprise that she was a practitioner herself. Her audacity in action was truly remarkable. Perhaps she had already attained the Yuan Dan realm, and when she struck down Chu Liandam, she had not exerted her full strength. Chu Liandam, the mere thought of her caused Bai Qiandao to frown deeply. It seemed he had witnessed Long Yaji incapacitate her with a mere gesture, and he was left wondering if she still lived. After experiencing the Crimson Demon's illusions, his feelings for her had waned considerably. He regretted his impulsive decision to shield her from harm, which had nearly cost him his life. Chapter 24. Throwing it away, though filled with anger, he could not help but feel envious of the profound love shared between humans and demons. He had never experienced such a heart-wrenching romance. Huang Ru's betrayal had left him heartbroken, even igniting a spark of jealousy within him. Does love truly exist? He remained bewildered, questioning whether the illusions he experienced were real, or if he was merely trapped in an unrealistic dream. Struggling to distinguish between reality and fantasy. Once, he had held Huang Ru's hand, running joyfully down the street, laughing radiantly, believing it to be a beautiful love. Now, however, his heart felt mottled and shrouded in darkness. Devoid of sunlight, he had lost the taste of love, now only feeling the piercing chill of despair as scars spread across his heart, irreparable in their nature. That a woman entered, smiling gently. "You are awake, Miss Mai." Bai Qiandao strained to sit up, the pain in his chest causing him to cough. "Lie down. Your injuries are severe, and you have been unconscious for 2 days." Mai Tianxue stepped forward, intending to assist him back to bed. "It's nothing. I can sit up." Bai Qiandao insisted on sitting upright, as lying down made him feel utterly useless, engulfed by a sense of impending doom that often accompanies a melancholic spirit. Mai Tianxue supported him further, elevating the pillow to provide him some comfort. her movements tender and considerate. The doctor mentioned that your body is a miracle, possessing the ability to self-heal, which is why you have recovered so quickly. Bai Qiandao remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Bai Qiandao was equally perplexed about his body. He had once suffered a stab wound and had also awakened after 2 days, perhaps due to some transformation by the system. While spiritual practitioners in the spirit realm could harness their power to heal themselves, such rapid recovery was unusual. It could only be said that he healed faster than an ordinary person. Rumors spoke of certain elixirs that could expedite recovery, yet few spiritual practitioners possessed the skill to concoct them, possibly even fewer than the number of extraordinary masters, and the process was particularly intricate and complex. With few high-quality elixirs produced, Miss Mai, I have uncovered a secret from the Crimson Demon. In this conflict against the Mai family, a terrifying demon from the demon circle is involved. It controls several demons, including the Crimson Demon and the Tiger Demon. However, the Crimson Demon remains unaware of this being S motives for targeting the Mai family. What kind of demon? Why are they targeting the Mai family? Bai Qiandao's face quivered slightly with fear. Any normal person would tremble at being pursued by a demon. The organization of the demon circle appears loose, yet it is quite strict. Each demon knows only a handful of others. The Crimson Demon is aware of this being's existence, but is manipulated without knowledge of its identity or reason for targeting the Mai family. However, the Crimson Demon speculates that this demon resides in the civilian district of the Northwest, not far from its own home, which is at least a clue. Bai Qiandao fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Very well, I appreciate your efforts in uncovering this. For now, focus on recovering your health." She then inquired, "Should we inform your sister?" "No need. I will be fine after a few days of rest and I do not wish to worry her." Bai Qiandao, you are finally awake. Hurry and get up to slay some demons. Long Yeji strode into the room. Bai Qiandao retorted, "You truly are a little demon, devoid of humanity. Do you not see me lying in a hospital bed? You brought this misfortune upon yourself. Who told you to take the blow meant for her? Not dying is a stroke of luck." Long Yeji shrugged dismissively. We must discuss this. It was you who injured me. To be continued on the next page. What is there to discuss? I was saving your life. It was you who recklessly approached my power, so you deserve it. Long Yeji scoffed. What do you mean saving me? I was confident she could not kill me. You had no defenses at the time. How could you be so sure you wouldn't die? You need not express gratitude for my assistance, but do not attempt to argue that you do not understand. She could not kill me at that moment. I shall not elaborate. But your strike, were you truly aiming to end my life? Who told you to approach me in the first place? Long Yeji inquired curiously. You do not recognize her, do you? I do not. That was our first encounter. How strange. Why did you gaze at her with such that seemingly tender affection? Cough, cough. I can only tell you that the secrets of the demons I unearthed were due to a secret method, which placed me in a brief, illusioned, way. You are an extraordinary master, possessing the 100-art spell. Long Yeji stared at him, her face a mask of shock. Bai Qiandao was momentarily stunned. How could she know this? It is well known that extraordinary masters are enigmatic, with most only familiar with the extraordinary force bullets, which are the most frequently utilized spells. Other extraordinary spells are rarely demonstrated, and not all masters possess them. Extraordinary spells require a clear understanding of the mind, flowing naturally. Few masters have ever passed down their teachings, and historically, only a handful of extraordinary masters have been able to comprehend force bullets, using their extraordinary power to counter demons and maintain control over them. You know the 100-art spell? Bai Qiandao asked in astonishment. Long Yeji regarded him with an intensely profound gaze, stating, Indeed, the 100-art spell is exceptionally difficult to comprehend. In this era, only Lan Danyan has mastered this extraordinary technique. I have witnessed her perform it once. She told me the 100-art spell cannot be easily cast, as it may plunge the practitioner into deep illusions, with a high probability of going astray. Her Lotus extraordinary technique can purify the effects. She dares not use it as frequently as you do to truly go astray and become a demon. You would become humanity's enemy. Do you seek death? Of course, Bai Qiandao was not under the influence of the 100-art spell. He remained unfazed by her stern words that it was then he understood that the white lotus rising within him stemmed from Lan Danyan's lotus extraordinary power. He had been punished by the system, enduring unimaginable torment, without having witnessed Lan Danyan perform the lotus technique. However, he realized he had somehow drawn upon her power and integrated a fragment of her essence. thus acquiring extraordinary abilities and becoming an extraordinary master himself. In his view, the occurrences surrounding him felt exceedingly peculiar, and he found himself at a loss for understanding, uncertain whether this lotus extraordinary technique would persist. Your connection with Lan Danyan is quite intriguing. Did she impart the lotus extraordinary power to you? Bai Qiandao inquired with curiosity. Impossible. This type of extraordinary power can only be comprehended by oneself, a feat achieved by Lan Danyan alone throughout history. Wait, what is your connection to her? Long Yaji interjected, astonished. She may be intent on killing me. Bai Qiandao lamented. Lan Danyan was likely drained of her power and needed time to recover, which was why she had not sought him out. All the while monitoring his every action like a nightmare shadowing him, he would have to evade this formidable woman, and the thought of ever surpassing her in strength was terrifying, leaving him uncertain of when he could feel truly at ease. She wishes to kill you. Though her temperament is fierce, she seldom resorts to killing. It must be your despicable behavior that has provoked her. Ha ha! Long Yaji chuckled with delight. Bai Qiandao, feeling irked, replied, "You are the one who is despicable, you sharp-tongued woman." Long Yaji laughed softly, saying, "You have also surprised me. Have you already reached the Yuandan realm?" Bai Qiandao gazed at her with keen interest. "Please, as if I am dying to know that I must warn you. You are not yet strong enough. You must never expose your identity as an extraordinary master, lest you invite calamity. What calamity could there be? 3 days hence, you must rise and accompany me." Long Yaji fixed him with a determined stare. "Director Long, he is gravely injured and will not recover so swiftly." Bai Qiandao interjected. Long Yaji glanced at her, her expression cold. "I have consulted with the doctor. His recovery is remarkably swift. He will be able to move freely in 3 days. What a strange ability this is." Bai Qiandao frowned, stating, "Were it not for my desire to uncover the truth behind that demon, who would wish to collaborate with you. By the way, what secret did you obtain from the Crimson Demon?" Long Yaji inquired. "Curious, are we? Perhaps if you were to peel an apple for me, I might divulge the information you seek." Bai Qiandao gestured towards the table beside the hospital bed, which was adorned with an assortment of fruits, the source of which remained a mystery. Long Yao stepped forward, wielding a fruit knife, and with a deft motion, she sliced through the apple's skin, creating a delicate spiral. The ease with which a spirit wielder performed such a task was indeed remarkable. "Are you seriously peeling it without washing it first? That's unacceptable. Go wash it," Bai Qiandao challenged her. Long Yao silently complied, rinsing the apple before presenting it to him. Only then did Bai Qiandao accept it with satisfaction, taking a bite as he mumbled a secret he had learned. "You've managed to uncover a few more demons." Long Yao suddenly approached him, playfully patting his chest and flashing a radiant smile before departing. The sudden contact exacerbated the ache in Bai Qiandao's chest, causing him to emit a low groan. "You little devil, you're not human," Bai Qiandao shouted in frustration, left helplessly watching her graceful departure. "She does have a fondness for you. She was the one who purchased these fruits," Bai Qiandao remarked. "She'd just throw them away," Bai Qiandao retorted angrily. "Very well, I shall dispose of them," Bai Qiandao replied, rising to do just that. "Wait, I merely jest." Bai Qiandao's gaze lingered on the fresh fruits as he added, "It would be a shame to waste them, especially since she paid for them. We could use the vitamins. If you desire fruit, I shall procure some for you. Her purchase can be discarded," Bai Qiandao stated. Bai Qiandao stared at her in bewilderment, questioning why she seemed to care about the fruits Long Yao had bought. Did she truly intend to throw them away? Feeling his gaze, Bai Qiandao gently bit her red lip and chuckled. "I was merely jesting. I will buy you even better fruit." Not only did Bai Qiandao bring more expensive, fresh fruits, but she also tended to him, leaving Bai Qiandao puzzled as he inquired if she had no other matters to attend to. She explained that her business was already on track. Though busy, she could still find the time. Chapter 25. By human schemes, her meticulous care left Bai Qiandao feeling quite out of place. How could a tycoon of the 5 Elements Alliance engage in such a menial task? He remarked to her that a caretaker would suffice, for he was not entirely incapacitated. She smiled gently, assuring him that her presence would provide greater peace of mind. He was at a loss regarding her motivations. Even if she sought something from him, there seemed no reason for her to demean herself in such a manner. Nor did he believe she held any romantic feelings for him. The disparity in their statuses was profound, and having recently endured heartbreak, he felt quite disheartened, doubting his own allure, save for his sister Bai Yuni, who might have a different perspective. The hospital where Bai Qiandao resided was located in the Commoner district. It had been the nearest option at the time of his arrival, while the medical facilities to the east and south were superior. His condition did not warrant a transfer. In truth, hospitals in the commoner district were generally subpar, yet a few stood out for their pleasant environments, providing accommodations akin to the higher wards of the southern hospitals. The concept of a commoner district encompassed many small enterprises, where numerous small business owners could afford low-tier flying vehicles and comfortable residences, even affording high-grade hospital rooms. My Tianxue, accustomed to a life of luxury, found the high-grade ward in the commoner district to resemble a slum. Thus, she procured new high-end appliances, which Bai Qiandao deemed extravagant. After all, he would only be staying for a few days. However, he understood that for her, this expenditure was merely a drop in the ocean. Bai Qiandao reflected on the stark contrast between the lives of the affluent and ordinary folk, where money flowed freely. Take, for instance, the advanced 3D communication device. It would take him 3 years of relentless toil to afford it, yet it held no significance for my Tianxue, who planned to donate it to the hospital. Bai Qiandao attempted to dissuade her, pointing out the hospital's exploitative practices towards the commoners, suggesting that her contributions would be better served to orphanages or welfare organizations instead. While my Tianxue was unconcerned, she heeded Bai Qiandao's advice and swiftly reached out to an orphanage, employing others to handle the logistics, thereby sparing herself any inconvenience. Bai Qiandao couldn't help but reminisce about the Bai family a century prior, which had once been wealthier than the Mai family, only to suffer catastrophic decline due to a monumental upheaval. The once mighty Bai family crumbled, leaving its descendants in disarray. The Mai family had exerted every effort to safeguard their lineage, with Mai Ju painstakingly nurturing my Tianxue to prevent a similar fate. Should the Mai family falter, their commercial empire would fragment, and their descendants would endure the same grim existence as the Bai family. As he pondered the past of the Bai family, Bai Yumin entered with an air of elegance. As a concubine, she enjoyed a life of luxury but felt dwarfed in the presence of the family head, my Tianxue. She bowed respectfully, stating that she was there on behalf of Mai Shui to visit Bai Qiandao. Mai Tianxue merely acknowledged Bai Yumin with a nod. To her, a concubine was little more than a step above a servant, unless she bore children who would inherit the family's fortune, thus elevating her status. There were many with the surname Bai in the world, and she had no inkling that Bai Yumin was Bai Qiandao's paternal aunt, nor would she speculate as such. Bai Yumin exchanged some pleasantries, and once Mai Tianxue exited, she said, "Qiandao, Mai Tianxue holds you in high regard. You should strive to earn her favor and become a son-in-law of the Mai family." No, she wouldn't be interested in me. Besides, I have no such feelings for her, Bai Qiandao quickly countered. Bai Yumin's expression darkened with disappointment. "Qiandao, I understand your heart is elsewhere, but heed my advice. Marrying her could afford you and Yun and I a better life. Even if you lack wealth, the curse cannot punish you, yet you would gain numerous advantages. Perhaps it could aid in restoring the Bai family's former glory." Bai Qiandao mused, furrowing his brow. "Precisely, that is my thought. As a concubine, I lack the means to engage in the Mai family's business affairs. However, as her husband, you could accomplish what I cannot. Qiandao, this is a rare opportunity, for the sake of our ancestors who rest in the netherworld. Do consider my words." Bai Yumin gazed intently at Bai Qiandao, her eyes filled with earnest hope. "Aunt, this is the first time I address you as such. Our conversation that night left me restless, pondering much and arriving at a decision. Restoring the Bai family's former glory is a daunting task, but I shall endeavor to achieve it. However, I will not pander to my Tianxue or pursue a romantic relationship with her. Love cannot be so easily manipulated. How can you achieve this when you are cursed?" Bai Yumin sighed, her eyes reflecting disappointment. "That I have contemplated this matter. My curse merely prevents me from accumulating wealth. Yet those around me may prosper. Is that so? Splendid. You can earn money, and Yun and I can manage it, invest, and conduct business. No, wait. As a concubine, the master would not permit me to do so. But Yun and I could represent us," Bai Yumin exclaimed joyfully. "You do not understand my sister. She can spend money if you wish, but she lacks the acumen for it. If she comes into a windfall, it will slip through her fingers." Bai Qiandao chuckled ruefully. "I shall think it over. We could hire an agent. Yun and I need not be involved, and I would oversee the finances, while you and I manage the investments and other matters through an agency team." Bai Yumin's mind raced with possibilities as hope blossomed within her. My Tianxue remarked, "Indeed, she seems quite chatty. Interestingly enough, she also bears the surname Bai Yumin. She wed my father shortly after my birth, and as far as I know, she is an orphan, Bai Qiandao explained it. Bai Yumin did not wish for the Mai family to discover her connection to Bai Qiandao, and he too felt it unwise to disclose it. Mai Tianxue maintained her calm demeanor, stirring the fruit pulp for Bai Qiandao, saying, "You know, I am aware that one night, she visited your room. Please do not misunderstand. She was merely discussing business with me. My door was open at the time." Bai Qiandao stammered in a flurry that I harbor no misconceptions. Her nighttime visit to you, unafraid of being seen, certainly indicates that nothing untoward transpired. Yet, I now comprehend the depth of her scheming. Scheming? I do not grasp what you mean, Bai Qiandao responded, bewildered. Her actions were intended for my benefit. I am privy to all the household's affairs. Any irregularities do not escape my notice, especially concerning my father's concubine entering a man's chamber. Mai Tianxue smiled coolly. Her motivations are threefold. First, to make me aware of her special connection with you, thus gaining more influence within the Mai family. Second, to preemptively clarify her intentions to avoid future suspicions that could jeopardize you. Third, she enjoys my father's favor, and with jealousy from the other concubines, she may find herself in precarious situations, seeking my protection. Bai Qiandao was left in a daze. He had never anticipated that Bai Yumin's late-night visit would be so carefully orchestrated. He forced a smile and asked, "What have you come to understand?" Father is protecting her by altering her household registration. This is a matter from 40 years ago. Gaining further insight is not so simple. But she knows I can uncover the truth. She remains deeply attached to the decline of the Bai family. Bai Qiandao gazed at her earnestly and said, "Indeed, both she and I are descendants of the Bai family. She, along with my deceased relatives, harbors great resentment. However, my sister and I were born as commoners and do not feel a significant connection to it." Mai Tianxue nodded and remarked, "It has been over a century. Regardless of how powerful the family once was, if decline is inevitable, the descendants gradually come to view the past glory as merely a wistful thought, forgetting the ambition to revive the family. This is also my concern for the Mai family. If we become too entrenched in this mundane existence, time will erode everything." Bai Qiandao felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "Am I truly so ineffectual?" Mai Tianxue replied, "Throughout history, many noble families have perished. Among modern commoners, many are the descendants of those illustrious families. Our ancestors may have once basked in glory, yet in the end, they return to dust. While their descendants remain too ordinary to instigate change, accustomed to their later lives, often unaware of their ancestors' former splendor, the Bai family is fortunate to have you as an outstanding descendant. It is only because of you that San Ma has rekindled hope. You are not useless. Rather, the Bai family is blessed. Not to mention, you are a wielder of spiritual power. How many extraordinary masters exist in this world? Over the past millennium, there have been only about 100. Bai Qiandao mused, "You are aware of this. What do you think about it?" "I hold no particular opinion. San Ma is Father's concubine, and it ultimately depends on Father's thoughts that I will not obstruct any of it," she said. Bai Qiandao sighed. "In truth, my disposition is tranquil. I am not suited for the grand ambitions my aunt wishes to pursue. After all, the Bai family has experienced decline for over a century. My grandfather lived through that period when he was young. His influence has led Father to be steadfast in this regard. Thinking of them, I cannot bear it. I hope they can truly find peace." Mai Tianxue smiled and said, "Though you may not harbor such thoughts, fate may drive you to act. San Ma is merely a catalyst, a fixation bestowed upon you by destiny." Bai Qiandao fell into contemplation for a while, then forced a bitter smile and said, "Fate has granted me fortune, yet it has also cast a curse upon me that I feel as though my life is racing forward, and I cannot discern the destination. This fixation has become a source of torment. To be tormented indicates that your heart has begun to accept it." Mai Tianxue's gaze sparkled as she said, "If you seek assistance, I will do my utmost to help you." No, I do not need." Bai Qiandao recalled the words of Bai Yumin and hastily declined. Mai Tianxue did not mean it that way. It was merely his own psychological struggle. Mai Tianxue smiled gently and said, "Let us not speak of this matter. Allow me to prepare lunch for you." Chapter 26. Endure my dominance. The hospital room had been transformed into a cozy, homely setting. Mai Tianxue donned an apron and began cooking, while Bai Qiandao sat on the hospital bed, lost in thought, reflecting on his hasty rejection that in his mind. He was resisting the notion of charity. For the sake of survival, he had often humbled himself. Believing he bore no psychological burden in accepting the generosity of others, Yet he was fervently averse to being looked down upon by her. Bai Qiandao possessed a gentle side, which gradually endeared her to him. If their interactions continued, perhaps he could genuinely develop profound feelings for her. However, having experienced a love that left an indelible mark on his heart, at least he once believed it to be sincere love. After being deeply hurt, he harbored a latent aversion to love, unwilling to forge feelings with another woman, especially when it involved an element of charity. Bai Qiandao's silhouette was graceful and enchanting, radiating femininity. Illuminated by sunlight, as if a goddess cloaked in frost, resplendent and dazzling. The evolution of human genes means that a woman at 40 possesses not only a matured aura, but can also shine like new. It is the golden age of womanhood, the most intoxicating period. Her beauty could stun fish and startle swallows, unmatched in elegance. Any man fortunate enough to wed her would lead a life painted in exquisite hues. Yet, even before such an extraordinary woman, Bai Qiandao felt a sense of inadequacy, believing he had no right to claim her, and thus, why entertain such thoughts? Bai Qiandao sighed softly, and Bai Qiandao, hearing him, turned in mild surprise. Casting a smile that stirred a myriad of emotions, gentle as spring blossoms, did he smile back, but quickly averted his gaze, unaware that his face betrayed him, resembling the rugged, peeling bark of an ancient tree. Devoid of flavor, suddenly, a familiar pain gripped his chest, causing Bai Qiandao to tremble as he pondered what wrong he had committed to incur the system's punishment. After much contemplation, he realized that his assigned character trait was that of a domineering type. Yet recently he had not exhibited any such dominance. Why impose such a sudden punishment upon himself? The persistent pain in his chest caused beads of cold sweat to form. He understood that he needed to assert his dominance. Yet facing a woman as gentle as spring light, he found it exceedingly difficult to do so. "What is wrong with you?" Bai Qiandao turned around, noticing his peculiar demeanor, and inquired in surprise. "Nothing, nothing." Bai Qiandao still refrained from asserting his dominance. Enduring the pain. "Bai Qiandao, are you still lazing around in the hospital? Get up and work." The door swung open, and Long Yao burst in, 3 days having passed since. "Well, since you've come knocking, I can be domineering now." Bai Qiandao slammed his hand on the bed and shouted, "What are you shouting about? I don't need any food." The pain in his chest vanished instantly. It seemed the system did not require him to maintain a constant dominance, allowing for a return to normalcy. Yet he had to exert dominance at intervals, a strict requirement of the task. Long Yao stared in shock and retorted, "Am I giving you face or not? Spare me the nonsense. Wait until I finish eating, then we can talk. Now get out." Bai Qiandao pointed towards the door and shouted again, You jerk." Long Yao seethed with anger and turned to leave. Bai Qiandao stood in astonishment, witnessing Long Yao's furious departure, and softly said, "It's ready. Come eat." Bai Qiandao had purchased a white jade dining table, with dishes and utensils crafted from the same material. Bai Qiandao silently ate. Long Yao is a special agent of the Spirit Shield Bureau, the director of the security department. This is her well-known identity. Few know she is also a princess of the Tuzong dynasty. Though the dynasty's power has waned, she is still not someone to be trifled with. Bai Qiandao looked up, astonished at Bai Qiandao soft-spoken words. Another princess? The Tuzong royal family bears the surname Long. Yet there are many with that surname. Who would have thought she belonged to royalty? A century ago, after the great upheaval in the Tuzong dynasty, it has since become a mere spiritual symbol for the people. Its power gradually eroding and becoming increasingly mysterious. People are only aware of the current emperor and empress. The rest of the royal family is well protected, at least from the perspective of commoners like Bai Qiandao. Bai Qiandao continued. Currently, the internal situation of the Tuzong dynasty government is fraught with turbulence, and there is a new force within the royal family eager to reclaim power. The government has been established for a century, and the older generation that once seized power has all but perished. The younger generation has grown complacent, presenting a weak front that I suspect she might hold significant power within this new royal faction. I advise you not to provoke her. It's fine. I'm not concerned about that. Bai Qiandao was shaken internally, and his words came out dismissively as he asked, if the royal family were to seize power, would it not lead to social turmoil and disaster? Everything is conducted in secrecy. The royal family's strategy is to embrace powerful figures, gathering more talented individuals to strengthen their cohesion and unity, maintaining an advantage over the government. If the power struggle remains confined to the upper echelons without affecting the lower levels, it should not significantly impact the common people. What worries me is if it escalates to violence. At that point, Tuzong Star could face war. Bai Qiandao furrowed her brow in concern. Bai Qiandao shook his head and said, "The royal family is also unwilling to succumb to decline. It embodies the countless families that have perished in the past. Yet it may also bring death and fear to the people of Tuzong Star." "How do you know all this?" Bai Qiandao replied. "Although the royal family operates in secrecy, at my level, I can still glean information. The current situation is that some individuals within the government are aware of the truth, but are powerless to resist. The older generation that once forcefully seized power would not dare to annihilate the entire dynasty. For the Tuzong dynasty has always been a pillar of spiritual support for the people. They lack the capability to do so, though they have continuously weakened royal authority over the past century. The world has changed, and the royal family's influence has managed to infiltrate various departments. Just like Lan Danyan, do not be misled by her current position as merely a director. The power vested in a director of the intelligence department, especially one with royal status, often surpasses that of a deputy minister. Moreover, due to her status as a princess, she cannot be easily challenged, and it is evident that she has placed more of her people within the intelligence department." As she spoke, Bai Qiandao looked at Bai Qiandao and said, "Ultimately, how the situation will develop remains uncertain. The Mai family is also caught in the whirlpool. A single wrong decision could lead to the collapse of the entire structure. Regarding the royal family, my current approach is to neither offend nor become too familiar, to refrain from hastily taking sides, and to observe the situation with a watchful eye. You should adopt the same stance. Do not provoke her, nor allow yourself to be swayed by her, but rather await the unfolding of events in times of great upheaval. Individuals are often the most susceptible to ruin." Bai Qiandao chuckled bitterly and remarked, "I am but a mere individual, lacking both influence and power. What reason would she have to entice me?" Bai Qiandao shook her head and replied, "You underestimate yourself far too much, merely in terms of your spiritual prowess. You are worthy of her attention, not to mention you are an exceptional master, possessing ample leverage to pique her interest." Bai Qiandao pondered for a moment and said, "I am uncertain whether I will ultimately become embroiled in this upheaval. But I am aware that I lack such ambition, unless circumstances dictate otherwise." He trailed off, his thoughts lingering on the unpredictable nature of the system, silently hoping it would refrain from ensnaring him in the chaos. For he truly had no such desire. When he encountered Lan Danyan once more, Bai Qiandao's gaze shifted, and he grew wary of her. She, however, seemed still incensed, her cold glare directed at him as if she wished him dead. "Do you wish to kill me? Indeed, very well. I shall not retaliate. You may proceed with your intentions, but should you choose not to strike me down now, you must endure my domineering presence." With an air of defiance, Bai Qiandao leaned closer to her. "Bai Qiandao, what right do you have to demand I tolerate your temper?" Lan Danyan retorted angrily, refraining from attacking him. "None whatsoever. I am simply stating the facts that if you can endure, then do so. If not, remember that I offered you a chance. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. You scoundrel, your pitiful perspective is indeed peculiar and bizarre." Bai Qiandao silently observed her outburst until she fell silent, then suggested, "Let us move on. We have another demon to vanquish." Lan Danyan departed in frustration, her small fists clenching and unclenching in irritation, yet she refrained from taking lethal action. Inside her flying vehicle, her gaze was icy, laced with murderous intent. Ultimately, she sighed, her bloodlust dissipating. As she contemplated various matters, Bai Qiandao paid little heed to her thoughts, viewing her merely as an outlet for his own assertiveness. Having once lived in obscurity, he now found himself possibly being used. Yet he resolved to live freely and vividly in adversity. He learned to adopt a broader perspective, facing challenges with equanimity, except for the emotional turmoil that formed an insurmountable knot. He could leap beyond the confines of his circumstances, at least for the time being. "Do not follow me. Did we not agree on this?" Bai Qiandao frowned. "Is it not you who has concealed the secret of being an exceptional master?" "I am aware of it now, so there is no longer a secret." Lan Danyan shot back, casting him a sidelong glance. I insist that you do not follow me." "Return," Bai Qiandao asserted, his authority evident. His concealment of being an exceptional master was not his sole concern. He was determined to prevent her from discovering the secret of the true essence of life, which he wished to keep hidden. "Unless you kill me, do not presume to stop me." Lan Danyan glared at him. Bai Qiandao was momentarily taken aback. Such swift retaliation from this petty woman was surprising. Of course, he had no intention of killing her, nor could he overpower her, so he resigned himself to her company. knowing that as long as he remained silent, she would remain oblivious to his appropriation of fortune. Bai Qiandao awakened amidst a sea of corpses. The White Lotus cleansing his demonic thoughts, he waved his hand, seizing the fortune of a minor corpse demon, and indeed, Long Yayao remained unaware. However, Long Yayao gazed at him intently and inquired, "As you perform the Lotus Hand Seal, what is the nature of your relationship with Lan Danyan?" "I have stated before, she likely wishes to kill me. What other relationship could there be? She perceives me as her enemy. I, too, desire to kill you. Who told you to be so detestable? I extended you an opportunity. Since you have not killed me, do not even think of laying a hand on me in the future. I can be quite ruthless when angered." "Huh? Do you even possess the capacity for sentiment?" Long Yayao scoffed at his words. "Whether I have sentiment or not is of no concern to you," Bai Qiandao retorted as he turned to leave. The graveyard reeking of corpses, which he found intolerable. "Tell me what you know," Long Yayao pursued him, questioning that I am presently irate. "I shall speak once my anger has abated. You pitiful creature, do you believe you can disregard me without consequence?" Long Yayao shouted in anger that I have chosen to disregard you. "What of it? You must endure it." Chapter 27. Robbery is not a crime among lesser demons, such as deer demons, tiger demons, and snake demons. Their abilities may be limited to shape-shifting and minor spells, which can be quite terrifying to ordinary people, yet are trivial in the eyes of more capable spiritual practitioners. However, one must exercise caution when dealing with more formidable demons. Their spells can be exceedingly peculiar, such as the sticky technique of the Mimi bug or the fire techniques of the Scarlet Demon, the latter of which nearly caused Bai Qiandao, a newly minted exceptional master, to falter. Despite being a novice in the realm of exceptional masters, Bai Qiandao sought to confront the Scarlet Demon, which was the very reason he challenged it. The Blood Rabbit Demoness spell. Blood rains from the sky, ensnares all within its vicinity, affecting both spiritual and exceptional powers to varying degrees. Spiritual practitioners harbor a significant wariness toward this demon. As for the exceptional masters, Long Yayao remained uncertain whether Bai Qiandao could manage to restrain it. Given his recent ascendance as an exceptional master, were Lan Danyan to confront the Blood Rabbit Demon, there would be no doubt of her victory. Her renown and strength were well established. Bai Qiandao, on the other hand, remained an enigma. Thus, after Bai Qiandao vanquished 3 more demons, he declared a need for a day of rest to rejuvenate before tackling the Blood Rabbit Demon the day after. Long Yayao could not help but voice her skepticism. "You underestimate me, little demon. When Bai Qiandao claims he can slay her, he shall do so," he proclaimed, head held high, exuding an air of invincibility. His arrogance was not unwarranted. Having eliminated for lesser demons, his spiritual power surged once more. He reasoned that the Blood Rabbit Demon was comparable to the Scarlet Demon, and with his newfound strength, he believed he had a 60% chance of defeating her. After siphoning a portion of fortune from Zhou Qian, he realized that the fortunes of ordinary people were vastly inferior to those of demons, being significantly weaker. Even when appropriated, they yielded only a meager increase in spiritual power. He had yet to test how the fortunes of powerful humans or spiritual practitioners fared. With this thought in mind, he scrutinized Long Yayao, pondering whether to siphon a bit of her fortune to gauge the effects, perhaps to have her experience a day of bad luck for amusement. Long Yayao, feeling his gaze, felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly retorted, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone drawing talismans?" Bai Qiandao chuckled. "Is that not what you just claimed? You are aware that your attempts resemble the work of a novice, are you not?" Long Yayao was left speechless, her indignation spurred by his piercing gaze. "Rest now. I shall seek you out the day after." With her face flushed with anger, Long Yayao stormed off, but her thoughts were in disarray. She found herself reflecting on his audacious gaze, a blush creeping onto her previously pale complexion. She pondered why she was not truly angry. Perhaps it was due to having grown accustomed to his teasing, sarcasm, and domineering demeanor. Bai Qiandao indeed required a day of rest to recuperate. The incessant hallucinations had not driven him to madness, yet his mental state was undeniably poor. However, the following day brought further complications. Bai Yuman sought him out, discussing the grand plans for the revival of the Bai family's former glory. Observing her fervent enthusiasm, he began to suspect she might have lost her senses. "Qiandao, you must heed my advice. We should establish a company first, recruiting talented individuals from the industry to get things rolling. That is not feasible. I currently lack funds to initiate anything," he countered. "Over the years, I have managed to save a bit. Not much. Around 800,000 that we can invest that to maintain initial operations. You can gradually invest your earnings as we grow. I still do not comprehend how I am to earn money. I cannot resort to robbery. Precisely. We shall rob. That is illegal. We cannot engage in such activities, Bai Qiandao exclaimed, startled by the fervor in Bai Yuman's eyes. Had she lost her mind? Robbing demons is not a crime. You are currently slaying demons. Simply gather their wealth and transfer it to me. She urged. Is that truly feasible? Bai Qiandao hesitated to ask. That of course it is. The accumulation of initial capital often involves bloodshed. There is no moral burden in taking their wealth. Well then, enchanted by Bai Yuman's fervent persuasion, Bai Qiandao began to contemplate the practicality of her proposal. That it seemed feasible, while robbing humans was illegal. There were no laws against seizing wealth from demons. The righteous Bai Qiandao found himself led astray by Bai Yuman, yet he bore no moral burden, as demons had historically been adversaries of humanity. Whatever Bai Yuman suggested, he acquiesced, sensing that his cousin was quite adept at business. However, intelligence alone was insufficient. Fortune played a crucial role. It was misfortune that had led to their previous downfall. You must not grow complacent. While you can discern the strength of this blood rabbit demon, her power is not to be trifled with. On a bustling street, Long Yiyao reminded, the blood rabbit demon, an employee of a quaint shop, was initially meant to be eliminated there. Yet to everyone's surprise, she defied expectations by skipping work to indulge in a leisurely stroll. Not to worry, I can restrain her blood-soaked sky sorcery. Do not forget, I am an exorcist, Bai Qiandao declared confidently, gazing at the blood rabbit demon who sauntered ahead, contemplating an alternative method to confront her. Indeed, the mad stabbers have already set up an ambush. It would be nearly impossible for the blood rabbit demon to escape, Bai Qiandao mused as he approached the demon, intrigued by her human guise. Youthful, vibrant, and exuding boundless energy, she appeared whimsical and remarkably beautiful. Save for her slightly pointed ears, which betrayed her demonic nature, the blood rabbit demon halted before a shop window, her gaze fixated on the garments within, her eyes brimming with desire. She touched the coins in her pocket and felt a pang of disappointment. Alas, she could not afford them. Do you fancy this dress? A voice inquired nearby. The blood rabbit demon turned to see a rather sunny-looking man, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Nodding, she replied, I do. Bai Qiandao observed her petite figure, her delicate oval face, and elegantly arched brows, a quintessential beauty. This is a pouch dress, tailored for young ladies. Would it suit you? Bai Qiandao asked out of curiosity. Isn't clothing designed for people to wear? I may not be tall, but my heart is youthful. Why wouldn't it suit me? The blood rabbit demon retorted, eyes wide in defiance. Very well, Bai Qiandao thought, envisioning the amusing sight of her in such attire, and he chuckled. Are you mocking me? The blood rabbit demon glared at him, a hint of crimson flickering in her gaze. Indeed, I find it quite amusing that a demon has such an affinity for human fashion. He replied, Who are you? The blood rabbit demon felt a chill, her eyes now ablaze with fearsome red. Instantly, Bai Qiandao's eyes turned icy blue, emanating a swirling aura of ice shards as he peered into her essence. What a spirited blood rabbit, he exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of the demon's true form, ears perked and blood-red eyes swirling with life. He never anticipated that a demon could be so endearing. Exorcist, the blood rabbit demon uttered in unison, her sanguine gaze morphing into one of sheer terror. Without further hesitation, Bai Qiandao unleashed his demon-slaying strike, yet the blood rabbit demon spun and leapt, propelling herself away with her powerful hind legs. He found himself flung uncontrollably through the air by her overwhelming force. His blade's trajectory veered off, shattering the display window and obliterating the garments inside. While a nearby clothing rack was cleaved in two, Bai Qiandao soared in a parabolic arc, crashing into a building 20 meters away, leaving an imprint of his form against the wall before collapsing to the ground, spitting blood. Fortunately, he had summoned his extraordinary strength. Otherwise, that kick could have cost him his life. He had not expected such prowess from the demon, and it was his excessive chatter that had instilled a sense of caution in her. The blood rabbit demon fled until she caught a whiff of something, her mouth opening to retch, her expression shifting dramatically as she cried out, "The rain of anomaly powder, it's Zhongqing," before her voice faded. A figure emerged, wielding a binding device aimed at her. A beam of light shot forth, momentarily slowing her movements. To Zhongqing. How despicable, the blood rabbit demon shrieked, bouncing vigorously on the ground, finally freeing herself from the device's grasp. She lunged toward the mysterious assailant, but a trident suddenly descended from the air, aiming for her. Her body twisted to evade the lethal strike, and she retaliated with a kick against the trident, sending it careening away at that moment. The binding device's beam once again ensnared her, drastically hindering her movements. The mad stabber, still within her grasp, flew back, and the trident lunged once more. Yet, in a split second, she deftly slipped away, evading the thrust and drawing closer to her adversary, preparing to pounce again. Seizing the opportunity, the blood rabbit demon dashed away, only to be startled as a hand floated toward her, poised to strike. However, a peculiar force from the blood mist above surged forth, unintentionally affecting the hand's trajectory, causing it to strike her with a moment's delay. She sprang forth, leaping over 20 meters and narrowly escaping danger. "You wretch!" From a distance, Bai Qiandao rushed in, filled with indignation as he unleashed a barrage of extraordinary blasts, forcing the blood rabbit demon to dart away amidst bursts of azure mist. Each impact further slowing her movement. The blood rabbit demon hissed, and the blood mist enveloped Bai Qiandao. Inadvertently sapping his power, he exerted his sorcery, transforming the blood mist into a gentle rain, cascading down like a nourishing spring. Yet, this diversion allowed the blood rabbit demon to gain distance, evading the subsequent blast that failed to keep pace with her swift form. As she disappeared into the distance, Bai Qiandao shouted in pursuit, employing the utmost limits of his cloud sailing technique, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Alas, the blood rabbit demon was too swift, covering 20 meters with a single leap. Outpacing him entirely, Bai Qiandao, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Unable to rise, the hovering vehicle approached, pausing momentarily above him before continuing on its way. It was Long Yiyao's flying car. Upon confirming his safety, she resumed her pursuit of the blood rabbit demon. Huang Yu hurried over, asking, "Are you dead? Do I look like I'm dead? Can't you see I'm still breathing?" Bai Qiandao shot back, rolling his eyes. "You are an exorcist?" Huang Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. The mad stabber soon arrived, equally astonished. "So you are an exorcist?" Bai Qiandao, still panting, wiped the blood from his mouth, seated on the ground as he replied, "What is so strange about that? Otherwise, how would you expect me to deal with demons?" Xian Shou, breathless from the chase, suddenly embraced Bai Qiandao, pinning him down. "Pant, in exorcist. Pant. Good heavens. Pant that I have finally. Pant. Encountered. Pant. A living exorcist. Pant. In his weakened state." Bai Qiandao found himself unable to resist, staring blankly at the sky. Feeling utterly drained, it was only after Huang Yu pulled Xian Shou away that he could finally catch his breath. "An exorcist! Oh my heavens!" Xian Shou exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Surrounded by their curious gazes, Bai Qiandao felt akin to an exhibit in a zoo, his heart heavy with discontent. Once he regained some strength, he stood up and kicked Xian Shou, sending him tumbling. "I didn't nearly die from exhaustion. I almost suffocated under your weight," Bai Qiandao scolded. Xian Shou scrambled up, still seated on the ground, panting heavily, beads of sweat pouring down his face. "Isn't it? Pant. Just that exorcists are so rare to pant, so extraordinary." Bai Qiandao was speechless. While exorcists were indeed scarce, there was no need for such behavior. He sat down again, feeling quite dejected. How had the blood rabbit demon managed to escape? As a flying vehicle approached and landed, Long Yiyao alighted, and he suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment, recalling how he had boasted mere moments ago. She would surely laugh at him. However, Long Yiyao did not mock him. Her expression was grave. "This blood rabbit demon is quite unusual. She seems to possess a special sorcery that conceals her presence in the bustling city of fragrant capital, where residents were plentiful and residences sprawled in every direction. Locating a single individual was a formidable challenge, especially one capable of hiding their tracks. I will certainly track her down," Bai Qiandao stammered. "She has concealed her traces. How do you intend to find her? You might as well temporarily abandon the search." Long Yiyao shook her head. "Why do you speak so much? Why not just confront her directly?" Cough. "I was merely curious to see the blood rabbit demon's transformed appearance. That's why I spoke a bit more." Bai Qiandao regretted his words, wishing he had acted decisively instead of allowing the situation to escalate. "Have you never read the record of demons and monsters?" Long Yiyao inquired. What book is that?" Bai Qiandao asked, bewildered. "It is a comprehensive account detailing the forms, habits, and sorceries of various demons, compiled from the observations of Tsang Qing and many demon hunters by later generations." Qian Shou explained that I've never heard of such a book. Bai Qiandao continued to express his confusion. It was the first time he had heard of it. You truly are a country bumpkin. Long Yiyao shook her head, stating, the record of demons and monsters has been published for 200 years. It's readily available for purchase, as an exorcist. You should acquire one to study it. Understanding demons is crucial for dealing with them. I've never even heard of this book. How would I think to buy it? Bai Qiandao protested, feeling quite wronged. Ordinary people were unaware of where demons lurked. He had never been interested in such matters, and certainly hadn't thought to procure a book. He quickly retrieved his communication device and discovered that the book indeed existed, but it was priced at 15,000 coins, exorbitantly expensive, akin to robbery. 15,000 that I don't have that much money. Bai Qiandao lamented. You are an exorcist. Why are you without funds? Qian Shou asked, puzzled. Who says exorcists are wealthy? Bai Qiandao retorted, rolling his eyes, isn't it the duty of all demon hunters to seize the wealth of the demons? Huang Yu asked in astonishment, if you have slain a demon, shouldn't you first gather their riches? Preposterous. Such an insult to our kind. We are dedicated to exterminating demons, Bai Qian retorted, albeit internally conceding that his aunt was indeed correct. It was indeed possible to seize the demon's wealth, but such sentiments ought to be articulated as spoils of war. Huang Yu chuckled. It is said that Songqing is notorious for plundering the riches of demons, and demon hunters do the same. This does not diminish their status as heroes of humanity. Without their valor, the human realm would have long succumbed to the rampage of demons. You too have engaged in plunder? Bai Qian inquired with curiosity. We are regular soldiers, receiving a salary from the imperial government that could sustain us for several lifetimes. There is no need for us to resort to theft. The wealth of the demons we confront is, by regulation, appropriated for the state. Would you be so kind as to disclose how much you earn? Bai Qian asked again. The trio of Guangxi turned their gaze towards Long Yurua, who replied coolly, each of them receives 30 million annually. My goodness, that is an astonishing sum. Bai Qian exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, one must consider the nature of our adversaries, evil and terrifying demons. Even the lesser ones possess formidable strength. We are risking our lives in this endeavor, Huang Yu asserted. Bai Qian nodded in agreement. Even a minor demon could wreak havoc, like the tiger demon or the deer demon, which could easily cause slaughter among ordinary people. Their sheer force could shatter stair railings, and some lesser demons, with their tough hides, could even withstand bullets, truly terrifying in the eyes of common folk. Although humans trained in ancient martial arts could also slay demons, such mastery required years of relentless practice. It was improbable for an ordinary person to endure such hardship for 2 or 3 decades. And how many could truly withstand that struggle? I must be the poorest demon hunter, Bai Qian said with a self-deprecating smile. Not only was he impoverished now, but he would remain so in the future, at least financially constrained. He then looked at the trio of Guangxi and felt a spark of inspiration. You must have a demon compendium. May I have a copy? Why would we give it to you? We have no need for it. Huang Yu immediately refused, just as Guangxi was about to speak. Qian Shou interjected with a smile. I shall gift it to you. Forming a bond with a demon hunter has been my lifelong dream. Bai Qian began to find him rather agreeable, saying, I won't take it for free. When I have money, I shall pay you 10,000. What money? It's a gift. Qian Shou insisted generously. No, it must be paid for. No payment is necessary, truly. The two continued their polite banter, one insisting on gifting while the other insisted on payment. How corny, Huang Yu remarked disdainfully. I'll give it to you. Guangxi suddenly produced a dog-eared light blue book from his pocket and tossed it to Bai Qian, saying, This is not a gift. You owe me 10,000. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, and Qian Shou called out, Guangxi, that is not fair. You are taking advantage of me because I have no book on hand. Whose fault is it for not carrying one? I too wish to form a bond with a demon hunter. Guangxi smiled at him. Who wants a shabby book? Huang Yu pulled out a brand new demon compendium from her belongings and tossed it to Bai Qian, saying, This was just purchased. You can repay within a month without interest. If you fail to repay, interest will be charged. Guangxi and Qian Shou both looked at her, and Guangxi exclaimed, Huang Yu, how could you do this? Didn't you just say you wouldn't give it? I changed my mind. Is that not permissible? It is a bond with him, Huang Yu said with a bright smile as she retrieved the shabby book and tossed it back to Guangxi. We can say it, but you should not mention the bond. Qian Shou smirked lewdly. Huang Yu paused, then realized. Her face flushed as she shouted angrily, Qian Shou, I shall tear your mouth apart. watching the playful banter between Huang Yu and Qian Shou. Bai Qian chuckled softly, flipping through the demon compendium in his hands. No wonder it demanded 10,000. It was a pop-up book, with the forms of the demons vividly displayed in 3 dimensions. Detailed descriptions that, at least for one who knew little about demons like him, were quite thorough. This was information painstakingly gathered by generations of demon hunters, though it bore no signature of its compiler. Chapter 29. The Deceit of Demons. He found the page dedicated to the blood rabbit demon, which noted that this demon was exceedingly rare, requiring a purebred snow-white rabbit to be stained with blood to undergo mutation and become a demon. It awakened a blood mist technique that unleashed blood droplets as arrows, affecting human strength. Its hind legs possessed remarkable power, enabling it to leap dozens of meters high even in its lesser form. There was also a note indicating it was a demon of potential. The term potential demon signifies that this type of demon possesses the ability to grow ever stronger through cultivation. Bai Qian smiled wryly. Had he consulted the demon compendium earlier, he would have known of the considerable power in the hind legs of the blood rabbit demon, allowing for prior caution and keeping a safer distance. As a potential demon, upon maturing into an elder demon, its blood mist technique would become even more terrifying. Elder demons typically cultivate in secretive locations, displaying a low desire for the human realm. Impervious to temptation, focus solely on their cultivation, making them extremely formidable beings. Now that you have the demon compendium in hand, study it carefully to avoid repeating today's mistakes, Long Yi Ruo advised. Bai Qian shot her a sidelong glance and said, I admit I erred today, but please refrain from speaking to me as though I am a child or your subordinate. You have yet to mature. I am merely fostering your growth. Long Yi Ruo replied earnestly that I find you bothersome. I am going to rest. Bai Qian turned and walked away, having not only missed out on the fortune of the blood rabbit demon, but also sustained injuries. Feeling utterly exhausted and in need of recuperation, don't forget to repay the debt. In a month, I shall calculate interest at 100%, Huang Yu called after him. Bai Qian stumbled at this, turning around to indignantly ask, Are you a vampire? I am merely shearing the fat sheep. Demon hunters are all affluent. How could one not take a cut? Huang Yu grinned. Bai Qian grimaced. This girl had a knack for making money and a heart as cold as ice. He needed to earn money quickly. The following day, a sheep demon's corpse lay before him as Bai Qian rummaged through its quarters in search of wealth. Ha! A destitute demon. How pathetic. To sink to such a state is truly a disgrace to demons. Stop focusing solely on wealth. Tell me what information you have obtained. Long Yi Ruo chimed in beside him. Bai Qian paused, relaying the newly acquired information, to which he frowned, saying, The knowledge of these demons overlaps by at least half, and lacks the core secrets. This demon circle is deeply concealed. It poses a significant threat. Bai Qian did not share her concerns. He was mentally calculating the possibility of a cat demon running a small company. Perhaps it had some money. Best to check there first. The notion of demons operating businesses in the human realm was absurd. Were they competing for wealth with humans? Somewhere, a cat demon lay on the ground, barely conscious, while Bai Qian continued to search for money, even inquiring where its wealth was hidden. After a while, Bai Qian generously transferred 10,001 cents to Huang Yu, claiming the extra cent was interest. Huang Yu was infuriated, regretting not calculating the interest sooner. Demon hunters indeed made money far too easily. When they hunted lesser demons, they meticulously planned their moves, yet Bai Qian accomplished it with such ease. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Qian had transferred all the funds from his account, over $1 million, to Bai Yu Man without hesitation. This made Bai Yu Man's eyes squint with joy. Within just 2 days, her nephew had managed to acquire money, filling her with confidence about a future filled with abundant wealth. Bai Qian was still contemplating. A dog demon had opened a small eatery, not too small in scale. It might also have some wealth. So he intended to check it out first. Long Yi Ruo interjected, Let us go hunt the bag demon. Why? This did not align with Bai Qian's plans. The bag demon lurked in dark, damp sewers. What wealth could it possibly possess? It is of the same rank as the blood rabbit demon, the scarlet demon, and the Mew Mew bug. It may possess more secrets. That one do. I am not in good spirits now. For safety's sake, I will first take down the weaker dog demon. Tomorrow, once I have regained my strength, I will tackle the bag demon. Long Yi Ruo nodded, agreeing. That is acceptable. The eatery collapsed with a thunderous crash as the dog demon turned out to be a giant wolf dog demon, crashing straight through the establishment. Fortunately, modern buildings were constructed with advanced design and deep foundations. Otherwise, this high-rise would have crumbled. With his mental strength already diminished, Bai Qian left in a daze. Although his spiritual energy had increased, it was not proportional to his mental fortitude. He went to the dog demoness lair, rummaging through and acquiring hundreds of thousands, promptly transferring the sum away. Thankfully, the system was not excessively merciless and did not seize it immediately. Most of these demons lived miserable lives, masquerading as commoners in civilian districts. Where were the wealthy demons? It was said that demons cultivating in deep mountains often enjoyed collecting gold, silver, jewels, and jade. Although not as valuable as precious metals, their quantities made them worthwhile. In Gold Crown Star. Such items were abundant and of little worth. But on Earth Star, they held significant value. It was no wonder the wealthy were eager to reside in such buildings. The common folk had relatively fewer possessions. Some merchants specialized in this trade, transporting goods from Gold Crown Star to Earth Star to sell. Despite the high shipping costs and the potential dangers along the way, they contributed to the rise of a few wealthy individuals. Only those endowed with capability, connections, and audacity dare to embark on such endeavors. Otherwise, the procedures for entering and exiting the celestial realms remain unattainable, leaving the average individual utterly incapable. Upon returning home and partaking of the dinner sent by Akin, he felt a lingering pain in his chest. However, his peculiar constitution allowed him to recover remarkably well. What would typically require days to alleviate had improved significantly within mere hours. A certain individual expressed opinions that stirred public unrest and threatened societal stability, only to be immediately branded as a demon. Such a violent pursuit not only unveiled the identity of this person, but also meticulously traced their ancestry through generations. This individual, deeply disheartened, lamented that merely voicing a differing opinion had subjected him to such brutal treatment. He gained notoriety, yet simultaneously witnessed the demise of societal order. In truth, many genuine demons trembled in fear, desperately seeking ways to alter their identities and evade capture. Thus, Bai Qiandao received a long-distance call from Lan Danyan, who informed him that several demons under surveillance had vanished without a trace, eliciting a wry smile from him. Lan Danyan, with her sharp tongue, chastised him for his laziness, suggesting that if he had been more diligent, these demons would not have fled. Unaware of the new identities they had assumed, Bai Qiandao, vexed, retorted that he could hardly be blamed. As a newcomer to the foreign arts, he had been incessantly casting spells without a moment's respite. Was it any wonder he was on the brink of mental collapse? When he attempted to voice his frustration, the call abruptly disconnected, and further attempts to reach her went unanswered, leaving him seething with unexpressed rage, nearly causing internal injury from his pent-up emotions, unbeknownst to them. In a lavish mansion to the east, a man silently observed the news online regarding a mysterious figure hunting down demons, his eyes glinting with a dark, chilling light. The oppression of demons has gone too far, he bellowed. Dark mist swirling around him, shrouding his form entirely. After a moment, he made a long-distance call, his voice dripping with menace. It is confirmed that the Spirit Shield Bureau is targeting the demon circle. From now on, aside from you, ensure they all lie low. A metallic scraping sound emanated from the other end. What do you need me to do? Uncover the secrets of this Bai Qiandao. If you can kill him, do so to, if not abandon the mission, and above all, do not expose yourself to understood. By dawn, the demons on the list had vanished without a trace. However, a minor demon, in a panic while fleeing, was spotted by the monitoring agents who promptly alerted the Tu Sanqing team. The trio of Guangxi rushed through the night and eventually intercepted the minor demon, but they could only kill, not capture. In the early hours, Bai Qiandao received another call from Lan Danyan, and upon hearing of this sudden turn of events, he was left in shock. Had his money-making scheme, having been in operation for only a day, already been forced offline? The demon's departure was akin to a mud cow sinking into the sea, leaving no clue to their whereabouts. Even the formidable resources of the Spirit Shield Bureau struggled to track them down. You are unreasonable. You are tyrannical and loathsome. The two continued their quarrel as they entered the Grand Hall, where Gao Sini and Zheng Naijin were seated, with a calm middle-aged man occupying the main seat. The three regarded the newcomers with complex expressions, particularly focusing on Bai Qiandao, whose recent actions against demons had caused quite a stir in the fragrant capital, and who now entered the hall bickering loudly. You must be Bai Qiandao? Minister Zhou inquired, his gaze fixed on Bai Qiandao, a warm smile gracing his features. Yes, Minister Zhou. Bai Qiandao. This is Minister Zhou of the Prosecutorial Department, Gao Sini introduced with a stern countenance. Bai Qiandao understood the significance of the prosecutorial department, which governed legal order, overseeing both the prosecutorial bureau and the courts, wielding considerable power. The police department had once been managed by the prosecutorial department a century ago, before gaining independence. Yet legal matters remained closely intertwined with the prosecutorial department. Bai Qiandao nodded respectfully to Minister Zhou, addressing him before taking a seat next to Zheng Naijin. Zheng Naijin glanced at him, surprise evident in his eyes. In recent days, Bai Qiandao had eliminated numerous demons in the fragrant capital, showcasing remarkable prowess. Long Yayao occupied a position beneath Gao Sini, though she was a princess of the dynasty. The current situation placed government leaders in charge, relegating her to a subordinate role. Chapter 30. The underhanded struggle between the dynasty and the government. Minister Zhou surveyed the room before speaking. I have heard that all demons in their circles have gone into hiding, indicating that your actions have instilled fear in them, which is a positive development for the safety of the capital. Is there a possibility of locating the traces of these demons for a decisive strike? Long Yayao furrowed her brow and replied, demons are inherently cunning, adept at changing identities or concealing themselves. For now, we have no means to track them down. Minister Zhou nodded, stating, the evolution of demons over the years, in their interactions with humanity, has rendered them almost indistinguishable from us. Stripping away their facades is exceedingly difficult at this juncture. He turned his attention to Bai Qiandao, inquiring, I have heard you are a spirit user. Presumably at the spirit realm level. I am curious how you managed to eliminate so many demons. Bai Qiandao glanced at the stern-faced Long Yayao, pondering before asking, as a specially appointed consultant, what is the remuneration? This requires government approval, but I can disclose that the minimum guarantee is 10 million 5 elements coins per year. Bai Qiandao felt a surge of joy. 10 million was a substantial sum yet. Upon further reflection, he realized he could not accept such a position with his current system tasks at hand. His thoughts whirled, and with a deep sigh, he replied, I'm sorry, but I must decline. In an instant, a flicker of delight crossed Long Yayao's face, while Gao Sini and Zheng Naijin exchanged astonished glances. Minister Zhou's gaze deepened as he asked, could you share the reason? Well, I am averse to constraints and do not wish to be limited by the role of a specially appointed consultant. It would be difficult for me to comply. Perhaps we could arrange it such that I am not bound by your restrictions and can leave at any time, assisting you in dealing with demons. And for each one I eliminate, I receive a certain fee. Bai Qiandao inquired hopefully. How peculiar. Minister Zhou frowned, poised to respond further. Long Yayao interjected, that is unacceptable. We cannot allow for special treatment. Either you accept the position of consultant or remain an outsider. Little demon, there is a limit to your meddling. You have no right to speak here. Bai Qiandao seethed at her interference with his potential earnings. Am I truly meddling? You are aware of your own limitations. Without my and Tu Sanqing's substantial assistance, could you truly eliminate demons? Surely, you understand that? Bai Qiandao was taken aback. He had just noticed Long Yayao winking at him. What could that possibly mean? Silence enveloped the room for 2 seconds before Minister Zhou spoke with a deep gaze. Director Long, you have overstated the matter. To my knowledge, Bai Qiandao possesses unique abilities that can extract secrets from demons. And we require his assistance therefore. Bai Qiandao, I can assure you that for every demon you capture, you will receive 500,000, with no restrictions on your freedom. You may withdraw or refuse at any time. Minister Zhou stared at her earnestly. That is impossible. If that is the case, I will suggest to the director that I withdraw from the circle-breaking team. Long Yao's voice was frigid. The Spirit Shield Bureau serves the dynasty government, and this order comes directly from Lord Xingdu. It cannot be defied. Minister Zhou's tone grew cold as well. Long Yao hesitated before asserting, I stand by my opinion. Minister Zhou's eyes turned icy as he stated, Director Long, the threat posed by demons is severe. You must prioritize the greater good and cannot act on a whim. We are all responsible for millions of citizens. Long Yao sneered. Without this circle-breaking team, the Spirit Shield Bureau could still function effectively. I suspect some individuals are becoming impatient. Minister Zhou's face flushed with anger. Director Long, please refrain from insinuating. If there are issues, let us address them openly. Very well. I shall ask you. Long Yao stood, stating, every city harbors demons, and their numbers remain unknown. It is common knowledge that the situation is dire. Why is the government now forming this inexplicable small team? The Spirit Shield Bureau is unique, and it is well known that confidential files regarding demons are never made public. Why do you seek to gain access under this pretext? The prosecutorial department has always maintained a cooperative relationship with the Spirit Shield Bureau. Why now seek to elevate your status and oversee this team? Minister Zhou's expression darkened. I have only one thing to say. This is a decision made by the cabinet, under the orders of Lord Qingdu, which constitutes the government's resolution. Long Yeyao scoffed. The government, do not forget, it should be referred to as the Tu-Song dynasty government. The dynasty precedes all, and all matters must adhere to the will of the royal family. Your opposition does not negate the will of the government, Minister Zhou retorted coldly. Bai Qiandao suddenly realized the underlying conflict. This was a struggle between the royal family and the government, and from this perspective, both parties were locked in a tense standoff. Minister Zhou remained silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Gao Sini shifted his eyes, contemplating speaking but ultimately refraining, while Zheng Naijin appeared anxious and cautious. That I will relay your opinions back. Let us conclude for today. Minister Zhou stood, his expression icy, and strode toward the exit, prompting Gao Sini and Zheng Naijin to rise and escort him out. Bai Qiandao cast a glance at Long Yeyao, who didn't even spare him a fleeting look. He remained silent and did not rise to see her off, for he would not resort to flattery. When Gao Sini returned, Long Yeyao also stood up and said, Deputy Minister Gao, I must take my leave. Gao Sini nodded, and Long Yeyao turned to Bai Qiandao, saying, Come on, I have something to discuss with you. Would he really stay behind to face the ill intentions of Gao Sini and his sycophant Zheng Naijin? Bai Qiandao did not refuse and stood up to follow her, feeling the piercing gaze of the two behind him. Indeed, they were quite unfriendly towards him. You should not have agreed to be a special advisor, Long Yeyao remarked as they reached the rooftop parking lot. I need to earn a living. I will be your advisor without getting embroiled in your matters, Bai Qiandao replied, that I'll offer you 50 million a year to assist me. Long Yeyao said, her eyes gleaming as she fixed her gaze on him. Bai Qiandao's heart raced wildly. 50 million was 5 times more than the 10 million offered by Mai Shui, enough for him to live a frugal life for 10 lifetimes. As long as my freedom is not restricted, I can help you. I truly do not comprehend you. Did you not work 3 jobs every day in the past? Now you have a chance to earn big money yet refuse to be controlled. Why is that? Long Yeyao pressed, visibly irritated. For no particular reason. I've come to realize that freedom holds a higher value. Bai Qiandao lamented internally. Were it not for the system, he would have shamelessly accepted the offer. Freedom was indeed more precious. Living without money was the most dismal fate. I can grant you a certain degree of freedom, but when it comes to significant matters, you must assist me. What do you say? Long Yeyao proposed, easing her conditions. If that's not acceptable, that I do not wish to get involved in the covert struggles between the royal family and the government. That I, in truth, Bai Qiandao was not overly concerned. He would serve whoever offered the most, and the allure of 50 million was indeed tempting. For now, he could only reluctantly use this as an excuse. Did my Tianxue inform you? Long Yeyao was not particularly surprised. The covert struggles between the royal family and the government were evident even to wealthy individuals like my Tianxue. Indeed, you are a princess of the dynasty, right? How many princes and princesses are there? Bai Qiandao inquired with curiosity. I am a minor princess. I shall not divulge more unless you agree to assist me. Humph, as if you have piqued my interest, regardless of how noble you are. You are still a little devil. You. What? I am leaving. Do not seek me out unless it concerns slaying monsters. Bai Qiandao tossed his head defiantly and walked away, despite the system's domineering tasks. He felt a sense of satisfaction in treating Long Yeyao this way. Long Yeyao's face grew pale with anger as she watched the flying car ascend. She paused for a moment before smiling to herself, murmuring, An extraordinary master is not so easily subdued, as long as you do not aid the government. I can tolerate your rudeness towards me. That evening, Bai Qiandao dined with my Tianxue and recounted the events of the day. My Tianxue frowned, explaining that the Spirit Shield Bureau was under the control of the royal family, and the government would undoubtedly be unwilling to concede. This intelligence department was too vital, serving as the government's eyes and ears, and it could not be lost. From this perspective, the royal family's power had clearly gained the upper hand. Should they also gain control over the military, the reformed government would inevitably become a relic of history, with the Tu-Song dynasty once again standing tall within the Five Elements Alliance. Chapter 31. A curse upon your love for demons. Most modern government officials are mired in indulgence, lacking ambition and vigilance, while the royal family has long been plotting. Once they exert their influence, even the crucial Spirit Shield Bureau is seized, indicating that there are indeed capable strategists among the royals. Bai Qiandao was unaware of how many within the royal family were involved, only knowing a few, including Lan Danyan. The director of the Spirit Shield Bureau had always been shrouded in mystery. And it seemed that the position had been secured for the royal family, likely 5 years ago, as this role is renewed every 20 years. She warned Bai Qiandao that the covert struggle between the royal family and the government might continue for quite some time, and he should best remain prudent and avoid getting entangled. This was the second time she had conveyed such a serious caution, yet Bai Qiandao remained indifferent. As long as the compensation was adequate, he would assist whichever side required his services. Later that night, Bai Yumin visited once more. Bai Qiandao reluctantly opened the door. Despite being his aunt, he had to be mindful of appearances. Bai Yumin excitedly shared that she had found a suitable candidate, a talent with 2 decades of experience in manufacturing, whom she had recruited with a high salary to establish a new company, intending to reintroduce the Bai family group to the world. Bai Qiandao had no interest in business and would not be involved in naming the enterprise, leaving everything to her discretion. As the aunt and nephew conversed, she expressed her support for the royal family upon hearing Bai Qiandao speak of the covert struggle between the royal family and the government. Perhaps the elders of the Bai family harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the government. Had it not been for the upheaval a century ago, the Bai family would not have fallen into decline. Bai Qiandao furrowed his brow. Though he listened with a detached attitude, he found himself swayed, leaning slightly towards the royal family. What Bai Yumin said held some truth. The Bai family had indeed risen to prominence with the support of the royal family in the past. Though over a century had passed and the elder generation was long gone, the Bai family's allegiance to the royal family should not be overlooked. Of course, this was a logical standpoint. For Bai Qiandao, who had been born a commoner, it was merely a distant memory without much resonance. The following day, Bai Qiandao returned to the home of the Qi Yao. Since the demons of the demon circle had all hidden away, he could only start his inquiries from this location. The last intent of Qi Yao indicated that the terrifying demon resided nearby, and perhaps he could uncover some clues here. This high-rise had once been damaged, and workers were still busy repairing the numerous gaping holes. To his surprise, Qi Yao's door had been replaced with a new one, securely locked. Bai Qiandao recalled that the door had been burned that day. Who had replaced it? Unable to enter, he wandered around the building, attempting to engage the residents in conversation, asking incessantly. The residents assumed he was merely another curious internet user visiting the area, largely ignoring him. Though some, charmed by his demeanor, were willing to converse. Those who had interacted with Qi Yao remarked that Zhang Ming was truly unrecognizable as a demon. He treated people exceptionally well and appeared very amiable. They also mentioned he had a beautiful girlfriend, though it remained unclear whether she was a demon. Nonetheless, she seemed gentle, and the couple appeared quite sweet, causing envy among the others. Although Qi Yao was polite to everyone, few had deeper interactions with him, and no one knew where he worked. Bai Qiandao was aware that Qi Yao had no employment history, and he truly could not fathom how he survived in the human realm. For the demon records did not indicate that Qi Yao had a penchant for devouring humans. As the investigation reached an impasse, Bai Qiandao continued to meander, riding the cloud ladder until he spotted a woman entering. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. Bai Qiandao quickly gathered himself, enveloping his body in spiritual energy. This Chu Lianming had awakened her powers, and though she was still weaker than him, he had to be wary of her potential attack. He had previously inquired of Lan Danyan how to handle Chu Lianming, and she had informed him that, according to legal provisions, she would be sent to the police station for sentencing. So how could she have been released so quickly? Upon seeing him, Chu Lianming exhibited none of her previous madness. Initially surprised, she then wore a blank expression and pressed the button for the 86th floor. Bai Qiandao was puzzled. She didn't seem to have lost her memory. So why was she acting this way? Then she spoke. Come with me to 8606. Why? Chu Lianming turned, a smirk playing on her lips as she asked, does an extraordinary master fear a newly awakened power user? I had a joke. Why would I fear you? If you wish to go, then let's go, Bai Qiandao replied confidently, knowing she could not overpower him. Then, silence enveloped them until the door to the 86th floor cloud ladder opened. It turned out that the door had been newly replaced, and she walked in ahead of him. Bai Qiandao still held memories of his time spent with Qi Yao. The interior remained untouched, and everything felt familiar. He recalled a rice cooker that had broken, which Qi Yao was planning to replace, and Chu Lianming had mentioned she would bring one from her home. The back of the refrigerator was adorned with their daily trivialities, which were updated weekly. Chu Lianming would affix a blessing every day, wishing him good fortune. Chu Lianming had wanted to raise a dog, But Qiao had been reluctant, instead bringing her a parrot, which he had failed to teach to speak, because she did not understand how to care for it. She had fed it sweet food, resulting in the parrot's sugary demise, leaving her in tears. Though Qiao could not recount every detail, these memories seemed to resonate deeply with him, revealing a profound attachment to her. In this environment, Bai Qiandao found himself reminiscing, the fragments of memories flashing before him, as if everything were unfolding anew, leaving him bewildered. Could it be that love truly exists between humans and demons? He began to question Qiao's love. He once thought he had been deceived by an illusion. Yet now, he felt that this love was sincere. That he stood there, lost in thought, having let down his guard. Chu Lianming gazed at him, her breath rapid, her fists clenched and then released at last. She calmed her tumultuous heart and declared, "You possess no defenses now. It would be as easy as pie for me to kill you." Bai Qiandao suddenly jolted awake, shivering, every hair on his body standing on end. He had once again fallen into an illusion. Likely a lingering effect, considering the time that had scarcely passed. How careless, how strange that she does not seize this opportunity to strike. Bai Qiandao regarded her with a complex expression and inquired, "Why do you not kill me? I yearn to slay you. Yet allowing you to perish so easily would not quench my deep-seated hatred. I shall lead you step by step into the abyss, to die in agony." The venomous words were spoken with a dispassionate tone. Bai Qiandao shook his head and retorted, "Chu Lianming, you once refrained from killing even a mosquito. How can you now possess such a ruthless heart? You know me well." Chu Lianming coldly fixed her gaze upon him. "People can change. You have slain my beloved, inflicting upon me endless torment, causing my heart to harden. Wronged, he is not a human, but a demon. You have fallen in love with a demon, which is forbidden by society. You have betrayed humanity." Bai Qiandao thundered, "That I care not whether he is human or demon. I understand that he loves me. And I love him. For his sake, I fear not the judgments of society, willingly bearing the name of traitor." Chu Lianming cried out fervently. Bai Qiandao observed her spiraling into madness and sneered, "Demons possess only malevolence. Devoid of love, you are enchanted by his demonic magic, engaging with an illusion that obscures your reason. Nonsense. Every moment of warmth we shared was undeniably real. You merely wield the blade of human morality, indifferent to right and wrong, coldly slaying demons. You fail to comprehend that between humans and demons, there can exist passionate fervor, tender affection, and deep devotion, while your heart knows no love." Bai Qiandao's expression remained impassive. Yet a flicker of sorrow surfaced in his eyes. Could it be that he harbored no love? Rather, he had poured his heart into something that yielded only merciless betrayal, and he was lost in his quest for answers. He longed to employ a profound and esoteric technique upon Chu Lianming, though his current abilities were insufficient, with a significant risk of exhausting himself to death. Nonetheless, he was willing to take that perilous chance. Chu Lianming laughed coldly. "I know you are a sorcerer, the most heartless and unfeeling of your kind. Your arrogance will obliterate the beauty of this world. Do you think I would acquiesce? Chu Lianming, I act for your own good. Even slaying demons is to curb the demonic menace and prevent harm to humanity. Do not be so ungrateful." Bai Qiandao retorted angrily. "He has never harmed anyone. He is kind and friendly. Who has he endangered?" Chu Lianming challenged. "That day, he even set a person ablaze. Is that not killing? He was defending himself, protecting against those who would slay him. Is he not allowed to resist? I do not wish to waste words with you. You are reaping what you have sown. In my eyes, you are a foolish woman." Bai Qiandao said coldly, "I curse you to fall in love with a demon, to endure suffering, destined for tragedy." Chu Lianming retorted with equal coldness. Bai Qiandao glared at her in fury before departing. He did not wish to continue conversing with this unreasonable woman, as it would yield nothing but futility. The love between human and demon was astonishingly unconventional, yet there existed such humans who remained obstinately unyielding. To him, this was incomprehensible, that he lacked the inclination to investigate further in the vicinity and descended directly. Outside, the rain fell in torrents, pouring down incessantly. Standing in the rain, he allowed the water to cleanse his agitated heart. One of Chu Lianming's words had struck him, claiming that his heart knew no love. He endeavored to avoid thoughts of Huang Ru, wishing not to dwell in sorrow. Yet that statement once again inflicted pain. "Indeed, I have buried my past wounds, cooling my heart, and no longer believing in love. The scars, though I strive to avoid them, still ache, lingering unresolved. Having expended all my sincerity and effort, what I received in return was betrayal. much like this rain that drenches me, chilling my heart to the core. Thunder rumbled ominously, reverberating continuously, while flashes of lightning danced in the sky. He looked up, the heavens etched with arcs of electricity, like silver serpents soaring through the dark clouds, flickering in and out of existence. The towering buildings appeared somber, illuminated only in patches, revealing glimpses of their rugged contours, resembling monstrous entities that manifested and vanished incessantly. Suddenly, a deafening crash of thunder erupted. A colossal bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating everything with startling clarity. Chapter 32. A smile from you. His gaze fell upon the entrance at the base of the building, where a woman stood, staring intently at him, her eyes dark and devoid of light, as profound as the depths of the abyss. His anger surged once more as he approached her, bellowing, "Chu Lianming, I have been ridiculed and cursed by you. What more do you desire?" Chu Lianming regarded him silently, her voice calm as she replied, "You are a pitiful soul. Those who suffer often harbor traits worthy of disdain. You should be mourning, yet to me, you are merely reaping what you have sown." Chu Lianming, do not force my hand. Bai Qiandao's fury was palpable. Go ahead and make a move. It would be best if you killed me. Otherwise, I will haunt you like a nightmare, ensuring you never find peace in your life. Bai Qiandao was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. "You have lost your mind. You are truly deranged." "Yes. At the moment he was slain by you, I became unhinged, and my madness shall transform into your eternal nightmare." Bai Qiandao took a step back, then turned to leave, only to discover that the distance to the flying car felt insurmountable, as if it were an unreachable horizon. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, very amiss. He must be trapped in a sinister space, his mind ensnared. Shadows loomed heavily over the towering buildings, flickering lights resembling a sky full of stars. Neon signs from various storefronts radiated vibrantly, while pedestrians traversed the ground, and flying cars darted across the sky. The rain fell in torrents, flooding the earth, while lightning flickered like fire, and thunder echoed in his ears. He extended his hand, feeling raindrops splatter against it, a slight tremor discernible. Everything appeared normal, yet Bai Qiandao felt an uncanny sensation. He could not reach the flying car. A shadow approached, Chu Lianming's figure, emanating a chilling aura in this eerie space. She smiled, yet the smile sent shivers down one's spine. "You are doomed." Her voice drifted from afar, ethereal and elusive. "You cannot be a demon." Bai Qiandao stared at her, asserting, "But if I am within a demonic illusion, there must be a demon assisting you." "Indeed, from the moment I laid eyes on you." I recalled his words and messaged him. "He is coming to kill you." Chu Lianming laughed again, a chilling, ghastly sound. "Who is he?" Bai Qiandao surveyed his surroundings, still feeling the reality of the situation. Pedestrians remained a distance away, and this space was devoid of others. "He is the one who will slay you, the demon you conspire with demons to commit murder?" Bai Qiandao's gaze turned frigid. "Only to kill you. If you consider yourself human, then it is indeed murder." Chu Lianming smiled again, and the eerie atmosphere caused alarm bells to ring in Bai Qiandao's mind. He sensed imminent danger. "You have utterly betrayed humanity," Bai Qiandao shouted fiercely. "Do not use your standards to judge me. Humans kill and consume one another. Does that not constitute a betrayal of humanity?" Chu Lianming retorted with a cold laugh. Bai Qiandao still wished to avoid extensive debate with her, his eyes turning icy blue, emitting layers of shimmering frost as he turned his body to observe. Suddenly, the space warped, and beams of darkness shot forth, even penetrating Chu Lianming's form, causing her body to shift into a distorted silhouette. She was not truly present here. Bai Qiandao deftly evaded the dark beams, narrowly escaping danger. Simultaneously, he unleashed his unique power, continuously launching it towards a corner. Though he could not yet discern the demon's location, he felt an inexplicable anomaly in that direction. Nonetheless, his energy blasts illuminated the area, yet could not penetrate an invisible barrier. Bai Qiandao barked, "I refuse to believe that a mere hysterical demon can dominate here." Indeed, Bai Qiandao had discerned that this was a terrifying hysterical demon. Employing demonic magic would create obstacles to perception and mental clarity, thus facilitating its attack. Hysterical demons were formidable, belonging to the realm of latent potential, yet it was evident that this one had not fully cultivated its abilities. Bai Qiandao's senses were obscured, yet he could still trace a faint trail. Bai Qiandao continued to evade, employing transformation magic to move toward that direction, where suddenly, black water cascaded down, revealing a hole that led to the true external space. Genuine raindrops fell, and a man with thick brows stood in the rain, astonished as he exclaimed, "Transformation magic! You actually know transformation magic. What is so strange about knowing transformation magic?" Bai Qiandao scoffed. Channeling his power and bellowed, "Demon-slaying strike." Bai Qiandao instantaneously shifted his position, and the otherworldly force propelled him forward relentlessly. Blood erupted from the body of the hysteria demon, ultimately leaving it riddled with wounds before it collapsed. "Get away," Bai Qiandao commanded, his body flickering as he delivered a powerful punch, sending Chu Lianga retreating several steps, causing her to spit out blood and kneel on the ground. Chu Lianga had been outside this space of hysteria, and now, as she launched her attack, it only served to injure Bai Qiandao further. Bai Qiandao did not hesitate. Having wounded Chu Lianga, he turned his attention back to the demon, seeking to seize its fortune. The spiritual energy, which had been severely depleted, was replenished almost instantaneously, all of it augmenting his power. Having regained his composure, he realized how perilous this battle had been. After injuring Chu Lianga, he was on the verge of exhausting his own strength. Fortunately, she had only just awakened her abilities, rendering her relatively weak among spiritual practitioners. With a surge of energy, he leapt forward, positioning himself before Chu Lianga, a fierce killing intent radiating from him. "Kill me. Just kill me," Chu Lianga cried, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she shouted at him. Bai Qiandao clenched his fist, poised to strike, when suddenly a memory flashed through his mind. Once upon a time, Chu Lianga had fallen from a height, unconscious and bleeding from her mouth. The red demon had arrived. Deeply anxious about her fate, it seemed that at that moment, the red demon cared for her so much that it was enveloped in a swirling mist, desperately trying to control its own power. She had opened her eyes, smiling at the red demon, blood flowing from her mouth down her cheek, staining her collar. Now, she was not smiling. Instead, she appeared almost deranged, blood streaking her face, partially washed away by the rain, yet still leaving a mark on her collar. Bai Qiandao, who had tightened his grip, gradually relaxed his hand, fixating on her face, which mirrored his memories, causing him to question the reality of the moment. Back then, she had been so innocent, even while wounded, attempting to comfort the red demon with her smile. She had poured her tenderness into the red demon, a simplicity that epitomized happiness. "Just smile for me," Bai Qiandao muttered, lost in thought. Suddenly jolted back to the present, he saw a flicker of surprise in Chu Lianga's expression of hatred, and his heart raced. Masking his turmoil with a shout, "Get away from me. I never want to see you again." Chu Lianga rose, her gaze fixed on him, declaring, "If you don't kill me, you will regret it. I curse you to fall in love with a demon and endure suffering. It is destined to be a tragedy." Bai Qiandao trembled, forcing himself to refrain from attacking again, coldly watching her depart. Why did he care so much if she could smile? That smile seemed to offer him a vision of hope, dissipating his pain and sorrow, sweet and beautiful, something he wished to cradle in his hands, unwilling to lose. With a gentle sigh, Bai Qiandao recognized his own jealousy, envying her unwavering love for the red demon. Perhaps that was what true love looked like. Love might exist, but he had never possessed it. All he harbored was resentment towards Huang Ru for her heartless abandonment, even questioning whether he had ever truly loved her or if love existed in this world at all. The promises of eternal companionship, the once sweet and beautiful moments, the joy they had shared, those were merely remnants of the past, painful memories. Departing in a melancholic state, he found himself in a flying vehicle. Activating the heating system, his clothes quickly dried, and he felt warm all over, yet his heart remained icy, devoid of any sunlight. As he prepared to disembark, Bai Qiandao dialed Long Yao's Qianli Tong, having obtained a substantial amount of information from the hysteria demon, which left him quite shaken. However, his despondent mood dulled his senses. "So, you're saying that the upper echelons of the demon circle have infiltrated the government?" Long Yao pondered, stating, "I suspected as much, but finding evidence is challenging. I would like to ask you to use your insight to help me identify the hidden demons within the government. Is that possible?" Long Yao's tone was unusually courteous, yet Bai Qiandao, lost in his own thoughts, replied disinterestedly, "I have no obligation to assist you. Find someone else that I can offer you money. I can find 5 million for you. How about that?" "Money? Is that all you think about? Can money buy everything?" Bai Qiandao immediately thought of Huang Ru, who had left him coldly because of her wealth. Unable to contain his anger, he ended the call, feeling that Long Yao had chosen an inopportune moment to speak. Long Yao stood there in disbelief, soon becoming irritated. "Why are you taking your anger out on me? What did I do to deserve this?" "Strange. Have you changed? Is money no longer a temptation for you? Bai Qiandao returned home to rest for a while before seeking out my Tianxua. The family business was running smoothly without her frequent presence at the My Family headquarters. Many matters could be managed remotely. In truth, she often ventured out for business negotiations, but the ongoing attacks on their transport vehicles compelled her to take charge and focus on resolving the issue. She had little inclination to pursue anything else. Tianlang inadvertently offended that hysteria demon, and now it seeks to retaliate against my family? My Tianxua asked, astonished. Indeed, that is the situation I have gathered. The hysteria demon is unrelated to the attacks on the transport vehicles. It is merely coincidental. Its intent is to take revenge on the entire My Family. It has been watching you for some time, but its power was weak, and it dared not act while Zhang Yadong was present. It also feared the My Family's influence, proceeding cautiously, using that illegitimate child to attack the My Family, and after poisoning them, targeting my Tianlang was its next step. Having killed the red demon has made it vigilant. It secretly contacted Chu Lianga, intending to eliminate me first before executing its plan. How despicable! This hysteria demon is truly deranged. My Tianxua's face turned ashen as she produced her Qianli Tong, dialing a number and commanding sternly. Where are you? Come back immediately. Yes, I am ordering you. You have caused trouble and yet remain unaware. Return at once. I had no idea that pursuing a girl would attract a demon, my Tianlang replied. His complexion pale, filled with trepidation, though he refused to admit his fault. Chapter 33. This function does not exist. What have I always told you? Do not be overly arrogant in public, competing for women. Who knows what the other party's status is? You nearly attracted a catastrophe upon our family, and yet you remain unrepentant. My Tianxua scolded that I was cautious. He dressed ordinarily, and I didn't think he possessed any power. I never expected him to be a hysteria demon. The chances of encountering a demon are incredibly slim, my Tianlang replied, feeling wronged. From now on, you are not allowed to go out. Stay at home obediently until this matter is resolved. Why should I? You have no right to confine me. That I have that right. You have committed a grave error, which grants me the authority. My Tianlang stared at her in disbelief. Angered, I'll get Dad to arbitrate this. Watching my Tianlang storm off in a fury, Bai Qiandao wondered if my Shui would be able to intervene. Point 1 was a third-generation ancestor, the other a second-generation ancestor, while neither could be deemed incapable. They were content to indulge in pleasure. The reality was that the family business was under my Tianxua's control, and both of them had to obey her. As expected, my Shui did not come. Perhaps my Tianlang understood this in his heart and chose not to mention it, likely too afraid to venture out. The leads had once again gone cold. The royal family and the government were embroiled in a covert struggle, and the chances of forming a task force seemed increasingly slim. My Tianxua's people were continuously investigating the attacks on the transport vehicles, leaving Bai Qiandao with no choice but to wait. Finding himself with some leisure time. 2 days later, my Tianlang sought him out, asking, I heard you are a spiritual practitioner. Is that true? Bai Qiandao outright rejected him, sensing that the young man wished to use him as a shield. Why not even consider it? Just responding would be so much more interesting. My Tianlang sighed. I have lost my freedom, and being idle at home is unbearable. That I could introduce you to a plethora of girls. I guarantee you nights filled with revelry. How does that sound? Not appealing at all. Miss Mai has forbidden you from going out for your own good. The My Family is currently in a crisis. And have you not thought about sharing the burden with her? I lack the capability for that. Relying on a crippled individual like me to protect the My Family is tantamount to inviting disaster. Finding his words amusing, Bai Qiandao chuckled. You are merely being asked to assist. No one expects you to fight bare-chested. You have no idea. My grandfather deemed me a waste as a child, never cultivating me. I've come to terms with it, just like my father. I'll live my life this way. I was also labeled as incapable by my father, yet I still assist Miss Mai, Bai Qiandao replied. You can stand there and speak without any pain because you are a spiritual practitioner. How can I compare? Bai Qiandao shook his head. When I was 11, both my parents passed away. I was juggling school and work, supporting myself and my sister until now. In those years before becoming a spiritual practitioner, I worked 3 jobs daily. I fought hard for my existence and never considered giving up. My Tianlang was taken aback. At 11, you were already supporting your family. You endured such hardship. Yes, having emerged from a life of hardship, I cherish everything I have now. This is something those of you born into luxury cannot comprehend. You have always been the object of my envy. Yet from you, I see a sense of despair, a lack of ambition. After all, when you can have whatever you desire, it is easy to forego the struggle. But a life devoid of ambition is rather dull. Ascent it, I am filled with ambition. The last time, when Sun's second son tried to steal a woman from me, it ignited a fierce determination within me. With sheer resolve, I showered her with money, and we shared a night of passion. You cannot fathom the rage that turned Sun's second son's face pale. Ha ha. Yi Chen spoke with pride, while Bai Qiandao gazed at him in silence. Utterly speechless, Tio claimed that spending money to snatch a woman equates to ambition. Bai Qiandao, feeling rather bored, had spoken with a hint of persuasion in mind. It was truly incomprehensible to grasp the mindset of certain debauched science, so divergent from that of the common folk. It seemed a transformation was nearly impossible. Have you made up your mind? Let us venture out together, that I assure you. I am a man of my word, and I will certainly find you a charming and delicate woman to delight you beyond measure. My Tianlang continued to entice him. Bai Qiandao shook his head and replied, I shall not go. You truly lack camaraderie. I have always regarded you as a friend, my Tianlang retorted in frustration. Bai Qiandao chuckled softly, thinking, who among us is truly friends? I merely perform my duties for your family. My Tianlang's eyes glinted mischievously as he produced a device called Qianlatong and presented it before Bai Qiandao, saying, take a look at these women. Bai Qiandao cast a brief glance, exasperatedly remarking, you are quite the lecher. Do you presume I share your tastes? My Tianlang laughed heartily. Just take a gander. Appreciate their beauty, that I guarantee the women in the pictures are unfiltered. Showcasing their natural allure, that he leaned closer, compelling Bai Qiandao to peer at the images. Indeed, they were all stunning, each radiating their unique charm, vying for attention. The beauties within the circles of wealthy heirs were often graceful, statuesque, and captivating, a feast for the eyes. Wait, flip to the previous one, Bai Qiandao exclaimed, astonished. My Tianlang complied, observing and stating, this beauty is quite rare, having only appeared thrice since her arrival last year, and we never had the chance to meet her. A friend of mine is particularly infatuated with her. He once attempted to investigate her background, but found nothing, leaving her somewhat enigmatic. Bai Qiandao gazed intently at the elegant woman in the image. A flicker of anger and excitement igniting within him, he could hardly believe he would encounter a picture of Zitsisi in my Tianlang's Qianlatong. Yet, there are indeed others in the world who bear resemblance. Could it be her? What is her name? Bai Qiandao inquired. That I do not know her full name. She refers to herself as Xiaoxi. Are you interested? Bai Qiandao pondered, realizing that Zitsisi's alias in the mortal realm was indeed Shizisi, making it quite likely to be her. Will she attend again? He pressed further. That I cannot say. Most of these women come to ensnare wealthy suitors and are prone to disappearing, that if they cannot find their catch, they might settle down instead. With a spiritual practitioner who has slain demons to escort them, it is more prudent to wait for opportunities. Perhaps more clues will arise. My Tianlang assured him that my brother is drawn to a rather chaotic crowd, filled with women who readily throw themselves at him. You must exercise self-control and not succumb to their alluring charms. I shall not. I have always upheld my virtue. This. Bai Qiandao was slightly taken aback, glancing at my Tianlang, wondering what his self-discipline had to do with her concerns. My Tianlang maintained a neutral expression as he warned, the women there are quite materialistic, driven solely by profit. They will not harbor genuine feelings for a man and can break a man's heart. I fear you might be hurt. Bai Qiandao recalled Huang Ru, responding solemnly, my ex-girlfriend was indeed materialistic. She has already hurt me. I will remain vigilant against them. Besides, I lack wealth. They will recognize this and keep their distance. Then do not readily disclose that you are a spiritual practitioner, as that will also attract them, my Tianlang cautioned. Bai Qiandao found her warning somewhat excessive, replying, of course, I have always maintained a low profile. I am merely accompanying my Tianlang. Unless danger arises, I shall not reveal my abilities. My Tianlang smiled and inquired, how much money do you have on you? Me? 98. You truly impoverished. You must have funds for expenditures there. You say that lacking money in the short term is inconsequential. Allow me to transfer you 100,000. No, please do not. With my Tianlang to cover expenses, I need not spend a dime. And I am protecting him, which makes it all the more justifiable. My Shui is indeed quite stingy. His shareholding ratio must be significant. He only provides 10 million for self-service. Surely he would not flinch at 2 or 3 million. Bai Yuman has managed to save only 8 million thus far. Perhaps her daily expenditures are high, but a concubine cannot hold shares, truly incomparable to direct descendants. Brother, my dear brother, I am immensely grateful to you. Were it not for you, my sister's rigid demeanor would never have allowed me to come out. my Tianlang exclaimed, his spirits soaring. No, you are older than I. I cannot accept that title, Bai Qiandao replied with a wry smile. Aware of this debauched youth's disregard for propriety, I shall call you Qiandao, and you may call me Tianlang. This will signify our closeness, my Tianlang declared with a laugh. Bai Qiandao continued to smile ruefully. Realizing that his true name was now known, this mission forbids the exposure of one's real identity. Secrecy is paramount. Thankfully, he had not exposed himself, and the system had not imposed any penalties. Where are we headed? Bai Qiandao inquired. To the Celestial Realm. Celestial Realm? Is that truly its name? Haha. Of course not. It is a place of such breathtaking beauty that it resembles a celestial paradise, as you should know. Bai Qiandao recalled a place known as Tianke, situated in a satellite city of the fragrant imperial capital. Each year, a vast influx of people floods into the fragrant imperial capital, which, surrounded by the expansive fragrant river and limited in area, necessitates the construction of numerous high-rise buildings. Meanwhile, sprawling villas and mansions demand considerable financial investment. Yet, even such measures fail to resolve the issue of overpopulation. Thus, exorbitant prices were set to cultivate wasteland near the imperial capital, resulting in the establishment of two satellite cities beyond the fragrant river, X and Kyunju, forming a metropolitan circle around the imperial capital. Chapter 34. The elite bodyguard. The imperial capital boasts a population exceeding 5 billion, with each satellite city housing several 100 million people, all enjoying the status of residents in the imperial capital, which carries significant prestige. As these satellite cities approach their own limits, the imperial government has begun to restrict residency status for both the imperial capital and its satellites, making it increasingly challenging to attain the coveted title of an imperial citizen. Tianke, located within Kyunju City, is a virtual space, an absolute marvel of high technology, filled with architectural wonders and artifacts that exude an otherworldly beauty. Albeit in a virtual state, in this age of advanced technology, the line between virtual and reality blurs. Virtual objects appear remarkably real, even featuring virtual beings capable of conversation, though they remain insubstantial, mere visual experiences. Tianke was constructed at an astronomical cost, and not just anyone is permitted entry, at least on the planet Tuchong. This is the only one of its kind at it. Is unclear who funded its creation, as not everyone possesses the ability to gain access. Initially, an annual fee of 300,000 was required to become a VIP for entry, but as the VIPs found it monotonous and protested, beautiful women and handsome men were eventually allowed in, albeit without VIP privileges. Any purchases made inside would cost double compared to the VIP rates. According to my Tianlang, those who are not VIPs must be introduced by someone, which has led many men and women seeking wealthy partners to scramble for connections to gain entry. However, wealthy individuals often lack interest in such introductions, typically bringing along only their companions. Bai Qiandao's curiosity piqued as he wondered who had introduced Shi Zizi into Tianke. My Tianlang chuckled and revealed it was a woman, Zhao Linglan, a top socialite of Tianke. As for the women seeking wealthy suitors, he could devise ways for them to find their way into Bai Qiandao's bed. But he must tread carefully around the socialites, as wealthy women tend to favor handsome men, and Bai Qiandao could only be described as somewhat handsome at best. Bai Qiandao rolled his eyes, inquisitively asking who this top socialite was and why she would introduce Shi Zizi. My Tianlang explained that Zhao Linglan was drawn to Shi Zizi's pure aura, leading him to pay special attention. It was said that Shi Zizi had once saved Zhao Linglan's life, which is why Zhao Linglan brought her in for a glimpse of this exclusive world. Afterward, Shi Zizi returned on her own twice. Though the details remained unclear, Zhao Linglan hails from the Zhao family, whose business primarily revolves around construction. Although not as expansive as the My Family's empire, it is still considered substantial. It can be said that Zhao Linglan's adeptness in social circles has propelled the Zhao family's business to new heights, establishing it as a significant player in the commercial landscape. Similar to Zhao Linglan, numerous women who frequently patronize Tianke for their family's businesses have also found success in their social endeavors. In truth, Tianke has gradually transformed into a venue for business dealings, where entertainment and commerce seamlessly intertwine without compromising either. Each individual has their own social circle. My Tianlangs comprises a group of affluent second or third generation elites, content to indulge in hedonistic pleasures. They are also among the prime targets for gold-digging women, with no shortage of such individuals vying for their attention. while few may end up as wives. Many aspire to become concubines. Under the law, concubines have no inheritance rights and must receive monthly support. With a minimum of 10,000, any offspring born to them do possess inheritance rights, as the status of the child elevates the mother's standing. Due to the requirement of a minimum monthly stipend of 10,000, many are deterred from pursuing concubines. Commoners are rarely able to afford such luxuries, while the middle class may manage to support one or two at most. Bai Qiandao found himself amidst a group of debauched young men. Although the setting was a picturesque virtual realm, replete with enchanting companions, he felt profoundly out of place. Had it not been for the blood rabbit demon, he would never have consented to attend. My Tianlang introduced him as a brother, to which he candidly admitted to being the chauffeur of the My family, eliciting a wave of mocking laughter. My Tianlang, joining in the laughter, remarked that the role of a chauffeur is held in high esteem within his family, akin to that of a senior bodyguard, a professional specifically recruited by My Tianxue. Such recognition from the head of the My family caused the group of young scions to set aside their disdain, with some even eager to cultivate a closer rapport with him. For instance, there was a rather rotund young man with an oily visage and spiky hair, claiming to be a scion of the Cheng family, named Cheng Qingsong, that he is truly a rare find. And Su Zhongwei has taken a liking to her, intending to take her as a concubine. Bai Qiandao observed the striking woman and mused on her ability to conceive 3 times. It was no wonder she caught his attention, especially considering that the probability of pregnancy for modern women significantly declines after the first. Who is Su Zhongwei? Bai Qiandao inquired. Over there, that gaunt fellow. He is from the Su family's 3rd generation. Quite the libertine, Cheng Qingsong replied. Bai Qiandao's gaze shifted to a man with a sharp chin, groping the woman beside him, his eyes glimmering with lascivious intent. He was unfamiliar with the Su family, but guessed the man to be in his 40s. Typically, affluent men of that age maintain numerous wives and concubines, driven by their ambitions, making them scarce in such circles. Men over 50 generally belong to another social stratum, seldom mingling with the youth. Cheng Qingsong's comment regarding the man's libertine ways was clearly predicated on his age. Bai Qiandao observed Cheng Qingsong, who, like him, was of similar age but already married and poised to take a concubine, albeit without having selected one yet. In truth, My Tianlang's circle comprised merely 6 individuals, primarily tied through business dealings, with 2 hailing from influential families, their offspring gathering to socialize that a young man approached, draping an arm around a woman, and proposed, "Shall we indulge in a game?" "Indeed, let us," Cheng Qingsong replied, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Bai Qiandao assumed they were headed for a brawl, only to discover they were heading straight for the virtual gaming room. Ah, so they were off to play games. Bai Qiandao, intrigued, attempted to follow, but the woman clinging to the young man halted him, saying, "Sir, entry to the gaming room is prohibited." "Why is that?" Bai Qiandao queried. Regarding the elegantly poised woman with striking beauty, "It is your first visit, and you likely have not made a monetary contribution. Only VIPs are permitted entry, where you could pay $1 million right now to gain access," she explained. Bai Qiandao, taken aback, returned to his seat, which was akin to a plush sofa adorned with radiant roses, for in this realm, all possessions were virtual, transforming the environment into a magnificent spectacle. The woman also seated herself, scrutinizing him, and remarked, "To have garnered my Tianxue's attention suggests you possess extraordinary abilities. Might you share your story with me?" "Regrettably, I must decline," he replied. She smiled subtly, crossing one leg over the other, her posture exuding languid elegance, a testament to feminine grace. "I am Zhong Wana. What are your interests?" "Apologies, but I am not fond of idle chatter. Surely my appearance and figure are not lacking." Bai Qiandao turned back to her, noting that she was not merely appealing, but quite alluring. He then averted his gaze, stating, "You are indeed beautiful, but I lack the funds. I am merely accompanying my Tianlang." Zhong Wana chuckled softly, saying, "Those who visit Tianke, aside from the VIPs, are often in pursuit of fortune, yet some come for different reasons. Some merely wish to broaden their horizons and acquire material for boasting. Others are companions of the wealthy, typically making only a few appearances. Some are talented individuals seeking recognition to break through in life and career. Others stumble here by sheer accident, unaware of their surroundings. And there are those with ulterior motives, the most perilous type, for one cannot predict their actions. Are you here merely to broaden your horizons?" Bai Qiandao replied, "My Tianlang has stated that I am a bodyguard, and I believe you were present when he mentioned it." Zhong Wana shook her head, Tianke has regulations forbidding bodyguards from entering. The security measures are excellent, and there is no need for bodyguards to provide close protection. Young master never brings companions. If he has brought you, it must be as a friend, and only true friends gain entry. You seem quite familiar with him. Indeed, I am well acquainted with the 6 young masters of this circle. Fully aware of their temperaments and dispositions, Bai Qiandao found himself intrigued and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Initially, I sought fortune, but that aspiration has faded. They are all astute individuals, making it difficult to secure such opportunities." Bai Qiandao smiled. "Since you are so aware, why continue to come, to earn a living? Although they do not provide opportunities, they are exceedingly wealthy and typically quite generous." Bai Qiandao was astonished and asked, "How much can you earn?" "Last year, I had over 1 million in my bank account, all gifts from them." Bai Qiandao was further taken aback. He had toiled tirelessly in 3 jobs to earn just over 80,000 annually. A stark contrast to her earnings in this realm. Earning money likely entailed engaging with the young science, leading him to wonder if she was, in fact, a high-class courtesan. Sensing Bai Qiandao's subtle shift in expression, Zhong Wanner smiled calmly and said, "I am aware of your thoughts. While I may occasionally share a bed with them to satisfy physical needs, I am not merely a high-class courtesan. There are matters they prefer to handle through me, such as when they wish to sever ties with someone. I negotiate on their behalf and receive payment for my service." Zhao Linglan, her face a mask of fury, rose to her feet, preparing to depart. "Xiao Si, her name is Shizici. This is merely her alias." Zhao Linglan halted, turning back, her gaze filled with astonishment as she regarded Bai Qiandao. "This woman, Shizici, is far from ordinary. Perhaps you are unaware of her true identity, but you must cooperate with me now. Do you understand?" Bai Qiandao spoke coldly. Zhao Linglan resumed her seat, scrutinizing Bai Qiandao, her brow furrowed as she questioned, "You are not seeking her out because you harbor feelings for her, are you? She is indeed beautiful. But I am no lecher. I shall not become infatuated with her." Zhao Linglan replied coolly, "If this is your condition for cooperation, you are still unqualified." "What do you mean? Is he not here to protect me?" "He just told me that he is here on behalf of my family. It seems there is more to it than that." My Tianlang suddenly realized. No wonder he was reluctant to come at first. Upon seeing Xiao Si's photograph, he changed his mind. Turns out that this matter involves her as well. "What matter?" Zhong Wanner inquired with curiosity. "No comment. No comment. It concerns my family's private affairs." My Tianlang glanced at Bai Qiandao again, forcing a bitter smile as he said, "My sister must have agreed for the same reason." On the other hand, Zhao Linglan's expression turned icy as she demanded, "Speak. What makes you think you have the right?" "It is not about my qualifications, but rather, if you refuse to speak, the Spirit Shield Bureau will come looking for you." Zhao Linglan let out a cold laugh, asking, "Do you have any ties to the Spirit Shield Bureau?" "There is a slight connection that Shi Zici is a target they are pursuing." Zhao Linglan furrowed her brow, pausing before stating, "She is merely a civilian. Even if she were a spy, she would be among the most inept. I have acquaintances within the Spirit Shield Bureau as well. If you think to threaten me with this, it is an act of folly." Bai Qiandao fixed her with a cold stare, saying, "Do you truly not know where she resides? Are you unaware of her true nature?" "I do not comprehend, but I dislike your tone. In my view, she is an ordinary girl. If she is a spy, perhaps the Spirit Shield Bureau has erred. I shall defend her with a lawyer." Bai Qiandao shook his head, declaring, "You are lying, concealing your true thoughts. You have become accustomed to such deception, being a top socialite in Tianke. Just as you disdain me inwardly, yet feign benevolence outwardly. Others perceive you as amiable. To me, you are but a mask of falsehood." Zhao Linglan regarded him quietly, stating, "You are overly sensitive. I was born in the lower strata, having endured the scorn of others, and have trained myself to discern the true nature of individuals. Your unguarded expressions and behaviors reveal much to me. Is that so? Pray, elaborate," Bai Qiandao urged, his brow furrowed, clearly aware this had strayed off topic. Yet he yearned to unveil Zhao Linglan's true self. "As you approached me, upon seeing my casual attire, you slightly furrowed your brow, your eyes betraying a hint of contempt. When you took your seat, you instinctively leaned away, attempting to distance yourself from me. While speaking, your gaze, though feigned to be gentle, has already pierced through me, rendering me insignificant in your eyes." Zhao Linglan suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble. "You are correct. Having faced discrimination as a civilian, I have become sensitive enough to discern when someone discriminates against me. However, that you are mistaken in one aspect. My disdain does not stem from your status as a civilian, but rather from who you are. And what is wrong with me? Bai Qiandao asked, astonished that I have encountered many civilians, some of whom are exceptional. Within the Zhao group, several individuals rose through their own determination from humble beginnings to the middle class. All of them, without exception, received a solid education and possess an uplifting character, holding themselves to high standards in their work. I would gladly employ and promote such individuals. Yet you languorously recline, lacking manners, exuding an air of degradation. Your gaze towards me filled with provocation, which I find quite uncomfortable. This indicates a lack of education and poor character. You, who should be a humble creature of the pond, attempt to present yourself as superior, which disgusts me. Bai Qiandao was left speechless. Perhaps he sought to unearth secrets from her, which is why his gaze was openly challenging. Yet, was he truly in decline? Lacking in character? He paused before stating, I graduated from a dismal school, never attended university, and received no proper education, yet I do not consider myself fallen, nor do I possess poor character. You may have seen many exceptional civilians, yet you have not encountered more like me. We might stroll the streets in flip-flops and shorts, casually seeking out unhealthy, cheap food to consume. For a mere $1, we haggle shamelessly, raising our voices and reddening our faces in argument. Our lifestyle is not what you deem degenerate. We are all industrious, striving to survive and provide for our families. You perceive my gaze as provocative because I believe you are aware of Shi Zixi's secret, and I wish to challenge you into revealing it. Your attitude has ignited my anger, compelling me to adopt a more aggressive approach. I am deeply grateful for the life-saving favor and wish to offer her money, yet she adamantly refused, after several encounters and gaining insight. I regarded her as a confidant and brought her to Tianke for some leisure. I had long known where Xiaoxi resided. I simply did not wish for others to disturb her. Having lost both parents, she is likely not a native of Kyoto. Given her kindness and charm, I cannot believe she is ASPY.IS at all. Bai Qiandao inquired, his brow furrowed. Yes, what else do you wish to know? If she were a spy, could she even confide in me? Zhao Linglan retorted with displeasure. Noted I merely wish to know if she has exhibited any unusual behavior, such as secretive contacts or encounters with any extraordinary individuals. I am unaware. We have only spent time together a dozen times, mostly dining together. Xiaoxi is kind-hearted, pure, and lovely, yet she is reluctant to share more of her past with me. Bai Qiandao scoffed. Disguise is their forte. Her reluctance to divulge more of her past is likely due to her inability to do so. Zhao Linglan replied coldly. I hope you will refrain from such harsh words. Why does the Spirit Shield Bureau deem her a spy? You should not be affiliated with the Spirit Shield Bureau. Rather, you are an agent of the My family. Why are you so invested in this? I cannot disclose more. She may be entangled in a significant matter concerning the My family. Wait a moment. Are you referring to the rocket-propelled grenade attack on the My family? That is impossible. Xiaoxi could not be involved in that incident. The case has already been resolved, and the perpetrator is dead. Could it be the attack on the My family's transport vehicle? Even less likely. Xiaoxi is incapable of such actions. Bai Qiandao remained silent, his true intention in seeking Shi Zixi being to eliminate the demon that had previously bested him, a blood-rabbit demon that had left him seething with indignation. To forcibly implicate her in the attack on the My family's transport vehicle seemed improbable. It was merely a gamble as that case had yet to yield any breakthroughs, something he and Mai Tianxue both understood. Observing Bai Qiandao's silence, Zhao Linglan confirmed her suspicions, her anger mounting as she stated, You cannot wrongfully accuse someone. Although Xiaoxi is a powerless civilian, I shall not stand idly by while she suffers unjustly. Since she is an ordinary civilian, do you truly believe that my family would suspect her without cause? Bai Qiandao asked softly. Then present a reason, Zhao Linglan urged, her brow knitted in thought that I cannot elaborate. I can only tell you that the Xiaoxi you perceive as kind and lovely is far from simple. She is currently being pursued by the Spirit Shield Bureau. Perhaps she is not involved in the My family case. But I seek her to confirm this. Bai Qiandao refrained from mentioning his intent to slay the demon, as Long Yeyu had advised him against inciting public panic by casually declaring who is a demon. Zhao Linglan fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she retrieved her communicator and dialed a number. Director Zeng. It's me. Yes. Long time no see. That I understand you are busy, and I do not wish to intrude. I have a favor to ask. I have a friend named Shi Zixi, and I heard she is being pursued by the Spirit Shield Bureau that I would like to know why. They claim she is a spy. But from what I have gathered, she does not seem to fit that description. Could there be a mistake? Thank you for your assistance. The two fell silent, and after a while, the phone rang. Zhao Linglan answered. What? You cannot find her. Zhao Linglan shot an angry glance at Bai Qiandao, saying, Director Zeng, thank you. I will treat you to a meal another day. After hanging up the communicator, Zhao Linglan, suppressing her anger, asked, You claim the Spirit Shield Bureau is pursuing Shaoxi. Why then can't they locate her? Bai Qiandao stood dumbfounded. How could it be that she was not being pursued? I can assure you she is being sought after, yet I do not understand. Why your inquiry yielded no results? Bai Qiandao spoke hesitantly, a hint of stammering in his words. Enough. This is absurd. Although my family is large and prosperous, they cannot unjustly accuse my friend. I will stand up for her. Zhao Linglan, her countenance aflame with anger, rose to her feet, intent on departing. Wait a moment. Let me inquire. Oh, don't go. Bai Qiandao observed Zhao Linglan's displeasure as she walked away. Feeling powerless, he retrieved his communication device. Dialing Long Yao's number. What is it? If it's not concerning the demons, don't bother me, came the impatient voice of Long Yao from the other end. Little demon, what's the matter? Why isn't the blood rabbit demon on the wanted list? Bai Qiandao found a vent for his frustration, questioning Long Yao vehemently. It has been on the wanted list, but, pitying fool, are you taking your anger out on me again? Long Yao retorted, equally irate. Yes, I am furious, seething with rage, and I intend to unleash it upon you. What of it? You scoundrel. Long Yao was at a loss for words, feeling as though she had become his punching bag. Is there not a former director in the Spirit Shield Bureau who claimed there was no warrant for Shi Zizi? Former director? Oh, you mean Zeng Guanhua. He is the head of the counter-espionage department, and wouldn't he have access to search for wanted notices regarding demons? The extermination of demons is managed by a specialized department under my leadership. Why didn't you inform me sooner? This is your dereliction of duty. How could such a crucial department be entrusted to you? This is unacceptable, Bai Qiandao concluded before hanging up, grinning. He relished any opportunity to tease Long Yao. Long Yao's face turned pale with rage, her hand trembling as she nearly threw her communication device. But instead, she angrily called back, only to find Bai Qiandao refusing to answer. Thus, the expensive high-end communication device was indeed flung away by her. Not that it mattered, for she could certainly afford a replacement. In a picturesque virtual space of mountains and waters, Bai Qiandao caught up with Zhao Linglan, asserting, There is indeed a warrant. I did not deceive you. I just inquired through my device. And concerning the blood Shi Zizi's situation is peculiar. She is not a spy. The person you consulted is the head of the counter-espionage department, and he lacks the authority to access such information. Zhao Linglan paused, gazing at Bai Qiandao with mild surprise. Inquiring, You pursued me to convey this, to affirm the truth of your words. Indeed, while I have told lies before, I do not wish for you to believe I am lying now. Why? Bai Qiandao was taken aback. Why was he so eager to prove himself to her? After contemplating, he replied, Perhaps it is because our initial encounter was marred by misunderstanding. I do not wish for you to perceive me as someone of lowly character. Zhao Linglan pondered, asking, Why would a commoner make things difficult for another commoner? That is not how it should be understood. Should a commoner commit murder, would I not report it, allowing them to roam free? Has she committed murder? Whether she has committed murder, I cannot ascertain at present, but she is unique, possessing traits far more sinister than that. Zhao Linglan settled upon a nearby rock, adjacent to an abyss shrouded in wisps of mist. The rock was tangible, yet the abyss was a mere illusion. Stepping forward revealed solid ground, though the visual perception remained strikingly authentic. If you can assert that the former director is indeed the head of the counter-espionage department, I may trust your words. However, how can I believe that Shi Zizi has engaged in acts more heinous than murder? Zhao Linglan furrowed her brow, her gaze clouded with uncertainty. That I cannot provide you with a reason that would compel your belief. But I advise you to cease any further contact with her. She is exceedingly dangerous. Bai Qiandao also seated himself upon the rock, maintaining a respectful distance. Zhao Linglan gently shook her head, stating, I have few confidants. And she is one. I will not relinquish our friendship based solely on your warnings. You are being deceived. She cannot form genuine friendships with others. It's still an undisclosed reason. Zhao Linglan scrutinized him, a hint of mockery in her gaze, asking, Tell me, if you were in my position, would you choose to trust her or heed your own words? Bai Qiandao fell silent for a moment, then sighed. If I were you, I would opt to trust her. I merely share my truth with you, whether you choose to believe it or not. A flicker of emotion stirred within Zhao Linglan. She found herself unable to discern the veracity of his words. Yet his current demeanor betrayed no signs of deceit. Could it be that Zizi was indeed extraordinary, appearing innocent and charming while concealing deep-seated dangers? Yet, how could that be? She trusted her instincts, which seldom led her astray. Having aided her family in achieving several commendable feats, I think you have made your point clear. Let us end this conversation here. Whether she poses a danger to me, I will assess for myself. Thank you for your concern. Zhao Linglan nodded at him with a smile before rising to leave. Bai Qiandao watched her depart, contemplating as he swiftly returned to his original position. Qiandao, you aren't developing feelings for her, are you? Mai Tianling approached with a teasing tone. Who? Developing feelings for whom? Bai Qiandao responded, puzzled. Zhao Linglan, you rushed out so hastily. I called for you, but you didn't hear me. You're quite the romantic. Mai Tianling laughed. No, you're mistaken. I merely went out to convey a single message. Bai Qiandao rolled his eyes at him. Should you be smitten, what is there to hide? Zhao Linglan is beautiful, comes from a good family, and is exceptionally sociable. Many are drawn to her. I'll tell you, she is not like those socialites who would sleep with anyone. She possesses true skill, charming a host of powerful figures who find themselves helplessly captivated by her. Bai Qiandao chuckled, realizing that Mai Tianling was jesting, which also indicated that Zhao Linglan was indeed capable, having navigated her way through society with such finesse. I came to inform you that I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll return shortly, Bai Qiandao stated. All right, go pursue her. Mai Tianling winked at him. Bai Qiandao forced a smile. He truly intended to follow her. Yet not for romantic pursuits did he sense that she might have the means to locate Zizi. Bai Qiandao boarded a flying vehicle and soared into the sky, gazing at the expansive virtual landscape below, where the shimmering characters Tianke floated in the air. Surrounding Tianke were vibrant trees and lush grass, while farther away lay the fragrant river, resembling a broad azure ribbon encircling the fragrant imperial capital. Flowing silently, he awaited Zhao Linglan's emergence, employing his spiritual energy to enhance his vision, allowing him to faintly discern the scene at the flying vehicle station. At present, he could only see a few miles away. Yet upon reaching the profound realm, it would be akin to possessing a 1,000-mile gaze, capable of perceiving objects from great distances. After a quarter of an hour, he spotted Zhao Linglan gracefully approaching a flying vehicle. And Bai Qiandao realized his suspicions were correct. She was indeed about to leave. In truth, Zhao Linglan could not remain at Tianke indefinitely. She visited a few times each month, and today was merely a coincidence. As Mai Tianling had specifically invited her, maintaining a respectful distance, he used his spiritual energy to track her. She did not head towards the fragrant imperial capital, but instead navigated through the towering buildings of Qinghua City until she came to a halt. Bai Qiandao observed her enter a luxurious beauty salon for women and thought to himself that the blood rabbit demon might be hiding within. He parked his vehicle and followed her inside. Apologies, sir, but this establishment only caters to female clientele. Men are strictly prohibited from entering, the receptionist stated politely, yet firmly. Bai Qiandao was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had no choice but to exit. This posed quite a dilemma. Men were not allowed. His eyes caught sight of a wig shop not far away, and a thought struck him. Could he disguise himself to gain entry? This was a bustling area with a plethora of shops, offering a wide variety of goods in pursuit of uncovering the blood rabbit demon. Bai Qiandao resolved to masquerade as a woman, mustering the audacity to claim he was purchasing clothing for a girlfriend. Chapter 37. Disguised as a woman, he purchased a dress and a pair of high-heeled shoes, then donned the wig he had just bought, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. A graceful maiden. Indeed, he was not overweight, merely stocky, but in a dress, his figure appeared rather slender. With no makeup, his face could be described as fair and delicate. Under the dim lighting, one might mistake him for a woman. Although in broad daylight, the masculine features would likely be discernible. Fortunately, he had shaved that day. Otherwise, being a woman with stubble would be rather bizarre. He changed clothes in a narrow alley, feeling quite unaccustomed to the high-heeled shoes. Awkwardly teetering as he walked while keeping his head lowered in the bright light of day, he genuinely feared being recognized as a male impersonating a female, which would be exceedingly embarrassing. Bai Qiandao felt nausea rising. To blend in, he had to abandon his dignity and adopt a flirtatious tone like a typical girl. He was uncertain if this approach would be effective. If it were him, he would undoubtedly adhere to the rules. The receptionist smiled, saying, "You seem shy. Who are you looking for?" Bai Qiandao was momentarily flustered. He couldn't mention Zhao Linglan. Who should he ask for? What to do? Oh, still feeling bashful. If you tell me who you're looking for, I can let you in. The receptionist observed Bai Qiandao's head drooping lower, her laughter ringing out that I'm looking for Zheng Mengqi. Bai Qiandao decided to abandon caution and mentioned a common name, reasoning that many people bore that name. Oh, you're looking for Ms. Zheng. She is in room 127. Allow me to escort you inside. Bai Qiandao initially felt a thrill of joy at having guessed correctly, but soon became bewildered again, questioning why he hadn't mentioned this sooner. With no other choice, he followed the receptionist deeper into the establishment. Upon entering the lounge, he noticed 3 distinct paths, and the receptionist led him directly to the southern corridor. As he observed the receptionist sway gracefully, contemplating how to navigate his predicament, a door swung open, and a woman called out, demanding the receptionist address a matter. The receptionist, beaming with a smile, instructed him not to wander and hurried over to assist her. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Qiandao began to push open each door in search of Zhao Linglan or the Blood Bunny demon, only to find no one. Apologizing sweetly, he would retreat, claiming to have entered the wrong room. In this beauty salon, massage treatments required disrobing, and since men were not permitted, many women felt at ease to undress completely, much to his visual delight. However, his face flushed crimson as he averted his gaze, his apology sounding particularly earnest. Why haven't I found Zhao Linglan yet? I yearn to see you. Where could you be? After exploring the majority of the rooms to no avail, Bai Qiandao focused on the last few massage rooms to the east. Hey, who told you to wander around? He heard the receptionist exclaim as she jogged towards him, her face flushed with irritation, flanked by 2 burly female security guards. Naturally, they were there to prevent any unauthorized male entry. Fuming, the receptionist pointed at him and shouted, "Seize him." The 2 female security guards pounced like wolves, and Bai Qiandao, having reached a corner with no means of escape, called out, "Why are you apprehending me?" His arms were seized firmly by the guards as the receptionist angrily retorted, "I told you room 127. Why are you searching everywhere else? Are you unaware that such behavior constitutes harassment of our clients?" "Miss, I can't find room 127. Bai Qiandao squeaked in a high-pitched voice, desperately attempting to defend himself. "Who is your miss? How curious. Your Adam's apple is quite pronounced." The receptionist scrutinized his neck as he tilted his head in defense, her expression filled with suspicion. Immediately, Bai Qiandao dropped his gaze, his heart racing, feeling as though his wig had been unceremoniously yanked off, followed by shrieks of "It's a man, a man." Bai Qiandao felt utterly defeated. Having trespassed into an area strictly for women, he anticipated a lengthy sentence for this indiscretion. Subsequently, he was escorted to the security office, where 6 female guards rotated shifts, alongside a security supervisor, under intense interrogation from the guards. Bai Qiandao stubbornly refused to divulge his purpose for being there. Thankfully, no one resorted to violence, and one of the female guards even offered him a cigarette, joking that when he was made up, he exuded a certain femininity that elicited laughter. "Have you called the police?" Bai Qiandao inquired anxiously, his heart racing with trepidation. The guard who handed him the cigarette appeared robust, yet her features were amiable and somewhat attractive. Just then, a woman clad in a security uniform, the supervisor, entered and commanded, "Take him to the boss's office." With a heavy sigh, Bai Qiandao followed them, chastising himself for being so reckless, pondering why he hadn't considered an alternative approach to enter the establishment disguised as a woman. Upon entering an opulent office, a woman sat with her back to the window and ordered, "You may leave us." "Boss, we can't leave him alone in here." The supervisor protested that it's quite all right. "You may go," the woman replied. Watching the guards exit with puzzled expressions, Bai Qiandao forced a smile and approached the sofa. "Zhao Linglan, I truly did not expect you to be the owner of this establishment. Your family is in the construction business. Why open a beauty salon?" The swivel chair turned to reveal Zhao Linglan, who regarded him calmly. "That I never imagined you would follow me here, nor that you would don women's attire. There are no rules dictating that one cannot venture into other industries while in construction. This is merely a personal business of mine." "Ahem. Well, you see, I came here not to spy. However, you did intrude upon the privacy of our clients. Didn't you? I could easily report you and have you charged on no. I swear, I barely dared to look, merely caught a vague glimpse, and upon realizing it wasn't you, I exited immediately. I couldn't even discern if they were plump or slender." Zhao Linglan scrutinized him, making him feel exceedingly uncomfortable as he bowed his head deeply, You were blushing like a monkey's backside that I reviewed the surveillance footage. Each time you entered a room, you took a deep breath before hastily retreating. Resembling an innocent youth. Is this the caliber of the MIGIS operative? Bai Qiandao instinctively touched his burning face, lifting his gaze to meet her teasing expression, and he chuckled bitterly. I swear, this is my first time doing such a thing. If it weren't to find she's easy, I wouldn't have had the courage. You needn't swear to me. Since you are so eager to locate her, I will permit you to stay by my side for 5 days. Really? Is that true? Bai Qiandao asked, astonished. Indeed, but there's a condition. During these 5 days, you must accompany me as my boyfriend to meet someone. Boyfriend? Pretending to be your boyfriend for 5 days to meet whom? Bai Qiandao was taken aback. Zhao Linglan's proposal was utterly unexpected. First, tell me if you're willing that there are many men pursuing you. Why choose me to impersonate your boyfriend? I wish to avoid misunderstandings. And you harbor no romantic intentions towards me, making you an ideal candidate. Bai Qiandao pondered this, then nodded and asked, all right, who are we meeting? Zhao Linglan replied, my great-grandfather. He is 120 years old and in frail health. I hope he can know that I have found true love before he departs this world without regrets. 120 years is indeed an advanced age, while some may reach 130. Such instances are exceedingly rare, as many succumb by 100 TANAS. Bai Qiandao left with Zhao Linglan, walking side by side. The female guards stared wide-eyed. The guard who had offered him a cigarette looked bewildered as Bai Qiandao nodded and smiled at her. Managing a faint smile in return. Oh, they know each other? One guard inquired. Presumably. He might be the boss's suitor. His method of infiltration is quite unique and amusing. The supervisor chuckled. The receptionist also gazed at Bai Qiandao in confusion. When he winked at her, she sighed, realizing he was the boss's friend and lamenting that he hadn't mentioned it sooner. After some time, Mai Tianlang exclaimed, no way. You need to protect me. Where are you going? What do you think? Naturally, it's for the Maijia. Zhao Linglan's request was private. It was best not to disclose it to anyone from the Maijia, and Bai Qiandao complied. He called Mai Tianxuevai Qianli Tong, merely stating that he needed to attend to matters concerning the Maijia for the next 5 days. When she inquired about his destination, he confessed he didn't wish to deceive her, explaining he had promised someone he wouldn't divulge details, but it was indeed related to the Maijia. Mai Tianxu didn't press further, cautioning him to be careful, her concern evident, leaving him momentarily stunned. She was genuinely kind, deepening his fondness for her at that moment. Mai Tianlang felt quite dejected. Without Bai Qiandao by his side, he couldn't venture out. However, Bai Qiandao had mentioned it was for the Maijia, making it difficult for him to oppose. Even as the third-generation ancestor, he understood the family's significance in securing his affluent lifestyle. First, you must alter your appearance. Great-grandfather dislikes untidy individuals. That I will purchase you a new outfit. Mind your manners, speak politely, exhibit grace, act appropriately, be knowledgeable and cultured, and it would be best if you were humorous, perceptive of others' feelings, and aware of what is appropriate and what is not. Wait a minute. Are you seeking a boyfriend or a steward? Bai Qiandao felt overwhelmed. Such a person seemed nearly perfect, yet he had many little flaws and felt incapable of living up to the ideal. If you wish to know where Shizizi is and prevent me from handing the surveillance footage of your trespassing at the beauty salon to the police, just endure for these 5 days and play along. Bai Qiandao paused, asking, are you threatening me? I am indeed threatening you. Once aboard this ship of thieves, you cannot expect to disembark. Gazing at the serious Zhao Linglan, Bai Qiandao chuckled and replied, very well. This ship of thieves has many rules. I shall do my best. Zhao Linglan also smiled, declaring, come, I'll take you for a makeover. Your appearance must be appropriate. Great-grandfather does not favor men who are overly ostentatious or whose makeup is excessively elaborate. Chapter 38. The Faux Boyfriend. Once more, Bai Qiandao entered the Four Seasons Beauty Salon. Upon seeing him, the receptionist approached with a friendly greeting, flashing a sweet smile. Bai Qiandao returned her smile, appreciating her keen nature as she engaged him in conversation. Inside, he enjoyed a bath, with a female technician attending to his cleansing, applying facial treatments, and skincare products. Additionally, someone was dedicated to styling his hair. Finally, adorned in the new attire Zhao Linglan had arranged, he felt thoroughly rejuvenated. He was naturally handsome, with a decent physique, and after an upscale makeover, adorned in well-fitted attire, he could easily be mistaken for a delicate young gentleman. Not bad. You look quite presentable, Zhao Linglan remarked, nodding as she appraised him. There's no need for such remarks. I am indeed a person, Bai Qiandao retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Zhao Linglan chuckled. Yes, yes, you are a person. Just speak more appropriately, and you will embody the essence of a gentleman. On the flying car. Bai Qiandao perused a book on etiquette, struggling to stave off drowsiness. He had always felt sleepy when confronted with textbooks during his school days, and the monotony of this particular volume made it nearly impossible to keep his eyelids from drooping. Keep reading. You must memorize it all and cultivate the demeanor of an etiquette gentleman, Zhao Linglan urged from beside him. I find you reminiscent of a primary school teacher, relentlessly pushing me, just short of wielding a ruler to strike my palms. Bai Qiandao made a valiant effort to keep his eyes open, casting a resigned glance in her direction. Are there still primary school teachers who hit students with rulers? Zhao Linglan inquired, astonished. That was merely a jest. Can't you perceive humor? Our ways of thinking are truly divergent. Bai Qiandao shot her an exasperated look. Though your thought process eludes my understanding, I will strive to comprehend it, she replied earnestly. Very well. Observing her earnest demeanor, Bai Qiandao felt a mixture of admiration and amusement. Her humility was laced with sarcasm, showcasing a remarkable command of language. Indeed, one should not walk with their feet turned outward. One must glide effortlessly, presenting an air of elegance. When seated, maintain proper posture, avoiding a slouch position, as it conveys a sense of laziness. The youth ought to embody vitality and maturity. Bai Qiandao navigated the somewhat spacious flying car. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. He decided to sit on the floor, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, after so many years of ingrained habits, how can one expect immediate change? Forcing me into this vehicle is simply untenable. Keep it up. I believe in your capacity to succeed. It is evident you possess a fighting spirit, Zhao Linglan encouraged, raising her small fist in a gesture of support. Have you ever engaged in pyramid schemes? Bai Qiandao asked, his voice a mixture of disbelief and fatigue. Never. I have considerable insight into motivating others, and I have faith in you, just in me already. I should never have agreed to this torment. Not at all. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, Zhao Linglan suggested, cheerfully offering him a bottle of drink. Bai Qiandao interrupted her, defiantly questioning, you tend to be impatient. Lacking composure, and at times, rather foolish. Bai Qiandao paused, taken aback, and remarked, me. Foolish. Do not underestimate me. I have navigated society for over a decade, and I am well aware of what to say and what not to say. I do not understand your society. Now you must become a member of mine. High society. It seems terribly dull, Bai Qiandao responded, reflecting on his accustomed life among the common folk, which felt far more liberating. Adhering to the rigid etiquette of high society seemed quite tiresome. Not at all. My society values quality, and you are lacking in that regard. Bai Qiandao glared at her, demanding, are you toying with me? Zhao Linglan smiled. Why would I toy with you? I consider us friends. Bai Qiandao felt a flicker of doubt, but lacking evidence, he found Zhao Linglan's lofty expectations puzzling. Now it seemed she might be playing a jest upon him. With suspicion brewing within him, whenever Zhao Linglan called for him to practice his etiquette, he feigned illness, claiming a headache, adamantly refusing to comply. Zhao Linglan, beaming with amusement, ceased her insistence, conjuring a remedy for headaches. Gently watching as he reluctantly consumed it, adding with a light-hearted tone that the medicine could have side effects for those without headaches, nearly causing him to choke. After several sips of water and a couple of trips to the restroom, he finally felt somewhat better, primarily due to psychological factors, as his body was not truly unwell. Typically, flying cars lack restrooms, but Zhao Linglan's was relatively spacious, akin to a mobile home, albeit small, with all necessary amenities including 2 beds. Those who could not afford a flying car often relied on bus services for longer journeys. These buses tended to be larger, accommodating more passengers. Outside the capital and satellite cities, small towns dotted the landscape. With rare high-rise buildings, the tallest reaching perhaps a dozen stories, the capital's development had been constrained, necessitating the construction of numerous skyscrapers, whereas the outer regions boasted expansive forests, oceans, lakes, and grasslands, all of which had already been transformed into towns and cities. You may wonder why many areas of the land are desolate and undeveloped. It's because that vast expanse is deemed an outer realm, harboring numerous monsters, rendering it exceedingly perilous, in places where humans reside. Military forces are stationed to ensure safety. Of course, some individuals dwell in the outer realm, where the military's reach is limited, relying solely on their own fortitude. The transport vehicle belonging to the Mai family was attacked in the outer realm, where they first ruled out monster assaults, but thorough investigations were challenging to conduct. The outer realm is rich in minerals, and the Mai family possesses the capability to mine and secure these resources. But they cannot guarantee the safety of their transport vehicles entirely. Fortunately, the number of flying monsters is relatively scarce. Even if an attack occurs, they can often be preemptively targeted and neutralized with a few missiles. Unless they encounter particularly formidable creatures, the flying assailant was exceedingly swift and agile, likely coated in a reflective liquid, enabling it to destroy the transport vehicle before it could be locked onto. This predicament left the Mai family at a loss. This was a significant crisis for the Mai family. Failure to transport would severely impact the refinement and sale of their resources, resulting in considerable losses. Moreover, the imperial government seemed rather indifferent. The truly utilitarian minerals were monopolized by the government, managed independently with military protection. Should anyone dare to meddle with those military-grade minerals, the repercussions would be severe, and few would be willing to undertake such a risk. An electronic screen obscured the view between him and Zhao Linglan's bed. Unbeknownst to him, she could see him through a one-way screen that could be remotely controlled. As he gazed at the screen, their eyes met, and he stared unblinkingly, leading her to believe he could see her as well, causing a flicker of uncertainty. Upon hearing soft snores from her side, his eyes gradually closed, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the uniqueness of her sleeping style. After a while, Zhao Linglan picked up her communicator, noticing a message from Shi Zizi, hesitating before replying. This message had been sent from a different number, indicating that she might not be reachable for some time. Zhao Linglan's message inquired about her location, as there had been no response for a while. Someone is investigating you. I know you are facing difficulties and that it is perilous right now. If you cannot disclose anything, I understand, but please ensure your safety. Zhao Linglan sent another message. In the distance, a petite figure leaped, hearing the notification sound, stopping to check the message, furrowing her brow as she muttered, "Is the Spirit Shield Bureau investigating me at Sister Linglan's behest?" She looked up again, gazing into the distance. Vexed, "Damn it, they are still pursuing me." A shadowy figure flickered into view, drifting toward her. Her eyes sharpened, and she leaped away, for this monster was stronger than she, and escape was imperative. Shi Zizi hid within a sewer tunnel, pondering, "Why is the Mai family investigating me? Who is Bai Qiandao? What do you know?" Shi Zizi tentatively sent out, feeling uncertain. Seeing Bai Qiandao approach, Zhao Linglan decided to hide under the covers, typing, "I don't know much. Bai Qiandao mentioned that you are wanted by the Special Department of the Spirit Shield Bureau, and even the Counter-Espionage Division lacks the authority to investigate. If you are wronged, I will certainly stand up for you." Zhao Linglan's expression turned contemplative. Shi Zizi's words made her realize that the situation was grave, beyond her ability to resolve, and involving herself could lead to significant danger. She lifted the covers, quietly observing Bai Qiandao, who hummed a cheerful tune while preparing breakfast. Hesitating as she considered speaking, he had said not to inquire further, and she felt that any additional questions would likely be futile. As she watched, an inexplicable feeling surged within her. Was he truly making breakfast for her? Though accustomed to being catered to since childhood, it was still her first experience with a stranger preparing breakfast solely for her. His posture was as upright as a pine tree, and the cheerful melody he hummed, combined with the soft light filtering through the window, created a surreal atmosphere in the confined space, suffusing it with a gentle warmth. Chapter 39. The exclusive punching bag. This feeling was long lost. The snobbery of her family and the hypocrisy of society often left her feeling weary and disgusted. She had experienced sincerity with Shi Zizi, and now she was rediscovering a warmth she had not felt in ages with this man. Sensing her gaze upon him, Bai Qiandao turned, momentarily taken aback by the dreamy look in her eyes, and smiled. "Just a moment longer. You can get up now. Egg bread and barley juice. Can you also make this?" Zhao Linglan inquired, captivated by the enticing aroma. "Indeed, purchasing these would cost a fortune. It is far more sanitary to prepare them myself. This has been my sister and my daily breakfast for over a decade," he replied. After tasting a piece of egg bread, Zhao Linglan praised it profusely, and after sipping the barley juice, her admiration intensified. Zhao Linglan expressed her astonishment. "That you've become quite charming," Bai Qiandao sincerely remarked. On this day, with little to occupy them, they indulged in food and conversation. She no longer concealed her nature, seemingly liberated, gradually revealing her delightful side. "You two seem to have changed." Zhao Linglan flashed him a sweet smile. "In what way have I changed?" Bai Qiandao chuckled in response. You have increasingly developed a masculine charm. In your eyes, what type of man am I? Bai Qiandao inquired further. Men are typically selfish and shrewd, reserved yet rigid, simple yet gentle, coarse yet bold. You possess all these traits, continuously showcasing your multifaceted personality. It seems thoughts manifest into reality, he exclaimed, a sudden pain gripping his chest, causing him to clutch it, beads of sweat trickling down. What's wrong? Zhao Linglan exclaimed, rising in surprise to support the nearly collapsing Bai Qiandao. It's nothing at all. I just need to make a Qianlatong call. Bai Qiandao, trembling, retrieved his Qianlatong and dialed Long Yao's number, which connected after a few seconds. Why did it take so long to answer? Your negligence at work is unacceptable. The imperial government pays you not to be idle. From now on, when I call Bai Qianlatong, you must answer immediately. Understood? Bai Qiandao stated, the pain vanishing instantaneously, proving this tactic effective. Long Yao, currently enjoying dinner, was so enraged by his words that she choked. Her face flushed crimson as she coughed repeatedly. Bai Qiandao, you miserable wretch, where have you been wrong this time that you come to vent your frustrations on me? Am I merely your punching bag? Before she could respond, Bai Qiandao hung up, grinning as he exerted a bit of dominance over her. This would likely suffice for a day or two. Turning to the astonished Zhao Linglan, he chuckled. All's well now. Just an old ailment. A call on Qianlatong clears the meridians and invigorates the body. Who is on the line? Zhao Linglan asked, puzzled that my exclusive outlet for grievances. You displayed your domineering side again, but it seemed forced that I was intentional about that. Of course, it felt unnatural, as it's not my character. However, at this stage, I must occasionally assert myself. It's not an obsession necessary for survival. Why is that? Zhao Linglan questioned in surprise that I'm under a curse. Bai Qiandao revealed, explaining that it included an inability to attain wealth. Though he refrained from mentioning his identity as a spiritual wielder and otherworldly master, deeming it unnecessary, Zhao Linglan was taken aback. This a curse of fate that are you certain that I sent a curse from a demon? Not at all. It is fate that I cannot elaborate further. It remains my secret. Zhao Linglan found it hard to believe, yet his demeanor bore the weight of torment, evidently distressing him. The phone rang, and Bai Qiandao glanced at it. Promptly hanging up, it was Long Yao calling. Are you not going to answer? Zhao Linglan inquired. I shan't. I refuse to be anyone's punching bag, Bai Qiandao replied with a laugh. Long Yao called 3 times. But Bai Qiandao ignored them, inciting her ire as she sent him a scathing text, unaware that he was far away, grinning mischievously. The flying car descended upon a small town, where one could dine and sleep. However, Bai Qiandao found himself unable to do so, primarily because Zhao Linglan had not prepared any ingredients, having exhausted them during lunch. The town, though modest, boasted a population of several 100,000, unlike the bustling capital. Filled with towering skyscrapers, it featured mostly low-rise buildings and a few luxurious villas. Wealthy individuals often purchased properties outside the capital for leisure. The Zhao family was involved in construction and owned properties in various locations. But this area was not among those they developed, nor did anyone else seem to own property here. Zhao Linglan ordered a bottle of premium floral wine, a favorite among the Five Elements Alliance. This elixir not only facilitated the flow of energy and alleviated heat, but also improved gastrointestinal metabolism and promoted restful sleep, all while possessing a delightful floral aroma, with an alcohol content of only 5%. Bai Qiandao could easily consume 2 pounds without issue. As they dined and conversed, their bond deepened despite having known each other for merely 2 days. Zhao Linglan's lack of pretentiousness set her apart from other affluent socialites. She possessed an innate charm that made interactions feel refreshing, occasionally employing a touch of cunning. After a pleasant meal, the two emerged, strolling towards the flying car while appreciating the town's scenery. The distance was short, merely 300 meters. In truth, the hotel had a parking lot, yet they tacitly chose to pause there for a moonlit walk. Under the soft glow of the moon, the night was adorned with the shimmering of distant stars, casting a gentle light that illuminated everything, blending with the vibrant hues of nightlife in the distance. Countless lights twinkled, while the sky displayed only a handful of stars, the ground resembling a scattered constellation. The town was lively, with pedestrians leisurely conversing, a group of women dancing to music nearby, and the enticing aroma of barbecue wafting from street vendors, creating a bustling atmosphere. This was the essence of earthly life, dispelling the barriers between individuals, imbued with a sense of nostalgia and ancient charm. reflecting the beauty of worldly heritage. Such scenes were absent in the capital, where strict regulations prevailed, prohibiting street vendors and loud noises, rendering the inhabitants like soulless automatons, engrossed in their pursuits. While material conditions were ostensibly superior, the vibrancy of life was sorely lacking. Here, common folk might earn only 30 to 40,000 annually, yet the low cost of living and fewer constraints afforded them a greater sense of freedom. Are wealthy offspring not intrigued by the essence of earthly life? Bai Qiandao queried. Some may be. Those accustomed to opulence might find the lives of the less fortunate fascinating. Personally, I value a more fulfilling existence. My family's creed is to amass wealth. Ensuring the prosperity of our business is my ultimate goal. Is this why you've become a prominent socialite? Not entirely. While I strive for my family, I dislike the cutthroat nature of social maneuvering that I prefer immersing myself in work, watching the commercial empire I contribute to rise layer by layer. Well then, you are quite the workaholic. The Zhao family is already affluent. You need not entangle yourself with a cadre of men. In business, connections are vital. Though I harbor a distaste for it, I must engage. Bai Qiandao had no retort. This was her way of life. Beyond his control. Wait. Bai Qiandao grasped her hand, warily peering ahead. Several men staggered forth like zombies, heedless as they collided with others, their eyes glinting ominously in the moonlight. What's amiss? Zhao Linglan, less perceptive than he, merely caught sight of the figures. Something is off. Those individuals seemed to be possessed. A chill raced down Bai Qiandao's spine. Demons were indeed present. Demons were numerous, yet the rarest were the most terrifying. The ability to possess humans was a basic power of a particular class of demons. Demons arose from filth, encompassing the darkest recesses of human hearts. When darkness breeds malice, it gives rise to a demon. Human demons are exceedingly rare, with true demons originating from myriad sources, often associated with extremely corrupt environments. Consequently, the human realm values cleanliness. This town, for instance, maintains tidy streets with timely waste disposal. Of course, even mountains of trash do not guarantee the emergence of a demon, but the potential exists. The birth of a demon can wreak havoc upon the world, often surpassing the threat posed by ordinary creatures. Currently, some demons in the human realm are offspring of demons in humans, colloquially known as half-demons, distinct from fully corrupted human demons. If there are half-demons, then half-beasts must also exist, and their numbers are considerable. These are not pure beasts. Once discovered, they mysteriously vanished. Half-demons are terrifying. Typically, they are exterminated, while discovered half-beasts often go missing, leading to rampant speculation online without any substantiation. The life-true mirror that Bai Qiandao cultivates carries a significant risk of leading to demonization, wherein thoughts manifest as human demons. Fortunately, the purification of the Lotus technique aids in this regard. True old demons, akin to ancient beasts, mostly dwell in remote, secluded mountains, shunning the mundanity of human life. Legends suggest demons were once servants of the divine, transforming into demons out of rebellion against their divine masters. However, this remains mere folklore, as the concept of deities is non-existent in human understanding. Possessed individuals, Zhao Linglan gasped, covering her mouth in horror, inquiring, are there demons here? There likely are. 6 individuals appear to be possessed, and this demon's power seems considerable, Bai Qiandao replied, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings, seeking traces of the demon. How do you know they have been demonized? Zhao Linglan inquired once more, her brow furrowed in confusion. Bai Qiandao remained silent, as the 6 demonized individuals drew nearer, and the commotion escalated among the crowd, who began to realize something was amiss. Upon hearing the terrified cries of demonized person from the distance, Zhao Linglan finally accepted the grim reality that indeed, there were individuals who had succumbed to demonization. The demonized beings exhibited extraordinary strength, devoid of any semblance of emotion, and rumors circulated regarding their penchant for devouring human flesh, instilling a profound fear among the common folk. Quick, we must not leave this place, Zhao Linglan stammered, trembling. Bai Qiandao could feel her hand quivering as he instructed. Wait, step back, and find a place to hide. What are you planning to do? She asked, her voice laced with concern. To slay the demons. Zhao Linglan felt her legs turn to jelly, retreating in shock. He meant to kill the demonized beings. Didn't he? Being someone trusted by my Tianxue, he must possess formidable skills in ancient martial arts. She had not anticipated that he was among the rare individuals capable of wielding spiritual power. A practitioner of the uncommon arts that moment, a demonized individual struck, sending an elderly man who had been standing in their path soaring into the air before crashing to the ground. Barely clinging to life, it was evident that these demonized beings were indeed immensely powerful. That a police officer rushed forward, trembling as he aimed his gun at the demonized entity. The bullet pierced its body, causing tendrils of black smoke to emanate from the wound, yet it did not perish immediately. Instead, it let out a ferocious roar and charged toward the officer. The officer, paralyzed by fear, shouted, "Oh my God," and dropped his gun, which was now devoid of ammunition, attempting to flee. However, his legs gave way, causing him to stumble. It seemed he would be overpowered by the demonized being. Bai Qiandao prepared to teleport to his aid. A long sword appeared in midair, slicing through the air and penetrating the demonized creature's body. The demonized being turned, gazing at a particular spot, and its body ignited in dark flames, quickly enveloped in swirling black smoke. Vanishing without a trace, that a young man, akin to a hawk in flight, swooped down, catching the descending sword, and with a swift motion, he lunged towards another demonized individual. Bai Qiandao stood in astonishment, while bullets struggled to vanquish the demonized beings. This sword was capable of obliterating them. He suddenly recalled tales from the internet about demon hunters, who wielded an assortment of weapons, yet shared a common characteristic. Their arms contained a rare type of peachwood powder, which could inflict varying degrees of harm upon demons. The trident wielded by the young man surely contained this peachwood powder. Although it might not be effective against powerful demons, it was quite effective against the weaker ones. The source of this peachwood remained a closely guarded secret among demon hunters, known only to a select few, suggesting its scarcity, while it was possible to inflict damage upon demons without it. Encountering a demonized being would naturally make such combat significantly easier. Of course, this was merely a reliance on external aids and could not compare to the prowess of those possessing extraordinary powers. The young man, appearing to be around 50, was undoubtedly a demon hunter, and the long sword he wielded inflicted notable damage upon the demonized beings. One by one, he dispatched the remaining 5 demonized individuals with precision. Yet, upon surveying his surroundings, he frowned, for a dozen more demonized beings were rushing toward them from a distance. Bai Qiandao's heart raced. The ability to demonize dozens of humans indicated that these were no ordinary demons. This small town concealed a formidable demon. To him, this demon was indeed powerful, but it could only be considered a minor threat among lesser demons. It was said that truly potent demons could demonize thousands of individuals in one fell swoop. Should such a demon commit heinous acts of extermination, humanity would undoubtedly regard it with trepidation, leading to its eventual eradication. Typically, demon hunters and departments like the Spiritual Shield Bureau were powerless against such formidable entities. However, powerful spiritual practitioners, extraordinary masters, and the human military would launch a relentless campaign to track and eliminate them. Lesser demons often outlived humans by several decades, with some ancient demons surviving for hundreds of years. The memories of the elder demons residing on Firepower Star remained vivid, filled with dread. The skies were filled with warplanes and battleships, and the ground was littered with countless human soldiers, while powerful spiritual practitioners and extraordinary masters ruthlessly slaughtered demons. In the end, over 1 billion humans perished on Firepower Star, along with 2 extraordinary masters and more than 30 powerful spiritual practitioners. The demons were decimated in vast numbers, their remains piled high, blood flowing like rivers, with casualties beyond counting. Currently, the number of demons on this planet was significantly lower compared to the other 4 major planets, as the Firepower government seized the opportunity to transform numerous regions, thereby constricting the demons' habitats. Eradicating demons entirely proved to be an insurmountable task, and the Firepower government, having exhausted its resources, had to halt what had essentially become a war between humanity and the demons. If the conflict continued, all soldiers would be lost. With advancements in technology, human military strength had escalated, causing demons to become increasingly reluctant to oppose humanity. Humanity understood that demons could not be entirely extinguished, as they would inevitably regenerate like wildfires in spring. Thus, cohabiting within the same realm became paramount. But preventing demons from infiltrating the human world remained a top priority. It was also during this time that demons grew wary and cautious, warning the elder demons of the consequences of large-scale demonization of humans. Those who dared to do so would be regarded as public enemies among the demon ranks, a rule passed down through generations. Returning to the present, The demon hunter wielded his sword, engaging in further combat. Bai Qiandao watched as one demon after another transformed into wisps of black smoke, feeling a pang of compassion. These had once been living, breathing individuals. Be careful, Bai Qiandao shouted. The demon hunter abruptly turned around, spotting a young man with bulging eyes standing a mere dozen meters away, emanating a malevolent black aura as he bellowed. Vile and despicable humans. Let's see how many more you can slay. The young man muttered incantations, and tendrils of black energy erupted from his body, swirling chaotically in the air. One such tendril shot towards the demon hunter, who raised his sword in defense, causing it to dissipate into thin air. The black energy surged into the bodies of individuals, transforming them into demonized beings, their bodies stiffening and their eyes glowing with dark light as they lunged toward the demon hunter. The demon hunter's face turned ashen, realizing the dire situation he was in. With a desperate roar, he charged forward, sword drawn. Bai Qiandao's heart trembled. The ability to demonize over 50 individuals indicated that this minor demon was extraordinarily powerful, and he was far from being a match for it. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to act. As an extraordinary master, he believed it was his duty. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed spiritual energy towards the demonized beings. The force of his spiritual power caused them to instantly dissipate into wisps of black smoke. The demon hunter stared at him in astonishment, while the bulging-eyed youth's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward Bai Qiandao, smirking ominously before unleashing a tendril of black energy in his direction. Bai Qiandao's heart sank. He continued to repel the black energy with his spiritual force, but while it could weaken the energy, it could not completely eradicate it. The black energy coiled around him like a sinister serpent. Desperately, he employed his skill of traversing the heavens to evade, yet he could not escape unscathed, becoming tainted in the process, and resorting to the method of transformation to cleanse himself. Indeed, this minor demon was formidable, and its power left Bai Qiandao in a precarious state, fully aware that he might meet his end there. At that moment, the sky rumbled ominously, and a voice echoed, "How dare such a trifling demon wreak havoc? Be extinguished!" A bolt of lightning struck down, and the bulging-eyed youth, who was also a minor demon, let out a terrified scream, unable to evade in time, and was obliterated into ashes, his very essence dissipating. Immediately, a cascade of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the remaining 30 or so demonized beings. Though their bodies emitted black smoke, they did not vanish. The demonic energy within them had been expelled. Exorcism spell, Bai Qiandao murmured softly. This was an extraordinary technique he was currently unable to perform, designed to purge demonic energy. While his spiritual energy and the method of transformation could also counter demons, optimal results necessitated specialized techniques. Fortunately, his spiritual power was considerably stronger, allowing for quicker purification, awakening him from his trance and releasing the lotus hand gesture he had been maintaining. An elderly man with flowing white hair descended from a hovering vehicle 50 meters above, landing gracefully before Bai Qiandao, his gaze penetrating as he regarded him. "Another extraordinary master has emerged. What is your name?" The elderly master inquired. "For now, you may call me Lan Danyan," Bai Qiandao replied, casting a cautious glance at the elder, wary of revealing his true identity. "Reluctant to disclose your true name," the white-haired elder remarked softly. "As an extraordinary master, one ought to adhere to the principles of maintaining one's name and lineage. Your actions suggest a departure from the righteous path. I hope you continue to vanquish demons and eradicate evil." Steering clear of the treacherous path, Bai Qiandao found it perplexing. Merely withholding his true name did not imply his intention to embark on a nefarious course. "You saved my life, and I shall repay you. But it is inappropriate for you to speak to me in such a manner," Bai Qiandao retorted coolly. The white-haired elder shook his head, stating, "Extraordinary masters possess unique qualities, navigating a path fraught with challenges. Only by withstanding the trials of time can one truly attain enlightenment. Being a master of the extraordinary is no easy feat when you attain the same level of strength as I possess and comprehend the profound truths of the universe on your own. Everything will become clear to you at that moment. You will face daunting choices." The white-haired elder, a master of the extraordinary, gazed at Bai Qiandao, his eyes filled with a sense of melancholy. Bai Qiandao, feeling the weight of that gaze, trembled and asked, "Are you saying that being a master of the extraordinary can also lead to curses?" "Curses. One might indeed say so. I must take my leave now, since fate has brought us together at the inception of your journey as a master." Here is my contact number. Should you find yourself in need of clarification, I shall be at your service. Chapter 41. The world of demons and monsters. The white-haired elder flicked a piece of paper towards Bai Qiandao, who caught it deftly. Moments later, the elder leapt several dozen meters high and vanished into a flying vehicle. I haven't even asked his name, Bai Qiandao lamented, but the flying vehicle quickly disappeared from sight. He is Master Dingyu, a native of the Earth Star, and has attained the realm of the Qiaodi. The demon hunter approached, regarding Bai Qiandao with a hint of reverence. Deep in thought, Bai Qiandao turned to the demon hunter and inquired, "Is he renowned?" In the world of demons, he is indeed quite famous, though he is scarcely known in the realm of humans. However, we demon hunters are familiar with him. His temperament is aloof and difficult to approach. It is only because you, being a master as well, that he chose to engage in deeper conversation with you. The world of demons? Why is it called that? Just as humanity possesses its own worldview, so too do the demons. Regardless of the planet, all demons exist within their own realm, collectively known as the world of demons. In their perception, the landscape of the demon world is far more expansive, believing all space should be dominated by them, viewing humans as intruders encroaching upon their territory. This is the first I've heard of such a notion. Is it credible? Bai Qiandao questioned skeptically. Absolutely true. The reason you haven't heard of it is due to the secrecy imposed by the Five Elements Alliance, aimed at preventing public panic. In ancient times, powerful beings emerged to suppress the ambitions of the demons. Although the number of spiritual practitioners and masters has dwindled today, advancements in human technology have managed to curb their ambitions. Otherwise, the realm of humanity would have long been annihilated. The ancient times date back 10,000 years, a period before the establishment of the Five Elements Alliance, when the five major planets were unaware of each other's existence. As technology advanced, particularly in aerospace, the existence of other planets was revealed, culminating in a catastrophic interplanetary war centuries ago, resulting in countless casualties. You understand the meaning behind what Master Dingyu said? Wu Xingyang shook his head and replied, I do not. That should be a secret among your kind. I am not even a spiritual practitioner. However, since Master Dingyu has mentioned it, you will surely come to understand the profound truths in due time. Bai Qiandao smiled bitterly, pondering when he might reach the realm of Qiaodi. Such aspirations seemed distant at present. By the way, what realm does Lan Danyan belong to? Noticing Wu Xingyang's apparent knowledge, Bai Qiandao asked, Lan Danyan, she is a master of the pill smoke. As for her realm, I truly do not know. But it is rumored that she is exceedingly powerful. The sound of police sirens grew nearer as a large contingent of officers arrived, while the rescued officers, the others who had been demonized, and numerous civilians gazed on in trepidation. The demon hunters prefer to avoid dealings with the police. I hope we have the chance to meet again, Wu Xingyang stated. Bai Qiandao nodded and replied, Farewell. Watching Wu Xingyang hastily depart, Bai Qiandao looked back, but did not see Zhao Linglan. He intended to call her on his communicator when she emerged from around a corner, waved at him, and gestured towards the flying vehicle. Understandingly joining him as they hurried over. On the flying vehicle, Zhao Linglan asked, I saw you speaking with that master and the demon hunter. What did you discuss? We didn't discuss much. We have both fought against the fly demons, so it was merely a brief exchange. This is my first encounter with a demon. It is truly terrifying. The demonized individuals are indeed as formidable as rumored, with their strength multiplied, making them difficult to kill. Thankfully, there are masters to assist us. Zhao Linglan spoke with a lingering sense of dread. In the human realm, demons are scarce, and the more malevolent ones are even rarer, often lurking and hiding. Thus, it was perfectly understandable that Zhao Linglan had never encountered one before. Indeed, fortunately, Master Dingyu happened to pass by. Otherwise, the fly demon would have been quite challenging to deal with. Bai Qiandao shared her sentiments, reflecting on his own weakness and the urgent need to cultivate his abilities. Yet, where could he find demons? Would he truly have to venture into the outer realms? Yet, if the system were to assign tasks, he would have no time for such endeavors. Nevertheless, the fly demon, being a minor demon of lesser rank, had bestowed upon him a significant boon, enhancing his spiritual energy. Though it was still insufficient for him to ascend to the next realm, Bai Qiandao's path of cultivation diverged from that of other spiritual practitioners. He was forging a unique path, one that did not require him to expel energy to absorb it. He was still in the exploratory phase. What are you pondering? Zhao Linglan inquired. I was reflecting on how my strength still falls short. I must find a way to grow stronger so that I may defend myself against creatures like the fly demon in the future. Your ancient martial arts are already commendable. Daring to confront a demon is something most would not even consider. Zhao Linglan regarded him with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes and said, "You possess a courageous spirit." Bai Qiandao smiled nonchalantly, accepting her misinterpretation of his practice of ancient martial arts as quite normal. There are so few who awaken spiritual energy. Not even the Zhao family has a single practitioner to guard them, merely some martial artists serving as bodyguards. He had no intention of clarifying his own circumstances, content to let her misunderstand as long as he could find the blood rabbit demon. Perhaps their paths would not cross again. The exquisite woman before him gazed at him with a newfound brightness in her eyes, one he had never witnessed before, and it felt quite pleasant. "I shall go take a shower," Bai Qiandao, feeling somewhat flustered under her gaze, hastily declared. The flying vehicle was equipped with all necessities, including a small shower area, though cramped and able to accommodate only two. The limited water supply was still a luxurious indulgence. "Are you awake?" On the other side of the translucent screen, Zhao Linglan observed Bai Qiandao tossing and turning and asked, "Not yet. Still contemplating how to become stronger?" "Not exactly. I am thinking about other matters." Bai Qiandao was preoccupied with the words of Master Dingyu and Wu Xingyang. The information he had received today left him feeling unsettled. The fly demon must have the essence of a fly. To think such flying insects can become demons is truly revolting, and frightening. Bai Qiandao recalled that foul ditch located somewhere underground, unobserved by the sanitation department for hundreds of years. In truth, even the dirtiest and most repulsive environments could conceivably give rise to demons, albeit with a minuscule likelihood, such as through the mutation of certain chemicals or the transformation of blood after death, thus birthing a demon. There is no need to fear. Demons are born from the heart. The myriad thoughts of all things in this world, when they descend into darkness and chaos, give rise to demon seeds. The fly demon itself possesses no consciousness. Fate has granted it sentience. It is fortunate indeed, as beings of its kind are exceedingly rare in the human realm, with the probability of demons emerging primarily from the filth of the outer realms. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted the conversation. Bai Qiandao leaned forward to retrieve his communicator, noticing it was a call from Long Yo. It was already midnight. Why was she bothering him? After a moment's hesitation, he answered, and her voice boomed through the receiver. "Why did you take so long to answer?" Bai Qiandao chuckled and replied, "Enough with the pleasantries. What is it? You seem to have nothing better to do than stir up trouble. Why did you kill a fly demon in Xiaotong Town without informing me?" Xiaotong Town. Bai Qiandao genuinely did not know the name of that small town, but upon mentioning the fly demon, he quickly grasped the situation and inquired in astonishment. "Your information network is impressive. How did you find out so soon? In all towns on Earthstar, any sightings of demons must be reported to the Spiritual Shield Bureau immediately through local government channels, especially with the occurrence of numerous demonized individuals. This is a significant matter that no town dares to conceal. But how did you know I was there? Pitiable fool, do you not understand what surveillance is? Ahem, since you have seen the surveillance footage, you should know what transpired. It was Master Dingyu who dealt with it. Why are you asking me? The surveillance does not capture the entire sequence of events. Why were you there? And who was that woman beside you? Who is she? What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. When working, you should be mindful of your approach. How can you call me at this hour? I will deduct your salary for the year. And if there are bonuses, I shall withhold those as well. I truly cannot believe you. Is this how you seek to vent your frustrations? Long Yao was left exasperated by his response. I am not angry. Just thought I would say it. It feels rather delightful. Are you not aggrieved? Pitiable fool. I feel like killing you. Long Yao shouted in anger. Unjustified slaughter will land you 10 to 8 years in prison. If you do not repent, you shall rot in there. The more furious Long Yao became, the more elated Bai Qiandao felt. He bore no psychological burden in provoking her. Bai Qiandao, I find it strange. What kind of peculiar creature are you? I am a genuine human being, while you are a little devil who would leap westward at the sight of a wild goose, a testament to the potency of that face of yours. The mere thought of your repugnant visage makes me want to vomit. Your mind seems to be filled with nothing but water. Do you not think that because you are ugly, I cannot berate you? Scolding you is far more exhilarating than drinking or doing drugs. Chapter 42. Sucking on a lollipop, the verbal skirmish between Bai Qiandao and Long Yiyu reignited, an endeavor initiated by him out of sheer boredom. Teasing her, hurling insults with audacity, then delightfully drifting off to sleep. That on the other side of the communication screen, Zhao Linglan received a long-distance call from Shizici. listening to the exchange of insults while softly conversing. I am on my way to Xixia City. My great-grandfather's health deteriorates by the day. I wish to see him, perhaps for the last time. Sister Linglan, do you want me to accompany you? Shizizi, wandering along a quiet, dimly lit path, felt lost and adrift. No, don't. Zhao Linglan pondered for a moment, burrowing deeper into her blankets and lowering her voice. Little C. The truth is, Bai Qiandao and I are together. My great-grandfather is most concerned that I find a boyfriend. I truly cannot find anyone suitable, so I reached an agreement with him to pretend to be my boyfriend. Please, do not come. He is very eager to capture you, and it poses great danger to you. Why Bai Qiandao? She Zizi furrowed her brow upon hearing the name once more. It's strange. I have no grievances with my family and have never offended them. Why did you choose him? It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Through our recent interactions, he is not bad. However, I will uncover secrets while with him and do my utmost to clear your name. No, she Zizi exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. Sister Linglan, please do not involve yourself, and do not inquire about me with him. Zhao Linglan paused, then replied, very well. I understand you face difficulties, but regardless of the reason, I will always stand by your side. Shi Zizi's eyes glistened with gratitude as she said, thank you, Sister Linglan. No need for thanks. You are the sister I have chosen. Zhao Linglan responded with a gentle smile. After ending the long-distance call, Shi Zizi leaned against a wall, gazing up at the gentle moonlight. Lost in thought, in the world of demons, she endured cruel treatment. Having barely escaped to the human realm, she faced extreme wariness from humanity, which sought to eradicate her. Luckily, she found a sister who treated her with kindness, akin to familial affection, offering her a modicum of solace amidst her desolation. In her solitude and frustration, she felt the urge to cry out. She called out with a piercing voice, only to be met with shouts from above, as if to say that even in the dead of night, she was disturbing the peace. Looking up, then down, she walked on, her lonely figure appearing desolate under the moonlight. Zhao Linglan, hearing the snoring, couldn't help but chuckle. This man had fallen asleep amidst their quarrel, truly a rarity, and quite endearing. Long Yeyu, on the opposite end, was bewildered. Bai Qiandao's voice grew fainter, and she wondered what was amiss until she heard the sound of snoring, leaving her both amused and exasperated. He has taken my insults as a lullaby. It is evident he is utterly devoid of heart, simply inviting scorn. This rascal, the pitiful creature. May he sleep soundly. She had not ended the long-distance call and continued to listen to the snoring. Soon, her eyelids grew heavy, and she too succumbed to a deep slumber, sleeping particularly soundly. After releasing her pent-up emotions, her worries vanished, and she enjoyed a rare, peaceful sleep, even dreaming of him, imagining herself beating him until he grimaced in pain, leaving her chuckling softly. Oblivious to the fact that the long-distance call remained connected, Bai Qiandao slept deeply, relishing his rest. In truth, it was only 4 hours, as they had arrived in Xixia City, landing in an ancient residence. He was the first to awaken, stretching his body and yawning. Sensing that the vehicle had ceased its flight, outside appeared to be a villa. Are you awake? Zhao Linglan, still groggy, responded. Not yet. The vehicle has stopped. Have we arrived? Zhao Linglan jolted awake, glancing out the window and exclaiming, indeed, we have arrived. Outside is my family's ancestral home. As they disembarked, Bai Qiandao surveyed the tranquil surroundings. Although it was a villa, it bore the weight of centuries, with its brick and tile structure exuding a sense of history, albeit modest in size. Xixia City was certainly not akin to the bustling imperial capital, where land was abundant. Here, buildings were generally shorter, with only certain areas boasting towering skyscrapers. One similarity remained. The affluent resided in grand villas, while the common folk occupied high-rises. However, this small villa felt particularly diminutive. The Zhao family had not always been prosperous, achieving wealth and respect only after much hardship. Outside, a solitary figure awaited them, an aged servant, likely nearing a century in age. Zhao Linglan called him Grandpa Hu, and under his guidance, they soon reached a room where an elderly man, frail and bent with age, awaited. The old man could no longer rise, his face a map of wrinkles. His once lifeless eyes sparkled with a hint of light upon seeing Zhao Linglan. According to her, she had been raised by her great-grandfather and great-grandmother since childhood, fostering a deep bond that a few years prior, her great-grandmother had passed, and now her great-grandfather was also nearing the end of his days. Once middle class, her great-grandfather and great-grandmother had seen their family rise to prosperity through the efforts of the previous generations, culminating in the establishment of a commercial empire through her own endeavors. Thus, she diligently maintained their legacy, striving for further breakthroughs. Though it had become increasingly challenging, several formidable enterprises on the Tuchong Star rivaled the Zhao family, and none would easily topple. Little Linglan, you've come. Zhao Liebao reached out a trembling hand. Grasping Zhao Linglan's hand, a faint smile illuminating his face. Great-grandfather. Zhao Linglan held tightly to Zhao Liebao's gnarled hand, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Do not weep. Old Hu, fetch a lollipop. Observing Zhao Linglan with a lollipop in her mouth, Bai Qiandao felt an urge to laugh. Such a scene of an elderly man soothing a child was surely a rarity, only witnessed in this place. Zhao Linglan shot him a sidelong glance. Wiping her tears, it was for her great-grandfather that she indulged in such childishness. Who is he? Zhao Liebao's clouded eyes turned towards Bai Qiandao. Great-grandfather. He is my boyfriend, Bai Qiandao. Bai Qiandao, a fine name. What does he do? Zhao Liebao's voice was frail, clearly indicating his waning strength. He.is in business. Quite a substantial one. Zhao Linglan fibbed, hoping to comfort Zhao Liebao. Good. Good. My son will surely approve. Zhao Liebao seemed to appraise Bai Qiandao, who was putting on an air of refinement, nodding in approval. Great-grandfather, Linglan mentioned you do not favor gifts, so I did not bring anything. However, I believe my presence alongside her is the best gift I could offer you. Bai Qiandao spoke graciously. Indeed, indeed. I have long awaited for little Linglan to find a man and marry soon, fulfilling my wish. Your arrival is the finest gift. Zhao Liebao beamed, revealing a toothless grin, further emphasizing his frail condition. Great-grandfather, please rest. I will prepare you some wheat porridge. Zhao Linglan noticed that Zhao Liebao's spirit waned after speaking these few words. Good, good. Little Linglan's wheat porridge is my favorite. After speaking, Zhao Liebao closed his eyes. Clearly fatigued. In the kitchen, Zhao Linglan busied herself, stating, Great-grandfather's teeth began to fall out years ago, and he can only consume soft foods that I have specifically learned to make wheat porridge. Why isn't there a dedicated caregiver for Grandpa Hu? Given his advanced age, Bai Qiandao inquired, puzzled that great-grandfather has a rather peculiar disposition and is not accustomed to it. Grandpa Hu has been his friend for decades, and they share a rapport, so he has remained to care for him. It seems that great-grandfather is not particularly finicky, only valuing decorum and etiquette. Bai Qiandao raised another question. Zhao Linglan smiled at him and replied, Why do you believe everything I say? Actually, great-grandfather is quite easygoing, not overly particular, and very agreeable. Bai Qiandao nodded. While Zhao Liebao was elderly, he spoke without causing annoyance. The two accompanied Zhao Liebao as he consumed the wheat porridge, conversing for a while. Noticing his energy waning once more, Bai Qiandao excused himself. Soon, Zhao Linglan emerged, informing him that Zhao Liebao had fallen asleep. They too had consumed the wheat porridge, and thus ventured outside to explore Xixia City, with a population exceeding 100 million. Xixia City is quite large, characterized by ancient villa architecture, often seen as a retirement haven for the older middle class. According to Zhao Linglan, this area lies to the southeast, while newly emerging middle-class neighborhoods are located to the south, with the affluent residing in the eastern sector, a structure reminiscent of the imperial capital, where towns on Tuchong Star largely mirror this layout. There is a saying that in the east, the sun rises, while in the west, it sets. Naturally, the affluent would choose to reside in the east, for the implications of sunset are rather inauspicious. After the two had strolled about, Zhao Liebao appeared somewhat revitalized, conversing with Bai Qiandao in a benevolent and amiable manner, even sharing a few light-hearted jokes. However, as he was nearing the end of his days, after merely 10 minutes of conversation, his energy waned once more. After sipping some wheat porridge, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Great-grandfather has such a wonderful disposition, Bai Qiandao remarked to Zhao Linglan as they exited the room. Indeed, my recollection is that he has always maintained an optimistic outlook, having raised an exceptional grandfather. Yet, after venturing into business, grandfather grew increasingly self-serving and profit-driven, leading to a profound conflict with great-grandfather's values, thereby deteriorating their relationship. Bai Qiandao had previously researched the Zhao family, discovering that the first generation to prosper, Zhao Inman, had graduated from Tuchong University and ventured into the construction industry. In his 40s, he amassed his first fortune and founded his own construction company. This individual, however, did not enjoy a stellar reputation. Having once been involved in a fatal incident during a demolition, rumored to be rather cold-hearted, it seems that despite the merit of education, the treachery of the business world had long obscured his original intentions. Chapter 43. Who is eavesdropping? Grandfather Who Yipping, offered 2 glasses of beverages, and Bai Qiandao graciously thanked him as the elderly man departed with a kindly smile. The two sat atop the villa, basking in the sunshine, sipping on floral wine, and engaging in light conversation. With each passing moment, their bond deepened. He felt no aversion towards her, and she harbored a growing fondness for him. Meanwhile, in another corner, Long Yao sat yawning repeatedly, feeling rather despondent as she listened to the incessant chatter, which only served to make her drowsy. Foolish one, still unaware that the Qianli Tong remained active and eavesdropping. Truly absurd. What irked her considerably was his kindness towards Zhao Linglan, his gentle words, and the playful side he displayed. Why then did he treat her with such brusqueness and hostility? What had she done to deserve this? Simultaneously, within the red dust pavilion, Lan Danyan awoke from her meditation, quietly attuning to her surroundings. She furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, such incessant prattle. Zhao Linglan, that socialite women of her ilk are adept at manipulating men. I hope you do not fall into her clutches. Wait for me to find you. The white lotus blossomed around her, exuding a misty whiteness that accentuated her ethereal presence, setting her apart as she once again delved into her profound meditation. She required this depth of focus, not wishing to be distracted by eavesdropping on Bai Qiandao. She had already regained half her strength. The sunset is infinitely beautiful. Fine wine intoxicates the soul. Bai Qiandao savored his drink, his poetic spirit igniting. He had little talent for verse but could not help but utter such phrases. Zhao Linglan pursed her lips, giggling, and replied, "What a lovely poem, succinct yet evocative. The imagery is exquisite. Oh, did you hear a retching sound?" "No, I didn't. Is there such a thing?" Bai Qiandao glanced around, noting that apart from them, there was no one else present. There must be. How strange. Zhao Linglan also surveyed the surroundings. Puzzled, "Forget it." In Xixia, as the host, "Would you treat me to a meal?" Bai Qiandao asked, shamelessly. "I prefer not to dine out. We can order some takeout, perhaps some famed dishes from Xixia City." "All right. I recall there is a osmanthus perch that is quite renowned in Xixia." "Is that not so?" "Indeed, that dish requires a more intricate preparation and thus takes longer to prepare. In no matter. As long as I can savor it, I can wait however long it takes. That I am quite tempted." Bai Qiandao chuckled, licking his lips with anticipation. I seem to hear some noise again. I think I heard it too. Bai Qiandao became alert, using his faint spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Detecting a soft crackling sound, suddenly he pulled out the Qianli Tong from his pocket, examining it closely for any anomalies, but the faint crackling sound seemed to have ceased. Yet, it was indeed emanating from within his pocket. Upon further investigation, he was taken aback. Had he been conversing with Long Yao for 12 hours? Bai Qiandao was momentarily stunned. Then his expression darkened as he dialed her number. "Hello? Who is this?" came Long Yao's melodious voice from the other end. "How shameless. Did you not hang up the Qianli Tong and eavesdrop on my conversation?" Bai Qiandao demanded angrily. "I was about to ask you why you didn't hang up the Qianli Tong. You wasted so much of my money and then have the audacity to complain." Long Yao retorted, I didn't hang up. "You should have. I fell asleep out of anger from your insults. And you have the gall to question me. You're pretending to be ignorant, having clearly been eavesdropping, and now you're speaking nonsense. Oh, what if I was eavesdropping? You brought this upon yourself." Long Yao ended the call, her face breaking into a grin. Bai Qiandao was fuming, his anger reaching a boiling point as he redialed, only to be met with silence. "What is going on? Who is eavesdropping?" Zhao Linglan inquired in surprise. "Just a moment." Bai Qiandao sent a text, angrily cursing that shameless little devil for her despicable actions. Long Yao read his message, stretching leisurely with a smile. Having spent the day eavesdropping, she felt the need to stretch her limbs and was in high spirits. Deciding to engage in meditation, puff, puff. Bai Qiandao's nostrils flared as if they were emitting smoke from his fury. "Who is the other party?" Zhao Linglan asked. "A little devil, a punching bag. I've taken enough of her antics. I need to calm down and not let her get under my skin." Bai Qiandao focused on calming himself, finally managing to regain his composure, and then smiled. This little devil certainly had a knack for mischief. "Who is she?" Zhao Linglan's eyes flickered with curiosity. Just as Bai Qiandao was about to reveal Long Yao's name, he noticed Hu Yipping rushing towards them in a flurry. Miss. Master seeing Hu Yiping's sorrowful expression, Zhao Linglan dropped her glass and stumbled to her feet. Zhao Liebao was on the brink of death. The arrival of his beloved great-granddaughter had provided him with solace. But he could no longer hold on. Even as he approached death, he comforted the weeping Zhao Linglan until he finally requested her to leave, leaving Bai Qiandao alone with him. Bai Qiandao, what a fine name. I know that you and little Linglan are not in that kind of relationship. Zhao Liebao grasped Bai Qiandao's hand, his strength waning. Yet he held on. Great-grandfather. Do you understand? Bai Qiandao asked. Astonished. Yes, I am nearing my end, not senile. Please promise me to take care of her no matter the circumstances. She is always at the mercy of others I do not comprehend. She has feelings for you. My unfilial son would never accept you as part of the Zhao family. She will comply with the family, but it may lead to your harm. So please do not harbor resentment. Always look after her. Bai Qiandao felt a jolt of surprise, sensing the old man's body growing colder, gazing at this soon-to-be departed elder. This was his final request and entrustment. He hoped to fulfill it. Bai Qiandao's heart ached as he said, I assure you, we do not share that kind of relationship, but I promise to always take care of her. Zhao Liebao revealed a contented smile, saying, You are a good child. I have never misjudged character. Let her come in. As Zhao Linglan entered, it was but a short while before Zhao Liebao passed away, followed by waves of sorrowful cries. The Zhao family had few relatives. Only Zhao Yingsu and his family, who had benefited from the Zhao lineage, engaged in the construction business near Xixia, were considered affluent. Yet, Zhao Yingsu regarded Bai Qiandao with a disdainful gaze, speaking in a commanding tone, treating him as a mere laborer. With Zhao Liebao now deceased, Zhao Linglan had no reason to introduce Bai Qiandao as her boyfriend, merely presenting him as a friend. However, Zhao Yingsu's discerning gaze quickly perceived Bai Qiandao's lack of affluence. Astonished that someone like him could befriend Zhao Linglan, and contempt seeped into his demeanor. Hey, Xiao Bai, don't just sit there. Go check if the flowers in the morning hall are arranged properly. Zhao Yingsu commanded, standing with his arms crossed. Bai Qiandao frowned, rising to comply. Uncle, he is my friend, assisting us. He has worked tirelessly through the night. Let him rest a bit. Zhao Linglan interjected, her brow furrowed. All right. Zhao Yingsu's eyes flicked about, perplexed by Zhao Linglan's intentions, yet he understood the Zhao family's dynamics, realizing that Bai Qiandao could never become Zhao Linglan's suitor. Zhao Liebao lay in his icy casket, his body capable of preservation for several days, awaiting the arrival of the rest of the Zhao family to mourn. 18 noon, Zhao Yingsu arranged a banquet, seating Bai Qiandao and Hu Yiping together, relegating them to the table for those assisting. Zhao Linglan was displeased and personally invited Bai Qiandao and Hu Yiping to join her, though a servant. Zhao Liebao had always regarded Hu Yiping as a friend, and she respected him as well. Zhao Yingsu felt somewhat awkward, casting glances at Bai Qiandao with an unfriendly gaze. He was aware of the deep bond between Hu Yiping and Zhao Liebao, and thus held no objections towards him. Zhao Yingsu's ancestors had long passed. He had a son, Zhao Guangcai, who had married and fathered a 5-year-old grandson, while both father and son had taken concubines, though such arrangements were not permissible in this setting. Zhao Guangcai presents himself as a typical second-generation heir, his words laced with a hint of arrogance and delivered with a sidelong glance that, in contrast, his wife, Wang Yuhan, exudes an air of refinement and gentleness. They arrived only at noon. Xiao Bai, what business are you involved in? Zhao Guangcai inquired, detecting Zhao Yingsu's unfriendliness towards Bai Qiandao, his brow raised in skepticism. I don't run a business. I assist others, Bai Qiandao replied softly. So you are merely an employee. How could you possibly be worthy of friendship with Linglan? Zhao Guangcai, well aware of his father's disposition, spoke bluntly without hesitation. Zhao Guangcai, silence yourself. Zhao Linglan retorted angrily. Linglan, I am merely looking out for your best interests. Someone like him is unfit to be a friend of the Zhao family. Despite his apprehension, Zhao Guangcai continued to speak straightforwardly, his candor bordering on insolence. Zhao Linglan, visibly weary and understanding her cousin's nature, remarked, Do you even know for whom he works? He is an associate of the My family, highly regarded by my Tianshui. Do you comprehend? Both Zhao Yingsu and Zhao Guangcai were taken aback. The My family far surpassed the Zhao family in influence, especially considering their peripheral status. He works for the My family. Zhao Yingsu, trusting his instincts, questioned in disbelief, having encountered many impoverished individuals, and Bai Qiandao certainly carried that aura. How could he suddenly be affiliated with the colossal My family? At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation, and a bespectacled, polished, middle-aged man entered, carrying a bag. "President Bao," Zhao Yingsu exclaimed in surprise, rising to greet him. "It is an honor for you to be here, especially following the passing of our ancestor." He then turned to Zhao Linglan, saying, "This is President Bao from the southern branch of the My Group." Zhao Linglan, equally astonished, cast a glance at Bai Qiandao and stood to express her gratitude. "Thank you, President Bao." President Bao regarded Zhao Yingsu with a hint of arrogance, yet when facing Zhao Linglan, he quickly adopted a more respectful demeanor. "Vice President Zhao, please accept my condolences for the loss of the elder." Zhao Linglan nodded and replied, "Thank you, President Bao, for your thoughtfulness." After a brief hesitation, President Bao stated, "I have been sent by the boss, who informed me that Mr. Bai Qiandao is without funds to offer a condolence gift. Hence, I have brought 100,000 five-element coins. May I inquire who Mr. Bai is?" Chapter 44. Do you like me? Bai Qiandao was taken aback. How could my Tianxue be aware of Zhao Liebao's passing and arrange for a condolence gift? I am Mr. Bai, please accept this condolence gift I have brought," President Bao said, approaching with a respectful gaze and presenting the bag with both hands. "Oh, thank you for making the trip, President Bao." Bai Qiandao accepted the bag. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he had not anticipated needing to offer a condolence gift, nor did he possess the means to do so. Yet here was my Tianxue, sending someone with such generosity. There's no need for thanks. It is my duty to pay my respects for Mr. Bai's passing. President Bao responded warmly, retrieving a paper package from his pocket and handing it to the slightly perturbed Zhao Linglan. "This is my condolence gift. Please accept it." Zhao Linglan accepted it with a thank you. President Bao then exchanged a meaningful glance with Bai Qiandao before excusing himself to pay his respects at the mourning hall. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Zhao Yingsu accompanied him to the place of mourning, while Bai Qiandao held the heavy bag, feeling its weight, both in currency and in the obligation to repay my Tianxue. Pondering when he would be able to settle such a debt, Zhao Guangcai remained in stunned silence, contemplating his father's judgment. How could they afford to offend someone of the My family's stature? My Tianxue truly holds you in high regard, Zhao Linglan remarked with a hint of melancholy, her words laden with meaning. Please accept it." Bai Qiandao, unsure how to respond, extended the bag in his hand. "Just put it down." Zhao Linglan, without even glancing at the bag, replied indifferently. Bai Qiandao noticed her displeasure, but why was she upset? "Did you inform my Tianxue?" Zhao Linglan inquired. "No, I do not habitually provide updates. I haven't contacted her in days. It's puzzling how she learned of it." Bai Qiandao expressed his confusion. "She is genuinely concerned about you. She must have someone keeping an eye on you," Zhao Linglan said softly. Bai Qiandao chuckled wryly, feeling a flicker of irritation. Did my Tianxue not trust him? Outside, Zhao Yingsu was seeing off President Bao, asking, "President Bao, does the boss hold him in high regard?" Indeed, while the boss is typically generous with her subordinates, it is rare for her to take such personal initiative. She mentioned that Mr. Bai is her friend, though I dared not pry further. "Oh, you know more about Mr. Bai's background." Zhao Yingsu had no insight to offer. The fact that my Tianxue referred to that young man as a friend suggested genuine regard, which left him feeling uneasy about inadvertently offending someone influential. Realizing the peril of judging based on appearances, he resolved to refrain from seeing people through a biased lens. Someone might appear impoverished yet be a newly emerged elite, the scent of their former status still clinging to them. He returned with a heavy heart, glancing at Bai Qiandao with newfound apprehension. Bai Qiandao felt uncomfortable with the sudden enthusiasm of the father and son duo, yet for Zhao Linglan's sake, he raised his glass to toast. He ended up sharing a drink with Wang Yuhan, who subtly apologized for her husband's behavior. Bai Qiandao reflected on the situation, noting that although Zhao Guangcai came off as a typical second-generation heir, he had indeed chosen a wise and considerate spouse. Zhao Linglan, observing Bai Qiandao's smile, furrowed her brow and cast a cold glare at Wang Yuhan when he was not looking. Wang Yuhan, being astute, refrained from further conversation, her eyes shifting between Bai Qiandao and Zhao Linglan with evident surprise. She understood that Bai Qiandao had engaged in more dialogue and displayed smiles towards her, which incited Zhao Linglan's jealousy. Zhao Linglan had developed genuine feelings for this man, which surprised her. Could even a top socialite harbor such emotions? As the afternoon progressed, guests continued to arrive to pay their respects, and with affairs settling down, they awaited the arrival of the Zhao family members to mourn, during which prominent figures from Zixiaching and nearby towns would also attend. Zhao Linglan, feeling fatigued, took a moment to rest. Zhao Guangcai initially intended for Wang Yuhan to remain with Zhao Linglan, but she declined, leading her husband away, oblivious to the dynamics at play. It was not until late in the evening that Zhao Linglan finally dined with Bai Qiandao. Inquiring about Zhao Yebao's last words to him, Bai Qiandao recalled the elder's request for him to look after her, and could not help but gaze at her a moment longer. Did she truly have feelings for him? Caught in her gaze, Zhao Linglan felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her heart racing. When their eyes met once more, a shared moment of connection sparked between them. This caused Bai Qiandao's heart to race as well. He quickly diverted his gaze, feeling somewhat flustered, his face warming. The two quietly continued their meal, only to simultaneously declare, "Let us have a drink," with smiles exchanged. They raised their glasses in a mutual toast, unwittingly consuming several cups of wine. Later, Zhao Linglan sobbed sorrowfully, while Bai Qiandao, blushing, consoled her, an effect of the alcohol, leaving him flushed. In time, she leaned against him, and he embraced her as they both shed tears. Her weeping was unrelenting. Bai Qiandao, having imbibed too much himself, reflected on his deceased parents and found solace in sharing her grief. Eventually, they collapsed onto the sofa, entwined in slumber. Hu Yiping entered, draping a blanket over the two, and gazing at their embrace, sighed, "Master, your worries have come to pass. The young man is quite admirable. Let's hope they do not become adversaries." Bai Qiandao felt a dampness on his face, an itch prompting him to awaken, only to find Zhao Linglan's lovely visage mere inches away, her lips pouting towards him. Startled, he attempted to rise, but she pressed him down, whispering in his ear, "How about we make our relationship a reality?" Bai Qiandao's mind became a whirlwind. He contemplated their disparate social standings, she hailing from affluence, while he came from humble beginnings. The elder's last words echoed in his mind. "Do you not like me?" Bai Qiandao inquired. "Indeed," Zhao Linglan replied swiftly, then questioned him. "Do you like me?" Bai Qiandao gazed into her profound eyes, momentarily stunned, before responding, "You are beautiful and wealthy. The disparity in our status is quite apparent. Do not concern yourself with such matters. Do you like me or not?" Zhao Linglan pressed again. "I do like you," Bai Qiandao admitted sincerely. Through their interactions over the past few days, from misunderstandings to resolutions, they had come to know each other better. Zhao Linglan's presence was refreshing, and even when she teased him, she did so with an understanding that only someone who cared could possess. Heavenly Atlas with hesitation, Bai Qiandao continued, "Your family will not accept my..." Zhao Linglan sat up, gazing at the radiant sunlight outside, and said, "Yes, especially my grandfather. He will not accept you." But she paused for a moment, seemingly making a decision, then turned to Bai Qiandao and said, "I wish to pursue my own happiness. Will you join me in resisting?" Resist? A surge of determination ignited within Bai Qiandao. In the past, he had lamented his fate, resigned to the mundane, harboring the mindset of living life as it was. The system had bestowed upon him a different destiny, empowering him to become formidable. He understood that his world would be far more vibrant, and gradually, he began to possess a fighting spirit. "Very well. As long as you are resolute, I shall stand with you in defiance." Bai Qiandao reached out to embrace her. He was no longer a naive youth. He had outgrown his shyness, though a blush lingered on her delicate face. As he held Zhao Linglan, a surreal sensation enveloped him. Just a month prior, he had endured heartbreak, feeling immense anguish and doubting the existence of love. Now, after merely a few days spent with Zhao Linglan, they had established a relationship. This was all too swift. "What are you thinking?" Zhao Linglan nestled in his embrace, listening to his heartbeat, and inquired, "Why did you break up with your ex-boyfriend?" At that moment, though it was inappropriate to ask, the bewildered Bai Qiandao blurted it out, "I have never been in a relationship. You are my first love, Dada? You have never had a boyfriend?" Bai Qiandao expressed his astonishment. She was already 30 years old. Many at her age had experienced several relationships. That's so strange. I have always been preoccupied with the family business. Even in Tianke, I merely engaged in superficial interactions with those men. I have never shared a bed with any." Bai Qiandao recalled what Mai Tianlang had said. She had not engaged in such activities in Tianke, and many had pursued her. "Why do you like me?" Bai Qiandao asked, feeling insecure and as though he were in a dream. "That I do not know. Liking someone does not require a reason, does it? How many girlfriends have you had?" "One that we broke up a month ago." "Why?" "She found me lacking in wealth and chose a man who was both more handsome and affluent, abandoning me." "Does she not know you are working for my Tianxue?" Zhao Linglan asked in surprise. I only started working for her after breaking up with my ex. Zhao Linglan chuckled, saying, a wealthy man, there are not many who possess more riches than my Tianxue. Your ex will regret it. Regret? No, I think she won't that I am still poor, and the young lady knows I only have 98 yuan and owe her quite a sum. The gift money I presented was also meant to be repaid. Did my Tianxue ask you for it? Zhao Linglan's gaze shifted as she inquired. No, the young lady is quite generous. She has not asked for repayment, but I cannot accept such kindness. The hint of a smile graced Zhao Linglan's face as she looked up and said, how about this? Tell me how much you owe her, and I will cover it for you. No, I cannot accept your money. Bai Qiandao quickly declined. They had just established their relationship. How could he allow her to bear the cost? Consider it a debt to me. Once we are married, we shall clear the debts. Zhao Linglan spoke gently. Bai Qiandao pondered. Perhaps this arrangement was not so bad. Once truly married, there should be no talk of debts between husband and wife, as that would tarnish their affection. Suddenly, he felt a sense of unreality. Having just defined their relationship, they were already discussing marriage. That wasn't that too hasty. In the afternoon, my Tianxue contacted Bai Qiandao via a long-distance call to inquire about him. Bai Qiandao candidly shared his budding feelings for Zhao Linglan, mentioning that it was her who had lent him money. Chapter 45. I never intended to kill him. My Tianxue remained silent for quite some time. Were it not for the faint sound of her breathing, one might believe she had ceased to hold the call. Miss Mai, are you all right? Bai Qiandao asked. That I am fine. You certainly gained something valuable this time, securing a beautiful companion. Zhao Linglan, although she is a top socialite, she maintains a respectable demeanor, devoid of scandalous rumors. Indeed, my Tianlang informed me as well. Linglan is quite disciplined. All right, contact me if anything arises. My Tianxue ended the call. Where is the young master? My Tianxue inquired with an icy expression. Soon after, the restricted my Tianlang arrived, and my Tianxue seized the opportunity to reprimand him severely. Upon seeing Bai Qiandao standing with Zhao Linglan, the others wore solemn expressions. Perhaps Zhao Yingsu had already said something. Naturally, Zhao Yingsu had visited again. Learning that the two had begun a relationship, she said nothing but cast her eyes back and forth. Zhao Enman, now with graying hair, ignored Bai Qiandao entirely, casting a stern glance at Zhao Linglan before entering the house. The family members followed suit, not sparing Bai Qiandao a glance. Bai Qiandao smiled wryly. Zhao Linglan spoke of resistance, which meant opposing her entire family. After offering condolences, Zhao Enman called for Zhao Linglan to enter the house. Bai Qiandao realized she would be discussing their relationship, and he stood awkwardly outside. Neither able to sit nor remain standing comfortably, Hu Yiping beckoned him to join him in his room. This old servant was not particularly talkative, but treated him kindly. After a while, Zhao Linglan entered. Her face flushed with anger. This was an outcome Bai Qiandao had anticipated. Zhao Linglan recounted that Zhao Enman had chastised her, firmly forbidding her from dating Bai Qiandao, yet she expressed her intention to resist, resulting in some familial discord. That in truth, Bai Qiandao felt quite touched. To have earned her affection, enough for her to clash with her family, made him ponder what merit he possessed to inspire such devotion from a woman. Zhao Linglan's younger brother appeared quite composed, devoid of the restlessness typical of those in their 20s. That in prominent families, there are not only second-generation heirs and mediocre individuals, but also exceptional talents like Zhao Yuanming. Zhao Yuanming, indeed a business elite, had contributed significantly to the Zhao family's profits in recent years, alongside Zhao Linglan's efforts, and he possessed ample qualifications to inherit the family business. To be honest, although he sometimes felt inferior due to his financial struggles, he had never harbored any fear when facing formidable individuals. Thus, in the presence of my Tianxue and Long Yao, he was able to adapt fluidly, treating them as equals. However, he genuinely feared the arrival of Lan Danyan, worried that absorbing her power would be akin to usurping her fortune, leaving him feeling guilty. Especially since a fragment of her soul had intertwined with his own, he was unsure of the implications and whether there would be dire consequences. You have no future with my sister. Give up, Zhao Yuanming declared outside. The future is not dictated by the Zhao family, but rather governed by fate. If my destiny with her is lacking, I shall accept it. If we are fated, I will do everything in my power to make it happen. Zhao Yuanming shook his head and said, I have heard you are working for my family and are highly regarded by my Tianxue. Perhaps you possess considerable skills in ancient martial arts and intelligence, but you should understand that a deep chasm exists between different social classes, one that is difficult to cross. Is that so? I will endeavor to break through. As long as Lan does not give up, I will accompany her in testing the waters. At this moment, having reached the door, Zhao Yuanming looked at him entering, a disdainful smile curling his lips as he muttered to himself. Unaware of his own limitations, a commoner wishes to ascend in one leap. Upon entering, Bai Qiandao saw Zhao Enmin seated on the sofa, casting a cold, menacing glare in his direction. That he walked straight over, taking a seat opposite him, and met his gaze with indifference. How much would it take for you to leave her? Zhao Enmin asked first. Bai Qiandao smiled, finding the scenario strangely familiar, never expecting to find himself in such a situation. If I agree to your terms, Zhao Linglan's perception of me will surely change, which is your goal, isn't it? Indeed. However, the amount of money you would receive is something you could never earn from my Tianxue. I am quite curious as to how much you can offer, Bai Qiandao admitted, genuinely intrigued. 100 million. Bai Qiandao's jaw dropped in astonishment. He was utterly bewildered. This day, he was uncertain how much he would earn from working for my Tianxue. Yet this sum was astonishingly large. Noticing a hint of disdain at the corner of Zhao Enmin's mouth, Bai Qiandao composed himself and replied, "Unless it is 500 million, we have nothing to discuss." Zhao Enmin's gaze narrowed, and then he erupted with fierce intensity, as if intending to pierce the soul of this greedy individual across from him. While my Tianxue may value you, to me, you are still a lowly being. What qualifications do you have to demand such an amount? Zhao Enmin barked. You proposed this. Do not blame me for making a grand request. Otherwise, do not interfere in my relationship with Lan. Bai Qiandao retorted coldly, glaring at him. You know, I have ways to make you disappear at any moment. And my Tianxue will not stand up for you. Zhao Enmin threatened with a dark expression. You may try. I care not for the threats of a rogue, and I relish the opportunity to turn a rogue into a pig's head. Bai Qiandao's demeanor was as fierce as a tyrant. Zhao Linglan urged him not to display weakness, but what he exhibited transcended mere weakness. It was a brutal resolve capable of taking lives. Zhao Enmin was momentarily taken aback. Based on his past experiences, practitioners of ancient martial arts were usually beneath his notice. Whenever he spoke threateningly, they would invariably yield, succumbing to his financial prowess and the influence it afforded him to dictate life and death. This naive youth, it seemed, was unaware of the terror that wealth could wield, perhaps to his own peril. No, it was inconceivable that my Tianxue would elevate someone devoid of intellect. Initially, he had threatened Bai Qiandao. Yet now it appeared the tables had turned. How audacious of him to threaten me. Zhao Enmin, the cunning fox, found himself unable to suppress his temper. That he steadied his heart, gazing intently at Bai Qiandao, and inquired, "What abilities do you possess that embolden you to oppose me? Is it necessary for me to articulate that to you?" Zhao Enmin smirked malevolently, declaring, "Let me make it abundantly clear. You shall never become a member of the Zhao family." Incorrect. I covet the prospect of marrying into the Zhao family. Lan is destined to be my wife, joining the Bai family. Zhao Enmin was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, retorting, "The common Bai family? That is but a surname shared by many. How audacious for commoners to presume they possess a lineage worthy of distinction. Pray tell, who decrees that affluent families are inherently superior, that they may flaunt their prominence above the common folk? Is it enshrined in law? How many articles and clauses might one cite?" Zhao Enmin faltered, coldly replying, "The unchanging norms of society, accepted by countless generations, dictate this. Nonsense. I refuse to acknowledge it. That I recognize only my Bai family. What can you do about it? You insolent child and you arrogant old fool, you are nothing but a vile creature. You are merely a grotesque rooster." Well then, the two engaged in a verbal duel. Yet the self-important Zhao Enmin was no match for Bai Qiandao, whose insults left him red-faced and nearly rolling his eyes in disbelief. Zhao Yuanming, who had been eavesdropping from outside, could no longer contain himself and burst in, shouting, "Scoundrel, get out! You who have merely counted from 1 to 7 and forgotten 8. Bai Qiandao bellowed, his voice echoing. Zhao Yuanming was momentarily startled, only to be consumed by fury, roaring, "Bai Qiandao, you dare to confront the Zhao family? You are courting disaster." Bai Qiandao, already incensed, rushed forward and struck him with a resounding slap. Zhao Yuanming spun in place, clutching his face, gazing at Bai Qiandao in disbelief. Anyone Zhao Enmin was equally taken aback. He truly dared to resort to violence. A few bodyguards rushed in, yet trained in ancient martial arts, they were swiftly incapacitated by Bai Qiandao, who easily discerned the nature of his spiritual energy, while they could not. However, as more bodyguards entered, brandishing firearms, They attempted to draw their weapons. Little did they know that Bai Qiandao's agility was extraordinary. He disarmed them one by one, seizing a gun for himself, in a moment of negligence. He accidentally discharged it, the bullet whizzing past Zhao Inman, shattering a nearby piece of blue and white porcelain and sending shards scattering across the floor. The room fell silent, and Bai Qiandao himself was momentarily stunned. He had never handled a firearm before, which had led to this blunder. Zhao Inman collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. Had the bullet veered just a centimeter, he would have been struck. More people arrived, including Zhao Linglan, who looked on in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Call the police. Call the police. Zhao Inman was helped to his feet, his voice hoarse with urgency. No, don't call the police, Zhao Linglan shouted. Casting a bewildered glance at Bai Qiandao offered an awkward smile, saying, This is a misunderstanding. I had no intention of killing him. You intended to kill, yet you also struck him. A man in his 60s admonished. None other than Zhao Linglan's father, Zhao Youji. Although not a second-generation heir, he was unremarkable, yet he had raised 2 exceptional children. Genetic inheritance plays but a part. Whether offspring share their parents' intellect is a matter of chance. High IQ parents do not necessarily produce equally intelligent children. Sometimes, a pair of ordinary individuals may yield extraordinarily gifted offspring. Such outcomes remain unpredictable. Chapter 46. Joining forces with the demons I did not intend to kill. I merely wished to strike you. What of it? Bai Qiandao waved his firearm, and with a bang, a bullet shot forth, narrowly missing Zhao Youji and creating a hole in the wall. Zhao Youji, frightened, fell to the ground. While at least half of those present prostrated themselves, including the already incapacitated bodyguards, only a handful remained standing, and Zhao Inman, supported by 2 servants, trembled as his legs threatened to give way. Linglan, what sort of person have you summoned? He is a madman, a lunatic, Chun Huaxiang exclaimed, filled with disdain. Cough, cough, please believe me. It's still a misunderstanding. I inadvertently pressed the trigger facing Zhao Linglan's skeptical gaze. Bai Qiandao continued to smile awkwardly. He truly had not meant to cause harm. Let us leave. Come with me. Zhao Linglan grasped his arm, leading him outside. Bang! A loud noise ensued, causing Chun Huaxiang to scream and leap as a bullet sparked beneath her feet. I merely dropped the gun. I never anticipated it would fire, Bai Qiandao lamented, on the verge of tears. He genuinely did not wish to kill anyone. Why did this gun seem bewitched, firing continuously? Have you ever handled a firearm before? Zhao Linglan inquired. I swear, this is my first time your safety catch was off. That makes it prone to accidental discharge. Zhao Linglan continued to guide him away. The spectators collectively exhaled. This calamity, who shouldn't he have been wielding a gun, nearly scared them to death. That I only wanted you to be stronger. Why did you have to escalate things so dramatically? Zhao Linglan reproached him outside the villa. That I cannot abide by your grandfather's demeanor, as if he could crush me effortlessly. Linglan, I now? It seems even more impossible, does it not? Indeed, the difficulty has increased. Zhao Linglan furrowed her brows, clearly troubled. Bai Qiandao sighed inwardly. Although his words were a test, he understood Zhao Linglan would never elope with him to owe her. Such an act would be foolish. The Zhao family's fortune was also her birthright, and she had labored for it. She would never dream of relinquishing it to endure hardship alongside a poor man like him. That moment, unbeknownst to them, a woman watched from a distance, her face contorted with rage. Meanwhile, Bai Qiandao, feeling quite vexed, gazed into the distance. His keen eyesight caught sight of Shi Zizi, who stood alert, scanning her surroundings. Bai Qiandao, elated, declared, Linglan, I must step away for a moment. All right, you can go for now. I will book you a hotel. Wait, where are you going? Zhao Linglan looked on in confusion as Bai Qiandao dashed away, disappearing in an instant. Shi Zizi, failing to detect any surrounding dangers, caught sight of Bai Qiandao charging toward her like a runaway stallion. She ducked her head and leaped away, vanishing from sight. If one were to observe from above, they would see a woman bounding like a rabbit, with a man pursuing her like a galloping steed, both remarkably swift. Blood rabbit demon, if you possess any skills, do not flee, Bai Qiandao shouted. Curse you. If you have goodness, what is this again? Bai Qiandao searched his memory for the introduction to the demon record, but could not recall. The horned bull demon. Shi Zizi's eyes narrowed, her body trembling slightly. The horned bull demon, a mutated variant of the bull demon, is a level higher. Although it is not a potential demon, its strength doubles upon mutation. How shameless of you to seek help. Bai Qiandao turned to Shi Zizi, disdain evident in his tone. How foolish you are. Can't you see he has come to kill me? Shi Zizi staggered to her feet and replied coldly. Bai Qiandao paused, then looked again. Indeed, the horned bull demon's gaze was fixed on Shi Zizi. Haha. Then it seems I have nothing to do with this. Farewell. Bai Qiandao pushed himself up from the ground, swayed slightly, and warily stepped back. Even in slaying demons, one must act according to one's strength. His power was gradually recovering, yet confronted with such a formidable foe, this anomaly master was preparing to flee. Do anomaly masters also run away? Did you not claim that exterminating demons and monsters is your responsibility? Shi Zizi said with evident contempt. Bai Qiandao felt the horned bull demon's gaze shift toward him. Distressed, this blood rabbit demon clearly intended to drag him down with her. Anomaly master, the horned bull demon uttered in astonishment, a hint of fear flickering across its face. Indeed, he is an anomaly master. And he is currently pursuing me, Shi Zizi declared. Bai Qiandao felt exasperated. There was no need to emphasize that he had just become an anomaly master, still lacking experience, and she undoubtedly sought his demise. Anomaly masters fear me. You look quite young. Could it be you have only recently become one? The horned bull demon's eyes gleamed with excitement. Historically, there have been anomaly masters slain by demons and even humans, which would undoubtedly elevate their reputation. The horned bull demon was exhilarated at the prospect of killing an anomaly master. At the very least, it would provide a lifetime of bragging rights. You blood rabbit demon. Why are you provoking such a demon? Bai Qiandao lamented, unwilling to become a casualty just after attaining anomaly mastery. That would truly make him a pitiable wretch. This is not my fault. It is merely your misfortune to encounter a demon pursuing me. Seeing Bai Qiandao's distressed expression, Shi Zizi couldn't help but want to laugh. Anomaly master, you have fallen into my hands today. I shall make a name for myself by killing you. The horned bull demon roared to go ahead and kill. Why are you shouting like a madman? Bai Qiandao glared at him. Aware of the dire situation, he decisively declared, Blood rabbit demon, let us join forces to slay this horned bull demon. This time, I shall spare your life. Deal. I've been waiting for this. Shi Zizi smiled, eagerly anticipating his words. The two of them, one human and one demon, prepared to confront the horned bull demon, fully aware that a prolonged chase would only drain their energy. They had not yet fully recovered and needed a swift resolution. Shi Zizi unleashed a crimson mist into the air, dense droplets of blood coalescing like arrows shooting forth. Bai Qiandao continuously fired anomalous projectiles, a barrage of azure orbs speeding toward their foe. The horned bull demon let out a furious roar, transforming from a semi-physical form into its true body, a towering 2-meter-tall behemoth, lowering its head. The horn atop its head emitted beams of black light, creating a circular barrier in the air to block the blood droplets and anomalous projectiles. With a slight turn of its head, the beams shot forth, aimed at Bai Qiandao and Shi Zizi. Bai Qiandao hastily employed the art of transformation, dissipating the demonic energy like black water cascading to the earth. That he glanced at Shi Zizi, who had also reverted to her true form, her hind legs kicking as the beams twisted and vanished. Bai Qiandao smiled wryly. The power of her hind legs was indeed the blood rabbit demon's attack strength. Had she not read the demon record, she would not have known. He had suffered last time and sustained injuries. In a moment of distraction, he barely avoided being pierced by a beam, hastily using the art of transformation to dissipate it. The horned bull demon hunched low, shaking its head while firing beams, a sight that appeared somewhat comical. However, the beams were incredibly dangerous and potent to defeat him. They had to break through the barrier formed by the beams and penetrate inside. Bai Qiandao shouted, I will dissipate the anomalous energy to kill him. You continue your relentless assault. Having said that, he ceased firing anomalous projectiles and directly unleashed the art of transformation, charging forward. Shi Zizi worked in perfect tandem with him, continuously casting her demonic spells, a flurry of blood arrows raining down. He advanced step by step, the black beams of the art of transformation pouring down like a torrential downpour, as if he were swimming in a black pond. Chapter 47. Sentenced to death. Eventually, he was grazed by a beam, the pain causing him to let out a pained howl, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Can you manage? Shi Zizi, using her demonic energy rapidly, was near exhaustion, her heart pounding. If he faltered, they would surely perish. Bai Qiandao could not voice his struggles, striving to advance despite the overwhelming pressure, but he could not breach the layer of black barrier. His strength was nearly spent. He could see the beams threatening to pierce him to ashes, and in a moment of desperation, thunder erupted. Demon Refinement Technique. By the name of heaven, I shall refine the heart demon within the darkness. Burn in the fire. Flames erupted from the ground, incinerating the black barrier into ash, while the horned bull demon shrieked in agony amidst the flames. Its body began to peel away, skin melting into liquid. Flesh drained away, and even its bones burned, producing a crackling sound. Bai Qiandao had no other recourse. If he unleashed the demon-slaying strike, at most he could cleave through the black barrier, whereas the demon refinement technique, while less effective against demons, would still yield results. Humans possess demonic thoughts, and demons have them too. As long as there is a demon in the heart, one can become a demon body. The demonic thoughts of demons are hardly weaker than those of humans. And once transformed into a demon body, the backlash is far more severe. However, under normal circumstances, demons generally possess stronger willpower than humans, making it difficult for them to transform into demon bodies. Bai Qiandao exerted all his strength, forcibly refining the horned bull demon, but he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Zizi watched, trembling all over. The demon refinement technique was terrifying, capable of refining demons. If that day the anomaly master used such methods against her, she would surely not escape unscathed. The flames gradually extinguished in the wind, leaving the horned bull demon reduced to ash, its soul completely incinerated, a testament to the horror of the demon refinement technique. Bai Qiandao's form emerged, lying motionless on the ground. Zizi hesitated for a moment before approaching. Gazing upon the weakened, deeply unconscious man, she raised her hand, then lowered it, raised it again. Her expression was indecisive. After a while, she finally sighed and said, "In light of you helping me out of a predicament, I shall spare your life this time. Should you pursue me again, I will surely find a way to kill you with that." Zizi departed, while Bai Qiandao lay in a daze, sprawled in the wilderness, with not a soul in sight for miles. At this moment, the police of Xixiao City were issuing a warrant for Bai Qiandao's arrest on charges of assaulting the Zhao family. Having been frightened, cursed, and beaten, suffering great emotional and physical harm, the Zhao family could not possibly let him go. The sky was clear, a gentle breeze brushing the grass. A few darkened blades danced across his face. In his dream, he was scratching an itch, his hand instinctively rubbing his face. Yet he remained unaware that a flying car approached, seemingly spotting him lying in the grass. It circled once in the air before flying away. Strangers, unfamiliar happenings. Who knows what truly transpired? Few cared to intervene. Modern individuals often remain indifferent. However, the driver did call the police, reporting the location. After a while, a police car arrived, and 2 officers disembarked, inspecting him and looking around in confusion. It was evident that a fierce battle had occurred here, the area stained with black water, tainting a large patch of grass. Moments later, an ambulance arrived, lifting him aboard and transporting him to the hospital. The police's criminal investigation personnel also arrived, and after a brief examination, exclaimed in horror that this was demonic water. Thus, Bai Qiandao, sent to the hospital, was placed under strict surveillance, shackled with heavy electronic handcuffs and leg irons. While a special police unit stood guard outside his room, treating him as a serious criminal, believing him to be demonic in nature, the discovery of a demon in Xixiao City was significant. Reported through multiple channels, it was supposed to be reported to the Spirit Shield Bureau, yet a hand suppressed the escalation. Gao Sini gazed at the photo of the unconscious Bai Qiandao in bed, her eyes gleaming with malice as she said, "Bai Qiandao, what transpired there? How could you possibly be a demon? Although you are not one, now that you are in my grasp, you shall become one." Bai Qiandao, having been administered a tormenting heart suppressant, was forcibly awakened, his heart aching as if it would burst. Mistakenly believing it to be a punishment from the system, he summoned his spiritual energy to alleviate the pain. Puzzled at the system's punishment having no effect on his spiritual energy, when he finally discerned his surroundings, he immediately understood he was being treated as a captive, bound to a specially designed bed by beams of light. With several individuals in police uniforms standing nearby, including the smirking Gao Sini and the grim-faced Zheng Naijin. "Jiaoxinyi, what do you mean by this?" Bai Qiandao inquired angrily, perplexed as to how he found himself in this predicament. "Bai Qiandao, you have recklessly assaulted the Zhao family and conspired with demonic entities, committing heinous acts in Xixiao City. The evidence against you is irrefutable. You are sentenced to death, to be executed immediately." Zheng Naijin declared sternly, "Am I dreaming to have a death sentence imposed so casually upon himself?" Left Bai Qiandao yearning to pinch his own face. to confirm that he was not hearing utter nonsense. Yet he found himself unable to do so. This beam of light is known as the Parmo ray, invented specifically for the purpose of restraint, far superior to those electronic handcuffs and shackles. Jioxinei smirked, saying, "You are not dreaming. Rather, you have violated the law and shall face severe punishment." Bai Qiandao coldly questioned, "Why am I not being tried? Why am I denied the opportunity to explain myself before being sentenced to death?" "There is no need. The laws of the imperial government are just, but they apply solely to ordinary citizens. Practitioners of spiritual power are to be treated differently and judged anew," Zheng Naijin replied. Bai Qiandao scoffed, "Isn't this a form of extrajudicial punishment?" Jioxinei grinned, "Indeed, you are correct. As a high official of the imperial government, you can disregard the law and exercise extrajudicial punishment. Murdering innocent people? Precisely. A mere commoner believes that this world is filled with sunshine and fairness. For us, crushing you is as simple as squashing a bug. And the same goes for practitioners of spiritual power," Jioxinei retorted, a smug expression on her face. Indeed, Bai Qiandao had once believed that laws constrained all things in the world. Yet he saw in Jioxinei the reckless abandon of the powerful. He realized that such occurrences must be numerous. However, no one dared to expose them. The facade created by the imperial government blinded everyone. "I suspect this is your private domain, where you have killed many, isn't it?" Bai Qiandao asked coldly. "Indeed, I have dealt with many who displeased me or opposed me here," Jioxinei admitted unabashedly, convinced of Bai Qiandao's inevitable demise. "After killing me, you will fabricate the scene, announcing to the outside world that I was shot by the police due to collusion with demonic entities, correct?" Jioxinei nodded, saying, "In truth, I could kill someone and dispose of the body without a trace. However, my Tianxue is quite a nuisance. She is likely to investigate your disappearance and trace it back to me. Hence, this fabricated scene must be very convincing. The location of your unconsciousness serves as an excellent staged scene. I merely need to bribe or silence a few individuals, claiming that you did not survive your hospitalization. The police will ultimately confirm your collusion with demonic entities." Bai Qiandao's expression turned icy, declaring, "Jioxinei, while you may be able to disregard the law and kill at will, you will not succeed in killing me. Is that so?" Jioxinei asked mockingly. "Why is that? There are those who would not wish for my death at this moment." "She will find a way to save me," Bai Qiandao replied, thinking of Lan Danyan, who had previously come to his aid and might be inclined to rescue him again. "Huh? Do you truly believe my Tianxue is so well informed as to know your whereabouts?" Jioxinei scoffed, shaking her head. "Do you think I was referring to her?" Bai Qiandao sneered. "Not her." Jioxinei expressed mild surprise, her eyes darting as she said, "Facing imminent death, you still fantasize about someone coming to your rescue. You are truly a pitiful creature." Bai Qiandao, unsure of Lan Danyan's situation, was merely taking a chance. He raised his voice. "Did you hear what he said? He wants to kill me if you do not save me. You will not be able to kill me." The room fell silent for a moment as everyone laughed, even the previously stern Zheng Naijin revealing a hint of a smile. Jioxinei chuckled. "So, you believe the one who can save you also wishes to kill you? But what if you cannot kill me? What will you do then? You shall have to descend into hell with your resentment," Jioxinei teased, as if toying with a small ant under her control. Feeling quite at ease. In truth, while Bai Qiandao appeared calm on the surface, he was anxious within. He truly could not ascertain whether Lan Danyan would come to his rescue. Upon hearing these words, he suddenly realized he was trapped, yet his spiritual power remained intact, allowing him to wield the true essence of life. A formidable strength indeed. Moreover, as an extraordinary master, he possessed unique abilities, such as the ability to unleash a force with a mere flick of his fingers. Though his aim might be greatly compromised, it could perhaps ensure his survival. With this thought, he began to relax, a strange smile forming on his face. "It appears that misfortune is your lot, Jioxinei. You believe you can bind me. Yet you remain unaware that I possess power to resist you. Killing me will not be so simple. What are you laughing at?" Jioxinei's expression darkened, clearly displeased that the little ant in her palm dared to smile. "I laugh at your overestimation of your own capabilities, believing you can control my life and death. Me, you are nothing more than a foolish pig, utterly devoid of intelligence." Bai Qiandao mocked. "Is that so?" Jioxinei's face twisted with anger as she coldly commanded, "Zhang Yang, make sure to torment him before sending him off to the afterlife." A hulking man nearby complied, drawing a dagger from his waist as he approached. With a swift motion, Bai Qiandao seized Zhang Yang's fortune, showcasing the remarkable power of the true essence of life. It could snatch away a person's fortune without them even realizing it, unless they were devoid of power. Moreover, he employed his extraordinary abilities, subtly influencing Zhang Yang's aura, which would affect his mental state. With the assistance of this fortune-snatching power, it would prove to be quite useful. Zhang Yang advanced menacingly, but suddenly halted, bursting into tears as he cried, "I remember my father. He was beaten to death while bound that I should not have done this. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." Chapter 48. He is disturbingly unusual. The room fell silent, save for Bai Qiandao, who was well aware of the situation, while everyone else was in shock as Zhang Yang suddenly turned the dagger upon himself, plunging it into his own heart, collapsing and convulsing before dying. "Is he insane?" Jioxinai shouted in disbelief. Another burly man, astonished, remarked, his father was caught stealing and was beaten to death while bound. Perhaps that this triggered his sensitive nerves. I care not how his father died. You go. Jioxinai growled menacingly. The burly man nodded, drawing a dagger from his waist and stepping forward. However, just 2 steps in, he tripped over his own feet, the knife's tip pointing upwards, plunging directly into his chest. And he too met his demise. The room was utterly silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as Jioxinai gasped in shock, shouting, "What on earth is happening?" They all failed to realize that Bai Qiandao had executed the lotus hand gesture twice. The first 2 men were villains, filled with filth. Although devoid of demonic thoughts, their murderous intent compelled him to rely on the purification of the white lotus. This burly man moved forward. His steps slowed. Upon stepping over the body of the deceased, he noticed it tremble and instinctively recoiled. In that moment of retreat, he collided with the control panel for the Parma ray, becoming disoriented and inadvertently slashing his own throat, collapsing to the ground. Yet another life was extinguished, leaving only 4 individuals alive in the room. The remaining 3 gazed at the bound Bai Qiandao, their faces filled with dread. Zhang Naijin could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming, "It must be him. He is disturbingly unusual, and no wonder he was able to kill those demons." Jioxinai shared the same sentiment, her gaze fixed on Bai Qiandao with terror as she shrieked, "Kill him! We must kill him now!" But the remaining burly man began to retreat, while Zhang Naijin, looking at Bai Qiandao, was equally fearful. "You bastard! I'm going to get a gun," Jioxinai said frantically as she rushed outside. Zhang Naijin and the burly man exchanged glances, both retreating to the doorway, eyes fixed on Bai Qiandao. Suddenly, the burly man burst into tears, crying, "Mom, I should have listened to you. It was my fault. It was my fault." Zhang Naijin jumped back in shock, asking, "Old Zhou, what is wrong with you?" "Zheng Kezhang, I should not have. I killed my brother over inheritance, and my mother died harboring resentment because of it. I should not have ignored her words. Disregarding family bonds." "Old Zhou." Zhang Naijin looked at him, unsure of what to say, casting a fearful glance at Bai Qiandao. Realizing he was the cause of this chaos, Bai Qiandao understood that he had seized old Zhou's fortune, and with his extraordinary powers influencing him, filled with negativity and dark emotions, he had already lost his sanity. "Old Zhou, free me from my bindings, and you shall be liberated," Bai Qiandao tempted. Old Zhou gazed at him in confusion, taking steps toward him, compelled by the desire for liberation within his heart, unable to withstand it any longer. "Stop. Old Zhou, you cannot do this." Zhang Naijin attempted to halt him. In that moment, Zhang Naijin felt an overwhelming gloom. Perceiving a bleak future without light, Zhang Naijin looked at Bai Qiandao, tears streaming down his face as he asked, "Why do you treat me this way?" Bai Qiandao did not respond immediately. Zhang Naijin's willpower was strong, and depriving him of his fortune had exhausted considerable energy, leaving him quite weak. Yi Chun and Xia Ruoxua. There is no way around it. Seizing fortune also comes with the risk of encountering powerful spiritual entities, such as demons, making it impossible to take advantage of their vitality while they are at their peak. It can only be attempted as they approach death. Old Zhou proceeded to deactivate the Parma ray control button. Bai Qiandao, freed from his restraints, began to regain his strength, sitting up and stating, "Ordinary individuals may merely experience a sense of oppression and despair, adopting a pessimistic view of the world, resulting in terribly unfortunate fortunes. If your darker inclinations are too overwhelming, you may feel that life is worse than death. It is I who have caused you to feel this way, but the root lies within you." Zhang Naijin turned to look at old Zhou, who wore a smile, having extracted a dagger to end his own life. His eyes were filled with obscurity as he spoke. I haven't committed many wrongdoings. I followed him merely to ascend the ranks and secure a higher position. Yet now I feel utterly devoid of hope. How did you manage to achieve this? Bai Qiandao offered a faint smile and replied, That is my secret. One I cannot divulge. He descended and walked past the dim-faced Zheng Naijin, a man who would not require his hand in death, for misfortune would inevitably follow him, leading to his demise. This was a villa located in the suburbs. Bai Qiandao found himself devoid of any high aspirations. This despicable little man had abandoned his subordinates and fled alone. Where is this place? Bai Qiandao inquired of Zheng Naijin, who approached as if he had lost his soul. Outskirts of Riricheng. Bai Qiandao was taken aback, realizing he must have been unconscious for several days to have been brought to Riricheng. Gao Sini has run away. He has forsaken you, Bai Qiandao remarked, gazing intently at Zheng Naijin with ulterior motives. Yes, he abandoned me. After all these years of following him, he simply cast me aside when he said to. That beast, that scoundrel Zheng Naijin roared in fury. He has shown you no mercy. Why then should you feel loyalty towards him? Bai Qiandao felt like a master of psychological manipulation, enticing Zheng Naijin further. Zheng Naijin was engulfed in darkness, feeling hopeless about life, teetering on the brink of collapse as he screamed for vengeance against Gao Sini. Thus, Bai Qiandao successfully gleaned from Zheng Naijin some dark secrets regarding Gao Sini. He stood by a gently flowing river adjacent to the villa, his heart brimming with rage. The river shimmered under the light, its depths obscured from Bai Qiandao's sight. Yet he knew there were many vengeful spirits and skeletal remains bound by stones, having sunk to the riverbed, victims of Gao Sini's cruelty. This villa was a site where Gao Sini had abducted and murdered his foes. Zheng Naijin and his ilk were his accomplices. Utterly lawless, after a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his communication device, glancing at several missed calls, one from Mai Tianxue, and dialed her number, disclosing the affairs concerning Gao Sini. You cannot kill him. The evidence is insufficient to imprison him. He has ways to evade responsibility. He is a scion of the Gao family, the grandson of Vice Star Supervisor Gao Rajun. This matter is quite troublesome. I will ensure your safety. For now, you must bide your time. Bai Qiandao frowned, realizing that Gao Sini was indeed the grandson of Gao Rajun. The Gao family was a political dynasty, existing since the establishment of the imperial government, with many members serving in high office, including 2 Vice Star Supervisors, truly formidable adversaries. After much contemplation, with Mai Tianxue's counsel, he relinquished his intention to kill Gao Sini. Weak and powerless, it was a stroke of fortune to have Mai Tianxue safeguard him. Indeed, one cannot provoke such influential figures. Such is the lament of the insignificant. However, his thoughts lingered on Zheng Naijin, whose departure was recent, and a sly smile crept upon his face. He dialed Zhao Linglan's number, informing her that, due to special circumstances, he had returned to the imperial capital. Next, he called his sister, Bai Yuni, and her voice came through. Brother, why have you gone missing again? Don't you know I'm scared? Bai Qiandao felt a surge of warmth. His younger sister genuinely cared for him. I'm fine. I've just been very busy. What have you been busy with? Spending time alone with your girlfriend? Little girl, she is not my girlfriend, truly. When will you bring your girlfriend to our home? Not her. She is not my girlfriend. Your girlfriend is wealthy. I'm just afraid she'll be put off by how messy our home is. You know I dislike tidying up. Bai Qiandao paused, chuckling softly. His sister was quite peculiar, and he chose not to elaborate further. By the way, is she pregnant yet? Bai Qiandao shifted the topic. I was just going to tell you that. I am pregnant. Xiao Jia is so thrilled, treating me like a treasure lately. Haha. Bai Qiandao felt immense joy, saying, Don't worry about money. I will provide for you. I knew you had money. Just give me 100,000. Bai Yuni replied nonchalantly, 100,000. Yes. I need to buy nutritional supplements. You must not neglect your nephew. Bai Qiandao chuckled wryly, hesitating over whether to borrow 100,000 from Bai Yuman, only to hear Bai Yuni's discontented voice. Brother, I am your real sister, and you're reluctant. I know your girlfriend is wealthy. Fine. Wait, I'll transfer you 100,000. Bai Qiandao sighed, feeling overwhelmed with such a sister. What else could he do? After hanging up the call, he gazed skyward, where a flying vehicle was approaching. Bai Qiandao, you're still alive. Long Yeyu leapt from the vehicle, scrutinizing him. How are you still in one piece? It would have been better if Gao Sini had killed you. May you meet a terrible fate. Bai Qiandao retorted angrily, then curiously asked, What brings you here? Lan Danyan contacted me, saying you were in danger and that Gao Sini wanted to kill you. How come you appear so lively? Waiting for your rescue. By the time you arrive, it would be too late if you die. I will not perish either, Bai Qiandao mused about Lan Danyan, who seemingly did not want him to die early. Did she wish to kill him with her own hands? Gao Sini is quite bold, daring to kill an extraordinary master. Oh, right. He doesn't know you are one. She added, he wouldn't dare kill an extraordinary master? Bai Qiandao asked, surprised. Not exactly. It's complicated. Extraordinary masters are a rare and special group with certain privileges, such as being less likely to face execution for murder, only facing some punishment. Historically, there was an extraordinary master who committed mass murder and was imprisoned until death. The unique status of extraordinary masters means they can only be secretly eliminated, while ordinary people would not dare to kill them openly. I heard from Lan Danyan that Gao Sini intends to frame you before executing you. If he knew you were an extraordinary master, he would not dare to proceed in this manner. Chapter 49. Silencing him, Bai Qiandao felt a surge of adrenaline. If he were to kill Gao Sini, would he escape the death penalty? But upon contemplating the powerful Gao family, he shook his head. After all, Gao Sini hailed from such a prominent household, and the consequences would be different. Come with me. We have found another demon to slay together. Why should I? You are an extraordinary master. It is your duty. Why should I assist you? This perhaps it could benefit my family. Transfer me 100,000, and I shall participate. Greedy again. I've always been greedy. From now on, for every demon slain, transfer me 100,000. Are you so stingy? Is that not enough? Let us increase it to no. No, you are asking for too much. Let me think about it. Long Yeyu felt disdainful. That day, she offered you 500,000 for finding a demon, yet you only asked for 100,000 for killing one. It is quite peculiar. But I rather like it. It saves quite a sum. Bai Qiandao's thoughts were elsewhere, still fixated on Gao Sini. That he boarded Long Yeyu's flying vehicle as she inquired, how did you survive? Where is Gao Sini? I want to tell you. Buffed, as if I cared. So childish. Bai Qiandao pondered for a moment, and then asked, Gao Sini has escaped. Can I kill him? You can kill him. You want to face the death penalty anyway. At most, you'll be imprisoned for a few decades. That a man must not endure such humiliation, Long Yeyu said with a smile. Bai Qiandao regarded her with suspicion, sensing she intended to use him as a pawn. This little devil harbored ill intentions. Does he hate you so much that he wants to kill you? Long Yeyu inquired. That I am currently an operative of my family. He considers me a thorn in his side, aiming to eliminate my family's influence. That I've heard he has a particular interest in my Tianxue. What a malicious intent. He wishes for my family to suffer, hoping to bend my Tianxue to his will. Much like his grandfather. Cunning, treacherous, and despicable. Do you know who his grandfather is? I do. Why not kill Gao Ruojun? Then Gao Sini would be powerless to act as he pleases. Bai Qiandao shot her a sidelong glance and remarked, Little devil, the conflict between the dynasty and the government has nothing to do with me. I still wish to live a few more years. I am merely offering you advice. Why complicate matters? If they choose not to kill, then let it be. On the road, Long Yeyao exclaimed in astonishment, The unicorn bull demon. Your survival is truly a stroke of luck. Before confronting formidable foes, they remain exceedingly low-key. Fearful of perishing before witnessing the thrill of battle, surviving as a jailer in this tumultuous era of demon warfare, she added, her voice laced with anger, is a testament to your audacity. How dare you conceal this from the Spirit Shield Bureau? Although I may not be able to take him down, I shall ensure he suffers. Let's concoct a reason to arrest him and give him a good beating. Bai Qiandao suggested. Government officials cannot be seized at will. Long Yeyao retorted with a roll of her eyes. Surely there are high-ranking officials among those he has slain. Yet he continues unabated. If he weren't shielded by his family and didn't have the backing of Gao Ruojun, do you think he would be untouchable? His case is exceptional, rare within the dynasty's government. Otherwise, how could he have thrived amidst such darkness? I cannot ascertain whether the dynasty's government is indeed so corrupt. After all, did you not once wish to apprehend me without cause? I am also an exception, possessing privileges, yet I am nowhere near as deranged as he is. I in the glorious days of the dynasty. Even princes faced justice alongside commoners. At most, they were imprisoned rather than executed. By the way, I learned that the Bai family once rose to prominence through the royal family, only to decline during the reforms a century ago. Would you entertain the thought? Stop right there. I know what you're implying. I have no such inclination, nor do I wish for you to weave grandiose plans for me. As if I would cherish your company. Long Yeyao scoffed dismissively, disappointment flickering in her gaze. After a moment, Bai Qiandao expressed astonishment. The gourd demon, let me take a look. He pulled out the demon register, flipping to a certain page, and continued. This entity can absorb spiritual bodies, transforming them into its own power. This demon is truly vicious. Indeed, one has infiltrated the human realm and must be eradicated. The crux of the matter is, he is a senior executive in a publicly listed company. What are you doing? Why did you not detect this demon sooner? You scoundrel. Long Yao fumed, saying, if you say another word, I shall tear your mouth apart. Come and try. Bai Qiandao provocatively challenged, pulling back his neck. Long Yao lunged at him, gripping his lips, causing him to panic and struggle. Their entanglement led them to tumble onto the ground of the flying car. Let go, Bai Qiandao mumbled, his lips squashed into a sausage shape. I won't. Long Yao sat atop him, pinching his mouth and glaring. That hurts. You actually know what pain is. Let me pinch your mouth and see. Dream on. Neither of them noticed the overly intimate position they were in, nor did they exert their spiritual powers, remaining in a stalemate. 3 minutes later, voices from outside the flying car alerted them. Only then did they realize they had arrived at their destination. Long Yao abruptly stood up, her face flushed. Bai Qiandao, touching his lips, stood up and called out, want to try pinching again? Long Yao lunged at him once more, but Bai Qiandao swiftly opened the car door and dashed out, encountering the trio of Guangxi. Long, why is your face so red? Huang Yue inquired in surprise. Nothing, perhaps I was just sunburned. Long Yao instinctively touched her face, still feeling a bit hot. The position they were in earlier had been quite ungraceful, and she had not realized it at first, but later became aware. Sunburn. Huang Yue glanced up at the somewhat overcast sky, puzzled, wondering how one could be sunburned in such weather. Long Yao quickly asked, shooting a fierce glare at Bai Qiandao. Guangxi replied, we're on duty, stationed at the 96th floor, C area, Human Resources Department, in the innermost office that we are fully prepared. Long Yao nodded, then turned her gaze back to Bai Qiandao. Had he run off to grab a snack? What are you doing? Why are you wasting time eating at a moment like this? Long Yao scolded. What do you expect? I was unconscious for 2 days. My stomach is already growling with hunger. How can I work without energy? Bai Qiandao wolfed down his food, not forgetting to shoot her a sidelong glance. Unconscious for 2 days? What happened? Long Yao genuinely did not know, as Bai Qiandao had not mentioned it to her. The slaying of the unicorn bull demon occurred 2 days ago. Did I not tell you? No, have you been in a daze for the past 2 days? What do you think? Is it so easy to kill that type of demon? If it weren't for the blood rabbit cough, I nearly exhausted myself to death. Bai Qiandao almost let slip his secret, as in, collaborating with demons to battle other demons felt rather shameful. Blood rabbit demon? Long Yao questioned in surprise. No, I even coughed up blood. My body is weak and in need of nourishment. By the way, the prices here are exorbitant. I just spent $50 on food. Give me 100 now. On what grounds? Demon slaying allowance. If you don't give it to me, I won't go kill. Ha. Pathetic creature, you truly are pitiable. Here, take 1,000, go buy something better. Bai Qiandao took the money and dashed off, returning with an array of food, calling everyone to join him in a feast. Thus, the prelude to the demon-slaying operation turned into a picnic. Passers-by glanced at the group of youngsters feasting on the grassy lawn beside the flying car, laughing and shouting, shaking their heads in disapproval, wondering why no one was managing them. I'm going to buy a few cans of flower Qiong wine, Bai Qiandao said excitedly. Long Yao immediately objected, no drinking. It will hinder our demon slaying. Hurry up and eat. We must eliminate the gourd demon in the office before he finishes his shift. What's the rush? We can kill him even after work, Bai Qiandao said nonchalantly. No, we must confine the gourd demon within the high building to prevent his escape. Be cautious. We cannot let another blood rabbit demon slip away like last time. Long Yao warned with a meaningful look at Bai Qiandao. Kill, let us kill now. I'm leaving. Bai Qiandao felt somewhat guilty, knowing that Long Yao had grown suspicious that Bai Qiandao exited the cloud ladder. A few individuals emerged, pinching their noses and casting him disdainful glances before hastily departing. Having overeaten and feeling somewhat bloated, he could not help but let out a few foul-smelling farts in the cloud ladder, covering his nose in embarrassment. The gourd demon, in human form, appeared as a man in his 30s, leisurely fiddling with a gourd in his hands. This was, of course, not his true form, but rather the remains of a kindred spirit he had slain, now a lifeless gourd, which he kept as a trophy. The demon world is brutal. Demons slay each other, and even among the same kind, conflicts arise. and those deemed unacceptable are still killed. That a female secretary entered to report work, and the gourd demon lewdly pulled her onto his lap. Caressing her body with a sense of gratification, to seduce human women had been his long-held dream, one he had fulfilled for over a decade, having entered the human realm from that otherworldly place. He reveled in the advanced lifestyle, making it hard for him to leave at the same time. Like many demons infiltrating the human realm, he had been stagnant in his cultivation, his strength diminished significantly. The demons Bai Qiandao had slain, had they cultivated in their original realm, would have been even stronger. However, their desire for the human experience and material wealth dulled their enthusiasm for cultivation. Yet, those who could transform into human forms were not weak-willed. At least, Bai Qiandao's current strength was still lacking, and he could only seize fortune from them at the moment of their demise. Knock, knock, knocked out a knock echoed, and the female secretary immediately stood, adjusting her clothing. The gourd demon frowned and said, "Come in." Bai Qiandao pushed the door open, wearing a harmless smile, and said, "Ministerly, the president has asked me to convey a message to you." The gourd demon looked at him quizzically and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the new secretary to the president. The president could just give me a call. Why send you all this way?" The gourd demon continued to express his confusion. Chapter 50. The trap of the demon circle. This is of great importance. The president requires me to relay it personally. Is your secretary able to step outside for a moment? Bai Qiandao glanced at the blushing secretary, easily imagining what had just transpired in the room. "Please leave." The gourd demon gestured to the female secretary. The secretary lowered her head and passed by Bai Qiandao. His expression subtly shifted as he suddenly reached out, grasping her shoulder and saying, "Wait a moment. What are you doing?" The secretary brushed his hand away, displeased. As she walked past him, his lotus powers surged with alarm. It dawned on him that this woman was also a demon. Thus, a sense of foreboding crept in. Could there be even more demons lurking in the vicinity of the gourd demon? While his thoughts raced, the female secretary suddenly extended her hand, coiling around his arm like a serpent. She was actually another python demon, and a female one at that. The gourd demon also stirred, its form unleashing dozens of tendrils that coiled toward him. Not a fleeting thought of a trap crossed Bai Qiandao's mind as he invoked the transformation technique, dissipating the arm of the female secretary and then the gourd demon's tendrils. Yet, the door was shattered into fragments, and countless spines whirled toward him, rendering escape impossible. With renewed vigor, he employed the transformation technique, reciting the 100 Industries incantation, but several spines pierced his body, causing a violent spray of blood and excruciating pain. Damn it, the spine demon. It's a rather formidable creature, capable of injuring with its spines. While each spine alone is not overwhelmingly powerful, their sheer number is daunting. At this moment, he had managed to dispel numerous spines, yet a few still struck him, while others shattered the glass of the window, causing a rush of air to surge inward. The gust, combined with the effect of his incantation, momentarily slowed the onslaught of the three demons. Bai Qiandao, sensing the impending doom, knew that lingering here would spell his demise. He swiftly darted out of the window and began his descent. Below, Long Yang had been observing intently. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, she felt an unsettling premonition and gasped, her expression shifting drastically. Bai Qiandao descended rapidly. But suddenly, a massive hole appeared in the wall, swallowing him whole in an instant. At that moment of being engulfed, he realized that he had been climbing the body of the chameleon demon all along. The chameleon demon could transform into anything, but its forms were fixed. With careful observation, an adept could discern its true nature. However, Bai Qiandao had been too careless, never suspecting this was a trap with a chameleon demon lurking outside. It could be said that the four demons had orchestrated a meticulously laid net, determined to end his life. Each of the four demons may not have been as powerful as the singular horned bull demon, but their combined strength was undeniably formidable. Long Yang, alarmed, soared toward the scene. Although she had not yet reached the profound realm, she was not truly flying, merely leaping with sufficient vigor to avoid needing to catch her breath for a brief moment. Meanwhile, she also reached out to the members of the two Tsangqing scattered around, coordinating an effort to rescue Bai Qiandao. Bai Qiandao found himself within the belly of the chameleon demon, where its demonic power began to corrode him from within, leaving him feeling as though his very skin were peeling away, a torment far exceeding that inflicted by the spines. In just 2 seconds, he sensed his life hanging by a thread, on the brink of being reduced to a mere puddle of water. Suddenly, he laughed, his flesh flaking away, Grinning through the agony, some demons, not yet enlightened, were foolish enough to consume an adept. The very essence of their power was inherently designed to counter demons. Was this not akin to courting death? The will of demons may be strong, but it does not equate to high intelligence. The unrefined nature of some demons rendered them exceedingly foolish. Just before being reduced to water, he executed the transformation technique. Perilously assimilating with the chameleon demon's body, that a thunderous roar erupted. As the chameleon demon's massive form bore the brunt of his transformation technique, the pain surging through him as his internal could he possibly be in? Minister Zhou inquired with evident concern. Impossible that I found no records in that regard. Usually, an awakens their extraordinary abilities at a young age or even at birth. Yet he is in his 20s, utterly ordinary. At most, he might have awakened some spiritual energy, but it is indeed rather peculiar that it was hard for the man to fathom that someone could awaken their powers at such an age. Typically, those who possess abilities are well protected until adulthood, during which time they may naturally comprehend one or several extraordinary techniques, with their spiritual energy being significantly more potent. How could Bai Qiandao, who ventured into this realm so late, be so audacious as to recklessly confront dangers, thus attracting the attention of the demon world and falling into meticulously laid traps? Upon learning that Bai Qiandao was in, Lan Danyan kept his secret closely guarded, urging him to refrain from revealing his identity in order to protect him. After ending a long-distance call, the man concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze emanating a chilling darkness, filled with murderous intent. "Peel an orange for me." Lan Danyan immediately began to peel the fruit. "Hand me the long-distance call." Lan Danyan stood up to retrieve the device, handing it over. "Raise my pillow higher." Lan Danyan hastily adjusted the pillow for him. Due to her feelings of guilt towards him, she complied with all his requests with utmost obedience. Bai Qiandao, still weakened, reclined against the backrest, unreservedly commanding her service, until Mai Tianxue entered. Mai Tianxue had come to visit him, and after discussing the recent events, she urged him to strengthen his abilities and cease slaying demons, as it was far too perilous for matters concerning the Mai family. She suggested he pursue them through other avenues, which prompted Lan Danyan to roll her eyes in annoyance. He did not immediately agree, but inwardly concurred. Having encountered numerous life-threatening situations over the past month and spending 3 stints in the hospital, he had indeed come perilously close to losing his life. Lan Danyan retorted, "My boss, he is currently assisting the Spirit Shield Bureau in exterminating demons, which has nothing to do with the Mai family." Mai Tianxue replied calmly, "Director Long, the case involving the attack on the Mai residence has been closed, and the cooperation among the 3 parties has concluded. He is an agent of the Mai family, and I have the authority to decide if he should pursue other endeavors. The Spirit Shield Bureau has the right to request civilian assistance. That depends on human rights. If he is unwilling, the Spirit Shield Bureau cannot compel him." "My boss, your assertion reflects a misunderstanding of the nature of the Spirit Shield Bureau. In matters that jeopardize the safety of the imperial government, the Bureau possesses the authority to forcibly conscript. I only trust the law. If there is a legal mandate to do so, I will comply. You are merely quibbling. I abide by the legal system, if that is also quibbling in your eyes. Then what does the law represent to you?" Lan Danyan's expression turned icy as she turned to Bai Qiandao and asked, "What do you say?" Bai Qiandao had not anticipated the 2 women would clash over this. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I am the driver for the Mai family, so I will naturally heed the young lady's wishes. Bai Qiandao, everything I bought for you has been fed to the dogs." Lan Danyan, irritated, rose to her feet, picking up a basket of fruit and heading toward the door. Bai Qiandao was puzzled as to why she was upset. Was it that without him, the Spirit Shield Bureau's Tu Songqing could not eradicate demons? "Hey, don't forget to transfer 100,000 to me." Remembering his sister, he called out urgently, only to hear the heavy sound of the door slamming shut. Mai Tianxue wore a faint smile as she said, "I also bought some. They are no less than hers, all premium fruits. Would you like me to peel some honey fruit for you?" Faced with Mai Tianxue, Bai Qiandao could not muster the audacity to refuse her service. Nodding in gratitude, Mai Tianxue smiled again, her delicate fingers peeling the honey fruit with elegance, a sight that was truly delightful. He savored the sweet honey fruit and chatted with Mai Tianxue. The phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Zhao Linglan. He answered the call. "I might return to the capital in 2 days. Could you send me your address?" Zhao Linglan said, her tone somewhat flat. I am currently residing at the Mai family estate and will send you the actual address. Are you still working for the Mai family?" "Yes, the contract is for 2 months." and I must fulfill at least that duration. Bai Qiandao glanced at the quietly listening Mai Tianxue as he spoke. 2 months. Why so short? Zhao Linglan asked, surprised. I don't know. It's a special circumstance, and I didn't set the contract. Linglan, please don't ask further. I cannot divulge more. After a pause, she sighed softly and said, I thought we could make some progress in our relationship, but your tone is so indifferent. Perhaps we have not cultivated genuine feelings. You do not care for me. Indeed, Bai Qiandao felt that Zhao Linglan's tone was flat, and he realized he was speaking in a similar manner. Zhao Linglan furrowed her brows in contemplation and sighed again, saying, Grandfather is forcing me to give up, and you are so elusive. What am I to do? How is your relationship with her? Mai Tianxue inquired. Quite well. I sense you both lack passion. With you here, I feel embarrassed to be overly intimate with her. Bai Qiandao chuckled. The flicker of something unusual crossed Mai Tianxue's eyes as she fell silent for a moment before stating, Have you seen the news? Gao Sini has encountered trouble. What happened to him? Bai Qiandao immediately perked up, asking if he was assassinated by one of his subordinates and was shot twice. He is currently in critical condition. That I have received news that he should survive. That I merely allowed him to leave, hoping to provoke him into dealing with Gao Sini, yet I did not expect him to act so recklessly. How could he? Mai Tianxue hesitated but did not press further, instead asking, You didn't escape, did you? Of course not. I used extraordinary techniques to break free, killing a few of Gao Sini's subordinates, which scared him away. Bai Qiandao found himself becoming increasingly adept at weaving lies, primarily to keep his secret of the true nature of his life concealed. Mai Tianxue, however, appeared unconvinced. She was not entirely aware of the capabilities of it, and seeing Bai Qiandao's weakened state, she chose not to pursue the topic further. She stayed, caring for him as she had before. And he said nothing, silently accepting her attentions. Bai Qiandao, due to his unhealed injuries, felt a mix of excitement and disappointment. His spirit somewhat diminished, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already deep into the night, and Mai Tianxue had departed. He contemplated the matter of the 100,000, texting Long Yaojiao to request a transfer. Long Yaojiao replied, asking why he hadn't received it. As she had already sent it, his heart sank, and he quickly checked the transaction records online. Indeed, the money had been transferred, but during his slumber, the system had siphoned it away. Damn it, you're not human. Bai Qiandao shouted in frustration, then added, No, you're truly not human. There's no one like you. This is money I risked my life for. Bai Qiandao's anger simmered, yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. For he had been asleep. The fighting spirit he had mustered dissipated immediately. After all, he was wealthy and not stingy. He did not even consider that in his quest to slay demons, asking for 1 million was hardly excessive. Little devil, you are so generous. I am beginning to feel a bit fond of you, Bai Qiandao mused. The sound of a new message broke his thoughts, and upon checking, he saw it was not from Long Yaojiao, but from an unfamiliar number. Opening it, he was greeted with a Risku image, who was so bored as to send such indecent and captivating images. Bai Qiandao had never been interested in such things, and who knew if it was a virus? He quickly deleted it. The message alert rang again, revealing another image promising wealth, with a pile of shimmering gold beneath a tempting caption. Do you think I'm foolish? Money doesn't just fall from the sky. Leave me alone. He swiftly deleted it again. Another message chimed, this time featuring a picture of a cultivation manual, with a small figure seemingly flying beneath. It suggested that clicking it would impart the secrets of soaring through the skies. Bai Qiandao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Who but a transcendent being could claim to fly without equipment? Chapter 52. An unusual romance. The images sent from this unknown number were clearly intended to entice Bai Qiandao into clicking, and his long-distance call had indeed fallen victim to the trap. However, modern individuals possess a strong sense of caution, making it difficult to easily fall for such tricks. This image of the cultivation manual made Bai Qiandao wary. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that only a practitioner of spiritual energy could cultivate such techniques. Thus, it became evident that this was not a mass message, but rather an attack specifically targeting him. Bai Qiandao reassured himself that as long as he refrained from clicking, he would be safe. Let them play their games. He also pondered whether upon completing his tasks, he could exchange for hacking knowledge to trace the origin of the sender. But what did this system task entail? Was it that by working as a driver for the My family for 2 months, he could earn 200 points? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why did the system require him to undertake the ancient profession of a driver? Could it be hinting that he needed to rely on this role to resolve a crisis for my family? If so, did that mean he needed to venture outside, board a transport vehicle, and seek out clues? To comprehend the predicament faced by my Tianxue, it is necessary to understand that the aviator, clad in their flight gear, exhibited such remarkable agility and speed that even the autonomous flying vehicle could not keep pace. Moreover, while one flank was defended, the other was susceptible to assault, rendering the situation unpredictable. Bai Qiandao pondered whether, by piloting a small flying vehicle equipped with weaponry, he might seize an opportunity to thwart the aviator's violent actions. Acquiring military-grade flying apparatus on the black market proved to be a daunting task, so he set that notion aside. Although a specially designed small flying vehicle may not match the aviator's velocity, it would certainly be swifter than a colossal transport craft, thus warranting consideration. After a considerable period of contemplation, he turned to see that my Tianxue had thoughtfully prepared sealed meals for him, ready for immediate consumption. Her kindness prompted him to resolve to assist the Mai family in overcoming their crisis. Upon hearing his proposal, my Tianxue concurred that it was a feasible plan and promptly contacted a flying vehicle manufacturer to custom order a small beast, provided that military regulations were not violated, and within the confines of permissible boundaries. This small beast might indeed be capable of halting the aviator's assaults, albeit requiring a skilled driver. The following afternoon, despite my Tianxue's counsel, Bai Qiandao insisted on personally piloting a flying vehicle, as he needed to familiarize himself with the nuances of manual control that in an era where automatic driving had become the norm. He found himself somewhat out of practice with manual operation, having never engaged in it before. It necessitated a period of acclimatization. To his surprise, he discovered a natural aptitude for driving, quickly mastering the art of soaring through the skies and executing a few stylish maneuvers, such as drifting. My Tianxue, seated within, marveled at what she perceived as a genius driver overshadowed by modern technology. Bai Qiandao, with a grin, mused whether the system was uncovering his latent talents, compelling him to embrace the role of a driver. Thus, as his exceptional abilities came to light, he became enamored with the art of driving. Despite his injuries still not fully healed, he continued to pilot through the skies, weaving perilously between towering edifices, relishing the exhilaration as he heard my Tianxue's uncontrollable screams, filling his heart with a unique satisfaction. This was not a talent bestowed by the system. Rather, it was a manifestation of his innate skill. In the realm of space, vessels and aircraft are piloted manually during combat. Should he choose to become a space pilot, he would undoubtedly be a rare and valuable asset. On the fourth night, Bai Qiandao arrived at a restaurant as arranged, where he met Zhao Linglan. Zhao Linglan greeted him with a radiant smile, dispelling his apprehensions of an awkward encounter, even addressing his unspoken fears regarding a potential breakup. Although his recovery was remarkable, the injuries were far from healed. While walking was manageable, bending to take a seat drew a furrowed brow. "Are you not pleased?" Zhao Linglan inquired. "Do, not at all. I am quite happy to see you," Bai Qiandao replied with a smile, feeling much better once seated. "What shall we eat?" Zhao Linglan offered him the menu. "Anything is fine. Whatever you choose, I shall partake." This upscale establishment featured dishes Bai Qiandao had never encountered. Prompting his decision, Zhao Linglan ordered foie gras, bear bile, tender beef, and a glass of exquisite floral wine. The foie gras was derived from swan liver, the bear bile from polar bears, and the beef from the premium Ganjiang cattle. Quite an extravagant selection. Previously, Bai Qiandao would have needed to work a month just to afford such a meal. Since she had made the order, he refrained from protest and contentedly savored the culinary delights while engaging in conversation. He had long prepared an explanation for his abrupt departure that day, fabricating a tale about encountering an acquaintance who owed him money, only to find the individual had vanished upon his pursuit to Kyoto. Zhao Linglan dismissed his explanation with a smile, opting not to probe further. In truth, she had investigated his whereabouts and discovered he had been found unconscious in the wilderness and taken to a hospital. However, the reasons behind his condition remained elusive, as everyone was warned by the police to remain tight-lipped. She subtly inquired about his recent endeavors, to which he simply replied that he was still working for the Mai family, investigating the assault on transport vehicles. Suddenly, she declared, "My grandfather, in an effort to thwart us, has introduced me to a prospective match, the second son of the Jiang family, Jiang Shixuan, a graduate of Tuchang University, currently managing a thriving dining enterprise. He is, without a doubt, a commercial elite." Bai Qiandao fell silent for a moment before asking, "Have you had prior interactions with him?" "I met him once, but not at Tianke. Not every businessman frequents that place. The Jiang family. Are they a commercial dynasty? The Jiang family is a behemoth in the culinary industry, wealthier than my own. A union between the Zhao and Jiang families would initiate an economic strategy advantageous to both parties. What are your thoughts on this? Bai Qiandao inquired softly. The alliance of powerful families would represent the best option for me. Had I not encountered you, that my fate would have been to marry a scion of the elite. Bai Qiandao regarded her, Linglan. The most effective way to resist is to leave the Zhao family. I understand your reluctance, but under your grandfather's control, how can one truly rebel? Zhao Linglan lowered her gaze, then lifted it to say, I wish to try, but I am uncertain of your true intentions. I desire your honesty. When you say try, it suggests a lack of resolute determination. Bai Qiandao gently shook his head. Zhao Linglan appeared taken aback, falling into silence for a moment before responding. Indeed, attempting has revealed the immense pressure I face. My grandfather, in his coercion, threatens me to comply, stripping me of all my responsibilities. Were it not for my own business and some savings, I would have no funds at my disposal that I simply refuse to submit and wish to challenge his tyranny. Bai Qiandao stated, Linglan, if you wish to try, I shall stand by you that if you grow weary and choose to yield, I will harbor no resentment. Zhao Linglan gazed at him, her eyes brimming with emotion, asking, I see your sincerity. Why are you so kind to me? Bai Qiandao offered a bittersweet smile, saying, I yearn for a genuine relationship with you. Yet I am aware that everyone has their limits, desires, and passions vary. One cannot forsake certain aspects without inevitably losing others. Thereafter, the two fell into a comfortable silence, indulging in their meal and drink, shifting the conversation to lighter topics. Zhao Linglan accompanied Bai Qiandao to the entrance of the My residence, and just as he was about to exit the vehicle, she said, Thank you. Bai Qiandao turned, replying, No need for thanks. One launched into the sky in a flying vehicle, while the other strode purposefully inside. Both understood they had reached an unspoken agreement. One was prepared to relinquish at any moment, while the other offered a forgiving acceptance. Their relationship was unique, driven by Zhao Linglan's desire for rebellion. Bai Qiandao had previously granted Zhao Liebao a final request and promise, and whether they would ultimately unite remained in the hands of fate. Once more, he felt the pangs of heartbreak, though not as intensely as before. It lacked the gut-wrenching betrayal akin to Huang Ru's, leaving him merely in a state of melancholy. My Tianxue exclaimed, clutching her chest. How could you possibly navigate through such a narrow space? If I don't, how could I showcase my exceptional driving skills? Bai Qiandao responded with a chuckle. You nearly scared me to death. My Tianxue chided playfully. I really shouldn't indulge you in such reckless antics. Yet you came along, indicating that a wild adventurer lurks within your genes. Despite your fears, you still crave the thrill, Bai Qiandao remarked, admiring her flushed excitement. I worry for your safety. I must keep an eye on you. My Tianxue shot him a glance. Bai Qiandao felt a stirring in his heart. At that moment, my Tianxue was no longer the epitome of nobility and grace, but rather revealed a charming side. This must be her true nature. As the phone rang, Bai Qiandao answered, and the voice of Bai Yunyi came through. Brother, hurry. Shao Jie has been attacked. Was it just a slap? Didn't you transfer me 100,000? I have funds for the prenatal checkup, and Shao Jie is accompanying me to the hospital. By the way, why was the account you transferred the money from not yours? Chapter 53. Unwilling to reason, get to the point. Why was Shao Jie attacked? I don't know. That man just rushed up to hit me, and Shao Jie got involved to protect me. Brother, please explain why the bank account for the transfer wasn't yours. Bai Qiandao sighed in exasperation. That's not my friend's account. Did that man attack you without provocation? Yes. Hurry to Anzhong Hospital. We're in the obstetrics department. What friend? All right, I'm on my way now. I'll be there shortly. Bai Qiandao hung up, unfazed by the bizarre antics of his sister, yet particularly concerned. Who would dare to maliciously assault his sister without justification? He would not hesitate to confront them that he practiced, or rather flaunted, his driving skills in the Western Civilian District, where the tall buildings were abundant, flying vehicles scarce, and police rarely inquiring, allowing him to soar freely. After informing my Tianxue, he headed directly to Anzhong Hospital, arriving in mere minutes due to his swift maneuvering. Bai Qiandao hurried towards the obstetrics department, already hearing the commotion from within as he pushed the door open, only to find Chu Jie engaged in conversation with someone. Bai Yunyi sat, yet her presence commanded more authority than if she were standing. Her hands waved animatedly as she chattered incessantly, embroiled in a dispute. Across from her stood a man and a woman, their faces contorted with anger, particularly the man, whose hands flailed as if ready to strike Chu Jie at any moment. This provoked Chu Jie to lean away, arms raised defensively in anticipation of a blow. Meanwhile, a female doctor stood there, exuding a sense of helplessness, likely attempting to mediate the situation. "Brother, you're here, it's him who struck Xiao Jie," Bai Yunyi exclaimed, jumping up and pointing accusatorily at the man. A hush fell over the room as the man scrutinized Bai Qiandao, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he retorted, "It doesn't matter who shows up today. Unless I receive an apology, you shall not leave this door." Noticing the red mark on Chu Jie's face, Bai Qiandao ignored the aggressive man and approached Chu Jie, inquiring, "Why did he hit you?" Chu Jie glanced at Bai Yunyi, who stood with her hands on her hips, and replied in a pained tone, "That woman was informed by the doctor that the fetus has its umbilical cord wrapped around its neck. She insisted on an immediate cesarean to save the baby, claiming that both mother and child could perish. Am I wrong? If the fetus is wrapped around the neck, shouldn't we act swiftly to perform a cesarean?" Bai Yunyi asserted with righteous indignation, "You foul-mouthed wench, you ought to be the one to undergo a cesarean." The woman spat, her face flushed with rage. "You wretched woman, I'd sooner see you cut open, your belly filled with nothing but straw." Bai Yunyi retorted defiantly, "Little girl, cease your incessant prattling." Bai Qiandao barked, observing the woman's slightly protruding belly, realizing there was no justification for an immediate cesarean, especially since umbilical cord entanglement was quite common. He felt a pang of despair, recognizing that Bai Yunyi's peculiar remarks had incited this chaos, believing it all to be rather normal. Turning his attention to the furious man, Bai Qiandao frowned and said, "She is my sister, and she often speaks without a filter, entirely unintentional. I apologize on her behalf, that I'm sorry." "Brother, how could you?" "Silence," Bai Qiandao shot back, casting a fierce glare at Bai Yunyi. He then turned to the man and continued, "However, striking someone is unjustified, is it not? I hope you will extend an apology to my brother-in-law, and we shall consider this matter settled." "Not a chance. Why should I apologize? I want to slap her first, and then we can call it even," the man shouted, pointing at Bai Yunyi. Bai Qiandao assessed him. Like the woman, he was well-dressed, indicating he possessed some wealth. Yet in this moment, he was obstinate and confrontational. "Brother, let us each take a step back. Let us not escalate this unnecessarily," Bai Qiandao replied coldly. "Who do you think you are, you pathetic loser? Do you really believe you can set the rules?" The man sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Bai Qiandao's expression darkened, ready to respond, when Bai Yunyi interjected sharply, "You are the one who is pathetic. Your entire family is a bunch of losers. My brother is wealthy. Exceedingly wealthy, he is wealthy." The man laughed derisively. "He looks like a nobody. What wealth could he possibly have?" Bai Qiandao felt a surge of irritation. He had extended courtesy, yet the man continued to press his luck. "Xiao Jie, slap him," Bai Qiandao commanded fiercely. Chu Jie, being a timid soul who had never been in a fight, hesitated. "That's right," Bai Yunyi cheered, jumping up in delight, "that I'll make you pay for this." The man seethed, raising his fist as if to charge at that moment. The door swung open, revealing a voice. "What is going on here?" All eyes turned to see a woman of unparalleled elegance and grace standing at the entrance, her expression one of surprise as she surveyed the scene. Mai Tianxue looked at Bai Qiandao and asked, "Is this difficult to handle? I wish to reason, but this man refuses to engage in rational discourse and insists on resorting to violence. Leaving me no choice but to respond in kind." Bai Qiandao replied calmly, "I don't need to reason with you. Just wait. I'll make you regret this," the man snarled, pulling out his phone, ready to dial. "Stop. Forget it. Let us just leave." The woman's face paled as she pulled the man towards the exit. "Leave? What about my dignity? We can't just walk away without teaching them a lesson." The man protested. Smack. The woman delivered a slap to the man's face. "Leave now," she commanded. The man, taken aback, was finally pulled away by the woman, revealing his fear of her. "Why did you hit me?" he asked, bewildered, once outside. The woman glanced back towards the door and said, "You just called them losers. Sigh, compared to them, we truly are the impoverished ones. Why? That kid dresses plainly, and his family doesn't he look impressive. Except for that woman who just entered." "That woman, do you know who she is?" "Who?" "Mai Tianxue, the head of the My Group." "The My Group?" The man was struck dumb. Although he did not recognize Mai Tianxue, he was aware of the colossal entity that was the My Group. Among the wealthy, some preferred to remain in the shadows, while others enjoyed the limelight. Mai Tianxue was one who preferred discretion. Although she was not the current president of the group, she was the true power behind it, earning her the title of boss, while Bai Qiandao was referred to as young master in my household. Can someone acquainted with my Tianxue truly be destitute? The man lamented, deflated, quickening his pace, eager to distance himself from such influential figures. Brother, who is she? Bai Yunyi asked, her gaze fixed on the exquisitely poised my Tianxue. Let us discuss this outside, Bai Qiandao replied. Mindful of the female doctor still present, I haven't checked yet, Bai Yunyi retorted. It's all because of that couple. Otherwise, I would have already conducted my examination. Little girl, what have I told you? Speak with discretion and think before you speak. You have no one to blame but your own mouth for the trouble you cause. I didn't say anything wrong. I was just trying to help her, but they didn't appreciate it. Bai Yunyi protested, feeling wronged. Bai Qiandao sighed, recognizing that his sister's thought process was unlike anyone else's. No amount of upbringing had changed that. He merely scolded her occasionally, never truly expecting her to absorb the lessons or alter her behavior. Bai Qiandao nodded, while Chu Jie shivered slightly, realizing his brother-in-law was indeed quite remarkable. Capable of associating with such a prominent figure, they boarded a luxurious flying vehicle, where Chu Jie sat stiffly, while my Tianxue smiled, listening to the banter between Bai Qiandao and Bai Yunyi. The latter was filled with curiosity about her surroundings. Having never experienced such opulence, her previous rides in taxis had been far inferior in both performance and amenities. Brother, what is this? Bai Yunyi asked, reaching for a green button. Don't touch that, Bai Qiandao warned urgently. But it was too late. She pressed the emergency brake button, causing the vehicle to halt abruptly, sending everyone lurching forward. But Chu Jie tumbled, and Bai Yunyi collided with the wall of the vehicle, exclaiming in surprise. My Tianxue, who was seated close to Bai Qiandao, also leaned forward, and in a fortunate twist of fate, their lips met in an unexpected kiss. Chu Jie scrambled to his feet, helping the bewildered Bai Yunyi. Relieved to find the walls were padded and the floor carpeted, resulting in no significant harm, Bai Yunyi's forehead was merely a bit red. Yet, the sight of Bai Qiandao and my Tianxue still locked in their embrace, lips inches apart, left them both momentarily frozen. Brother, how shameless of you to kiss in front of us, Bai Yunyi teased, tugging at Chu Jie's shirt. Bai Qiandao and my Tianxue, startled, quickly separated, both flushing with embarrassment. Their intimate gesture had been so unexpected that they were momentarily paralyzed. Had it not been for Bai Yunyi's jest, they might have remained in that state for several more seconds. Ahem. Bai Qiandao cleared his throat awkwardly, shooting Bai Yunyi a glare as he said, From now on, sit still and refrain from fidgeting. Why are you being so harsh? Bai Yunyi pouted but complied, sitting down obediently. Always causing trouble, Bai Qiandao admonished her again, then turned to my Tianxue, asking with a hint of awkwardness, Are you all right? Why didn't you ask me if I wanted a nephew? Bai Yunyi mumbled under her breath. Bai Qiandao shot her another glare, while my Tianxue, blushing profusely, inquired, I'm fine. Little girl, do you feel any unusual sensations? Her endearing address of little girl went unnoticed by both Bai Qiandao and Bai Yunyi, while Chu Jie gaped in astonishment. Bai Yunyi glanced at Bai Qiandao, huffing in silence. Bai Qiandao chuckled gently, affectionately ruffling her hair, and asked, I'm asking you a question. Do you feel unwell? Bai Yunyi, reminiscent of her childhood, nuzzled against him and replied, I'm fine. I'm as sturdy as ever. My Tianxue let out a soft laugh, while Bai Qiandao smiled kindly and gently ruffled her hair. Once back on the road, Bai Yunyi began to grumble about Chu Jie's lack of concern for her. Her earnest husband quickly appeased her, and her irritation evaporated as she chattered away. Bai Qiandao and my Tianxue exchanged a knowing smile in the cockpit. This young couple appeared quite well matched. The wife's temper flared quickly but dissipated just as fast, while the husband, being honest and simple-minded, could tolerate her whimsical behavior and capriciousness. Bai Qiandao valued Chu Jie for this very reason. Although the brother-in-law was timid and evasive, he possessed a remarkable capacity for patience and affection. Moreover, his sister was quite fond of him, which allowed Bai Qiandao, who had always taken on a paternal role, to feel at ease. After dropping his sister and brother-in-law near their home, he sped away, as he still needed to practice his driving skills and master more flying techniques. Little girl, do you think my brother and Miss Mai can become a couple? Chu Jie inquired at home. Become a couple? What do you mean? Become a pair? Of course they can. Every woman in the world should adore my brother. Chu Jie smiled wryly, accustomed to Bai Yunyi's brotherly obsession and her whimsical musings. You don't understand. Miss Mai is the owner of the Mai Group. Incredibly wealthy. What is the Mai Group? My brother wouldn't care about that if he were to take an interest in her. It would be her good fortune. Chu Jie sighed. Yet you still acknowledge that Miss Long as your sister-in-law. What of it? My brother is destined for multiple wives. They are all my sisters-in-law. Chu Jie fell silent, secretly hoping that his brother-in-law would indeed be wealthy, so they could benefit from it as well. What are you thinking? Let me tell you, don't get carried away. You only have me as your wife. Bai Yunyi, noticing his silence, glared at him, suspecting disloyalty. No. How could that be? I was just thinking that if my brother truly had that kind of fortune, how wonderful it would be. Chu Jie hastily explained, knowing that at home, his wife was like a fierce tiger, and he, a timid little kitten, could only occasionally gain the upper hand, usually trembling in her presence. I in the flying car, Bai Qiandao felt somewhat awkward. Reminiscing about that kiss, though it was merely lips touching, the sensation was undeniably exquisite. Throughout his life, he had only shared such intimate moments with Huang Ru and had merely embraced Zhao Linglan without further advances. Yet, unexpectedly, he had kissed Mai Tianxue. He gazed at Mai Tianxue, who still bore a blush of shyness. Her skin was smooth and delicate, exuding a captivating charm, and she possessed an innate elegance that surpassed even Zhao Linglan's beauty. Recalling the sweet fragrance of that kiss, he felt warmth rise to his cheeks once more and silently admonished himself not to dwell on it. It was merely an accident. What are you looking at? Mai Tianxue's soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Nothing, Bai Qiandao stammered, turning his head as his heart raced. Feeling a strange mix of emotions, he remained silent as the setting sun painted the sky crimson. Their flying car soaring through the warm, gentle light, akin to the beauty beside him, graceful and enchanting. Neither mentioned the kiss, but Mai Tianxue's demeanor toward him grew increasingly affectionate, tender, and attentive. I will go with you. She declared the following day. No, it's too dangerous. Bai Qiandao firmly rejected her. If he himself lacked confidence, how could he allow Mai Tianxue to take such risks? I'm worried about you. I want to keep an eye on you. Mai Tianxue smiled at him, her radiant smile captivating his heart. All right. Bai Qiandao gazed at her flower-like visage, momentarily entranced, but quickly snapped back to reality, insisting, no, you cannot take such a risk. You just agreed. So let me go. Mai Tianxue's tone had a hint of playful pleading, her voice soft and melodious. As she continued to coax, Bai Qiandao felt his heart soften, his mind clouded, leaving him momentarily speechless. With Mai Tianxue aboard, he piloted the modified small vehicle, feeling troubled by his own infatuation. The beauty's delicate words rendered him defenseless. 8 barrel cannons, 8 machine guns, 2 missile launchers, titanium alloy armor, automatic driving, intelligent recognition, and vortex propulsion, reaching speeds of up to 20,000 kilometers per hour. This is the pinnacle of what civilian flying cars can achieve. What do you think? Mai Tianxue asked with a smile. Bai Qiandao nodded, replying, this must be the strongest civilian flying car in the world. He had to admit that this little beast, costing 60 million to manufacture, was impressive, though it could not compete with military vehicles, which could destroy it with concentrated lasers. It was formidable in civilian terms. His goal was to evade the concentrated lasers fired by flying individuals and ensure that the large bullets from the cannons could hit them, thereby achieving success. However, the speed of the flying individuals was not to be underestimated. Their propulsion systems could also reach speeds of around 20,000 kilometers per hour, if not faster, and they were more agile, making it challenging to keep up with them. No, it's not the strongest civilian flying car. I know of one that costs 100 million, essentially a civilian microfortress. There may even be more expensive ones in existence. Seeing Bai Qiandao's astonished expression, Mai Tianxue smiled. The owner of that flying car is the master of the Tianke. Who built Tianke? Bai Qiandao asked, surprised and curious. Many people are unaware, but I know it is a property of Lan Danyan. It's her. What does she want with a Tianke on the Tucheng Star? Bai Qiandao was even more astonished. You'll have to ask her. Mai Tianxue observed him with a peculiar gaze. Bai Qiandao dared not inquire further. He was more inclined to avoid her. He pondered how Lan Danyan might soon regain her strength and how he could escape her pursuit. Thus, his previously pleasant mood turned heavy. As he noticed Mai Tianxue's confusion regarding his relationship with Lan Danyan, the 5 great planets were 5 massive floating continents, each unique, and Tucheng Star was one such landmass, with its edges closest to outer space. On the opposite side lay a fantastical space that could not be inhabited. However, it was rich in minerals, albeit any life form entering would become ensnared and find it difficult to escape. Rumors spoke of powerful demons cultivating there, and even those with profound spiritual energy dared not enter, with no one ever verifying these claims. The depths of the continent could only be explored to a depth of 100,000 kilometers with current technology, while the actual thickness reached 100 million kilometers, far from reaching its core. For the small vehicle to reach the outer regions would take 5 days, whereas flying to the edges required a year, illustrating how vast the demon realm on Tuchang Star was compared to the human world, teeming with countless demons. Fortunately, human technology had advanced rapidly, in an age where spiritual practitioners were becoming increasingly scarce. Powerful technological weaponry deterred the demons from invading, though some managed to infiltrate the human realm. They had been few and far between since ancient times, exceptionally rare, possibly confirming Bai Qiandao's suspicion of being cursed. As claimed by Ding Yu, the small vehicle was compact and stored a considerable amount of ammunition, resulting in a compressed living space. The furniture was cleverly concealed and could be pulled out when needed. Unlike Zhao Linglan's flying car, where the screen obscured visibility during sleep, allowing Bai Qiandao and Mai Tianxue to see each other, they slept fully clothed. It would be quite awkward for a man and a woman to undress in such close quarters. Listening to the distant roar outside, Bai Qiandao remarked, "In just 1 hour, we have overtaken 5 passenger flying cars." Mai Tianxue, still awake, chuckled, "You're so boring. Why pay attention to that?" Bai Qiandao laughed, "Because I'm bored. During the long night, unable to sleep, I might as well count. You could scroll through Guaji and admire the countless beauties there," Mai Tianxue suggested. Guaji was the largest entertainment video platform in the Five Elements Alliance, utilized not only by the inhabitants of the 5 great planets, but also by those from slightly larger celestial bodies, facilitating communication among various ethnicities. Qianlatong was a meticulously established communication station, created to ensure error-free communication transmissions, incurring substantial costs, hence its limitation to the 5 great planets and 2 smaller celestial bodies. Video transmission signals were unique. Utilizing the principle of cosmic light refraction, numerous low-cost bases were established in outer space, allowing Guaji to serve as a communication software for humanity across planets. When Qianlatong was unable to transmit signals, he glanced at Mai Tianxue, who had her head down, her features obscured, leaving him uncertain if she was upset. In truth, Mai Tianxue was not angry. She was filled with happiness but concealed it, not wanting Bai Qiandao to notice. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, and Bai Qiandao wished to explain, but found the words stuck in his throat. Fearing he might exacerbate the situation, Mai Tianxue wished to find a topic to discuss, yet her words remained unspoken. Her heart fluttering with shyness, it struck her as peculiar. Despite her extensive experience in the business realm, where decisiveness and fortitude were paramount, having encountered countless individuals and faced numerous challenges, why did she feel such bashfulness in his presence? Now, she found herself hesitating, unable to articulate her thoughts. The night was profound. The moon shrouded in mist, casting a gentle light that seeped softly into the vehicle, rendering the interior dim. Chapter 55. Fear that you may devour me. We have surpassed the 6th passenger flying car. Bai Qiandao remarked abruptly. Mai Tianxue could not suppress her laughter, which rang out like a melodious bell, delightful to hear, prompting Bai Qiandao to join in her mirth. Yet again, silence enveloped them. It seemed they could hear each other's heartbeats. So close in proximity, their hearts raced, an indescribable warmth flooding their souls. "Have you not prepared everything?" "The women's items that I miscalculated the timing." Observing her slightly flushed countenance, Bai Qiandao understood. He had bought sanitary pads for Huang Ru several times before. "Necessities that were required monthly. Miss Mai, how is it that the composed you now blushes so easily?" They halted in an ordinary small town, where Mai Tianxue insisted that Bai Qiandao accompany her, to which he readily agreed. She typically traveled with a retinue of over a dozen bodyguards, but now without them, he assumed the role of her protector as they strolled through the town streets. Both felt a sense of strangeness. The townspeople hurried past, casting them furtive glances. Upon encountering someone who regarded them as though they were specters, Bai Qiandao could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward swiftly, blocking the individual's path. "Hey there, why are you avoiding us as if we might consume you?" Bai Qiandao inquired. The man shuddered, fear etched on his face as he replied, "Please do not say that. I genuinely fear you might eat me." "What? What do you mean? Cannibalism is illegal. We would never dare engage in such acts, nor do we possess such an appetite," Bai Qiandao exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you unaware?" the man asked, perplexed. Glancing at the impeccably poised Bai Qiandao, realization dawned, and he continued, "You must be from out of town. You are unaware that we have been plagued by demons lately, with frequent instances of possession, leading to bizarre and frenzied behavior, including cannibalism. Demon." Bai Qiandao furrowed his brow and queried, "Can they transform into human form?" "I do not know. I have only heard of possessions, not of shape-shifting." Bai Qiandao comprehended that these entities, incapable of transforming into human form, were of the lowest tier, not even warranting the involvement of the elite group, Tu Sangqing, who delegated such matters to local special paranormal teams. Although the afflictions of demons and monsters on Earth were not frequent, they did occur, and various regions had special teams dedicated to addressing the most basic of these threats. These special paranormal teams were not under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Shield Bureau, but were funded by local governments. And while their resources and capabilities paled in comparison to those of elite groups like Tu Sangqing, they were generally sufficient for handling the most rudimentary of demons. Only those demons capable of transforming into human form posed a greater threat, prompting the Tu Sangqing group to take action against them. This must be Hanny Town in Mingxiao City, right? Has Mingxiao City not sent anyone to eradicate the demons? Bai Qiandao inquired. The 5 Elements Alliance's 5 stars, whether under a dynasty, empire, or governmental system, established a hierarchy of supervisors, cities, and towns, wherein the supervisor governed the city, and the city governed the town. The highest official of a supervisor was called the governor, while the highest official of a city was the city lord, and that of a town was the town mayor. Tu Sangqing boasted 12 supervisors, hundreds of cities, and thousands of towns, all under strict regulation. The fragrant imperial capital and its 2 satellite cities operated independently, yet still maintained the position of city lord, typically ranking half a level higher than other cities, enabling ascension to significant deputy governor positions elsewhere or direct entry into the imperial government as a deputy minister. But I heard someone was dispatched. But they have yet to eradicate the demons. The populace is anxious, fearful of possession and the potential attacks from the possessed, that you should leave here quickly, the man advised, hastily departing. Are you going to exorcise the demons? Bai Qiandao asked. No. They do not even transform into human form. They are not worth the trouble. Let the people of Mingxiao City handle it. Bai Qiandao genuinely lacked interest. There were 2 categories of demons. One could change into human form, possessing good fortune and strong will. With the luck, they seized transforming into a higher purity of spiritual power. The other category likely could only possess individuals, perhaps gaining strength over time to transform. But for now, they posed little benefit to him, akin to seizing the luck of an ordinary person. When asked how he knew this, he referred to the records of demons, which provided such insights, though it did not mention luck. That was his own deduction. Demons that could not transform into human form were merely manifestations of their true selves, while those that could not metamorphose were, in essence, weak energy clusters capable of possessing individuals with weaker wills. Of course, half demons and half monsters were inherently human in form, thus they did not require possession, although some might forsake their own bodies to inhabit humans, depending on their capabilities. Observing Bai Qiandao lingering in the smoke-filled area, Bai Qiandao approached and snatched a pack of inferior cigarettes from him, purchasing a more expensive pack worth 300 yuan. Though not the most lavish option, it was certainly beyond the means of ordinary consumers. Smoking low-quality cigarettes is detrimental to your health. Consider it a gift from a friend. With that, Bai Qiandao had no retort and accepted her offering. The nearby shop attendant had initially regarded him with disdain and suspicion, anticipating petty theft, but now stood agape, marveling at the scene. Such a man had a girlfriend of ethereal beauty, and notably, she appeared quite affluent. It seemed this young man was indeed fortunate, blessed with good fortune accrued over several lifetimes. Upon exiting the supermarket, both were taken aback as the wail of police sirens filled the air, with numerous police cars racing to the scene, stopping all around them, as armed officers disembarked, heading toward a nearby grocery store. Despite being a small town with a population of several 100,000, there were around 1,000 police officers, and judging by the commotion, a significant number had arrived, with more on the way. This must be for apprehending a major criminal, Bai Qiandao mused, a hint of confusion in her voice. For such a show of force indicated the police's serious attention to the suspect. That seems likely, Bai Qiandao replied casually. They could not proceed further, as an officer waved them back, instructing them to return and secure their doors and windows. The 3 individuals held considerable authority, directing the police as they approached the interior step by step. Poor old Zhang. He must have been possessed by a demon, lamented a nearby shop attendant. Someone has been possessed? Bai Qiandao inquired. Indeed, with such a spectacle, the special paranormal team from Mingxiao City must be involved. There surely has been a possession at the grocery store. It was evident that Bai Qiandao's worn uniform, which had been washed repeatedly and had turned yellowed, was no match for the pristine yellow uniforms of the 3 members of the special paranormal team. Since the establishment of the Five Elements Alliance, the attire of humanity across the 5 stars had become less traditional, though generally remained consistent, largely depending on personal preference without strict regulations. In Bai Qiandao's assessment, the police would enter, subdue the possessed individual, and then allow the special paranormal team to eradicate the demon, which should not pose a significant challenge. However, to his astonishment, 8 officers entered, but only 4 emerged, all doubled over and retching outside the store. Subsequently, the remaining 4 officers burst from the store, their eyes bloodshot, screaming wildly, firing indiscriminately, until they were cut down by a hail of bullets. This is terrifying. The officers have been possessed, the cigarette shop attendant gasped in fear. What is the special paranormal team doing? Why are they not intervening? Bai Qiandao expressed his confusion. Oh, you think it's that simple? Why don't you try it yourself? The shop attendant retorted, filled with envy. Bai Qiandao glanced at him, but remained silent. Revealing his extraordinary identity to deal with a feeble demon would be an excessive display of power and too ostentatious. That moment, the 3 members of the special paranormal team approached the supermarket with grave expressions, having already dispatched police officers inside, instructing everyone present to gather in one corner and refrain from interfering with the police operations. As they were close to the supermarket, Bai Qiandao could overhear their conversation. A man with a mole on his face anxiously asked, Team Leader Wang, what shall we do? This mindless demon is quite formidable. Should we notify Tooth Sanqing? How do we notify them? If it cannot take human form, and we fail to eliminate it, what will happen? We will be dismissed, the team leader replied. Leader Wang shook his head, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Then should we launch a forceful attack? Another young man inquired. Leader Wang exchanged a glance with the man with a birthmark, both shaking their heads. They lacked the courage. Being possessed by a demon was no trivial matter. Although the mindless demon could not alter its form, it posed a significant threat to them. Honestly, if we could just immobilize the demon using the stabilizing device for a brief moment, douse it with the repellent powder to drive it out of the body, and then eliminate it with the spirit exterminator, wouldn't that suffice? Bai Qiandao also shook his head, murmuring under his breath about the simplicity of the task. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Why don't you take action then? The tobacco shop clerk countered, opposing him once more. Bai Qiandao stared at him, bewildered, and asked, Did I not pay for the cigarettes? I did. I just can't stand your sarcastic remarks. The clerk retorted, glaring at him with a hint of disdain, that I am merely expressing my thoughts. What concern is it of yours? Bai Qiandao's temper flared slightly, prompting him to raise his voice. The man with the birthmark turned his attention toward them, sternly admonishing, Speak more quietly. Do not disrupt us. The clerk shouted, This person looks down on you all, implying that you are worthless. Bai Qiandao was taken aback. When did he ever call anyone worthless? What was wrong with this individual? The young man approached, glaring at Bai Qiandao with hostility. Bai Qiandao quickly defended himself. I did not say you were worthless. That was his baseless accusation. You may not have said it outright, but that was the implication. What use is there for stabilizing devices, repellent powders, and spirit exterminators? You keep questioning your worth. The clerk slyly smiled. Bai Qiandao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had indeed implied such sentiments. But it was all said in private. How could one lay it bare? The man with the birthmark advanced, angrily inquiring, You scoundrel, who are you to criticize government personnel? What is your name? With an air of authority, he silenced the surrounding individuals, who now regarded Bai Qiandao with pity. Watching the unfolding spectacle, the clerk grinned widely, reveling in the irony of the situation. You, who possess such extraordinary luck in having a stunning girlfriend, were now facing public humiliation. Seated on a chair, Mai Tianxue furrowed her brows, preparing to rise when she heard Bai Qiandao say, You are mistaken. It is the imperial government. With your temperament, how dare you insult others? Are you fit to be a civil servant? I am unworthy. But what of you? Arrest him for harassment of a public official. That is a serious offense. The man with the birthmark thundered. Several policemen approached, but halted abruptly as a woman stood up amidst the crowd. Exuding an air of nobility, elegance, and an unparalleled beauty, radiating a light not typical of ordinary women, My Tianxue came a gasp from the crowd, prompting Leader Wang to rush over, bowing and scraping, saying, "Boss Mai, what brings you here?" Of course, my Tianxue did not recognize this Leader Wang. Civil servants like him wielded certain local powers, but she was not only immensely wealthy, but also well-connected in the capital, knowing numerous influential figures. The power she possessed was beyond that of a mere local bureaucrat. I was merely passing through. My friend speaks too candidly. It shouldn't escalate to the level of arrest, should it? My Tianxue nodded at him, ignoring the astonished gazes surrounding her, and spoke calmly. Yes, it is not that severe. Leader Wang shot a warning glare at the somewhat flustered man with the birthmark, saying, "It is far too dangerous for you here. Please allow me to escort you to safety." My Tianxue glanced at Bai Qiandao and remarked, "It is fine. I too am curious as to why you find it so difficult to eliminate this demon." Leader Wang also turned to Bai Qiandao, sighing, "We cannot compare to Tu Sanqing. Our funding is limited, and we lack the stabilizing devices and repellent powders that we do have an old model of the spirit exterminator. But its efficacy has significantly diminished. We are equipped only with laser guns, explosive grenades, the spirit exterminator, and a few cleansing talismans. This mindless demon is on the verge of transforming into human form. It is quite powerful, and eliminating it is a true challenge." He then turned to Bai Qiandao and inquired, "My friend, do you possess a method to vanquish this demon?" Leader Wang's tone was polite, yet he was subtly challenging Bai Qiandao, for he had previously spoken so arrogantly. Believing no one could hear, Bai Qiandao chuckled awkwardly and said, "All right. Words often lead to misfortune. I misjudged you all. You need not accompany me. I shall take care of this mindless demon." Leader Wang, taken aback by his willingness to act personally, exchanged astonished glances with those around him. No, it is far too dangerous for you to go." Leader Wang quickly insisted, realizing that a friend of my Tianxue's should not be put at risk. If she were to become upset, his career would be in jeopardy. "It is all right. I am confident in my abilities." Bai Qiandao replied with a bright smile. My Tianxue interjected, "Let him go. He has ample experience in demon extermination." Once again, the crowd was taken aback by her bold proclamation. "You are a demon hunter?" Leader Wang scrutinized Bai Qiandao, cautiously probing. Although demon hunters were more numerous than spirit practitioners, they were still a rarity among billions. "Not exactly, but somewhat," Bai Qiandao replied with a smile, turning to the tobacco shop clerk, saying, "I am going now." The clerk coughed, avoiding Bai Qiandao's gaze, lowering his head. Moments ago, he had scorned him, but now he realized this man was a friend of a top tycoon, and he truly possessed the capability to exterminate demons. He felt as though he were dreaming. Utterly embarrassed, Bai Qiandao did not let the opportunity slip, saying, "Why not join me to witness it for yourself? Or do you doubt my abilities?" No, I was wrong. "I was wronged," the clerk pleaded, his face a mask of fear as he recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly admitted his error. Bai Qiandao grinned and strode forward, while the man with the birthmark cleverly led the way, beckoning the policeman to clear a path. Before entering, Bai Qiandao gave the clerk a hearty pat on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. Just refrain from insulting others in the future, all right? Understood. That I won't do it again." "I promised." The man with the birthmark nodded vigorously. Although he was a member of a special supernatural task force, trained in ancient martial arts and possessing a degree of local privilege, he was no saint. He still held a healthy respect for power and authority. This man, dressed simply yet able to associate with my Tianxue, and boasting extensive experience in demon extermination, was certainly no ordinary individual. And he bowed to the weight of power and strength. Bai Qiandao stepped into the grocery store and was immediately struck by the overpowering scent of blood. The floor and shelves were drenched in it. Yet not a soul was in sight. He cautiously approached the door leading to the back room, on high alert. Even a skilled practitioner could find themselves in peril, especially in the presence of demons. Pushing the door open, he was met with a sight that made him feel nauseous. No wonder those four policemen had emerged vomiting uncontrollably. The mindless demon, the man gasped in terror, suddenly dashing towards a window. Frightened and desperate to escape. "Stop," Bai Qiandao commanded, extending his finger as a surge of otherworldly power shot forth, striking the man and halting him in his tracks. This was a technique known as the pointing method, a type of supernatural ability that could immobilize weaker entities, such as this one. Previously, Bai Qiandao had been unable to wield such powers. Now, he could only utilize them against feeble demons, as more formidable foes like tiger demons that could shape-shift into human form would not succumb so easily. The mindless demon, trapped within the man's body, howled in frustration, attempting to seize control and flee, but to no avail. Thus, it chose to abandon the body and dart towards the window. At this moment, Bai Qiandao began to chant. In the name of the heavens, I shall refine the heart demon in the darkness, burn in the flames. Once more, he unleashed the demon refining technique, and against such a weak demon, the reduced power he exerted was entirely manageable. The mindless demon was engulfed in flames, its piercing screams echoing outside, instilling fear in all who heard, leaving them bewildered as to what transpired within. The mindless demon was reduced to ash. Bai Qiandao also seized its fortune. Though it was not as plentiful as that of lesser demons, the impending transformation had rendered it potent enough to slightly enhance his own strength. The mindless demon had originated from a slaughterhouse, a place where animal hearts were frequently excavated, resulting in a filth-ridden environment that fostered its birth. It was particularly cruel and bloodthirsty, relishing in the consumption of flesh. That I wish to be free, the man uttered, gazing at Bai Qiandao. Sighing, Bai Qiandao replied, "You are innocent. To kill you would be a crime I cannot commit." With resolute eyes, the man scrambled to one side, seizing a small knife and, in a frenzy, slashed his throat 3 times. Watching the man's body convulse, his sorrowful eyes gradually closing, Bai Qiandao sighed once more. He could not intervene. The man could no longer endure the anguish of his fate. Even if he survived, he would be forever haunted by guilt. Suicide appeared to be the only path to liberation. Upon exiting, when the man with the birthmark inquired about what had transpired, Bai Qiandao merely nodded slightly. Having just witnessed a hellish scene of human suffering, leaving him devoid of words. Noticing that Bai Qiandao was in a foul mood, my Tianxue silently accompanied him, while a throng of police officers rushed out behind them. Retching, including the man with the mole, the scene inside was truly horrific. The young man dared not enter, while Team Leader Wang ventured in for a brief look, emerging with a pale complexion, dry heaving twice. Team Leader Wang. Who was that person? How did he manage to vanquish the heartless demon? Once Team Leader Wang appeared somewhat better, the young man inquired. Who knows? What is certain is that the instruments failed to detect any energy clusters. The heartless demon has indeed been eradicated. As Team Leader Wang spoke, a phone rang. Huang Xia, it's you. I've long admired your reputation. Team Leader Wang adopted a respectful demeanor. These local civil servants were incomparable to the Tu Songqing team. When real issues arose, they had to answer to their superiors. Team Leader Wang, how is the situation regarding the demon affliction in Hanny Town? Huang Xi inquired. Though Tu Songqing did not directly oversee local supernatural groups, he held certain advisory powers and needed to be informed of the situations in various regions to determine if Tu Songqing's intervention was necessary. Chapter 57. You stole my boyfriend. That heartless demon is on the verge of taking human form. We truly cannot contend with it very well. Let us proceed immediately. Such demonic entities are indeed difficult to handle. Huang Xi frowned, recognizing that a demon on the brink of transformation would pose a significant challenge for the special supernatural group in Mingxiao City. Only their elite team could handle it. No, we have one person here who has eradicated the heartless demon and resolved the affliction. Is he a demon hunter? Huang Xi felt a wave of relief. He did not wish to travel far. No, I'm not sure how to explain it. He claims to be one, but he is a friend of my Tianxue from the My group. And Boss Ma was just here. It's him. How did he end up there? Huang Xi exclaimed in surprise. You know who he is? Indeed. With him around, eliminating such minor demons is a trivial matter. Can you tell me who he is? Team Leader Wang asked curiously. That is not something you should concern yourself with. Well then, with the demon affliction resolved, we can all breathe easier. Huang Xi ended the call. Team Leader Wang. Who is that person? The man with the mole had been listening closely but did not catch the details. That I still don't know. Huang Xi did not say that in any case. He is an extraordinary individual. I advise you to be more restrained in the future and refrain from misusing your authority. It's fortunate that he did not hold it against us this time. The man with the mole nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of dread. How could one provoke such a significant figure from the capital? If only he had worn better attire to exude a semblance of nobility, perhaps I wouldn't have dared to show my teeth. Meanwhile, not far away, a cigarette shop clerk, sweating profusely, also felt a twinge of fear. How foolish I was to have such a beautiful woman accompanying me, and to think she is a super-rich heiress, certainly not an ordinary person. Today, I truly misjudged the situation. Such a pity. These demons cause such harm. They must be exterminated. Upon hearing Bai Qiandao's account, My Tianxue imagined the tragic scene and felt a surge of anger. Bai Qiandao, however, clutched his chest, feeling his heart race. Being with my Tianxue lately had diminished his assertive aura, and the system's punishment was returning. What is wrong with you? My Tianxue noticed his forehead was sweaty and his complexion ashen. She asked with concern. It's nothing. Nothing, I just need to make a call on the Qianlatong. Bai Qiandao felt a sense of deja vu. The last time he was punished by the system, it was while he was with Zhao Linglan, and she had asked him the same thing, to which he had responded similarly. Speak up. What are you mumbling about? Bai Qiandao demanded, perplexed. Just eating sunflower seeds. What kind of nonsense is that? Eating sunflower seeds during work hours. I'll dock your salary for a year, and don't even think about benefits. Do you even pay me? Still talking back. You're fired. No more department head for you. Long Yao burst into laughter from the other side, asking, are you feeling out of sorts again? No, I just wanted to assert my authority so you wouldn't get too carried away every day. All right, continue. I'm listening. Bai Qiandao felt somewhat dazed, as if he were striking a punch into cotton, wondering why he wasn't angry anymore. Why not have an argument and feel refreshed? Enough. What are you calling for? Bai Qiandao asked in frustration. Why did you run to Mingxiao City? And why are you with my Tianxue? Why should I report my whereabouts to you? I'm working for my family now. It's perfectly normal to be with the young lady. Where are you planning to go? Not telling you. Humph. How childish. If I care, you are now a key protected individual of the Spirit Shield Bureau. Exterminating demons is fine, but you must inform me each time. Why? Why have I become your key protected individual? Bai Qiandao asked, puzzled. Of course it's true. Thus, you are under my protection now and must report your whereabouts to me at all times. Do you think I'm an idiot? You sly little devil. What are you scheming? Bai Qiandao scoffed dismissively. Don't think I don't know you're heading to the outer realm, whether my family has several minds. Tell me. How do you plan to resolve the attack on my family's transport trucks? Do you think I would tell you? Then forget it. I'm just reminding you. Don't venture too deep into the outer realm. The further you go, the more dangerous it becomes, as there are a few powerful demons that could blow you away in an instant. Bai Qiandao understood that the deeper one went, the more challenging it became to cultivate spiritual energy. With the realm of Xiancheng being particularly formidable, while the rare old demons could rival even the strongest of Xiancheng practitioners, which was terrifying. As for how he knew so much. The records in the Demon Codex documented that certain potent demons, upon reaching a certain realm, could contend with the strongest practitioners. Enough, enough. Don't insult my intelligence. I know my limits. I'm not foolish. Bai Qiandao felt Long Yao's good intentions, but spoke impatiently. He was unaccustomed to conversing with her normally. You're not foolish, but you can be naive at times, and your neurotic tendencies are quite apparent. After saying this, Long Yao hung up. Bai Qiandao was about to retort when he heard a busy tone, feeling frustrated yet chuckling at the end. That sly little devil really got to him. Do you often converse with her like that? My Tianxue asked. Indeed, we banter and bicker. It's quite enjoyable. My Tianxue smiled, her gaze flickering with a hint of concern. 2 days later, while Bai Qiandao was leisurely sipping coffee, his phone rang. It was Zhao Linglan calling. Outer realm? Why are you going there? Zhao Linglan asked, astonished. Working for my family. Zhao Linglan fell silent for a moment before asking. My Tianxue seems to be absent from Kyoto. Are you both going together? Yes. Zhao Linglan had no way of knowing whether my Tianxue was in Kyoto. She was merely probing and, receiving this response, felt a pang of jealousy. Having honed her acumen in the business world for several years, she refrained from saying much, engaging in light conversation before hanging up. Sitting in the office of the Four Seasons Beauty, she struggled to control her emotions, yet still gritted her teeth, saying, My Tianxue, you've stolen my boyfriend then. She fell into a daze. After a moment, she sighed and pondered, is he still my boyfriend? I've been trying to mentally let go of this relationship. Yet why do I still feel so reluctant? After another moment, she took out her Qianlatong and pulled up a photo. It was one of her and Bai Qiandao taken on the roof of my family's old residence. His smile bright and cheerful, and she had felt warmth at that moment. Alas, Bai Qiandao, you are my first love. Perhaps that's why I feel so attached to you. Zhao Linglan sighed again, gazing at a willow tree outside the window, feeling as though its tangled branches mirrored her own tumultuous heart. Did Zhao Linglan call? My Tianxue asked. Yes. How is your relationship progressing? My Tianxue felt a glimmer of hope. She sensed that Bai Qiandao's conversation with Zhao Linglan lacked the fervor of deep affection. Bai Qiandao pondered for a moment before responding. Her family does not accept me. Perhaps we won't end up together. but we are still holding on. A hint of joy rose in my Tianquo's heart as she said, "Noble families prioritize marital alliances. I know Zhao Inman well. He is selfish and power-hungry, and he will do everything in his power to tear you apart." Bai Qiandao smiled wryly, saying, "It doesn't matter. If Linglan is willing to persevere, I will accompany her." "Does it seem that you don't value the love between you two?" my Tianqua asked, astonished that I'm uncertain if there is love between Linglan and me. "But I hold a strong fondness for her, and my own feelings of love have long since faded. Forgetting someone is truly difficult." A twinge of pain flickered in Bai Qiandao's eyes as he recalled Huang Ru. My Tianqua felt a tightening in her heart as she recalled the photograph she had seen. A stunningly beautiful woman. It turned out that he still held deep feelings for her, the one who had once inflicted profound wounds upon him. Changsheng. Starting from the fortune attribute, work directory, my Tianqua felt a pang of jealousy, unable to suppress the sourness in her heart. Her. That woman was merely an ordinary figure, yet even someone as exceptional as herself regarded her as a rival in love. Zhao Linglan was envious of my Tianqua, unaware that my Tianqua was harboring jealousy towards Huang Ru, all for a man who originally should have had no intersection with their lives. This man had abruptly intruded into their existence, disrupting their hearts. Finally arriving in the outer regions, where no humans resided, the outskirts were relatively safe, with occasional appearances of minor demons, but the deeper one ventured, the more demons one encountered. At least Bai Qiandao observed that the mountains and waters were picturesque, akin to images seen online. Yet rumors spoke of areas with harsh terrain and peculiar landscapes. From time to time, a forest would flash by, or a lake would glide past, leading to a mining base. Here, a formidable defensive structure had been erected, with walls constructed from solid diamonds. At a glance, dozens of watchtowers were visible, surrounded by machine guns, cannons, and anti-aircraft weaponry. It was said that over 1,000 security personnel resided inside, all armed and on rotating shifts. In this era of advanced technology, manual mining was no longer necessary, which meant there were only about 100 technical staff and several dozen massive mining machines, including a dozen giant transport vehicles parked in the center. This was merely one of the mining bases belonging to the Mai family. In this outer realm, they had established 3, all situated near the outer edge, quite close to one another. Chapter 58. Finding the Flyer. Delving deeper, the mineral wealth was abundant, yet no one could establish a base due to the relentless harassment by demons. Bai Qiandao had only seen images of such mining bases online, and now, he personally felt the formidable strength of their defenses. Any small demon that approached would be shot to smithereens. According to my Tianqua, the minerals here could be mined for over 100 years. The Mai family had over a dozen exploration teams, not only searching for ores on Tudangsing, but also venturing to other planets. The Mai family had also discovered civilian minerals on some planets, but the transportation costs were exorbitant. Bringing them to Tudangsing was less convenient and economical than local extraction. Many were sold to other larger planets and small strong planets, where competition was fierce. While she placed greater importance on the minerals of Tudangsing, for it was the foundation of the Mai family's enterprise, Bai Qiandao had come to a profound understanding of the Mai family's vast wealth. He had never paid attention before, but now he realized the enormity of this commercial empire. The welfare facilities at this mining base were commendable, aside from the absence of a network-based station, which made internet access quite challenging. Everything else was adequately provided. Near the human realm, there was a communication station guarded by the military, ensuring signal coverage and real-time communication in the 5 major planets. Communication stations were of utmost importance, ensuring continuous connectivity, as this was vital for strategy. That if one side became isolated, it could lead to significant issues. The star regions within the 5 Elements Alliance were not always peaceful. There were rebel factions and space pirates. The rebels were humans who did not submit to the 5 Elements Alliance's jurisdiction, while space pirates were simply thieves, with a complex composition, primarily engaged in robbery. Thus, maintaining open communication was essential for effectively combating rebels and pirates, safeguarding the Alliance's security, which encompassed the 5 major planets, 2 small strong planets, and several dependent celestial bodies. Although the demons harbored intentions of invading the human realm, they feared the might of human forces, resulting in very few organized attacks on the human domain. The recent battle on Firepower Star was ignited by excessive demonization, leading to a war initiated by humans, which severely decimated the demons on Firepower Star, allowing the government to seize considerable territory. Bai Qiandao took a refreshing bath and enjoyed a sumptuous meal, preparing for the actions of the following day. Bai Qiandao arranged for a transport flyer, while he would pilot a small combat vehicle to follow closely, protecting the transport and eliminating the flyer. His actions were covert. On the surface, he was merely Bai Qiandao's bodyguard. The small combat vehicle was well disguised, at least from the outside. It did not appear to be a formidable battle machine. Living conditions here were excellent. Though internet access was quite difficult, the network base station was located far away. And it was a blessing if its signal could reach them. Land-based network stations differed from those in space. The latter, although cheaper, had a much larger core and base, while land-based stations had significantly weaker coverage and were much smaller, albeit at a lower cost. Although the establishment of base stations was not overly expensive, no one resided here permanently, making them vulnerable to demon attacks, leading operators to show little interest, while the profits were minimal. Even the smallest morsel was still a morsel. Fortunately, the security personnel and staff here enjoyed ample entertainment, diminishing their need for internet access. For instance, they had a comprehensive collection of stored films, with the latest releases arriving within a week of their premiere, showcased in a stereoscopic cinema. The next day, Bai Qiandao took off in the small combat vehicle, feeling exasperated as Bai Qiandao followed suit. According to her, it was because I'm worried about your safety. So I'm keeping an eye on you. Bai Qiandao sensed her boldness. She seemed to relish such excitement, navigating the treacherous waters of the business world with finesse, a testament to her cultivated courage. If there's danger, I'll tell you to parachute, and you must jump immediately, Bai Qiandao urged once more. All right, I'll listen to you, Bai Qiandao replied softly, that if you truly listen to me, you wouldn't have come along. Bai Qiandao chuckled wryly. Aside from this, I'll heed your words, Bai Qiandao continued in her gentle tone. Her tender speech left Bai Qiandao with no room for anger. Her trust in him, entrusting her life to his hands, was somewhat moving. They followed at a distance, and until they flew out of the outer realm, no flyer appeared, marking their first failure. On the third day, they embarked again, this time from another base, yet the flyer still did not materialize. He felt perplexed as to why the flyer had not appeared in 4 days, as if he had already discerned the My Family's strategy, when he expressed his doubts to Bai Qiandao. She informed him that she had been conducting a thorough investigation into all personnel at the 3 mining bases in secret. She had initiated the investigation earlier, but this time it was more meticulous and in-depth. Well, she always seemed to be 3 steps ahead of him. With her intelligence, how could she not have thought of this? At 3 in the morning, the phone rang, startling Bai Qiandao. Wake. We found the flyer, Bai Qiandao announced. Huh, you found him so quickly, Bai Qiandao exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he exposed himself. Our presence alerted him, allowing us to secretly investigate the transport flyer's departure time. Although he was quite cautious, he still cast a shadow captured by the camera. Through a comparison of body types, we confirmed it was a mineral researcher, Suing Tiu. However, he was too vigilant, and when we attempted to capture him, he donned his flying gear and fled first. Didn't he notice it was him when he previously attacked the transport flyer? Bai Qiandao queried in confusion. That we investigated, and coincidentally, he was on a normal vacation with some other researchers, which is why he wasn't suspected. Furthermore, his background is quite clean. It's unclear why he would target the My Family so fervently. Bai Qiandao pondered for a moment and suggested, could he be the illegitimate son of the Chun or Wang family? I'll have my subordinates conduct a more detailed investigation. Should we proceed with the plan tomorrow? Continue. I have a premonition that I will meet the flyer tomorrow. You must not follow me. I have an unsettling feeling that great danger awaits. I miss my. Listen to me. You cannot accompany me. The weather was clear and bright, a beautiful day. The air in the outer realm was particularly fresh. Yet his sense of foreboding intensified, leaving him no heart to appreciate the beautiful scenery outside. His mind was taut like a tightly strung bow, with no room for relaxation. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from below, aimed directly at the small combat vehicle. Startled, he maneuvered the small combat vehicle with great skill to narrowly evade it, a feat only achievable through his genius driving abilities. The beam grazed past, igniting a shower of sparks along the exterior of the vehicle. Damn, how despicable to lie in wait below for a sneak attack. In an instant, Bai Qiandao pressed the launch button, sending a missile arcing toward the source of the attack. Amidst the explosion, the flyer ascended into the sky, and several beams of light shot toward Bai Qiandao, who adeptly dodged them. In the aerial skirmish, the vehicle and the individual exchanged blows, igniting a cascade of sparks in the sky. Although the flyer was more agile and the laser beams more powerful, his defenses were severely lacking. A single hit would either kill him or obliterate him. The flyer eventually managed to escape. Possibly due to the depletion of his laser reserves, Bai Qiandao piloted the small combat vehicle in pursuit, heading deeper into the outer realm. The small combat vehicle had the advantage of endurance. Although it couldn't match the speed of the flyer, it had ample fuel for prolonged pursuit. As he watched the flyer recede into the distance, Bai Qiandao locked onto his silhouette, refusing to let go. Now, the contest lay in whether the flyer could sustain his efforts. Though the figure of the flyer has vanished from sight, a shadow still lingers on the three-dimensional radar, and Bai Qiandao remains undeterred. After pursuing for over 2 hours, he observes the shadow on the radar slowing down, a grin spreading across his face. How much power could the flying equipment possess? Surely, I will catch up with it soon. Spotting the flyer, who sways precariously as if about to fall, Bai Qiandao exclaims excitedly, relentlessly pursuing. Perhaps he could capture him alive. Heavenly fate! How could I be so overconfident? Upon noticing the flyer suddenly halt and turn, Bai Qiandao's heart races as he swiftly veers away. Time is of the essence. 2 beams of light shoot towards him, the flyer retaining 2 concentrated laser beams, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Bang! The small battle vehicle evades 1 beam, but is struck by the other, causing half of it to disintegrate in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Bai Qiandao manages to unleash a volley from his machine gun, propelling himself forward. Witnessing the flyer being hit, despite donning high-quality bulletproof attire, he is sent flying several meters downwards. It is only due to Bai Qiandao's exceptional driving skills that he manages to rotate the vehicle at the last second, sustaining only half of the vehicle's destruction. Instantly, he fires the machine gun, resulting in mutual devastation. Bai Qiandao's parachute catches on the branches of an ancient tree, and he skillfully grasps a moss-covered limb, freeing himself from the parachute before leaping down. However, he finds himself sinking as if trapped in a quagmire, startling him greatly. Summoning his gaze, he discovers that it is a moss demon, surrounded by verdant greenery, which he had failed to notice. Chapter 59. Passionate love and hate. This is the most rudimentary of demons, yet it has consumed him to the point that only his head remains above the surface. In a sudden fright, the moss demon recoils and retreats swiftly, vanishing several dozen meters away in an instant. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Bai Qiandao fires an extraordinary projectile, silencing the moss demon with a desperate squeal as it succumbs to death. Even in the outer realms, this lowly moss demon teaches Bai Qiandao a lesson. He must not be complacent, for demons lurk everywhere. After seizing the demon's fortune, Bai Qiandao remains vigilant as he ascends towards the flyer's landing site. Along the way, he encounters no further demons until he spots the flyer leaning against a tree, a pool of blood pooling beneath him. The flying equipment is equipped with excellent cushioning mechanisms, making fatal injury from the fall unlikely. However, the impact from the machine gun's barrage has left him gravely wounded. Bai Qiandao approaches cautiously, his senses heightened, unable to discern the face of the flyer concealed beneath a blood-stained helmet. Yet it is evident he struggles to rise. Suddenly, the flyer stirs, causing Bai Qiandao to halt in his tracks, warily observing his movements. The flyer exhibits no erratic behavior, merely removing the now crimson helmet, revealing a face smeared with blood, yet still possessing a certain handsomeness despite appearing to be in his 40s. I am nearing death. Are you afraid of me? The flyer offers a grim smile, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Su Yingxiu. Bai Qiandao confirms the identity of the flyer as mineral researcher Su Yingxiu, estimating that his internal organs have sustained significant trauma, leaving him on the brink of death. Who are you? Su Yingxiu inquires, his gaze fixed upon Bai Qiandao. A driver from my family. A driver. Automated navigation could not evade my attack. Only manual control can counter my Tianxue. Why does heaven not allow my family to perish? Su Yingxiu's eyes blaze with intense hatred as he roars. Why target my family? Bai Qiandao asks. Record this for me. I wish to curse my Tianxue before I die. Bai Qiandao displays a hint of bemusement. Do you really think I would record a video of you cursing the young lady? She surely wishes to know my reasons for doing this, does she not? Bai Qiandao nods promptly, producing a device and directing the camera at Su Yingxiu. My Tianxue, I am Chen Ruoqing. You are Chen Ruoqing? Did you not commit suicide by jumping off a building? Bai Qiandao queries in astonishment. Do not interrupt. Chen Ruoqing coughs up blood. My family holds great power, yet cannot achieve totality. I faked my death to evade detection. Seeking revenge on you, I endured for 10 years unable to achieve true death. The one thing I wish to express to you, deeply loathed, yet passionately loved, I have long since fallen for you. You love her. Bai Qiandao is rendered speechless and shocked. Do not interject, understood. Respecting the gravity of the situation, Bai Qiandao remains silent as Chun Ruoqing, on the verge of death, continues. From the moment I recognized that my family is my enemy, I began studying you. Hatred transformed into love. I sought to annihilate my family, to reclaim you. How absurd. Isn't it? As Chun Ruoqing continues to cough blood, growing weaker, he gazes at the camera, a flicker of emotion shining in his eyes. Bai Qiandao observes him quietly. Another man yearning for the downfall of my family to obtain my Tianxue. The birth of such formidable women, possessing extraordinary qualities, leaves men yearning yet despondent, fostering a desire that is truly perilous. Hatred and love intertwined. I have long suffered in anguish. Perhaps in another life, we may have a love without hatred. Chun Ruoqing attempts to smile, yet coughs up a torrent of blood, his gaze growing increasingly vacant. After a brief silence, seeing that he has ceased to speak, Bai Qiandao inquires, is there truly love in this world? There is love so profound it pierces to the bone. Heart-wrenching. Bai Qiandao pauses, then asks, who provided you with the flying equipment? I cannot disclose. I am sorry, but I must know. Bai Qiandao takes 2 steps forward, placing a hand on his forehead, silently invoking the 100-art spell. Could it be the 100-art spell? You are an extraordinary master. Chun Ruoqing exclaims in shock. Yes. Are you familiar with the 100-art spell? I studied it in my youth. Never expected to die at the hands of an extraordinary master. Ha! Chun Ruoqing bursts into laughter, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, his pupils dilating as he tilts his head and passes away. At this moment, Bai Qiandao shakes his head. The 100-art spell proves ineffective on humans. Perhaps due to their unique spiritual essence, he can only vaguely perceive a blurred visage, sensing that this individual is quite wealthy, which instills fear in Chun Ruoqing. Turning to survey his surroundings, he finds himself amidst an ancient forest, surrounded by time-worn trees, their leaves casting shadows that render the area dark and eerie, somewhat terrifying. Looking down, he notices that the video on his device remains active. He promptly shuts it off and checks the satellite positioning. The satellite indicates his location somewhere in the outer realms, approximately 1,000 miles from my family mining base, with the route displayed entirely in gray. Unexplored territory fraught with danger, a place where few would dare to map. Fortunately, the satellite indicates a direction, revealing that Chun Ruoqing's flying equipment has run out of fuel, leaving him no choice but to proceed on foot. After traversing over 100 meters, the system notifies him that he has completed a task, earning 200 points. Checking the time, it is precisely 11 o'clock in the morning, quite punctual. With his newfound points, his spirits soar. He can acquire new skills, and without hesitation, he exchanges 100 points for hacking skills. Thirsty, he drinks from a stream. Hungry, he consumes wild fruits, covering over 100 miles in a day, and at night, he sleeps clothed beneath a tree. Upon waking the next morning, he senses the presence of demons nearby and darts towards them. Encountering a group of small goat demons glaring at him with fierce eyes, bleating aggressively. Demons that cannot change their form lack the ability for human speech, while those capable of transformation indicate a certain degree of fortune. Lesser demons typically lack the spiritual essence to attain human form. The small goat demons are scattered across the grass, merely grazing for now, yet once they grow larger, they could pose a threat to humans. These are no ordinary goats, but demons. Bai Qiandao easily dispatches the 8 small goat demons, acquiring their meager fortunes. It is likely that none among them possess the ability to transform. Ba, a mother goat demon, charges towards him from a distance. Presumably the mother of the small goat demons, frantically butting her horns. This is no ordinary force. It harbors demon power capable of bending solid steel. Bai Qiandao effortlessly defeats her as well, seizing her feeble fortune, insufficiently pure. For such weak demons can never attain human form. In this vicinity, not only are there these feeble demons, but also a myriad of wild flora and fauna, among which a select few with exceptional innate talent may one day awaken as demon spirits. Cultivating their powers, some with greater potential may even evolve into human form, while others may grow increasingly stronger, rivaling extraordinary masters. All beings in the world, as long as they possess spirit, will one day cultivate their essence. Humans awaken their spirit, becoming wielders of spiritual power. Flora and fauna awaken their spirit, becoming demons. Darkness breeds spirit, resulting in demonic spirits, be they wielders of spiritual power, demon spirits, or demonic spirits. All are fortunate, marking the beginning of a new life. With true longevity beginning from the moment they awaken their spirit, Typically, minor spirits exist for over 100 years. In truth, they may have been present long before, but merely in a state of unconsciousness. Bai Qiandao only became a wielder of spiritual power 2 months ago, which means he is but 2 months old in this extraordinary realm. However, his emergence as a spiritual wielder is peculiarly enigmatic. Lacking the conventional awakening of spiritual power, it seems he has been artificially created by the system, with the catalyst being the Lan Danyan. Lan Danyan has bestowed upon him an abundance of gifts, not only transforming him into a wielder of spiritual power and enhancing his extraordinary abilities, but also endowing him with all the strength concealed within his body, granting him knowledge of the lotus technique. A skill absent from the annals of otherworldly arts, along with a peculiar fusion of his soul with that of Lan Danyan. It could be said that Lan Danyan is his resurrecting mentor. Yet this occurrence transpired under incomprehensible circumstances, making it seem as if his harm towards her would warrant her vengeance. Having traversed for another 2 days without encountering any demons, Bai Qiandao found himself in a relatively safer region. Still on the outskirts, where the presence of demons is markedly diminished, it is improbable that he would encounter any, and there are even audacious individuals who venture here for tourism. Bai Qiandao spotted a vehicle emblazoned with the insignia of a certain travel agency. Equipped with a degree of defensive power, soaring through the sky. Despite his shouts, the occupants above remained oblivious, and the vehicle swiftly zipped past. Such flying vehicles are not only scarce but exceedingly rare. The prospect of encountering another is indeed daunting. Bai Qiandao retrieved his communication device, noticing a fleeting signal that quickly dissipated. The military's communication station, situated near the human realm, only covers the vicinity of the mining base, leaving several hundred miles yet to traverse before normal communication can resume. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the wild fruit he had consumed contained trace amounts of toxins that as night descended. His stomach began to protest, causing him pain. Dazed, he rose and hurried behind a tree to relieve himself. Just as he was feeling comfortable during his business, a shadow stealthily approached and crouched a short distance away, producing a series of rustling sounds. "Who goes there?" Bai Qiandao bellowed, questioning the shadowy figure. "Oh my, how can there be someone here?" The figure exclaimed, standing abruptly and articulating in human language. "Wait, are you a demon or a monster?" Bai Qiandao inquired as the figure hastily adjusted their pants, leaping up to grasp a branch with a gleaming glint in their eyes. "Are you a monkey demon?" Bai Qiandao asked, observing the figure's agile movements and their simian-like features. Chapter 60. The Golden Cudgel. "No, I am human." Bai Qiandao burst into laughter as he noticed the figure's pants were poorly secured, leaving them in a rather compromising position. With a loud thud, the figure tumbled down, hurriedly fixing their pants and tightening them before standing up. Their face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a monkey's rear. "One should not gaze upon the indecent," the figure exclaimed. Noticing Bai Qiandao's lingering gaze, Bai Qiandao, chuckling, averted his eyes and remarked, "Quite the lush growth you have there. Why must men make it difficult for one another?" The figure replied, blushing with embarrassment, "That I am not making it difficult for you." "What brings you here?" Bai Qiandao inquired with a smile. "Why can't I be here? And what about you?" The figure countered, "I am headed to the Black Mountain mining base," Bai Qiandao stated, sidestepping the question and revealing his destination. "I am in pursuit of a stone demon," the figure declared. "You are a demon hunter?" Bai Qiandao asked in surprise, noting that the figure was unarmed, merely carrying a backpack, initially assuming them to be a daring tourist. "Indeed, I am a demon hunter, having chased that stone demon from Fire Star to Earth Concealment Star. It has taken refuge in this forbidden realm," the figure explained. The regions where demons inhabit and cultivate are collectively referred to as the Forbidden Realm. And it astonished Bai Qiandao to learn that this demon hunter hailed from Fire Star. Observing the figure's attire, they were clad in mountaineering gear, akin to the casual wear of Fire Star. Though currently, the fashion across the 5 major stars had blended, with many on Earth Concealment Star sporting similar styles. To discern the differences, one must observe more individuals in the human realm, where styles have become uniform. Bai Qiandao, he introduced himself. "Ho Qingqi," the figure replied. "Demon hunters typically wield special peachwood powder as weapons. Do you not possess any?" Bai Qiandao asked curiously. "I do have. Look here," Ho Qingqi said, reaching to his ear and producing a slender needle. Then shouted, "Expand." Bai Qiandao gazed in astonishment as the needle in Ho Qingqi's hand enlarged into a sturdy wooden staff. "By heavens, is this a weapon that can change form?" Bai Qiandao exclaimed. "Naturally. in a world where demons can transform into human forms. It stands to reason that objects can change as well, Ho Qingqi clarified. Bai Qiandao leaned in for a closer inspection. The wooden staff had golden bands at both ends, faintly shimmering with a golden hue. Appearing exceedingly robust. Strange, why does it not look like peach wood to me? Bai Qiandao pondered aloud. Did I say it was peach wood? I am uncertain of its material. It has been with me since my earliest memories. Capable of slaying demons and dispelling evil, it likely contains peachwood powder. I refer to it as the golden cudgel, Ho Qingqi explained. Bai Qiandao nodded, recognizing that the weapons of demon hunters vary widely. With many typically embedded with peachwood powdered, he had mistakenly assumed it was a solid piece of peach wood, but upon closer inspection, it was not. Is the stone demon nearby? Bai Qiandao inquired. Not in this vicinity. I possess a unique sensitivity to it. It should be several hundred miles away, Ho Qingqi responded. This staff is quite impressive, Bai Qiandao remarked, his eyes glimmering with interest. Your eyes sparkle with mischief. You aren't coveting my golden cudgel, are you? Ho Qingqi said, eyeing him suspiciously as he shrank the cudgel, concealing it back in his ear. Bai Qiandao was taken aback, laughing. Such stinginess. Why would I desire your weapon? Instead, why don't we join forces to slay the stone demon? What do you say? What abilities do you possess, being a demon hunter yourself? Ho Qingqi scrutinized him, questioning that I am a wielder of spiritual power. Dispatching a minor demon is well within my capabilities, Bai Qiandao asserted. So you are a wielder of spiritual power. My apologies. Very well. Let us proceed together, Ho Qingqi conceded. Bai Qiandao mused that the fortune of the stone demon should now rightfully belong to him. Then sniffed the air, saying, I think your immediate priority should be to take care of your hygiene issues. Ho Qingqi's face flushed once more, and he dashed behind a tree, emerging only after attending to his needs. As night fell, Bai Qiandao lay awake. Listening to the sound of grinding teeth emanating from the nearby sleeping bag, he found it difficult to sleep, pondering the figure's monkey-like antics and the sharpness of their teeth. As if they were eager to bite, he drifted into a hazy slumber until dawn broke, awakening to the bright light of day. According to his account, the stone demon had transformed into human form and arrived on Earth Concealment Star via spaceship. He had followed its trail, expending considerable effort to track it to this location. This stone demon was quite elusive, always managing to escape just in time, and Ho Qingqi expressed a strong sensitivity to its presence. Even if he lost sight of it, he could still sense its location. Bai Qiandao found this peculiar and questioned why he lacked a deeper understanding of his abilities. Ho Qingqi explained that it was precisely because he could sense the stone demon's whereabouts that he had been hunting it. Yet it appeared to possess a similar awareness of him, often evading capture. Intrigued, Bai Qiandao felt a twinge of doubt, and, upon hearing Ho Qingqi mention that the stone demon resided in a nearby cave, they began to strategize on how to surround and eliminate it. The cave lay at the base of a mountain, obscured by numerous vines, surrounded by towering ancient trees and an overgrowth of weeds. Due to photosynthesis, the underbrush was not overly lush, yet the vines formed a dense network of concealment that I propose a direct assault. Waiting for it to emerge is futile. What if it chooses not to come out? Bai Qiandao suggested. The stone demon is cunning. I cannot anticipate what traps might lie within. I have no desire to perish, Ho Qingqi replied. Regardless of its traps, I possess methods to neutralize them. Trust me. We should charge in and slay it. Bai Qiandao insisted. I trust you. However, I value my life dearly. Are you implying my life is of less worth? What nonsense is that? Fear is simply fear, Bai Qiandao retorted angrily. I am merely afraid. What will you do about it? Ho Qingqi challenged, shaking his head defiantly. Then I shall strike you. What of it? Bai Qiandao declared, lunging at him. In mere moments of debate, the two men were grappling with each other, engaged in a brawl that was as absurd as it was vigorous. Ho Qingqi found himself on the ground, blood streaming from his nose after being knocked down, while Bai Qiandao, having been caught off guard, instinctively covered his lower body and hopped about in protest. The two continued to wrestle, rolling on the ground in an effort to subdue one another. After a moment of kicking apart, they rose once more, exchanging blows. At that moment, a pair of chilling eyes from within the cave fixated on them, slowly emerging into the open. Unaware of their surroundings, the two continued their heated exchange, each strike igniting their fervor. As a towering figure approached within 20 meters, they paused momentarily, staring at each other before simultaneously lunging towards the imposing silhouette. Bai Qiandao unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, while Ho Qingqi brandished the golden cudgel. One force countering the demon, the other poised to strike true. The towering figure was none other than the stone demon, who stared wide-eyed in terror and exclaimed, "Otherworldly master!" In an instant, chunks of stone materialized in midair, raining down upon Bai Qiandao, while the stone demon lunged towards Ho Qingqi, colliding fiercely with the golden staff, causing it to spew forth blood. However, Ho Qingqi was a moment too late. As he swung the golden staff to strike the stone demon, it had already managed to escape his grasp. Meanwhile, Bai Qiandao hastily employed various transformation techniques, dissipating a significant portion of the falling stones, yet he still sustained injuries from those that struck him, causing him considerable pain. "Goodness, this little demon possesses formidable strength," Bai Qiandao shouted as he gritted his teeth and pursued. Ho Qingqi, momentarily stunned, soon sprang into action, grasping several vines to propel himself forward and catch up to Bai Qiandao. "Why did you let him escape?" Bai Qiandao reproached. "Why didn't you inform me that you were an otherworldly master? You distracted me." Ho Qingqi retorted, leaping as he complained. "Should I have told you? You were unscrupulous, seizing me by my lower body. You lacked decency, striking my nose. And you kicked my waist, vile and malicious. Did you not also kick my backside? Base and despicable. Is it not different? Of course, my backside is off limits." The two continued their bickering, yet their pursuit remained unwavering. They had previously agreed to put on a performance, but both had become too engrossed in the act. Ho Qingqi, being slightly faster, gradually distanced himself from Bai Qiandao, which irked Bai Qiandao greatly, prompting him to muster all his strength to chase after him. "Slow down," Bai Qiandao panted. Is this what a spiritual practitioner, an otherworldly master, is like? You can't even keep up with my speed." Ho Qingqi mocked. "I have only been a spiritual practitioner for a little over 2 months. What? You freak. How did you cultivate your ancient martial power?" Bai Qiandao finally caught up, running alongside him as he inquired. I don't know. Ever since I can remember, I've been like this. I never trained, yet I just grew stronger." "You are indeed a freak," Bai Qiandao chuckled wryly, glancing at him. Without any training, he moved as nimbly as a monkey. While he, a spiritual practitioner and otherworldly master, would have been unable to keep up without employing his skill of traversing the heavens, the chase continued for an indeterminate distance, leaving Bai Qiandao exhausted, his tongue lolling as he gasped for breath. "You resemble a dog. Cough, cough." Ho Qingqi laughed heartily, only to be overcome with coughing fits. "Serves you right. Cough, cough." Bai Qiandao chuckled as well, but he too succumbed to coughing, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. "I can't continue. I'm too tired." Bai Qiandao lay helplessly on the ground. Ho Qingqi glanced back at him before resuming his pursuit, though his body swayed and his vision blurred. Failing to grasp a vine, he fell unceremoniously, landing in a rather undignified manner. Seeing this, Bai Qiandao burst into laughter once more, albeit weakly, lacking the strength to truly revel in it. With a sudden leap, Ho Qingqi resumed his chase, while Bai Qiandao watched enviously as his figure disappeared into the distance, marveling at his stamina. After resting for a while, Bai Qiandao finally regained some energy and rose to continue his search. As dusk approached, Bai Qiandao rustled through the grass, moving forward. This was a vast prairie, with luxuriant grass covering the landscape, and though the area was not extensive, escaping it was no simple task. Had he known, he would have brought along some wild fruits. In this boundless expanse, lacking sustenance, he had been living on peaches recently. While he was well nourished with vitamins, his physical stamina began to falter. Without the protein from meat and eggs, humans struggled. Just as he contemplated resting in a patch of grass, he suddenly heard distant voices, prompting him to regain his focus and move toward the sound. "Why? How can you sense my presence?" Ho Qingqi's anguished cry echoed from afar. Bai Qiandao strained to listen as he sprinted forward, sensing that Ho Qingqi was in peril. "Just as you can sense where I am, I can sense where you are. Any attempts to ambush me are futile," came the voice of the stone demon. "I must kill you. We are each other's nightmares, and one of us must perish." Ho Qingqi shouted. "Stop wasting your breath and kill him." A shrill voice interjected. Bai Qiandao's heart sank. How could there be another demon present? If it possessed strength akin to the stone demon, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with them. That he quickened his pace, drawing nearer, but to avoid alerting them, he slowed down to advance stealthily. In truth, I had ample opportunity to slay him, yet for some reason, I feel an inexplicable reluctance to do so. The stone demon hesitated. "If you cannot do it, allow me to take over." Bai Qiandao parted a dense thicket and beheld Ho Qingqi sprawled on the ground, his limbs bound by encircling grass stems. The stone demon stood nearby, beside a vine that was nearly a meter thick, its tip manifesting a human face, dark and forbidding. The grass demon was adept at binding its foes with grass stems before inflicting harm. Yet instead of taking action, Bai Qiandao sprang forth, employing his transformation technique to dissolve the grass bindings. Then he unleashed a demonic cleave toward the grass demon. As for the stone demon, if Ho Qingqi reacted swiftly, he too could defend himself. Ho Qingqi, ever cunning, wasted no time upon his release. He swiftly produced the golden staff and leaped toward the stone demon with fervor. Otherworldly master, the grass demon gasped, once more channeling its demonic power to ensnare Bai Qiandao with grass stems. Only for them to be dissolved and reformed repeatedly. The demonic cleave had already been executed, and the grass demon was engulfed by a whirlwind of grass stems that danced around its body in defense. The azure blade cleaved through the grass stems, ultimately inflicting a minor wound, blood erupting and splattering 3 feet away. Regrettably, it merely injured the grass demon without slaying it. Realizing the dire situation, the grass demon transformed into fine grass and burrowed into the earth. Demonic cleave, Bai Qiandao bellowed. Striking once more at it was indeed unfortunate for the grass demon. Had it stood its ground, Bai Qiandao would have surely exhausted himself. Yet the mere mention of the otherworldly master instilled fear, causing it to falter as it burrowed halfway into the ground. It was struck, letting out a wail as it was bisected. At this moment, the stone demon was paralyzed with fear, having dodged Ho Qingqi's fierce blow. It sought to flee. Stop! Bai Qiandao pointed at it, momentarily halting its escape. The finger-pointing technique could immobilize the mindless demons, but its effect on the stone demon was limited. In less than a second, it broke free and darted away once more. Bai Qiandao needed just a moment more to unleash another demonic cleave, but unexpectedly, it fell short, while Ho Qingqi's golden staff came crashing down upon the stone demon. The force of the golden staff was overwhelming. The stone demon was instantly reduced to fragments, scattering into several rounded stones, blood gushing forth from within. Originally, Bai Qiandao and Ho Qingqi faced the stone and grass demons without a guaranteed chance of victory. However, the grass demon's cowardice, spurred by the fear of the otherworldly master, led it to falter and attempt to escape. Seeing the grass demon cleaved in two, the stone demon dared not engage further. Immobilized by the otherworldly master's unique finger-pointing technique for nearly a second, it was then struck down by the golden staff. With 3 demonic cleaves, Bai Qiandao's strength waned significantly, and he hastily sought to absorb the fortunes of the 2 demons. Within the stone demon's illusion, Bai Qiandao found himself in a pitch-black space, sensing the writhing of an unknown life form. Then suddenly, a surge of power erupted, shattering the space as he leapt forth alongside the unknown entity. Golden light illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, the white lotus purified him, and he awoke, forming the lotus hand seal. When he turned his gaze to Ho Qingqi, a murderous intent surged within Bai Qiandao. He recognized the truth. The monkey demon was indeed Ho Qingqi, who was not human, but a demon. Ho Qingqi, leaning on the golden staff, stared blankly at him, startled by the murderous aura, and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Exclaiming, "Do you wish to kill me?" Bai Qiandao fixed his gaze upon him and declared, "You are a monkey demon. The stone demon was your progenitor. I know not what you have endured to lose your memories and forget your true nature as a demon." Ho Qingqi was struck with shock and panic, hastily shaking his head and protesting, "No, I am not a demon. I am human. You are neither an ancient martial artist nor a spiritual practitioner. How else do you explain the powers you possess?" Bai Qiandao shouted vehemently. Ho Qingqi stood in a daze, his head bowed, and despondently remarked, "Yes, this is demonic power that I have long sensed it. I have merely been deceiving myself." Suddenly raising his head, he glared at Bai Qiandao and bellowed, "So what if I am a demon? I harbor no ill will towards humans and wish to forge friendships, treating others with sincerity. Being a demon truly unforgivable." Bai Qiandao grappled with his inner turmoil. During their encounters over the past few days, his impressions of Ho Qingqi had not been entirely negative, and he found himself struggling to take action against him. Ho Qingqi retreated, his monkey-like eyes fixated on Bai Qiandao as he spoke. "Deep down, I yearn to be human, and is that so wrong? We are all beings birthed by heaven and earth. What is the distinction?" Ho Qingqi shook his head and said, "I hope you do not come to regret this. Perhaps it will be I who kills you in the future, rather than the other way around. Begone. I grant you a reprieve, yet you still prattle on, uttering words that tempt fate. Do not make me regret my mercy." Bai Qiandao glared at him, stepping forward and unleashing the aura of his otherworldly power. Ho Qingqi's eyes bulged in astonishment, and he swiftly fled, swinging through the vines, disappearing from sight in no time. Bai Qiandao forced a bitter smile. This monkey was remarkably obstinate. Yet, hearing him speak in such a manner, he found himself devoid of any murderous intent towards him, which struck him as peculiarly strange. In Bai Qiandao's consciousness, becoming in was tantamount to standing in opposition to demons and monsters, bearing the weighty responsibility of exterminating them. However, faced with this monkey demon, he not only felt compassion, but also found no inclination to kill, which left him in a state of distress. Was it possible that his emotions were too profound, leading him to develop feelings for the demon kind? Could he truly proceed in such a manner? Was he still in? After pondering in agony for a while, he sighed and lay down to sleep on the grass. In his dreams, he found himself soaring through the sky alongside Ho Qingqi, gazing around and performing somersaults, pointing at the heavens and the earth, laughing heartily. Heaven and earth are one with me, and I am one with heaven and earth. Without me, heaven and earth cannot exist. Together, they frolicked and cavorted in the air, reveling in their carefree joy, delighting in their boundless freedom. What a blissful experience! Suddenly, from a distance, yet seemingly near, a resounding thunder echoed, ignorant, invading the realm of the five elements. Must be exterminated. A bolt of lightning struck, singeing Ho Qingqi's fur and causing Bai Qiandao to convulse, waking him with a cry. What a bizarre dream it was, so strange, yet so vividly real, as if he had truly experienced it. Bai Qiandao lay on the ground, dazed for a moment before rising and heading towards the Heishan mining base. He had pursued the stone demon for hundreds of miles, and it would take him several more days to reach his destination. 2 days later, after slaying a rat demon, Bai Qiandao lamented how scarce the demon kind was on the outskirts of this foreign land. He had yet to encounter a single monster. Another day passed, and he watched as a bird demon flew overhead, frightening him into hiding like a mouse. Paralyzed with fear, there was nothing to be done. He had stumbled upon a formidable demon, the terrifying aura of which left this newly formed trembling. How peculiar it was! He had never heard of such great demons appearing in this borderland. Though that was merely a lack of knowledge on his part, powerful demons did exist in the human realm. Having crossed over from this foreign land, his luck was extraordinary. He had fortuitously encountered a great demon in flight, a rarity even for demon hunters, and a reason they dared not venture deep into the foreign territories. A day later, he came across a figure, sensing it was a pig demon, and swiftly dispatched it. To his surprise, he discovered a bank card on the demon's corpse, indicating it had returned from the human realm for a family visit, only to meet its unfortunate fate at his hands. On that very day, he gazed skyward as a flying vehicle gradually approached. Tentatively, he waved his hand in greeting, and astonishingly, the vehicle really did come down. Landing before him, a person disembarked from the vehicle, scrutinizing him and inquiring, "Are you Mr. Bai?" Feeling a sense of recognition, Bai Qiandao responded, "Yes, has Miss Mai sent you?" "Indeed, the boss dispatched several flying vehicles to search for your whereabouts." "I am fortunate to have encountered you," the individual replied, evidently pleased. Such delight likely stemmed from the generous rewards promised by Mai Tianxue. "Here, please help me temporarily hold on to this card and deliver it to Miss Mai upon your return," Bai Qiandao said, ever worried that the system might render the bank card void. He knew that with his invocation of the 100 Industries spell, a sum of 10 million was explicitly contained within. Though the pig demon was a wild boar turned spirit, it was quite astute, managing a company and possessing considerable wealth. This led him to reflect that the old adage about pigs being foolish should be reconsidered. Chapter 62. The task of selling necklaces. The man stood in a daze, pondering why this Mr. Bai seemed somewhat peculiar. After only a few words, he was handed a card that was regrettably not intended for him. Traveling by flying vehicle was indeed swift. As he noticed a signal, Bai Qiandao dialed Mai Tianxue's long-distance number to inform her of his progress. At the Heishan mining base, Mai Tianxue quietly watched the footage, her expression composed. After it concluded, she remarked, "In hindsight, I was negligent. Although I had sent someone to investigate, the body was so mangled that it was unrecognizable. The physique did align perfectly with the individuals who had jumped. Save for him feigning death. He loves you," Bai Qiandao interjected. Mai Tianxue responded nonchalantly, "Many have fallen for me, yet I feel nothing for him. It matters not to me." At this, she regarded Bai Qiandao and asked, "Do you not believe in love?" "I am merely perplexed. Past wounds have caused me to question whether love truly exists," he replied. Mai Tianxue's gaze softened as she said, "Forget that woman. You deserve a more remarkable companion who will love you." Bai Qiandao shook his head. replying, "I harbor no expectations of being loved by a woman, nor do I know if what I seek is true love." Bai Qiandao studied him intently, as if there were words she wished to voice but hesitated to do so. Sighing deeply within, after a moment of silence, she inquired, "Who provided Chen Ruoqing with the flying equipment?" "I do not know. The 100 Industries spell is specifically designed to target demons and monsters, proving ineffective against humans. I only vaguely discerned a shadowy figure, a man, rather tall, and seemingly wealthy. Perhaps, as you suggested, he belongs to one of those magnates," Bai Qiandao explained. Bai Qiandao pondered this, stating, "Could it be him?" "Who?" "The head of a weapons manufacturing conglomerate named Qin Shanhai. I will pull up a photo for your perusal." Upon viewing the photograph, Bai Qiandao remarked, "His physique resembles." Bai Qiandao expression darkened as she said, "This Qin Shanhai has deep ties with the government, particularly the military. In a wonder the military has not exerted effort in investigating the presence of military-grade flying equipment. I suspect I now understand who is obstructing matters." Bai Qiandao expressed his concern for her, asking, "If the military is targeting the Mai family, would that not be perilous?" Bai Qiandao smiled faintly, saying, "Not entirely. There are factions within the military that support the Mai family, and they would not dare to act overtly, only resorting to underhanded tactics that I suspect that after this incident, they will likely lay low for a period." The Mai family had thrived as a colossal force in the civilian mining industry, undoubtedly possessing immense influence. Bai Qiandao, with her keen understanding of the intricacies involved, likely spoke with insight. "Our contract has expired. I must take my leave that I will renew it, and the payment shall remain the same." Bai Qiandao hastily asserted, "I have already mentioned that I have no ties to the magical realm and will be engaged in other pursuits. I cannot remain at the Mai family residence indefinitely." "Then where will you go?" "I do not know. Perhaps I shall wander the world," Bai Qiandao replied, uncertain of how the system would dictate his future assignments. "Wander the world," Bai Qiandao mused softly, asking, "If I require your assistance, will you help me?" "I cannot make promises. Much like when I became a driver for the Mai family without prior knowledge, I may be engaged elsewhere and unable to respond. However, should I find myself free, I will certainly come to your aid." Gazing at the sincere Bai Qiandao, Bai Qiandao felt a wave of confusion wash over her as she thanked him. His impending departure stirred an inexplicable panic within her. She could not fathom why, yet she understood she did not want him to leave her side. The arrival of this man brought a refreshing change to her life. His carefree demeanor, sincerity, responsibility, and the identity of an all captivated her. She had pondered more than once why he, who had encountered countless individuals and appeared indifferent to many, held such allure for her. Could he be her destined counterpart? She found no answers, yet the more she interacted with him, the more she felt his charm. Even the mundane actions of common folk seemed amusing and refreshing in his presence, generating an ever-present sense of novelty. Perhaps, to an ordinary person, this would seem quite normal. Or if she were to encounter another man in a similar fashion, she might feel nothing at all. Yet, it was undeniable that she harbored unusual feelings towards him, leaving her uncertain as to whether this was indeed love. He questioned the existence of love, while she firmly believed in its reality, not in the naive, wistful manner of younger women, but with a mature focus on genuine feelings. She did not believe her feelings deceived her. Rather, it was the first time she felt a profound fondness for a man, leaving her unable to discern whether this was the onset of love or a deep-seated attachment. With a soft sigh from the depths of her heart, she remained indifferent to taking the initiative, refraining from confessing her feelings to him. No1 is truly perfect, decisively ruthless in matters of conflict. She appeared indecisive when it came to love, perhaps wanting to clarify whether this was indeed love before taking further action. Bai Qiandao intended to escort Bai Qiandao back to the fragrant capital, naturally opting for another flying vehicle. Since the previous small war vehicle had been destroyed, it would be abandoned in the foreign land. As she prepared to board the flying vehicle, Bai Qiandao found himself momentarily frozen in place as the system issued another task. Level 2 task. Do not reveal your true identity. Proceed to Yongdu City to sell 10,000 necklaces within 1 month. With a gentle demeanor as a requirement, failure to comply with the specifications will result in a deduction of 3,000 points. Completing the task will grant a reward of 200 points. You have 4 days to reach the Poly building in Yongdu City. Failure to meet the requirements will result in a deduction of 1,000 points. Selling necklaces? What a bizarre task this was. Bai Qiandao was deeply perplexed. Yet, following the completion of his first task, he vaguely understood that the system's assignments likely held some purpose. though he remained uncertain as to their significance. Miss Mai, I need to travel to Yongdu City and reach Poly Building within 4 days. Bai Qiandao checked the route. Under normal flying conditions, the time was ample. Although this flying vehicle could not match the speed of a small war chariot, it was still a high-end model, boasting considerable horsepower and speed. Why are you going there? Mai Tianxue asked, astonished. This is a secret I cannot divulge. Perhaps in the future, I shall lead a life of ceaseless travel, becoming a wanderer of the world. Mai Tianxue felt a strange sensation in her heart, but refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors secrets, and his was simply more peculiar than most. Going there is no issue, but since you no longer work for me, do not call me miss. Just call me Tianxue, and I shall refer to you as Qiandao. Upon hearing Bai Qiandao's affirmative nod, a flicker of joy illuminated Mai Tianxue's face. This intimate form of address would undoubtedly deepen their relationship. I have already transferred 10 million to Sanma. It is astonishing how easily one can acquire funds through vanquishing demons and monsters. Mai Tianxue remarked with a hint of nostalgia. IT is not without its challenges. One constantly faces the peril of losing one's life. Mai Tianxue chuckled. Indeed, but as an extraordinary master, there shall be ample opportunities for you to earn. It is said that deep within the borderless lands lie untapped mines of Yanjin, a treasure much coveted by demons and monsters. One can only imagine how wealthy you will become in the future. Bai Qiandao smiled faintly. No matter how much wealth was amassed, he had no use for it. His satisfaction stemmed from the ability to provide a good life for his loved ones. During these few days, Mai Tianxue yearned to cultivate a bond with Bai Qiandao that transcended the ordinary. She treated him with great tenderness and even ventured into the kitchen once more. During their previous encounter at the hospital, Bai Qiandao had already discerned her culinary skills, indulging in exquisite food and fine wine, accompanied by a beautiful woman, was indeed a delightful experience on the 3rd day. Zhao Linglan contacted him via a long-distance call, mentioning that Zhao Enman had compelled her to dine with Jiang Shixuan, and she had no choice but to comply. Bai Qiandao said nothing. There was little to be said. As he believed the power lay with her, their conversation remained brief, both ensconced in silence, until Bai Qiandao finally bid farewell. Perhaps she would soon acquiesce, formally requesting a separation. He was mentally prepared for that eventuality. Unbeknownst to Bai Qiandao, Zhao Linglan lingered somewhere, lost in thought, seemingly saddened. Mai Tianxue observed quietly, a hint of secret delight swelling in her heart, as she continued to treat him with utmost kindness. Are you certain you want to work here? Mai Tianxue inquired, gazing at the rather antiquated commercial building with curiosity. Yes, I should descend now. Bai Qiandao mused that since he had arrived, he might as well fulfill his arrival task. Yet, the system had not clearly explained how to sell the necklace. Whom should he approach? Tianxue. Thank you for bringing me here. I shall accompany you inside. Mai Tianxue expressed her desire to alight from the vehicle. No, you cannot enter. Your demeanor is too refined. Your noble essence will frighten others. Bai Qiandao hastily intervened. This was the civilian district of Yongdu City, and the Poly Building likely housed numerous small companies, a mingling of various individuals that it would not be suitable for Mai Tianxue to enter. How could a titan of commerce coexist with mere fish and shrimp? Her noble aura would undoubtedly render the locals self-conscious, drawing too many gazes. Mai Tianxue laughed. You truly know how to flatter. I shall not enter. I will wait for you at the villa in Yongdu City. I will send you the address shortly. Yongdu City, the 2nd largest city of the Earth-hidden star, boasted a population of over 30 billion. Merely a day's journey from the fragrant empire's capital. Unlike the capital, where land was scarce, Yongdu City sprawled widely, resulting in significantly fewer skyscrapers. However, the civilian district remained predominantly high-rise. The Poly Building stood tall at over 100 stories. Surrounded by a dozen similar edifices Bai Qiandao pondered entering Poly Building. He found himself gazing around in a daze. Are you Lu Sandao? A man in his 50s approached and inquired. Bai Qiandao momentarily froze. The name assigned by the system had followed him here. He nodded in acknowledgement. Come with me. The man led the way. Big brother, how do you know me? Bai Qiandao followed, curiosity piqued. Did you not call me via long distance to ask me to come down? The man stopped, scrutinizing him with suspicion. Oh, I apologize. I have intermittent amnesia and sometimes forget things in the blink of an eye, Bai Qiandao replied with a wry smile, assuming the system must have imitated his voice. Such a condition, have you not sought treatment? The man pressed that I have no money. Besides, this ailment cannot be cured. I must simply be more mindful, Bai Qiandao rambled, uncertain if such a condition even existed. guessing the man was equally oblivious. The man, unperturbed, nodded and continued walking. As they boarded the elevator, just as the door was about to close, it was pulled open again by a woman clad in a black uniform, heavily made up, who entered with a fierce demeanor. "Did none of you see that I was coming in?" Inside the elevator were a few individuals who, out of fear, smiled ingratiatingly, nodding and insisting they had not seen her. In truth, they had not. There was a corner outside the elevator where she had suddenly appeared. "Next time, if you pretend you didn't see me, I'll break your legs." The woman glared menacingly at them. Bai Qiandao softly interjected, "Indeed, such a gentle voice. Remember, I am Sanjie, not bad-looking either." Sanjie reached out and touched Bai Qiandao's face, giggling. Bai Qiandao instinctively recoiled, but was forcibly pulled into an embrace, receiving a peck on the cheek before he instinctively pushed her away. "What now?" Sanjie's expression darkened as she remarked, "I give you a kiss, and you're not satisfied?" Bai Qiandao glanced at the man who had just steadied himself against the elevator wall. Noticing his warning glance, implying not to offend her, he thought it prudent to endure for now, as he was still unfamiliar with the situation. "That's not it. I'm just not accustomed to being kissed by women like that." Once the elevator doors closed again, Bai Qiandao could hear a few sighs of relief from the other occupants. "Who is this Sanjie?" Bai Qiandao inquired, genuinely curious. The others exchanged glances, then looked up at the camera above, remaining silent. Well then, this woman had frightened them into silence. Upon reaching the 76th floor, the man led Bai Qiandao out. Just as Bai Qiandao was about to ask something, the man turned and pulled him into a corner where there were no cameras. "Sanjie is not to be trifled with. She specializes in usury and has a gang of ruthless individuals who can cripple you in a heartbeat. Oddly, I've never heard of her having an affinity for men. Why is she so handsy with you?" The man scrutinized Bai Qiandao, commenting, "You are somewhat delicate-looking, but hardly to the extent of being irresistibly attractive to women." Cough, cough. "That woman is quite intimidating. I should steer clear of her." Bai Qiandao recognized that those involved in usury were generally tough characters, often including ancient martial artists, some even quite formidable. Although he was not particularly concerned, he wished to avoid trouble. "You can't escape. Unless you quit. I hope she's just boasting. In any case, interacting with these folks can be quite daunting. Are you considering switching jobs?" "No. I intend to work for just a month. I will try to avoid her during this time." "Only a month? Do you lack confidence in yourself?" "What? I don't understand. Were you not hired for a month as a salesperson, tasked with selling 10,000 necklaces? I was asking if you have confidence in yourself." Bai Qiandao was taken aback. What was going on? "System, you are just like a woman, never straightforward. I have confidence." Bai Qiandao, still puzzled, replied with forced bravado. The man smiled and extended his hand, saying, "I am Li Sen, the owner of Wangfa Jewelry Company. Just call me Lao." And Bai Qiandao extended his hand in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this man was his boss, personally coming down to guide him. "You should be out in the field more this month. However, avoiding Sanjie will not be easy. Those involved in usury have many eyes and ears, so I apologize in advance. I cannot keep anything from her." "It's fine. I don't believe she can harm me. Besides that, she means me no harm. One step at a time." Bai Qiandao brushed it off, focusing solely on completing his task, and Li Sen then led him onward, passing several companies, until they reached a doorway that he swiped a magnetic card to unlock it, revealing an office area within. This was a small company, with 3 individuals busily engaged in work, and Li Sen mentioned that including himself, there were 8 employees, with 4 others out on business. Bai Qiandao now understood why Li Sen had inquired about his confidence. He had advertised online for salespeople, employing a stimulating approach. The advertisement stated that anyone who could sell 10,000 necklaces within a month would receive triple commission. And if they continued, the same terms would apply. Bai Qiandao was pondering whether this necklace was of good quality. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an ordinary gold chain, worth some money, indeed, but lacking the allure necessary to entice someone to part with their cash. He found himself in a quandary, grappling with the challenge posed by the system. How to effectively market this item and identify potential buyers for gold necklaces. While gold might not hold the same value as exquisite jade, it is still a circulating currency. Some affluent individuals even use gold to construct opulent mansions, resplendent and gleaming, exuding an air of grandeur. The abundance of gold on the Golden Crown Star renders it relatively inexpensive. However, transporting it to the earthly treasury star incurs steep shipping costs, which keeps the price of gold slightly elevated there compared to copper or iron. The large gold chains he held were priced reasonably at 60 yuan each, but the key was to sell them. As Bai Qiandao stepped outside, his bag in hand, and several gold chains draped around his neck, he encountered another individual entering the venue, adorned with multiple gemstone necklaces and carrying a bag of their own. There were gemstone necklaces available for sale, albeit at a higher price point, making them even more challenging to sell. Moreover, Li San had mentioned that only by selling gold chains could he earn a commission threefold. For each gold necklace sold, he would earn a 10 yuan commission. Thus, 3 times that would amount to 30 yuan. Selling 10,000 necklaces would yield 300,000 yuan, but if he couldn't reach that figure, he would only receive the 10 yuan commission. Bai Qiandao was compelled to achieve this, as it was the system's directive. Although it was not specified which type of necklace to promote, it was evident that a 60 yuan gold chain would be easier to sell than a 580 yuan gemstone necklace. Upon reaching the bustling street, he noticed a few curious glances directed his way, though they quickly averted their eyes and continued on their way. "Excuse me, madam, this gold necklace is of excellent quality. Priced at just 60 yuan. Would you like to purchase one to wear at home?" Bai Qiandao approached a woman, attempting to make his pitch. "What would a woman like me do with a gold necklace?" She replied, shaking her head. "You could buy it for your brother to wear," he suggested. "Wearing this would hardly make one appear virtuous. No, thank you." She waved him off, attempting to walk away. Buying it for display would be lovely as well. "It shines so beautifully," Bai Qiandao persisted, trying to entice her. "Stop bothering me. This is harassment, and I will report you." The woman issued a stern warning. Bai Qiandao quickly retreated, knowing that aggressive sales tactics could indeed be classified as harassment, and the authorities would take action. "Good sir, I see you possess a full brow, a handsome visage, and a broad forehead indicative of fortune and longevity. Surely, you are destined for great wealth." Observing the man's pleased expression, Bai Qiandao continued, "Your endeavors will surely bear fruit, and your pursuit of riches will be fruitful, yet you still require items of gold. Wait, flatter me some more." The man chuckled. "Do, you are blessed with abundant resources and hold high standards." Bai Qiandao praised, preparing to transition into his main sales pitch. "Tell me more," the man urged, still smiling. "Do, you are ambitious, surpassing others in your pursuits." Bai Qiandao continued with his flattery, attempting to steer the conversation towards the sale. "And what about women?" the man inquired with a grin. "Oh, you possess a magnetic charm, drawing admirers with ease." Bai Qiandao spoke until his throat grew dry, eager to shift back to the topic of the necklace. "That's not enough. I want to hear more auspicious words," the man remarked, still beaming. Bai Qiandao licked his parched lips and, in a rather pitiful tone, confessed, "Good sir, I merely wish to sell you a gold chain. Not to read your fortune. I'm a seller of necklaces. I have no money. I'm not buying," the man replied dismissively. "Then do you want me to continue praising you?" Bai Qiandao felt frustrated. "You are the one who wishes to praise me. You can refuse. I simply want to hear more kind words for good fortune." The man laughed, turning away. Bai Qiandao was incredulous, exasperated by the man's shamelessness, feeling as though his verbal efforts were being dismissed as mere entertainment. "You seek good fortune. I hope you find none." Irritated, Bai Qiandao siphoned off a small fraction of the man's luck and soon witnessed him stumble down the steps, eliciting a hearty laugh from Bai Qiandao. Once the laughter subsided, he returned to the grim task of hawking necklaces, realizing he lacked any real business acumen. He could only talk a good game and had managed to sell a mere 2 chains throughout the day. Feeling the meager amount of money in his pocket, he discovered only 43 yuan remained. After spending 10 yuan on a cloud transport, he was left with 33 that a modest lunch would cost him another 5 yuan. Just enough for a piece of bread and a drink to sustain him. Boarding the cloud transport, he headed toward the villa mentioned by Bai Qiandao, located in the affluent eastern district. If it were a commoner's area, the fare would be no more than 5 yuan. Typically, those traveling to the wealthy district were there to serve the rich servants or retail workers, resulting in a considerably lower foot traffic, as few residents chose to utilize cloud transport for their travels. Chapter 64. Encountering Chu Liandong again. Bai Qiandao, still adorned with several gold chains, felt a bit fatigued. Leaning back in his seat, he positioned his bag filled with chains at his feet, clutching it with his calves to prevent theft. As he squinted his eyes, he sensed someone sit beside him, a faint, alluring fragrance wafting through the air, hinting at a woman's presence. The quick glance sent a jolt of shock through him, causing him to spring up, inadvertently stepping on the strap of his bag, twisting his ankle and tumbling down, sliding along the seat and bumping his head against the chair leg. Dizzy, his head spun, throbbing with pain as he touched it. discovering a new bump forming. The previous one had faded, only to be replaced by another. In his daze, he noticed the woman rising, prompting him to scramble backward. Feeling quite disheveled, the woman took her seat again, quietly observing him without mockery, only a glint of coldness in her gaze. Bai Qiandao stood up, clutching his head, and demanded, "Chu Liandong, are you following me?" Chu Liandong replied coolly, "I am not following you. My home is in Yongdu City. That I find it curious why you are here. Selling gold necklaces." Bai Qiandao, indeed, wore several gold chains around his neck, an obvious detail for anyone selling necklaces. And Chu Liandong noticed without surprise. "Your home is in Yongdu City," Bai Qiandao mused, intrigued and probing for more about her background. Chu Liandong remained silent, her gaze icy as if she harbored murderous intent. Bai Qiandao lowered his hand from his head and chuckled. "You seem to be all bark and no bite. Do you truly think you can kill me?" Chu Liandong remained silent, abruptly standing and striding toward a burly man, delivering several sharp slaps across his face. "What are you hitting me for?" the man exclaimed, dazed and indignant. Chu Liandong pointed at another woman, her voice icy. "You just leaned down to peek at her backside. What business is it of yours? If you're looking for trouble, come at me." The burly man steadied himself, rising to confront her with violence. Chu Liandong swiftly struck him in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Coughing violently, Yu also touched her rear, grabbing the man's hair with her left hand. She pointed at the woman with her right, declaring, "They may not speak up, but the surveillance has captured everything, and I can strike you." As she spoke, she landed several more slaps, causing blood to spurt from the man's nose and mouth. "Stop, please. I was wrong. I was wrong." The power of a spiritual adept was overwhelming, and the burly man was helpless against her speed. Crying out in desperation, "I was wrong," he repeated, bowing to the two women before casting a fearful glance at Chu Liandong. She pointed to a seat, and the burly man hastily complied, sitting down obediently, not daring to move. Amidst the women's expressions of gratitude, Chu Liandong nodded, then returned to her seat a short distance from Bai Qiandao, her demeanor cold. Bai Qiandao remarked, "Becoming a spiritual adept and possessing powers beyond those of ordinary people must feel exhilarating. I must kill you to find peace." Chu Liandong replied coldly. Bai Qiandao merely smiled lightly, falling into silence as they sat together in quietude. Upon arriving at their destination, Bai Qiandao stood up, noticing Chu Liandong also rising. He frowned and warned, "Don't follow me. You are still beneath me. I could easily give you a beating." Chu Liandong ignored him, walking straight out. Bai Qiandao stood momentarily stunned before following her, seeing her enter the cloud ladder. He paused briefly, deciding not to follow, pondering whether she resided in this area. Once the next cloud ladder arrived, he boarded and strode purposefully toward the villa, soon spotting Chu Liandong walking gracefully ahead of him. He glanced at a neighboring villa adorned with agate, the very address provided by my Tianxue. Why, he wondered, did Chu Liandong reside next door? Suddenly, Chu Liandong halted and turned to look at him, prompting Bai Qiandao to swiftly turn away. Hesitating slightly as he approached the agate villa and rang the doorbell. Before long, my Tianxue appeared at the door, greeting him with a warm smile. Despite the distance of 100 meters, the keen eyesight of a spiritual adept allowed Chu Liandong to observe the interaction. Her brow furrowing deeply. "Why does Chu Liandong live next door?" Bai Qiandao inquired impatiently. How do you know her?" My Tianxue responded, surprised by his question. Bai Qiandao had never mentioned Chu Liandong to my Tianxue, only stating that he had killed a red demon at this moment. My Tianxue expressed her astonishment and remarked, "She is the young lady of the Chu family. I have merely encountered her once. She appeared gentle and elegant that I never expected her to associate with a demon and to have awakened spiritual power." "What Chu family?" Bai Qiandao inquired, furrowing his brow. "The Chu family has made remarkable achievements in the food retail industry. At least in Yongdu City, they are a formidable presence in this sector." Bai Qiandao nodded, recognizing that anyone capable of establishing themselves in this region was of immense wealth, albeit still far inferior to the my family. Yet commendable nonetheless. "Does she harbor hatred towards you?" My Tianxue asked in a low voice. "Yes, I truly fail to comprehend why she has developed feelings for a demon. Can love truly blossom between humans and demons?" Bai Qiandao shook his head. My Tianxue smiled and said, "All living beings possess emotions. It is just that demons are generally malevolent. Perhaps among them exist benevolent souls, just as in humanity. There are both virtuous and wicked." Bai Qiandao pondered this, recalling Ho Qingqi, who seemed to be a rather benign monkey demon. Yet, As the saying goes, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Who could truly discern their genuine nature? Regardless of the perspective, Bai Qiandao had been indoctrinated with the belief that demons were embodiments of evil, and he resolutely maintained that they ought to be eradicated. Noticing Bai Qiandao absently fiddling with the gold chain around his neck, Bai Qiandao inquired, "Are you attempting to promote this necklace?" With a sigh, Bai Qiandao lamented, "Indeed, I have a stock of 10,000, yet I only manage to sell 2 a day. There's no way I can achieve that within a month." "That is easily resolved. I shall purchase them all. Which company do you work for?" "I could acquire that company as well." Bai Qiandao was taken aback, realizing the feasibility of her proposition. Bai Qiandao was extraordinarily wealthy. Purchasing Wangfa Jewelry Company would be a mere trifle for her. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed unnervingly, "You are not permitted to rely on Bai Qiandao to complete your task. Those who defy this will face death." Only Bai Qiandao could hear this. Goodness, it startled me. Bai Qiandao resented the system, questioning the purpose of this task, with its endless restrictions. Cough. No, I cannot depend on connections to sell the necklace. That is my secret. And I would appreciate it if you refrained from inquiring further. Bai Qiandao lightly furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you under the control of a demonic entity?" No, not at all. I genuinely have no ties to any demonic force. It's akin to a curse that prohibits me from possessing wealth. I must abide by it. Accursed, have you been ensnared by a demon? Bai Qiandao's brows knitted in concern. Not exactly, Bai Qiandao responded, yet he contemplated whether the system truly was a demonic force. Despite his thoughts, he sensed that the system did not belong to the realm of demons, but was rather an enigmatic existence, possibly intertwined with fate. Then will you have to live this way indefinitely? Yes, unless I can break the curse. Bai Qiandao was determined not to be controlled by the system and constantly sought ways to extricate himself. Can I assist you in any way? Bai Qiandao shook his head. Despite Bai Qiandao's wealth and her profound martial prowess, the system was a divine-like presence that mere mortals could not confront. In truth, Bai Qiandao maintained an optimistic outlook. Although under the system's control, he had gained powers that were once unattainable, at least in this regard. He believed his fate was shifting for the better, until he could finally free himself from the system. Bai Qiandao's demeanor became gentler. And Bai Qiandao sensed the change, but deemed it normal. He had previously spoken to her in a kind manner, save for the initial misunderstandings. Typically, this villa was staffed by 2 maids, but Bai Qiandao mentioned she had given them the night off, as she would be cooking a feast. Her culinary skills were exceptional, allowing Bai Qiandao to revel in the exquisite flavors. After dinner, they enjoyed wine and conversation, a delightful experience indeed, after a restful night. The following morning, Bai Qiandao shamelessly requested 200 yuan from Bai Qiandao, this time without any mention of repayment. This amount was trivial for her. She considered him a friend, and to insist on repayment would imply she no longer regarded him as one. Bai Qiandao once again boarded the cloud carriage, observing that the affluent residents of the wealthy district were indifferent to the gold necklace. He planned to venture southward into the middle-class area, hoping for better fortune, where the inhabitants were generally less wealthy but not as frugal as the common folk. While seated in the cloud carriage, he sensed someone approaching and caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. Bai Qiandao frowned slightly, questioning why he encountered her yet again. "You work for Bai Qiandao. Why does she treat you with such unusual kindness?" Chu Liandrim took a seat beside him, inquiring, "What do you mean by unusual kindness?" "Last night, her gaze towards you was quite peculiar. We are merely friends. And besides, I am no longer an employee of my family," Bai Qiandao replied, frowning as he explained. Chu Liandrim fixed him with a cold stare and asked, "You aren't romantically involved with her, are you?" "Certainly not. That is none of your concern. I hope you are not in a romantic relationship with her. That would make it easier for me to deal with you." Bai Qiandao sneered and replied, "I know not your intentions, but if you seek to kill me, you shall never succeed. If I cannot kill you, I have already stated that I will haunt you like a nightmare, ensuring you never find peace." Chu Liandrim's expression was frostbitten. Bai Qiandao glared at her, suppressing his anger, and asserted, "Chu Liandrim, cease to provoke me. Your past actions were merely the elimination of a collaborator in the demon's schemes, and I bear no moral burden for it. You would do well to kill me now." Chu Liandrim maintained her icy gaze upon him. "Get lost. Leave me be." Bai Qiandao erupted in fury, standing up to shout. Chu Liandrim did not depart. She merely continued to stare coldly at him. He hesitated for a moment, before, under the bewildered gaze of several nearby individuals, storming off to sit elsewhere. Chapter 65. The Stalker to his surprise. Chu Liandrim followed him and took a seat beside him again. Do you not have any shame? Bai Qiandao demanded angrily. If I could kill you, I would willingly cast aside all sense of shame. Chu Liandrim retorted coldly. Bai Qiandao, seething with frustration, moved to another seat, only to find Chu Liandrim following him once more, leaving him exasperated. Hey, as a member of the Chu family, you must be quite wealthy. Why then do you ride in a cloud carriage? Bai Qiandao questioned. Chu Liandrim replied coldly, that is of no concern to you. Just remember that I am your nightmare. Bai Qiandao felt vexed. A nightmare? You may speak of it, but I have never dreamt of you. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his chest, albeit momentarily. He realized the system had launched a surprise attack as a punishment that I have been so gentle lately, treating my Tianxue with the utmost kindness. Perhaps that was perceived as weakness when I lost my temper with Chu Liandrim. Contemplating, he decided to contact Long Yexiao to resolve the matter. Xiao Yexiao, do not overexert yourself with work. Make sure to rest well. Bai Qiandao spoke softly. On the other end, Long Yexiao felt a shiver run down her spine, momentarily dazed, and asked, are you feeling unwell? Not at all. You are simply unaccustomed to my kindness, right? In truth, I have always been gentle, concerned for your well-being. Bai Qiandao wore a sweet smile, speaking in soft tones. Perverted monster, Long Yexiao shouted before abruptly hanging up the call. What is wrong with this person? Has he been possessed by a demon? He must be abnormal. His mind is clearly unhinged. Should I procure some talismans to ward off evil and stick them on him? Unbeknownst to her, Bai Qiandao was stifling laughter, thinking that his current demeanor would surely frighten her. Haha, I am eager to see who you truly are, Bai Qiandao murmured to himself with excitement. Beside him, Chu Liandrim observed, puzzled by his flushed demeanor and exuberant spirits. How detestable. Secret invasion. Activating the camera, Bai Qiandao was instantly taken aback. Before him was a woman with furrowed brows, her complexion pale, adorned with garish makeup. Was this not Long Yexiao? Goodness, it's you. How utterly tedious, sending me provocative images, hoping to ensnare me and gather my secrets. Long Yexiao gazed at the screen, an enigmatic glint flashing in her eyes before she quickly turned away. Her hands still in motion, Bai Qiandao took the opportunity to observe her closely. To be fair, she was quite beautiful, though the heavy makeup made her resemble a little demon. I am protecting you because of your father's pleas. Instead of showing gratitude, you wish to conspire against me. Long Yexiao questioned sternly. And no, I had no idea it was you on the other end. Chu Liandrim stammered, now somewhat flustered. Speak. What is the situation, little demon? You are quite the schemer, not only attempting to invade my communication, but also aiding those who wish to harm me. Bai Qiandao straightened his posture, demanding answers, oblivious to how close he had leaned toward Chu Liandrim. She was the first to react, scooting away slightly, while Long Yexiao awkwardly remarked, it's you. How did you manage to invade my communication? Spare me the trivialities. What is the reason for your actions? As a representative of my family, it is only natural for me to probe into your background upon joining the Tri-Party Alliance. Why did you still attempt to invade later on? I simply enjoy it. What of it? Long Yirua replied with a stern expression. You are utterly insipid. Why did you assist her in exonerating herself? The Chu family has some ties with me. I merely rendered a favor. I never anticipated she would conspire with the hysteria demon to murder you. It was only then that I expelled her from the imperial capital. Wait, how is it that you find yourself in Yongdu City? Alongside her, Yi Chun, Sun Yi, and Xia Rua Shui's latest chapter. That I have a malignant connection with her, which is why we crossed paths once more. Bai Qiandao suppressed his fury, pondering that Long Yirua's reasoning seemed somewhat valid. After all, she was not particularly close to him, merely a collaborator. There was no need to overly concern himself with her, yet there was an unsettling inclination for her to invade, which was quite undesirable. With thoughts of tenderness, he shifted to a gentler demeanor and said, please refrain from such actions in the future. Long Yirua immediately felt a chill run down her spine and asked, what is your problem? This is highly abnormal. Is it not acceptable for me to treat you kindly? Your attitude is dreadful. That is the real you. What is this behavior now? That have you been possessed? Not at all. You may perceive me as peculiar. I simply enjoy varying my modes of communication with you. Is it not refreshing? You disgusting pervert. How revolting. Long Yirua promptly ended the video call, shivering as she rubbed her arms. The ancient sacred body without pop-ups. He has gone to Yongdu City again and encountered Chu Lianming. They truly share a malignant connection. How is it that he has also acquired hacking skills? What a peculiar creature. Long Yirua murmured to herself. Bai Qiandao grinned, finding amusement in the fact that he could repulse Long Yiruo. You are truly repulsive. Chu Lianmeng remarked coldly. Bai Qiandao feigned ignorance, thinking her madness unworthy of his attention. Why is it that when I disembark, you also do? Bai Qiandao turned to face the following Chu Lianmeng. I have nothing to do today, simply wandering about and waiting for the opportunity to eliminate you. Bai Qiandao realized that she had been tailing him since he left his residence. Could you kindly vacate the area? Bai Qiandao teased. If I can eliminate you, I shall do anything necessary. Bai Qiandao glanced at the astonished individuals in the cloud ladder and chuckled bitterly. Engaging in banter was hardly dignified. Brother, take a look at this golden necklace. The quality is superb, and it gleams beautifully. It would suit you splendidly. Somewhere, Bai Qiandao was making his pitch that a man reached out to touch the golden necklace, appearing quite taken with it, just as he was about to speak when a cold voice interrupted. What glitters is merely due to polishing. The interior is predominantly alloy. The man glanced at the cold-faced Chu Lianmeng, then at the golden necklace, and shook his head. The latest chapter of the chaotic world of books. Brother, do not heed her nonsense. I assure you there are no counterfeit products. Bai Qiandao implored urgently. The man shook his head once more, stating, what she said is quite reasonable. Seeing the man turn to leave, Bai Qiandao shouted at Chu Lianmeng. What do you intend to accomplish? I have nothing to do. Merely taking a stroll, playing around, and waiting for an opportunity to eliminate you. You. Bai Qiandao was left speechless with anger, contemplating murder, yet he knew he could not take her threat seriously. In truth, Bai Qiandao's tolerance for Chu Lianmeng stemmed from a distorted memory. In his recollection, she was exquisite, gentle, poised, and kind-hearted, never quarreling with the red demon over trivial matters, always considering the other person's feelings with genuine concern. Memory clouded his judgment, leading him to believe he should not eliminate her, hoping that one day she might awaken and cease her desire for vengeance against the red demon, the eternal divine emperor. Beautiful lady, your dress would be beautifully complemented by a necklace, enhancing your allure. A woman, intrigued, glanced at her dress and nodded, about to make a purchase when a cold voice interjected, a gold chain would only diminish your elegance, rendering you vulgar. Is that so? The woman hesitated once more. Dear lady, do not listen to her. Your yellow dress paired with a gold necklace would add a delightful touch, making you look absolutely stunning. Really? The woman imagined it for a moment and felt tempted again. The cold voice returned. True beauty is inherent. This yellow dress is a manifestation of the designer's brilliance. If it were to be enhanced, would not the designer have considered it? That is true. Perhaps I should refrain from making an unnecessary addition. The woman smiled radiantly and walked away. Bai Qiandao's face turned ashen. In just one morning, she had sabotaged 4 sales. This area was indeed easier to sell in, yet her constant interference was unbearable. The longevity, starting from the fortune attribute. In a fit of anger, he decided to buy something to eat. Although it was still just a piece of bread and a bottle of drink, the prices in this area were exorbitantly high, costing him an extra 5 yuan. Chu Lianmeng leisurely ate beside him. He squatted while she had somehow procured a small chair to sit on. Observing her meal, comprising fragrant congee with catfish, large prawns, and a bottle of premium energy drink costing over 20 yuan. He felt utterly impoverished in comparison. The key point was that she remarked, this meal was quite economical, only costing 105 yuan. I'll make do with it. Bai Qiandao glanced at her, turned his back, presenting the back of his head to her, and began to eat his bread, sipping the cheapest drink. By turning your back to me, you have granted me an opportunity for a surprise attack. Bai Qiandao immediately turned around, mumbling indistinctly, you have no chance. The mysterious master. It is not that there is no opportunity. Rather, I must ensure I can eliminate you before I act. Bai Qiandao finished his meal in a few bites. Downing the last sip of his drink, he looked at her meal box and inquired, if fish and shrimp become sentient, does that mean you would consume beings that could potentially become demons? Chu Lianmeng paused for a moment, then continued to eat the peeled and cooked large prawns, responding, any living creature apart from humans, as long as it has not attained sentience, is fair game. I harbor no psychological burden. She looked up in surprise, only to find Bai Qiandao had already dashed away, scoffing as she tossed aside her meal and gave chase. You cannot eat now. Can you? That is precisely my intention. Who told you to pursue me incessantly? Bai Qiandao exclaimed cheerfully. Chapter 66. The 3 robbers of the bank. I am not even hungry. I consume food merely to replenish my nutrients. Discarding it is of no consequence. Chu Lianmeng replied coolly. Bai Qiandao chuckled lightly, falling silent as he pondered how to shake off this tale. Otherwise, he would be unable to conduct business. As fate would have it, without Chu Lianmeng's meddling, he had no sales all afternoon, leaving him disheartened, his head drooping in fatigue. Although I am unsure why this bizarre teacher of yours engages in sales, I find great satisfaction in seeing you struggle to sell anything, Chu Lianmeng remarked, throwing in a biting comment. Bai Qiandao shook his head, acknowledging that the woman he remembered was indeed different from the current one. As twilight approached, Bai Qiandao had no choice but to return. Upon arriving at the cloud station, he spotted a nearby restaurant and decided to search for an opportunity. How much? A hefty man inquired. Bai Qiandao quickly shielded Chu Lianmeng, stating, a flat price of 60 yuan. It is quite reasonable. The rotund man shook his head, tossing the golden necklace onto the ground, declaring, mediocre quality. The interior contains too much alloy. Only worth 40 yuan. Now, leave me be. I detest being deceived. Bai Qiandao paid no mind to the man's rudeness, bending down to retrieve the necklace. He realized the hefty man seemed knowledgeable. Perhaps the vendor was selling shoddy goods at inflated prices. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he turned to leave, ignoring Chu Lianmeng's derisive gaze while contemplating whether to sell at a reduced price. The way of heaven, the pride of heaven's chosen, but a strange sound came from behind him. Turning around, he saw the hefty man standing, his face flushed red, evidently choking on food. Brother, no need to worry. It is of no consequence, Bai Qiandao thought with delight, but also considered that the man might not have intended to buy and should not be burdened with expenses. No worries. Compared to my life, this little sum is not significant, the hefty man said, producing a wad of cash to hand to Bai Qiandao. This that you mentioned it was worth 40 yuan. Let me offer you 30 instead. Brother, I had no idea the necklace was of such quality. I cannot deceive you. The hefty man nodded vigorously, patting Bai Qiandao's shoulder, stating, you are a good person, honest. He then took out a pen and paper, wrote down a contact number, and handed it to Bai Qiandao, saying, if you seek other employment, feel free to contact me. Bai Qiandao accepted the paper, counted out 30 yuan, and handed it over. Bidding a gentle farewell, his heart brimming with joy, on the cloud vehicle, Chu Lianmeng scrutinized him, asking, why did you not consider saving him despite his rude demeanor towards you? Bai Qiandao replied calmly, he is a human. I cannot disregard a life lost before me. Moreover, he believed I had deceived him, thus his rudeness was unwarranted. I do not hold it against him. You are exceedingly naive that Yi Chun and Xia Ruoxue without pop-ups. I know you are talking about my kindness. Bai Qiandao chuckled. Chu Liandong, with a cold expression, replied, I never beat around the bush to praise someone. I am belittling you. Bai Qiandao pouted, choosing to ignore her. Pondering whether this 1200 would be confiscated by the system, it should not, as it was not his money to be surrendered. After disembarking from the cloud vehicle, Bai Qiandao deliberately slowed his pace. Chu Liandong, however, did not follow him any longer. She cast a cold glance and swiftly walked away. Well then, finally free from her pursuit, Bai Qiandao felt a sense of relief. He was apprehensive of her ambush. After all, he was not particularly strong yet. Today, although he had only sold 30 necklaces, he had saved a life, which brought him considerable joy. Mai Tianxuan noticed his good mood, and, in turn, felt uplifted, treating him with tenderness and care, which made him even gentler. Their conversation carried a hint of affectionate intimacy. The next day, Bai Qiandao turned to glance at the following Chu Liandong, sometimes accelerating and sometimes moving at a snail's pace. Teasing her, Chu Liandong maintained her indifferent demeanor. When he ran, she ran, and when he slowed down, she paused to observe, no matter what, I shall follow you, silently and without regret. Bai Qiandao eventually grew bored of his own antics and settled down, searching for buyers. Once more, he found himself thwarted by Chu Liandong, who seemed intent on demonstrating that she was his nightmare. He could only wear a bitter smile, resigned to her whims. You speak very gently and sweetly, a young woman remarked as she purchased 2 necklaces, disregarding Chu Liandong's interference. Handsome, are you just going to let her do this? The young woman inquired as she was leaving. That I cannot stop her. I am a law-abiding citizen, Bai Qiandao replied helplessly. Such a joker. You are truly kind to your girlfriend. Don't let her get angry again. Perhaps you should appease her. The young woman smiled and departed. No, it's not. Bai Qiandao, momentarily dazed, attempted to explain, but the young woman had already walked a few steps away, forcing him to give up. Turning to the indifferent-faced Chu Liandong, Bai Qiandao remarked. The way you follow me will lead to misunderstandings that I am your angry boyfriend. As long as I can kill you, I am willing to do anything. Chu Liandong coldly replied. Kill, kill, kill. That's all you ever say. You may as well continue dreaming. Bai Qiandao scoffed and walked away at 18 noon. While nibbling on bread and sipping cheap drinks, he was again provoked by Chu Liandong. He had long been mentally prepared, regardless of how she might act. His heart remained steadfast. This local bank was a government institution, established in Yongdu City, governing all branches of the local bank. Although there had been incidents of bank robberies elsewhere, the Yongdu branch was a different matter entirely, as the governmental bank headquarters of the second largest city in the local star system. Its security was not comparable to ordinary banks. To infiltrate the heavily guarded Yongdu branch and escape unscathed indicated that these three robbers possessed considerable skills, at least a high level of military training. Thus, Bai Qiandao and Chu Liandong, along with the citizens of Yongdu City, were constantly monitoring the latest news. The three robbers had suddenly gone silent, yet the streets were teeming with police, rigorously checking identities and information. After being checked 3 times, Bai Qiandao decided to cease his sales efforts and prepared to return. After being checked twice more, he finally boarded the cloud vehicle, with Chu Liandong naturally still following. Once the cloud vehicle started, the horses galloped at an almost silent pace. The sounds within the carriage were minimal. Outside, however, there was a howling noise. All passengers were engrossed in their devices, following the latest developments of the bank robbery. In a city where public safety was generally good, with few major crimes occurring, this incident had captured the attention of billions, leading to a plethora of rumors online. Some claimed the 3 robbers were space pirates. Others suggested they were insurgents, while some spoke of demonic invasions, or that dozens had been killed on site, leading to a river of blood. There were even reports of the robbers engaged in fierce battles with the police to the west. In summary, no one knew the truth or the true identities of the robbers, as they all wore specially designed masks, and advanced technology could not ascertain their appearance. No videos or photographs of the scene had surfaced. Within the quiet carriage, Bai Qiandao suddenly burst into laughter upon seeing a news report about a person claiming to be a robber, only to be swiftly apprehended by the police with overwhelming force. It struck him as amusing. Truly, there were all kinds of people in the world, even those who could impersonate a robber. Sensing several gazes directed at him from nearby, he offered a gentle smile to ease their displeasure. The cloud vehicle made a stop, and 3 individuals boarded. Passengers heading east had already been sparse, and most paid little attention to these newcomers, continuing to focus on their devices for updates. However, Bai Qiandao and Chu Liandong remained vigilant, as the trio exuded an imposing and somewhat menacing presence. Upon sitting down, the 3 did not engage in the same activity as the others, but surveyed the carriage. One middle-aged man, with sharp eyes, noticed Chu Liandong's cold stare and, with a hint of surprise, approached her. You seem different. To what extent have you practiced ancient martial arts? He inquired. I do not practice ancient martial arts, Chu Liandong replied coolly. Then why are you looking at me? The middle-aged man bellowed. His shouts startled the passengers, who turned to look. What are you shouting about? Chu Liandong frowned and slowly rose. The middle-aged man grinned wickedly, stating, the police are pursuing us, yet they remain unaware that we have taken over a cloud vehicle. You are all our hostages. Why should I not shout at someone I hold in my grasp? This declaration sent a wave of panic throughout the carriage, causing Chu Liandong to unconsciously move closer to Bai Qiandao. You are beautiful that I intend to take you away, so we can enjoy a good life on another planet. The middle-aged man said with a lewd smile. Chu Liandong fixed her icy gaze upon him and suddenly delivered a punch. The middle-aged man swiftly dodged, retaliating with a palm strike. Their fists clashed, and both were forced back a few steps. A spiritual energy user To encounter 1. How unfortunate that you have only recently awakened and have not cultivated any powers. To me, you are no different from waste. The middle-aged man remarked in surprise. Then, with a swift spin, he moved behind Chu Liandong and struck again. Chu Liandong leaped into the air, striking back, relying solely on her spiritual energy for offense. Although a spiritual energy user can naturally absorb spiritual energy and grow stronger, without proper cultivation techniques and skills, they would be easily overpowered by skilled ancient martial artists, and the middle-aged man was precisely such a martial artist. While spiritual energy users draw in spiritual energy naturally, the higher their level, the more spiritual energy they can accumulate. Even without cultivation techniques, they could still overpower ancient martial artists with ease. Those who had cultivated techniques and skills were stronger than those who had not. But the available techniques were limited and often required mentorship. Thus, some spiritual energy users with such techniques chose to selectively take on disciples, naturally gathering a formidable force around them, just like Dingyu, whose lightning strikes against the fly demon were a skill of a spiritual energy user. With his immense spiritual energy, annihilating the fly demon was a trivial task. Chu Liandong spun to strike, but was seized by her wrist and tossed. Crashing into a seat, the middle-aged man advanced, delivering a blow that sent the recovering Chu Liandong crashing into another seat, causing her to spit blood. After 2 more strikes, Chu Liandong lay incapacitated, unable to rise. The middle-aged man gazed at her, laughing. If I can control a spiritual energy user to play with daily, I would have reached the pinnacle of life. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. Hurry and knock her out. Spiritual energy users have remarkable recovery abilities. We don't want to capsize in the gutter, another grim man advised. The middle-aged man nodded and was about to move closer when a voice interjected. Stop. What you are doing violates the law, and you will end up in prison. I advise you not to harm anyone and return to the right path. Surrender yourselves. At this, all the passengers turned to look at the man with several gold necklaces around his neck. Cradling a bag and sporting a gentle expression, was he really advising these ruthless robbers to surrender? Was he out of his mind? Another relatively young, yet fierce-looking young man approached Bai Qiandao aggressively. Are you looking to fight me? Bai Qiandao hesitantly stood up and asked, No. I want to kill you. I despise hearing a fool talk. The young man drew a knife from his pocket, grinning menacingly. As the young man advanced, brandishing the knife, screams erupted within the carriage, while Chu Liandong coldly observed, wiping away a trace of blood from her lips. In an instant, Bai Qiandao's body flashed, delivering a punch. He only understood the skill of traversing the skies, possessing nimble movements and swift speed, effortlessly leaping and dodging. However, he lacked skills in offense and defense, and unlike typical spiritual energy users, he did not practice breathing techniques. The fortune he acquired was the most refined spiritual energy. The young man was evidently weaker, and with Bai Qiandao's extraordinary speed, he was struck with a punch that sent him flying against the cloud vehicle's glass. With a resounding crack, yet unbroken, the swiftly moving cloud vehicle demonstrated the exceptional quality of its windows. In this tumultuous era dominated by demonic powers, a young man found himself in a dire predicament. Collapsing to the ground, his head tilting at an unnatural angle, lifeless, another spirit wielder exclaimed, a shadowy figure, astonished to encounter 2 such individuals in this locale, a rarity indeed. Fear not. He is merely a newly awakened waste. Watch me eliminate him, declared a middle-aged man, his aura brimming with murderous intent as he propelled himself forward. Practitioners of ancient martial arts hone their physical prowess and techniques, although they lack the ability to project internal energy. The adept practitioners exhibit remarkable agility. Some have bodies as resilient as steel, and their intricate techniques often give them an edge against spirit wielders. However, despite the middle-aged man's superior strength over Bai Qiandao, he found himself outmatched by the latter's swift and deadly techniques. When faced with the celestial traversal skills of the spirit wielder, he faltered. These skills, cultivated to their zenith, enable one to soar through the clouds. A significant disparity in their levels of mastery. Bai Qiandao smirked inwardly. While the middle-aged man was formidable, he paled in comparison to Mai Tianxua. With a mere flicker, Bai Qiandao evaded the man's onslaught, causing him to momentarily lose focus, then retaliated with a powerful strike that sent the man hurtling 3 meters away. The disparity in skill levels was stark. The ancient martial artist's evasive maneuvers could not keep pace, resulting in injury for the middle-aged man. Yet, his robust physique bore the brunt, leaving him bloodied but not lifeless. Unlike the young man, now filled with trepidation, the middle-aged man shouted, "He has mastered skills. I may not prevail." The shadowy figure, even less competent than the middle-aged man, wore a grim expression, muttering something to his wrist. Bai Qiandao chuckled, "You are inferior to me. I am still capable of ending you today." As he approached the 2 men, he noted their retreat, reminiscent of a cat exuding dominance, instilling fear in the lesser beings around him. An exhilarating sensation. Suddenly, the doors at both ends of the carriage swung open, and a throng of men surged in, each brandishing blades and exuding a fierce demeanor. Panic erupted within the carriage. Bai Qiandao was momentarily taken aback. Were there not only 3 bandits? Why were there so many more? He stood his ground, observing the influx of ancient martial artists, his heart pounding with fear as he recognized several individuals resembling the middle-aged man, likely of comparable strength. While he could defeat one middle-aged man, Facing several would undoubtedly lead to a bloody confrontation. Before he could contemplate further, the ancient martial artists charged with their weapons drawn. The cloud vehicle was supposed to maintain stringent security. How could so many armed individuals infiltrate? A fierce battle ensued, with Bai Qiandao dispatching ancient martial artists one after another, narrowly avoiding a knife that nearly inflicted a wound, blood staining the carriage. Bai Qiandao was once again stunned as more ancient martial artists entered, this time armed with firearms. Bullets whizzed past him, forcing him to take cover behind a seat. Too fearful to reveal himself, there was no alternative. This was akin to facing supernatural projectiles, deadly against demons. A spirit wielder could not evade bullets, and unless their body was honed to withstand such attacks, they faced certain death. The group of ancient martial artists took cover nearby, ceasing fire as a heavy silence enveloped the space, permeated by the scent of blood. If I step outside, I will be met with a hail of bullets. Do you think I'm foolish? Bai Qiandao shouted, catching sight of Chu Liandong, who lay nearby, watching him coldly. He mused that despite saving her, she regarded him with disdain. Come forth, out of respect for your kind. No one will aim a gun at you unless I fall in battle, proclaimed a young man with thick brows. Bai Qiandao cautiously peered out, spotting the hidden ancient martial artists rising, sheathing their firearms, causing his heart to sink. Goodness, to face me with such confidence, this youth must possess formidable strength that I have yet to mature. How could I contend with such powerful beings and demons? The whims of fate seem unjust. Are there any timid spirit wielders among you? The young man taunted, observing Bai Qiandao's hesitation. Resolute, Bai Qiandao rose, declaring, I am not timid. I simply wish to know what skills you possess to challenge me. Indeed, a nascent spirit wielder, the young man chuckled. I am on the verge of reaching the true pulse realm. Do you doubt my prowess? A chill ran through Bai Qiandao. To encounter a spirit wielder on the brink of true pulse mastery was daunting. He recalled Long Yiyao, who had achieved that realm, having once mistaken her for a mere Yuan Dan realm wielder, a misunderstanding stemming from his ignorance of their hierarchies. That a true Yuan Dan realm spirit wielder was immensely powerful. Perhaps Dingyu, another spirit wielder, belonged to that echelon. Bai Qiandao could not discern their levels, but he was acutely aware that he could not defeat Long Yi. As it stood, he could at most contend with the ancient martial artist, Mai Tianxue, uncertain if he could even best this young man, the odds of victory seeming slim. Yet despite the fear that gripped him, he possessed an indomitable spirit. His intrinsic nature, forged through past hardships, had instilled in him a tenacious heart. Though ordinary and lacking in talent, he never shied away from the adversities of life, always facing challenges head-on. The desire to fight was deeply ingrained within him. Although he often felt unremarkable, the instinct to battle surged forth in the face of danger. Flee quickly. Your life is mine, and cannot be taken by another, urged Chu Liandong. Bai Qiandao could not help but smile wryly at her words. Take care of yourself. If I perish, you too shall suffer disgrace and demise. What concerns me is how to kill you. I will endure any humiliation for that, she retorted. Bai Qiandao was at a loss for words, turning his attention to the young man, questioning, shall we engage in battle? Indeed, you see, some take pride in slaying spirit wielders, and I am one of them. That I fear not confronting a powerful spirit wielder. Fortunately, fate has granted me the chance to face you. Though you are a fledgling, your unique abilities mark you as formidable. If I were to slay you, I would etch my name in history, revered by generations to come. Bai Qiandao felt a surge of frustration, recalling the unicorn demon who sought his demise for the sake of glory. What misfortune befell spirit wielders to be coveted by such beings? Eager to kill them, it felt as though they were cursed. Very well, enough talk. That I shall engage you in combat, Bai Qiandao declared, his resolve ignited, his hands steady, his legs firm, radiating an aura of combativeness. Chu Liandong observed him in silence, her gaze flickering slightly before she gently shook her head, stating, Fool, if you survive this encounter, it will only disappoint me. Ignoring her, Bai Qiandao let out a fierce cry and charged at the young man, unleashing his demon-slaying technique. Limited to his mastery of movement, he could only rely on this technique, which was significantly less effective against humans. He swung his weapon towards the young man, with a resounding crash. Bai Qiandao leaped to strike, only to have his weapon shattered by the young man's punch, sending him stumbling backward before regaining his footing. Chapter 2. Unapproachable. Please allow me to introduce the great system of ever-changing personalities. The voice echoed once more, almost like a mesmerizing spell. Bai Qiandao stood motionless, Absorbing the information and the peculiarities of the great system of ever-changing personalities, he was required to complete tasks assigned by the system at irregular intervals. Each task adhering to a particular characteristic akin to various personalities until the task was accomplished. Failure to complete a task or non-compliance with the system's regulations would result in the deduction of specified points. A lack of points would lead to a cruel fate, potentially culminating in death. The initial allocation of 200 points was to be used for selecting necessary skills and knowledge to fulfill tasks. With points being non-exchangeable for wealth, only for skill acquisition, the wealth garnered from skill knowledge could be randomly confiscated, with a high probability and a merciless nature that a special lottery, a grand reward, offered the chance to draw a rare skill knowledge. But only upon accumulating a certain number of points. It was akin to experiencing an eccentric dream, and upon awakening, Bai Qiandao found himself staring at the icy blue eyes of Lan Danyan. Trembling in fear, the pupils of Lan Danyan radiated an ominous icy glow, exuding rings of shattered frost that appeared quite terrifying. Goodness, this is the elusive eye of insight spoken of in legends. Lan Danyan was not only a powerful spirit wielder, but also a mysterious. Spirit wielders are formidable beings born with inherent spiritual power, capable of cultivating their abilities, drawing from the essence of the cosmos to grow increasingly powerful. Are a rare breed, endowed with extraordinary abilities that allow them to manifest the eye of insight, revealing the true forms of monsters and spirits, often possessing various unique traits that enable them to exorcise and vanquish malevolent entities. The probability of spirit wielders emerging is exceedingly low. Those capable of cultivation must undergo a spiritual awakening, signifying they possess significant power, allowing them to look down upon the mortal realm that are even rarer. Holding a revered status as the nemesis of monsters, Bai Qiandao finally comprehended why Lan Danyan referred to herself as synonymous with dominance. Enjoy numerous privileges, including leniency and legal retribution for acts of violence. Or so the tales suggest. Enough with the pleasantries. Tell me, what is wrong? Lan Danyan demanded sharply. Bai Qiandao was startled into speechlessness, just as a voice echoed again. You must not allow any living being to know of the existence of the great system of ever-changing personalities, or else death shall ensue. Bai Qiandao stared blankly at the ominous word death before him, laden with threats, and defiantly shouted, I refuse to believe that you can kill me. Lan Danyan's expression shifted abruptly, interpreting his words as a provocation. Just as she was about to impose punishment, she saw him clutching his chest and collapsing, his breath shallow, as if on the brink of death. Her expression transformed again as she rushed forward. A stream of white energy erupting from her hands, enveloping Bai Qiandao's entire body. She was channeling her spirit power to save him. However, she soon felt her strength draining rapidly, all of it being funneled into Bai Qiandao's body. Even her very soul being drawn along, which filled her with dread. Instantly, she formed a lotus seal with her hands, chanting incantations, her body radiating light, and an intangible pressure surged forth, compelling her soul back into her body. Yet her heart felt hollow, sensing the loss of something vital. Unable to contain herself, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, splattering onto Bai Qiandao, instantly seeping into him, coursing through his veins. Bai Qiandao's capillaries expanded as if countless small earthworms writhed within him. His blood boiling, as if it were set ablaze, causing him to scream in agony, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. You bastard! Lan Danyan's eyes widened in fury, feeling dizzy, and she fell flat on the ground. Bai Qiandao endured the excruciating sensation of his blood vessels threatening to burst, howling as he pounded the earth, the crystal floor cracking violently under his strength, the sound echoing continuously. Crack, crack, cracked. Bai Qiandao suppressed his fury and declared, I shall go, but you have erased yourself from my heart. We can never be friends. Very well, let it be so. I won't be home, so leave the key. Huang Ru coldly concluded before hanging up. Bai Qiandao clenched his phone tightly, his face flushed with anger, struggling to restrain himself from uttering a curse. The phone rang again, and he swiftly answered, his voice laced with fury. Huang Ru, what more do you want? Brother, it's me. Did you two argue again? This little girl. There was no argument. We'd have broken up, Bai Qiandao replied dejectedly, revealing his younger sister, Bai Yunyi. Breaking up is for the best. That I've never liked that woman. She looks at me as if I were an eyesore. Head held high, nostrils pointing towards the heavens. Little girl, I'm not in a good mood. Spare me your strange remarks, Bai Qiandao replied with irritation. Fine, fine, I won't say anything. Brother, you must scold him. He's been bullying me again. Shao Jie, have you reverted to your foolishness once more? Bai Qiandao shook his head. This sister was his only family, yet she was always a bit eccentric, frequently landing herself in peculiar situations that required his assistance. Since marrying Chu Jie, she had called him to vent her grievances, though 9 out of 10 times, it was her own doing. I'm not foolish. It's him who's foolish. You tell me, marrying him, I have no chance to enjoy life. And I endure his daily tirades that it easy for me. All right then, what is it this time? Bai Qiandao asked, his annoyance growing. Yesterday, I got into a fight with someone, and he didn't help me. Instead, he scolded me. You tell me how miserable I am. You must give him a proper scolding right now. You got into a fight? Did you get hurt? Bai Qiandao asked, alarmed. No, I'm quite capable. I never come off worse in a fight. Bai Qiandao chuckled at the thought of his seemingly frail sister, realizing her words were merely bravado. With whom? What was the reason for the fight? Some kid. I saw him enjoying ice cream, and it looked so delicious that I took a bite. That child then went all out against me. How could I back down? Thus, we ended up fighting. Wait a moment, you snatched out ice cream. How old was this child? About 7 or 8. The key issue is that he called me embarrassing. And he had to apologize to his parents. Do I need his apology? How humiliating. Bai Qiandao felt a headache coming on and said, Little girl, please spare me your troubles. This is truly embarrassing. Shao Jie scolding you is a mild reaction. You're siding with him. Are you my brother or his? I am your brother, but reason must prevail. Fine. I know I can't explain this to you. Just accept the scolding. You are a terrible brother. I won't speak to you anymore. Bai Yeni huffed before hanging up. Bai Qiandao listened to the dead air, his hand instinctively rubbing his forehead. This sister was indeed a source of headache. Yet he cared for her deeply, providing half of his earnings to support her. This often led to discontent from Huang Ru, resulting in multiple quarrels between them. Perhaps it was also a reason for her betrayal. As she had become involved with a wealthy man, previously, despite their arguments, he would apologize, and Huang Ru would accept. At least he believed they loved one another. Now he realized that reality had dealt him a cruel blow. Leaving him heartbroken, Bai Qiandao stood up and walked away. Not wanting more people to witness his disappointment and sorrowed, he regretted asking that question earlier and now sought a corner to silently lick his wounds. Even though the capital was vast, the cloud cars were swift. 10 minutes later, he stood up and walked outside, descending the cloud ladder to reach the civilian district. The civilian district also boasted high-rise buildings. Though aged, with some dating back centuries, due to the quality of construction materials and sound design, many structures had not yet succumbed to decay, though a number of dilapidated buildings remained. The absence of flying cars was palpable, as most civilians could not afford them and had to rely on cheaper cloud cars to travel. This had its advantages. The sky appeared much clearer, with more sunlight streaming down. Entering a tall building, he noted the walls marked by countless yellow stains and rust spots, a common sight in the civilian district, which lacked effective maintenance. However, dedicated cleaners would come to collect trash and clean the outdoor floors of each level. Taking the elevator to the 63rd floor, he opened a door and surveyed the familiar surroundings, lost in thought for a while before silently organizing his belongings. There were not many items, just a few pieces of clothing, shoes, and a toothbrush. After tidying up, he sat in silence for a while. The beautiful life he once envisioned would vanish with his departure, perhaps leaving them as eternal strangers. Leaving the key behind, he departed with a heavy heart, forcing himself not to shed a single tear, unwilling to cry over his heartbreak. This was his last shred of dignity. Carrying a weathered backpack, he walked 3 kilometers to his home, which was even smaller. Yet it was his parents' legacy. Having been away for half a year, he felt a strange blend of familiarity and estrangement. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a series of text notifications that he opened them and, in a gloomy mood, slumped onto the tattered sofa, his gaze vacant. Life was indeed unkind. After 2 days of absence from work, 3 bosses had simultaneously sent him messages, terminating his employment. Now, he found himself without a source of income. In the vast populace of the Tuchang Empire, finding a formal job was no easy feat for a civilian. With his low qualifications and lack of skills, he could only take short-term labor. Working 16 hours a day, perhaps this neglect of nurturing his relationship with Huang Ru was also a reason for her departure. He laughed nervously, internally searching for reasons to prove it was his fault that led to Huang Ru's betrayal. It was as if he subconsciously sought to absolve her, yet the harsh truth was that it stemmed from poverty, Failing to meet her material desires, in a moment of confusion, he thought of the ever-changing character system. Gazing ahead, his mind sparked with ideas, and a series of small boxes manifested, each labeled with various skill names: alchemy skill, culinary skill, medical skill, technological skill, cloud travel skill, treasure appraisal skill, supernatural skill. That there were as many as 100 categories, each seemingly immensely valuable. He focused on the supernatural skill, recalling that he possessed unusual abilities, eagerly anticipating their acquisition. In legends, supernatural powers were innate, but required training in supernatural arts to truly control demons and monsters. Supernatural masters were revered figures in this era, given their rarity and esteemed status. The powers of spiritual practitioners were formidable, capable of vanquishing certain demons, but specialized techniques were necessary when encountering particularly bizarre and powerful spiritual entities. Only a supernatural master could effectively intervene. With this thought, he leaped up in excitement. Destiny had not forsaken him. Perhaps this was a turning point, as he was on the verge of transforming from the ordinary into the extraordinary, gaining wealth and status through this opportunity. However, upon recalling the system's regulations regarding the acquisition of skills and knowledge, which could very well be confiscated, his spirits deflated. He felt as though a mountain of wealth lay before him, yet he could not seize it. Was this a cruel jest? He was unwilling to endure the soul-crushing despair he had experienced 3 hours prior, when he felt as if his heart would burst. Consciousness fading as if his soul had left his body. In this world, what good was existence without money? Spiritual practitioners and supernatural masters also needed to survive. He collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, his emotions in turmoil, overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss. Half an hour later, he forced himself to gather his resolve. Regardless of how insignificant he felt, he now had the chance to step into the realm of the strong, marking a significant change in his life, promising to offer a different kind of brilliance. He looked again at the small boxes. Each skill was priced at 100 points, and with an initial allocation of 200 points. He could acquire 2 skills. He decided to first obtain the supernatural skill. Spending 100 points,